Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 121. Spiraling Willow Forest, the night in day. I can't see anything. Oscar stepped carefully, wafting through the dangling branches and sturdy trees. His feet barely made a sound on the cold ground. Is there not a single blade of grass on the ground? It's different. A wet, slippery ground. It didn't feel like the usual plant. It crumbled apart under Oscar's boot like a rotten tomato, but was firmly rooted into the ground. Oscar's attempts to push it aside failed unless he exerted more strength. He wanted to bring out his book to get the information, but it was futile in this darkness. "Oscar," Emily said close to his ear, "I see something glowing." Oscar squinted his eyes and saw a faint bluish-silver light like the moon in the distance. A most welcome sight in this veil of darkness. Be ready to fight. It may not be safe. Could be a trap. Oscar whispered and tugged on the cloth to indicate for them to move ahead. He took out his buckler as Emily gripped her staff. "Can't your prinstick work here?" Emily winced from the nauseating squishy feeling her feet felt with each step. If Oscar could see through this place, they could find a better way to navigate this darkness. "Honestly, I tell you, I learned a way to see future movements, yet you think it's a lot of other things," Oscar grumbled as they came closer to the source of the light. This is what was giving off the light. Oscar slowly approached until he was within the light. It was a large blue mushroom with a flat cap around the size of a bush. It gave off a luminous light, extending only a meter around it. Within its glow, Oscar faintly made out his hands with a bluish sheen. Emily also entered the area with relief that she was out of the darkness. She wondered if she should have learned a spell to see in the dark. "What is it?" Emily stared at the mushroom but did not dare to touch it. Her face gaped in disgust when she stared down. The ground was littered with mushrooms and moss, the sources of the wet feeling and the unusual crumbling plants. "Here it is." Oscar had been reading his book, his eyes glued close to the page to make out the words. "The forest contains certain mushrooms that provide a bit of light. Due to the darkness, mushrooms and moss grow the only things that grow here. The willow trees smelled rotten because of damp moss covering them." Oscar put away his book. To Emily's horror, he wrapped his hands in iron and cut at the blue mushroom. The piece in his hands was still glowing blue. "We can move with this. I can see about half a meter in front. This is useful." "Here." Oscar held out a piece toward Emily. Emily looked around in disgust. She turned to Oscar in haste and took it, feeling the dampness and odd texture of the mushroom. "Let's find Frederick and get the hell out of it." She said the words in a low growl, angered at Frederick for making them come all the way here. Their journey was much easier. With these natural torches, they scanned their immediate surroundings for any traces of Frederick. Emily was a good tracker, but she could not find any tracks on these strange grounds. "Hey, Oscar." What is it?" The mission details said that the moonblossom fruit grows from the Luna willow. It was listed as a solo mission because all you had to do was find the tree and get the fruit. Emily asked for affirmation. "Yes, that was Frederick's mission." Oscar nodded. "And to find it, you needed to look for a specific root that sometimes went above ground with a silvery vein pattern." Emily asked again for affirmation. "Yes, is this it?" Emily directed Oscar's stunned gaze to an arched root that stuck out above the mushrooms. It looked withered but had silvery veins lining it. It was incredibly lucky, but they had found the root already in this vast forest. "It is. Can you believe our luck? If Frederick found this, then he would have followed its traces toward the Luna willow." "That's great." Emily smiled and tore through the mushrooms and moss without care. She uncovered the root to reveal more of its features. She analyzed the root despite her hands being covered in disgusting fungi. From the difference in the width of the root at certain points, it should be connected further that way. "Here, you did well." Oscar gave her a handkerchief. Emily finally noticed the rotten, squishy pieces covering her hands and nearly barfed. Swish. Oscar and Emily quickly put their backs together, looking out into the darkness beyond their blue light. Something was moving around them. Emily had dropped the handkerchief, but was no time to mind her dirty hands. "Do you see anything?" Emily asked once again, referring to Oscar's prinstick. Since something was moving around them, he should be able to lock onto it, unlike the ground. She kept her staff up with one hand because the other was bound to Oscar's. However, Her staff anima twirled around, floating in weight. In his inner world, the indifferent and lofty third eye on Oscar's forehead gazed everywhere in the area of light provided by the mushroom piece. If the creature showed a slight bit of itself in his blue light, he could predict where it would move next and instantly catch it. Whatever it is, it's not approaching. Let's continue looking for the other roots. The moment it steps in our light, we can catch it. Oscar gestured for Emily to match their steps, similar to a three-legged race. Oh! A low and slow groan sounded in the darkness. It was akin to the noise of a whimpering puppy. Oscar and Emily could not help but stare in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a claw entered Emily's blue light from the other side. It was as large as a bear's claw but completely pale with hardly any flesh. The skin was so sunk in the bones were clearly outlined. Its fingers were so thin and long with long sharp claws extending to the size of a newborn baby. Emily reacted fast with her rock barrier to stop the claw, but another claw came in. The two pale claws swiped down and diced the rock barrier into pieces, continuing on toward Oscar and Emily. Emily swung her weapon briskly with her staff anima shooting through the air. Her staff clashed against the sharp claws. They were unexpectedly dense and tough. She invoked heavy impact to stop them in place. Oh no! She realized their target wasn't them but the cloth connecting her and Oscar. She stopped the claws from advancing, but they got close enough. They swiped down, cutting apart the cloth, and then swiped to the sides. Oscar, behind you! Emily shouted. This ordeal took only a few seconds. All the while, Oscar had been tucked with his buckler to block the incoming claws when he suddenly felt his hand feel loose, followed by Emily's warning. Steel scales. Oscar put his buckler toward the surprise attack. The claws could not scrape past his buckler, but he was thrown into the darkness. He could only watch as Emily grew fainter in the distance until he could not make out her light. Frederick! Emily shouted. Klein! Oscar responded. Oscar cursed inwardly. Their high alert had backfired on them, compounded by the nervousness brought on by the darkness. That brief moment when they both turned to the source of the groan was the worst mistake. Most likely, these creatures move in pairs. They're incredibly coordinated, separating the two of us. Frederick! Oscar shouted. Klein! Emily's voice responded in the darkness. Another claw entered Oscar's light and slashed down. He still could not make out the creature's form, but he could still see its movements through Prinstict. Every time he tried to close in, the creature would evade showing itself. Frederick! Klein! Oscar shouted and ran in the direction of Emily's voice, all the while evading and blocking the attacks of the unknown assailant. Eventually, he saw a blue light in the distance. It must be Emily. Emily? However, as Oscar got close, he could not see Emily in the blue light. On the mossy ground was a fragment of a mushroom glowing. Frederick! He shouted into the void. Klein! Emily's voice responded, but Oscar raised his buckler with sweat covering his forehead. This voice was close, so close that it was not possible for Emily to not step into the light. Who are you? Oscar shouted. Klein! Two sharp pale claws entered the blue light. Unlike before, the creature stepped forward, revealing itself at last. The rest of its body was pale, with a light spread of fur from its chest to its legs. The face was similar to a person except for how little flesh was on its cheeks, resembling a skeleton head. Its mouth was wide and extended to its ears, sporting many rows of needle-like teeth. The creature tilted its bald, pale head slightly and said, Frederick! Klein! Something responded. Oscar turned to find another creature entering the light. It repeated Frederick's last name like a loop. The creatures laid this trap, and Oscar fell straight into it. Wendigos! Oscar took a step back with his back wet from cold sweat. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 122. The Wendigo, Hunters of the Dark Forest. The Wendigo. They were nightmarish creatures that lived comfortably in dark places with their specialized eyes on the darkness. Once a prey entered their sights, they would continue to hound them until they died. Through some twisted entertainment of the heavens, the Wendigo had the characteristics to horrify and strike fear into their prey. They loved the taste of fear in their creature, which led to their most terrifying aspect, their intelligence. They imitated the sounds of other creatures, attacking from many different angles and luring prey into their deadly traps. Oscar and Emily were the victims of their most recent scheme. The creatures knew to distract them so they could cut the cloth and then separate them. Then they copied Oscar and Emily's calls to lure them farther away. These sly and horrific creatures circled Oscar, who constantly shifted to face each angle. Large amounts of drool poured from their unnaturally wide mouths onto the ground. If I was hearing the wendigos imitation, where is Emily? She can't have gotten so far, did she? Oscar worried for his friend but snapped out of it. Worrying would not get him anywhere. He lowered his body, intent on fighting. These two creatures were greater apprentice Exalts, but not as strong as the ones on Eden. The ones on Eden constantly fought against each other for dominance and became incredibly tough and strong. These wendigos relied more on trickery and darkness. However, that didn't mean the wendigo was not a threat. Oscar didn't feel much weight behind their blows, but their agility and sharp claws were a cause of concern, together with their flexible bodies. The wendigos brandished their claws and slashed at Oscar. Their joints disconnected, turning their arms into an unpredictable lashing whip. The claws moved sideways, bending, changing directions. But this was still within the predictive powers of Oscar's instinct. I can see it all. Oscar summoned his deer anima. A large collection of Ein poured into the deer anima. It blocked one of the shifting claws while Oscar dealt with the other. The wendigos leaped in the air, opening their mouth widely. Their teeth covered the entire interior of their mouths, even down to the throat. Oscar felt a shudder at the thought of being bitten by those accursed mouths. Keep one busy for me. Oscar ordered his deer anima to charge at one and distract it while he went after the other. A tinge of excitement entered Oscar's eyes as he strode confidently against the wendigo. Reese awaken. Reese flowed in from Oscar's feet, traveling through Oscar's body with the aid of Reese awaken. But unlike his previous uses, the Reese stopped and settled into his hands. More specifically, his fingers and up to his knuckles. In the view of Reese awaken, the muscles of his fingers were incredibly clear, more than the rest of his body. Each strand stuck out without losing its individuality in the bulk of muscle, and they were strangely twisted and coiled. As the Reese settled into them, the muscle fibers coiled and bound more tightly until they looked like straight strands. Yet Oscar's hand was still flexible and moved freely. Adamus raised. After many grueling sessions, Oscar finally had parts of his hands completely transformed. Their muscles and flesh were now capable of reining in and containing the power of Reese. It was a strange, uplifting feeling. Oscar thought the power would make his hands feel heavy, but they were surprisingly lighter. It was almost as if his fingers could float in the air if separated from his body. The wendigo hunched its back, went on all fours like a beast, and ran ahead. Its tall and bony body stomped quickly at Oscar. Once it was close, it brought up its large claws to slice Oscar into pieces while its mouth curled slightly with more drool. Oscar punched with his buckler full of Ein. The full force of the Adamus rays contained in his fingers transmitted incredible power into his buckler. The sharp claws of the wendigo clashed against the buckler in a grating sound like scratching a blackboard. These claws were Wendigo's main weapon and the toughest part of its body, next to its teeth. But still, they cracked slightly against the pure raw power stemming Oscar's Adamus rays. Oh! The wendigo was flung into the air, vanishing into the darkness. However, Oscar did not give chase. There was another wendigo to deal with. He could see his deer anima fighting with it right now. Although Oscar still needed to become an expert in moving his deer anima simultaneously, he had other means, such as putting large amounts of Ein in its antlers and letting the deer anima swing wildly. The wendigo heard its companion's cry and stared up only to find Oscar's right in front. It could not react as a powerful punch blasted into its jaw, reducing all of the needle teeth in its mouth into small fragments. This made the wendigo look more horrifying as it had a bloody, toothless, wide mouth, showing all the gums inside. The wendigo whimpered, put its hands to its mouth in agony, and leaped away. Oscar didn't want to continue fighting because they could waste time swiping at him from the darkness. He needed to find Emily. However, there was not a single sound from Emily shouting. Not even a single blue glow, except for the other blue mushroom. It wasn't Emily's because it was cut differently. The wendigos had laid it as bait. Frederick, Oscar shouted to no response. He recalled the paths he had taken to this point, so he retraced his steps. He could see the many broken mushrooms and upturned moss from his and the wendigos movements. This made it easier for him to track in the general direction. This is her jacket. Oscar found the shredded remains of the cloth that connected them. This was where they were separated. If I was flung this way, Emily might have been forced into the opposite. Under the blue light of the mushroom fragment, Oscar carefully treaded while shouting, "Frederick!" Sometimes another creature of the dark forest would attack. But these creatures were middle apprentice exalts and were quickly dispatched by Oscar. A few more minutes passed until he finally found a clue. A piece of orange hair. Oscar could make out the color even in this dim blue light. This is Emily's hair. But where is she? He could also make out a deep groove from her staff. Strangely, it resembled an arrow with a makeshift wonky tip. Oscar continued to find more of such grooves and hair. His pace hastened as his eyes darted all over. It was strange that Emily had yet to respond to his calls. "Frederick," he continued to shout, but no reply ever came. It was as if Emily had truly vanished. He kept up the search, hoping not to find her dead body. The idea of Frederick's death was bad enough, but now Emily's was mixed in. His face twisted when he found blood splattered on some mushrooms. Then he came upon another blue light, brighter than the dim ones he had. It covered a wider area than the original mushroom from earlier. Within its soft blue light, Oscar found a large mushroom tree about the size of the willows around them. But the more surprising were the corpses of 2 wendigos half buried in the upturned ground. This was surely Emily's work. "Frederick!" Oscar shouted. "Kate Klein?" A weak voice sounded from the other side of the mushroom. Oscar rushed over with joy, but his face soured instantly as his heart stopped. Emily was propped, leaning on the mushroom for support with a pale face. There were several gashes on her body from the wild attacks of the wendigo. "Emily!" "Oscar! Took you long enough," Emily gasped as she drank some of her heal elixir, but the wounds were slow to heal. These things inflict wounds that are hard to heal even with an elixir. Oscar helped Emily get comfortable on the ground and passed some of his heal elixirs to her. "Take as many as you need. We can wait here for a bit. Those damned arms of theirs were hard to keep track of." "How did you beat them without a scratch?" Emily asked while coughing. The heal elixirs were finally taking some effect. The wounds slowly hissed while closing. "The prinstick helped, and I broke their claws and teeth." Emily giggled a bit. "I wish I had the prinstick. They refused to stay still for a moment for me to hit them cleanly. In the end, I had to go for a dual exchange." After a session of rest, color returned to Emily's face. "Are you better?" Oscar said. "Better. I'm not suited to these sorts of battles." Emily twirled her hair with a frown. She could not consider this to be a victory. These creatures were too wily for her straightforward means. She glanced at Oscar, feeling slightly jealous of the early prinstick he possessed. It was the most useful power she had ever heard of, and she greatly desired it. How great would it be if she were an elite exalt now? Thud. Oscar and Emily shot up and brandished their weapons. Something else was coming. The creature, doubling Oscar's height, took large, heavy steps that made the ground tremble. It entered the light to reveal similar large claws and teeth of the wendigo, but it was not skinny at all. It had large ripping muscles and a broad face with fur covering its head. Its huge, not-so-bony hands firmly grasped the necks of the 2 wendigos that Oscar let go. They were flailing around desperately in whimpers, similar to begging. With a simple closing of its hands, the wendigos' necks squished and tore from the body. The now headless bodies fell to the floor to be fed to the moss and mushrooms. "Oh!" The hulking pale monster stomped toward Oscar and Emily with a big wide smile full of needle teeth. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 123. The second mutated Exalt beast, the Wendigo Alpha. The large hulking Wendigo drooled profusely from its teeth-ridden mouth. It picked up the bodies of the Wendigos it murdered and chomped down on them. It chewed, crunching the bones, spilling out the dark blood, and gobbling the flesh. Every chomp produced unpleasant sounds that made Oscar and Emily tremble. Oscar watched as the 2 wendigos were easily reduced to scraps on the Hulk's needle teeth. His expression darkened from the potential fate that awaited them. "Emily, how is your condition?" Oscar asked. There was no chance of running away in this place. The only option was to fight. "I'm about 90%. What on earth is this creature?" Emily got up with her staff. Her orange eyes shone with a bluish sheen directed at the creature. "A mutation," Oscar said grimly. "The only possible explanation is a mutation. There is no other way for such a creature to be so different from its species. However, this is completely off the rails. The other mutated Exalt beast he fought was the rainbow Didus, who took his left ear. The mutation applied to its extended wings and strengthened legs, but it still had the appearance of its species. This creature mutated to this drastic change. It wasn't just the different appearance that worried Oscar. The earlier fight against the Wendigo gave Oscar a sense of how they fought and their abilities, but this mutated creature's abilities were shrouded in obscurity. Oscar placed his hand on his missing ear and the inhibitor Eldersol had given him, recalling the pain he suffered from the Rainbow Didus's shocking display of its special abilities. He feared they might not get through this fight unscathed. "Give it everything we have." Oscar gave a warning and unleashed all the Ein he had. A large mass of blue Ein shrouded him, pushing away the moss and mushrooms around him. "No need to tell me that," Emily said as her orange Ein matched Oscar's intensity. Their animus manifested with a fiery intensity. The mutated Wendigo, the Wendigo Alpha, let out a bellowing roar. The muscles of its body squirmed and twisted as if worms were crawling under its skin. Several spikes protruded out of its spine and shoulders. The emanations from it were close to a peak greater apprentice Exalt. Black blood leaked down from the spiky protrusions, dripping all over its body, becoming something close to line tattoos. It unfurled its hands and popped its claws out of the fingertips. The claws were shorter, only an inch long, but were thick as swords. This terrifying display of a hulking monster with spikes protruding through its body made Oscar shout, "Emily, rock barrier!" Emily put up a triple layer of rock barrier to see the power of this monster. Oscar needed to prioritize gaining as much information about this foe as possible. He threw out his original plan to end this early because the creature wasn't playing around, unlike the Rainbow Didus that tried to finish Oscar off normally initially. It didn't have the high lofty attitude the Rainbow Didus had. It may be a mutated beast, a king amongst its kind, but its pride didn't blind it. The wily and cautious intelligence of its species was still ingrained in it. The Wendigo Alpha didn't swipe down like its lesser cousins. It stabbed its claws forward like a spear, piercing through the triple rock barrier straight to the other side. Cracks spread out all over the rock barriers, reducing it to mere rubble. "Oh!" Oscar rushed in with his dear anima. He used Adamus Rays to boost his physical power and swung his buckler together with the antlers straight to the Wendigo Alpha's chest. "Dual Awaken!" Oscar drew up more wreaths from the ground to unleash with his deers and empowered antlers. The combination of wreaths, Adamus Rays, and Ein Awaken created a devastating power that made Emily feel fear. The Wendigo Alpha also felt a tinge of fear from this devastating attack, but it did not shirk back and stabbed both of its claws forward to crush Oscar's attack and rend his body into shreds. The air trembled in shockwaves from the epicenter of their clash. The ground quaked under them as a mini typhoon burst out. Oscar's Ein burned furiously, trying to break through with the buckler, but the Wendigo Alpha's claws were unmoving. Not wanting to continue further, Oscar used the momentum from the claws to retreat, but the Wendigo Alpha dashed in, kicking off large amounts of the ground in a bulldozing sprint. It tried to slam its claw into Oscar but was met by Emily's counter. Grade 1 Mud Boulder. Emily's new spell sent a large muddy boulder rolling to the Wendigo Alpha's side. She rushed in behind her boulder to follow up on her spell. With Rock Barrier as a launch pad, she did her signature leap into Heavy Impact with both of her staves. The Wendigo Alpha switched targets and stabbed its claw into the boulder, but unlike the Rock Barrier, this spell was softer. The mud enveloped Wendigo Alpha as it let out a muffled roar. This mud was thick and dense like a swamp, slowing Wendigo Alpha's movements. Then came down Emily like a meteor about to slam down. Oscar now. Oscar was at the limits of his Adamus Rays. He felt his fingers trembling, about to explode from the strain of the wreaths contained within. He burned iron onto his buckler into a blue coat and rotated the wreath from the ground to his finger. Then he released the wreath from his finger to add to the attack. While it was a great physical booster far stronger than any strengthening spell, Adamus Risi came with various techniques. His master, Draven, described the techniques of Adamus Rays. One of them was called the Shattering Wave. Shattering Wave consisted of the wielder of Adamus Rays unleashing the wreaths that had been held and combining it with the wreaths gathered from outside. The resulting strike went out like a wave that spread destruction in its wake. With Emily from above and Oscar from below, the Wendigo Alpha stared expressionlessly with its dull eyes. It drew in a deep breath, and its body began squirming in the mud, a highly unusual behavior. Emily, dodge! Oscar foresaw something ominous with the prinstick. He saw the eye of the creature expanding in all directions. With only a split second to say something before the incoming attack, he spouted 2 words. Emily hastily turned her body to change her freefall destination. Her staff anima hovered and spun in the air as a makeshift shield while she twirled her staff behind it. Her face twisted in anxiousness when her mud exploded with needles flying through the air in all directions. These tiny long projectiles flung toward Emily and Oscar. Emily's staff defense broke apart many of the incoming needles, but some were so sharp and fast they stabbed into her staff anima or slipped through and impaled parts of her body. Coughing out blood, Emily fell to the floor, battered and bloody. Oscar did not fare better as he was too close. His shattering wave reduced many of the needles to pieces, but his dear anima was struck. But the worst was yet to come as a thin claw stabbed ahead. The claw was sunken in but was clad in a kind of bone armor. Although this claw was thinner, Oscar felt a grave danger from it and pushed onward with his shattering wave and dear anima to meet it head-on. The highest chance of survival was to ride the wave of his power instead of backing off. A loud shockwave erupted from their exchange. Oscar was blown back from the impact of their collision. The bone armor surrounding the claw was cracked but not damaged. Oscar's buckler suffered the same damage. This creature damaged the same buckler that the Rainbow Didas's beak had upgraded. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The shock waves of the clash had shaken his internal organs. When the mud fully dripped down, Oscar saw the figure of the Wendigo Alpha. It was skinny now, comparable to its lesser cousins, but it was clad in bone armor everywhere but the head, which now had a toothless mouth. The needles earlier were its teeth that it shot out. The sheer presence of its appearance was ominous, but Oscar noticed its breathing was labored. This was definitely the creature's last trump card. Emily, are you still able to fight? Oscar turned to Emily, who was pulling out several needles around her body. He wasn't in tip-top shape either. Ready as I'll ever be. What do you think? What's the plan? Emily did not despair from seeing the creature's new form. Elizabeth had molded her to be unmoved even in the face of death. The creature did not pause as it dashed in faster than before and swiped away at them. Oscar and Emily decided to move together, with Oscar's prinstick leading their movements. During this, Oscar focused on the creature, particularly the cracks on the bone armor near the claw. Emily, I have a plan, but it depends on you. Sorry in advance. Oscar passed Emily a heal elixir. They drank it together to heal their wounds while dodging, earning the creature's irritation. Say it. Hold him off for about 5 seconds. 5 seconds? What requires 5 seconds from you? Emily snapped at Oscar, but she understood that it was probably their best chance. Fine, but try to be faster. Emily's eye exploded as she went into melee range against the Wendigo Alpha. She dual-wielded with her staff anima and clashed against the claws. She was keeping up well against this creature. I prefer this to the rest of your irritating kind. Melee combat is my favorite. Oscar retreated to the mushroom tree and focused his eye. He trusted that Emily would hold on. These 5 seconds would decide the battle. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 124. The Power of Steel Drill. Heavy impact, mud boulder, rock barrier. Emily fought on, using every trick she could muster. She tripped the creature's feet at every possible moment with rock barrier, hurled numerous mud boulder to slow it down, and used heavy impact to not be pushed off by the creature's attack. Her staff anima was cracking from the intense melee. She heard her bones creaking. If they could scream, they would from the aching pain that reverberated through her. The power of the Wendigo Alpha with its bone armor was overwhelming. Coo! Emily spat out blood and wiped her sweat-drenched forehead. For more seconds, she dove straight in to keep this monster occupied, to prevent it from switching targets to Oscar. She had no idea what Oscar was planning, but she believed in him that he would end it after 5 seconds. Thus, she continued to go full throttle, not letting the creature have any breathing room. Her wild onslaught of earth and heavy staff started to put dents in the Wendigo Alpha's bone armor. Some spots were cracked from the repeated attacks. It was also breathing more faintly as though it was tiring out. The bone armor of the Wendigo Alpha required an extensive amount of iron and constantly burned its iron to keep up this display of power. But despite that, Emily held on, counting down the seconds to her victory. 2 more seconds. Her staves, clad in heavy impact, cross-attacked the Wendigo Alpha from both sides. She got this idea from watching Gilbert's Heavenly Cross Thunder. The massive weight of her cross-attack bore down on the Wendigo Alpha. Oh! The Wendigo Alpha exerted strength, visibly tearing its muscles to slam Emily away. Even against my massive weight advantage, it can push me back? Emily cursed as she struggled to push back, but her iron was running out, and heavy impact lost its effect. The next thing she knew, she was sent spiraling through the air, crashing into the mushroom tree, and getting covered in blue spores. Ha 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 ha! Emily laughed through choking blood as the Wendigo Alpha closed. 0 seconds. You lose, you abominable gorilla. Correct. It's all over now. Oscar stepped in front of Emily, radiating confident air that comforted Emily. His arm was covered in a metallic drill with an extremely sharp tip. You've worked hard, Emily. Thank you. Emily laughed heartily. Just end it. The Wendigo Alpha was mid-charge when it noticed Oscar had popped out of nowhere. Its nostrils flared from seeing the human that caused it so much trouble returning. The other was out of commission, so only this prey stood before it. Oscar activated Adamus Rays and took a stance similar to Philip. 3rd step. The ground trembled underneath him as his feet dug into the dirt. In a final burst of strength, Oscar charged like a torpedo at his target, the Wendigo Alpha. Dual Awaken. Shattering Wave. Steel Drill. The blue iron flowed and concentrated into the tip of the steel drill. It was incredibly concentrated, heating up and burning through the air. The tip became a dense sapphire blue, indicating the sheer amount of iron put in. Die! Oscar shouted. His drill wreathed in iron set itself upon the Wendigo Alpha. This last attack contained everything he had. The very air around it was spiraling out of control. The Wendigo Alpha showed what could be described as an expression of horror plastered across its pale, sunken face. The heated, sharp drill instantly broke its claws and shredded its hands into bits. Even the bone armor that boasted incredible defense shattered into pieces. Could not even think of running as in the next moment, the drill came upon its chest. Oscar plunged the drill through, easily tearing through flesh and bone. A mass of blood and gore exploded out the back of the Wendigo Alpha, who began whimpering as its lesser cousins did before it killed them. Never had it imagined it would experience this pain. Oh! With one last groan, the Wendigo Alpha fell backward with a hole in its chest. Its dark blood painted the ground below, nourishing the moss and mushrooms that hungrily absorbed it. Ha ha! Oscar leaned to his side. His drill pierced into the ground before shattering into tiny pieces that dissipated. With his support gone, Oscar tripped to the floor, gasping for air in this stuffy, damp forest. I wondered what manner of attack you had up your sleeve, and I was not disappointed. Emily came up to Oscar and helped him up. She drank her last heal elixir and could move, though her eye needed to recover. This is our victory, Oscar. Victory feels so nice. Oscar responded with a thumbs up. Ah, please handle me gently. My whole body feels like it's been through master's training. The steel drill required too much effort. He needed 5 seconds of concentration to shape and transform the iron into good steel. That, combined with the Adamus Rays' shattering wave, overdrew everything his body and core could provide. During his training, he encountered many issues trying to invoke the spell fast, but each time resulted in his steel drill being brittle. The only way to properly invoke steel drill was to focus, slowly move his iron into the correct positions, and transform each part. resulting in this downtime. Oscar looked at Emily in gratitude for her efforts despite her rough handling of his body. Yes, don't worry. This spot is soft. Emily hoisted Oscar and leaned him on the mushroom tree, much to his complaints and woes of pain. Do you have one more heal elixir? I'm not using it. We've already used a lot of our resources. Having this one tucked away can be the difference between life and death. Oscar struggled before sitting in meditation. I'm not as badly hurt as you were. Focus on recovering our Ein. Emily nodded. They began to recover their Ein under cover of the mushroom tree. Occasionally, they would hear the movements of other creatures in the darkness, but none stepped forward. After a few hours, Oscar opened his eyes to find Emily watching the darkness, waiting for anything. Let's go. They had spent enough time in the mushroom tree. They still had their main objective, Frederick, to fulfill. I also took the core of this mutated creature. We can sell it for an enormous price. Emily held out a black core harvested from the Wendigo Alpha. Though mutated Exalt beasts are unbelievable, that strength and array of abilities are a cheat. It's how it works. Don't we have grade 8s and 9s? They're like the mutations of humans. Oscar took the core from Emily and put it away. You're right about that. Emily recalled Gilbert's overwhelming strength that oppressed even a middle elite Exalt. What's next? We'll have to search all over for the traces of the Luna Willow. Here, the pieces of this mushroom tree are brighter. Oscar passed a luminous piece of the mushroom tree to Emily, who took it without issue. They re-entered the darkness and occasionally ran into other creatures but made short work of them. Oscar and Emily were more prepared to deal with surprise attacks and wary of more wendigos. Finally, they found a trace of the Luna Willow. This one is quite big. We should be getting close. Emily observed the larger root with silver veins. It was twice as big as the small root they found before the ordeal with the wendigos. Oscar looked up by habit but remembered the sky was hidden behind the thick willow leaves. But this habit of his meant one thing. It was nighttime. We need to find a place to rest. We can continue in the morning. We can keep going. I don't have any issues, Emily said stubbornly. No, Oscar rejected her recklessness. We've had an exhausting day. Wherever Frederick is, we will find him in the morning or else. You're also at your limits. It was true. Emily's breathing was getting more ragged despite her incredible stamina. Her eyes were shaky, and her steps were getting slower. Even Oscar felt tired, traveling under the shroud of darkness, unaware of the time passing, was draining. He judged that this was the moment to sleep and rest. Where is a good place to rest? Emily looked around in the darkness. We can lean on these trees. Oscar set his mushroom fragment on the floor by the trunk of a willow tree. He sat down and secured his bag, intent on sleeping. Fine, you win. Emily sat down right beside him and quickly grew drowsy. Her head repeatedly tilted, looking for a nice place to rest. She rested on the trunk with a sigh of relief. Oscar. Oscar was slowly fading into sleep and responded with a grunt. We'll save Frederick, right? Emily said softly. Her breathing grew increasingly quiet. Of course, when you do, you can insult him all you want. Oscar smiled slightly. Okay. Emily fell asleep with a smile. Oscar shifted his shoulders to provide a more comfortable position for Emily. Oscar could not help but chuckle that Emily was the first to fall asleep despite being the most opposed. Slowly, he closed his eyes. The darkness under his eyelids was more comforting than the one outside. This way, Emily sprang up on her feet and pointed in a direction. After a good night's sleep, she felt refreshed and energetic despite the poor environment. Oscar quickly followed along with a smile. They made great progress through this place, weaving through the willow trees, mushrooms, and creatures. Now the silvery roots were as large as the trunks of some willow trees. It was close. What the hell is this? Emily stopped in a daze, staring down. A paved path? Are you serious? Oscar stepped in front, and indeed, it was a stone path. Oddly, the moss and mushrooms did not grow on the path as if something cleaned it regularly. Which direction to the Luna Willow? The same way as this path, Emily said darkly. This path was too unnatural in this forest. Ultimately, Oscar decided to follow along the path but with great caution. The stone path continued for a while, staying clean every part of the way. These dim yellow lights were embedded into the path's edges at a certain point, illuminating the path forward. No manner of creatures approached. A few that came close growled and went away, further adding to Oscar and Emily's caution. Then they finally arrived. "Is this an illusion?" Emily asked. "No, it's real." Oscar could not believe his eyes. The path led them to a large manor. It stuck out like a sore thumb in the dark forest as more lights dotted the outlines of the walls. The large gates began to open as if beckoning them inside. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 125. The Strange Manor of Spiraling Willow Forest. A large manor in the middle of the spiraling willow forest was the strangest thing Oscar had seen in his short time in the forest. Even the mutated Wendigo Alpha did not give him too big of a shock because this was its habitat and mutations occur. But what the hell was this place? In the few records Oscar had found on the spiraling willow forest, there was never a mention of a large manor. In this deep dark forest, a large manor like this would have been the first thing people found if they survived long enough. It was inconceivable to Oscar. How was this manor even built? Who built, and why? There was not a single willow tree growing on the manor grounds. How was it concealed all this time? Questions ran rampant in Oscar's mind. To his side, Emily was still staring blankly at the large manor, her mind unable to process what her eyes were seeing. Oscar turned to look around and noticed something odd. The willow trees of the spiraling willow forest were thick, tall, and extended high up to block the two suns. But the trees around them were twice as tall as the usual willow trees. The strangest was the willow trees around the manor. They grew the tallest out of the rest, arching around the manor to conceal it like the rest of the forest. This answered one of Oscar's questions. Next, he noticed the ground was slightly declining. It was a small angle, but there was no doubt they had been traveling further down, below the normal ground level by following the path. It was small, but we traveled for hours. As the ground levels dipped, the willow trees grew taller to match the tops of the preceding trees. This is why the forest looks uniform from above. It would be obvious if people saw a mound of willow trees larger than the rest. But this unsettled Oscar. Was the forest naturally this way? Or did the manor owner change it to keep up the illusion? The unknowns before him froze his feet and chilled his heart. Next, Oscar scanned the walls. They were twice his height and adorned with blue lamps. These lamps were spread out evenly, about a full meter away from each other. But the most light was centered on the gate, which was a gried metal entrance with sharp poles. The gate had opened on its own, welcoming them in and making Oscar wary of its purpose. There was no chance it was a coincidence or opened on its own. Whoever was inside was inviting them in. Should he go in? Oscar turned to Emily and patted her shoulder. Emily jumped up from the sudden touch but was relieved after realizing it was Oscar. She fiddled around with her staff to calm herself down. "Emily, are you okay?" Oscar asked worryingly. Emily did several breathing exercises to regain her composure and replied, "Better now. I did not expect this place to exist here. I blanked out for a moment. We should go around it. I don't know who or what opened these gates to let us in, but it can't be anything good." Oscar led Emily to take a few steps back, but she suddenly halted after seeing something. She ran forward, making Oscar shout as he had no choice but to follow her. Thankfully, she stopped right before the gate. Oscar caught up and was about to say something when she pointed into the manor grounds saying, "Look, there's the root of the Luna willow." Oscar looked at where Emily pointed. A large root was sticking out of the manor ground, the largest of all the roots they encountered. The root was almost completely silver blue in color. These features indicated that it was one of the main roots, meaning the Luna willow was not far away. With how large it is, Oscar, the Luna willow must be inside this place. Emily looked at Oscar intently. Her thoughts were as clear as day. They had to go inside the manor. Oscar was silently staring at the root, then at the manor. Every fiber of his being screamed that it was a trap. There was no way this manor would be conveniently placed where the Luna willow was. However, there was a high chance that Frederick was inside this manor. This place was the natural destination if Frederick survived long enough to follow the roots. If so, then they couldn't leave because Frederick was certainly in trouble inside this place. Oscar could almost hear Robert Raven criticizing him for the foolish decision he was about to make. But there were times when a man had no choice despite the odds and unknowns. Survival was important, but Oscar had to save Frederick. But he was no fool. Oscar took Emily aside to check their supplies and status. 1 heal elixir, some bandages, and some salves. Your staff and my buckler are slightly cracked from the previous battle. Oscar cursed their lack of supplies. The anti-healing effect of the wendigos and the unexpectedly mutated wendigo alpha drained much of their heal elixirs. If we had someone with a healing spell, it could have been easier. Emily sighed at the sad state of their supplies. To enter an unknown place with who knows what inside without proper supplies was a fool's errand. If they could return and get more supplies, it would be fine, but there were 2 problems. 1, they were out of money because Oscar and Emily had been using it all up to buy elixirs. 2nd, there was no knowing if they could enter this manor the next time. Its very existence was strange, and the gate may not open the next time they come. It was wide open now, but it could close any time it wished. Oscar went to the wall and utilized the fullest power of his Reawaken without Adamus rays. But the wall did not budge. Hard. Oscar's knuckles bled slightly. He patted the incredibly tough wall in shock while considering using Emily's rock barrier to go over it. However, it was a dangerous endeavor because whoever was inside clearly wanted them to use the gate they opened. Squeak. Oscar and Emily quickly turned like chickens at the gate. It constantly squeaked as it began to withdraw slowly. In a minute, it would close and deny entry to Oscar and Emily. Oscar, Emily yelled. We have to go in. Frederick must be inside. This is our one shot. Oscar cursed at the manor and its unknown resident. But time was running out. The gate was about half closed. Fine, we'll play it your way, he shouted at the manor. Before the gates could fully close, Oscar ran in with Emily. The gate closed shut as sounds of mechanisms came from the locks. Oscar returned to the gate and tried to push it open to no avail. They were now locked in this place with only one way forward. Oscar looked at the manor grounds. Unlike the outside, there was no hint of moss and mushroom. The dry air was also different from the damp, moist air of the forest. There was a great stone fountain with a sculpture of a beautiful woman with a vase, but no water flowed. The Luna willow was the likely source of this barrenness. The Luna willow grew, absorbing so many nutrients from the ground that the vicinity around it was lifeless because there was no chance of anything else taking some of the nutrients. A strange manor in the lifeless grounds of the Luna willow was a fitting combination that Oscar wondered if he had entered a horror novel. Again, Oscar considered using Emily's rock barrier to scale the walls and see if they could escape later. Emily was one step ahead and erected a large rock barrier to match the height of the walls. She didn't like the fact someone was toying with them, using the Luna willow and, by extension, Frederick as bait. But suddenly, to Oscar and Emily's dumbfounded faces, large roots rose and impaled through the rock barrier, entangling it and crushing it with great pressure. It was a display of force and a threat to Oscar and Emily that if they chose to leave, then they would be reduced to mush to supplement the trees. Emily, Oscar, the two nodded and walked forward, basically tied at the hips. The only way to survive was if they stuck together. Oscar had read enough horror novels to know that separation was the idiot's death. How strange that I'm living through what would make for a good horror story. Oscar joked to himself to play down the situation. If he let terror enter his heart, then their future would not be bright. No matter what, do not separate. Look for Frederick and escape as fast as we can, Oscar warned Emily on their way. The path to the main entrance was well paved and clean, like the path before it. Sorry, Oscar, Emily said. Sorry? Oscar asked. What do you have to be sorry for? If I see Frederick, I don't know if I could calm down. Emily did not finish her sentence. Geez, you and Fred don't like making it easy for me. Oscar gave a small smile to comfort her. I don't think I can calm down either. If we both see him, let's bolt toward him. Emily giggled. This brief moment amid all the darkness and unsettling things they had seen was heartwarming to her. Then the main doors of the manor opened. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 126. Do you want to play a game? Oscar carefully stepped into the manor, stopping to look around every second. As soon as he and Emily entered inside, the doors shut tight like the gates. There truly was no turning back now. Emily had traces of nervousness across her face that she was unable to conceal fully. She was inclined to fights and spoke to the point, Not this air of mystery and unpredictability this manor maintained. If there were something she could hammer to the floor, that would be great. The manor looked worn down and aged from the outside, but the interior was the opposite. The big chandelier on top must have been crafted by a master artisan who adorned it with crystal birds and stars. The ground was marbled with the finest stone, which would have shone if sunlight could seep in. There were many doors and stairs in all directions. Each was outlined with dark lustrous metals that formed the handles, bars, and knobs. But there were so many of them, too many and so awkwardly placed. Some doors were placed by the middle of the ascending stairways. Others were flat and vertical on the ground or ceiling. Oscar took in this strange maze with a dark expression because he hoped they could search the place a step at a time, but this proved to make that more difficult. There was no knowing where each door led and if they might loop around each other, turning any unfortunate souls into headless chickens walking in their pens. Oscar and Emily were those unfortunate souls now. Emily. Oscar turned to Emily, who was glancing around at all the doors when one of them suddenly opened. Oscar was caught off guard as Emily's body flew through the air at breakneck speeds. He tried to stop her, but something was pulling her through the door fast. Emily! Emily could not utter a single shout or word before being thrown into a room. The door closed shut and locked, to Oscar's dismay. He ran to the door and pounded on it with all his might, but the door did not budge. Then he heard a click and hastily flung the door open. But he scanned the room inside. There were no other doors, just an empty cobblestone room but no Emily. Calm down, calm down. Oscar realized he was out of breath from hyperventilating. Although he came in with the resolve to save Frederick, seeing Emily flung away like that and being separated shook him to the heart. Emily has to be safe. She has to be safe. He repeated the comforting words, whether they were lies or truth, to get a hold of himself. After a short moment, he heard a little moan echo through the empty halls. He turned his head right behind him, almost like an owl. Right behind him was a child with a skinny frame, as if he was starved to death. The child was pale with a bed of black hair similar to Oscar's but not as clean or lustrous. Who is this child? How can he be in this house? Oscar took up a stance and brandished his buckler, staring warily at the child. The child looked so weak and pitiful that anyone would feel a sense of pity for him and try to console him. But Oscar refused to lower his guard. "Mister," the child looked happy, his sunken cheeks uplifted with a smile. "Do you want to play a game with me?" "No." Oscar refused without hesitation and backed away from the child. He had no time for games because he had to find Emily and Frederick. Only an idiot would readily agree to the request of this unknown child in this haunted manor. "Please, mister." The child looked pitiful, with tears welling up in his eyes. His tiny shoulders trembled. "I haven't played with anyone since forever. Sorry, boy. I need to look for my friends." Oscar didn't relax his guard and backed away further. But the boy's face changed to fear as he was stammering and pointing behind Oscar. "Mister, run." The boy scampered away out of view. Oscar turned around to see a large shadow on the wall, moving around in the hallway on the right. The large shadow grew closer until a hand grabbed around the corner. This hand was ghastly in appearance, with black rotten skin that revealed pus-filled flesh and aged bones. Oscar's pupils dilated. His eyes widened as the monstrosity turned the corner, revealing itself. "What in the hell are you?" Oscar murmured. The creature had rotten black skin, barely clinging to its body. Its entrails trailed behind it between the legs, swaying from the rotten flesh that could no longer hold the organs in. But its head was the vilest, as the lower part up to its upper lip was a bloody skeleton while the top was rotten flesh with no eyes, nose, or ears. "Cree!" The shrills and shrieks of the creature sounded like a woman in agony. Oscar unconsciously took a step back from the unexpected noise but quickly stood firm. His buckler shone with the iron burning on it, ready to defend. The creature sniffed from its non-existent nose and locked onto Oscar. It charged at Oscar, flailing its pus and rotten flakes of flesh around. Oscar nearly gagged from the smell but went forward to meet this terrifying creature head-on. "Prince-stick." Oscar was calm enough to open his third astral eye. So long as he could foresee a fragment of this creature's movement, he could evade it unless it could defeat his foresight. But he stared absent-mindedly at the creature. There was not a single thing to be seen. He had never experienced this with his prinstinct. Under the strange world that his prinstinct could see, the motions of the ones he focused on should appear as ripples telling of their intent and motions. But there were no ripples here. The creature moved like a stagnant rock in this constantly flowing world. How could it be that there was nothing to see? The exception would be someone vastly more powerful than him. If Robert were serious, Oscar would not be able to see anything with his prinstinct. But this creature shouldn't be able to achieve that. With his prinstinct unable to see, Oscar opted to attack normally. His buckler met the rotten, pus-filled hand of the creature with his shattering wave coursing through. Then his dear anima appeared and crashed into the party. Impossible! Oscar trembled in disbelief. His shattering wave and antlers did absolutely no damage to the creature, but he was flung away and knocked onto the walls, floor, and ceiling like a ball. What the hell? Oscar spat out some blood. He managed to mitigate the damage with steel scales, but the creature's force was so strong that it blasted apart some of his steel. Oscar heaved and gasped for air, pondering what had occurred. This creature was unseeable in the prinstinct and possessed incredible physical power that overwhelmed Oscar. He suspected trying to divert the wraiths from that attack with flowing mountain would end in his body being torn apart. Strange. Oscar looked deeply at the creature that was licking its hands now. I can't sense a hint of Ein from it. Oscar thought a creature couldn't live in this wretched state and be incredibly powerful without Ein. The Ein would have to sustain this rotten state so it would not fall apart. But this anomaly was right in front of Oscar. Cree! The creature lurched forward, its bare spine slightly protruding from its grotesque flesh. Oscar struggled but managed to get up. His bones were still ringing from the creature's strike. A door opened to the side. The child from before was clutching the door knob and beckoned Oscar to come in. Mister, over here. That thing can't break the doors. Oscar hesitated for a moment. He still did not trust this child. But as the creature stomped closer, Oscar ran into the open room. He didn't know this child or his motives, but following him was better than facing that deadly monster. The creature screeched and flailed to catch Oscar, but the child closed the door shut and locked it. There were repeated sounds of banging, knocking, and scratching, but the door refused to budge. Eventually, the creature whimpered, gave up on the door, and walked away. Oscar listened for a while as the creature's steps went farther away. After hearing nothing, he sighed and snapped his dislocated shoulder into place with a groan. Thank you, Oscar said to the boy. The boy looked happy, jumping with joy. He said thanks. I'm a good boy. Oscar looked around the room. It was a bedroom with a large bed with an oak frame. A table with a fine tea set that looked as if it was freshly cleaned was placed by the wall. A window. Oscar saw the closed curtains and opened them, but the window was boarded up, blocking the sight of the outside. He tried to break it open, but like the wall, it was sturdy and withstood his strength. There's no escape. The boy looked sad and depressed. I tried so many times. The only way out is at the back entrance. But the keeper is always roaming. Leave, Oscar said. Where is the back entrance? The boy looked up at Oscar with a weak smile. Want to play a game? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 127. The floor is lava? The boy asked Oscar if he wanted to play a game together. Oscar did not reply to the boy's request. He was missing a lot of information, and this boy seemed to have some answers, calling the creature a keeper. He sat down and motioned for the boy to sit in front. The boy compiled and stared at Oscar with longing. It had been so long since he met someone else, not since he was trapped in this place. I will play with you, Oscar quickly interrupted the boy, who was about to burst into joy. But can you answer my questions? The boy bobbed his head up and down fast in his excitement. He would answer anything as long as he could play a game together with this mister. His eyes gleamed with radiance despite his poor conditions, waiting for Oscar to ask away. First, what is this place? The boy looked to struggle for a moment as he tried to remember. He scratched his head nervously and kept it up as the hairs started to fall off. Oscar saw the boy was in an odd state. The boy's eyes rolled back as his breathing quickened, prompting Oscar's worry. Stop! Oscar held the boy's wrists to stop him from scratching into his skull. The boy had scraps of flesh and blood under his nails, and blood began trickling down his pale head. You don't need to answer that question. I'll ask another one. Huh? What question? The boy blinked innocently. Was he trying to answer something? He tried to remember and moved his fingernails toward his head. Enough! Oscar stopped him again and quickly asked the next question. Who are you? Abe. My name is Abe. The boy, Abe, shouted. What about your last name? Oscar asked. Everyone has a last name. La last name? Abe swayed from left to right. His brows scrunched as he thought hard to remember. Oscar was on standby to stop Abe from scratching his head. Then Abe's eyes widened with a smile. Oh, my last name is a liar. Abe a liar, Oscar muttered. That's a good name. Oscar was still suspicious but decided to treat Abe like a child and patted his head. Abe smiled widely despite the blood on his pale face and felt comforted by Oscar's warm hand. Something was odd with Abe. Oscar thought about Abe's strange behavior when asked the first question. It was as though he was possessed and unaware of what he was doing. The fact he forgot he was asked a question was very telling of his strange situation. If I inquire about the things Abe shouldn't answer, he'll scratch himself until his brains fly out. Oscar took out a piece of jerky he kept in his bag and passed it to Abe. Have some. You must be hungry. Abe drooled at the sight of the dried meat and gulped his saliva audibly. He snatched it out of Oscar's hand and devoured it in mere seconds. He started to have a coughing fit. Don't eat so fast. Here's some water. Oscar passed his water, which Abe drank profusely. Thank you, mister. I haven't eaten something this delicious in so long. Abe wiped his mouth with the ragged cloth he wore. In so long? That leads to my next question. How long has you been here? Oscar continued his line of questioning. Abe took a long time to process the question, but he shook his head. I don't know. I've been hiding in this house from the keeper forever. You've mentioned this keeper before. Is it that creature I fought against before we came into this room? Oscar's hands trembled, remembering the incredible power of the creature. It was far more powerful than the Rainbow Didus and the Wendigo Alpha. Oddly enough, Oscar noticed his buckler was still somehow intact after all of that. Yes, that's it, the keeper. Abe huddled in his arms, quivering in fear. His voice was trembling as he spoke. It stays in the hallways, looking around. I run away from it whenever I see it. How did it not catch you until now? The doors. The keeper cannot break open locked doors. It can enter open rooms and unlock doors, so I always ran in one and locked it shut. Abe glanced at the door that shut this room. It was the one barrier between him and the monster. Oscar pondered for a moment. It was still odd that this keeper could display such power but could not catch this child for such a long time. Something was missing. It was nagging at Oscar's mind, but he needed more information. Then he realized something strange about Abe's responses. Why do you call it the keeper? Abe froze for a moment and murmured to himself. A keeper? Keeper? Why do I call it the keeper? He showed signs of resuming his self-harming episode. Oscar moved and stopped Abe, but this gave him a much clearer picture of what was going on. This boy, Abe, had something inhibiting his memories. He could recall things like the creature being a keeper, but not why it was called that. The details about the house were also lost in the recesses of his mind. Oscar wanted to help Abe remember so he could provide more knowledge, but he knew no spells that could help cure an ailing mind. The most he could do was stop Abe from hurting himself. You said the back entrance was the exit? How do you know, and how can we get to it? The game, Abe exclaimed, back to his normal lively self. The game? Oscar was confused. We have to play a game to get to the back entrance. It's small but has a big sign saying exit over it. Abe jumped up and down. Oscar was about to ask how Abe knew, but it was most likely something Abe could not explain without falling into madness. The more important topic was the game itself. What are the rules? How do we play? Abe posed like a superhero despite his frail frame. Let me show you. He went onto the bed and leaped onto the table, laughing joyfully. The floor is lava. The floor is lava? Oscar dumbfoundedly said. That's the game. The game entailed thinking of the floor as hot lava and anything that wasn't on the floor as rafts. This was an old children's game. He never expected it to be like that. But he saw Abe and realized this game was tailored toward him. Yes, mister, this game is pretty fun. We need to jump on top of anything that isn't the floor and leap over to the next until we reach the back entrance. And how do you… Oscar cut himself off quickly before asking how Abe knew this. Okay, how do we start the game? Abe looked at the door. We must go back to the entrance and step on the stool near it to start. Mister, you're fast. You must be great at the game. But the keeper will be outside to stop us. Oscar reminded Abe of the dangers. Oh, Abe lowered his head sadly, about to cry. He had finally found someone to play the game with, but he forgot about the keeper. Come here. Oscar decided to trust Abe. From everything he gathered, Oscar realized Abe was an unfortunate prisoner in this house. What about the other people? Emily was still somewhere in this place, so he had to find her. I didn't see anyone else. Abe tilted his head in confusion. There's only you and me here, but if there's anyone else in here, going to the back entrance can free them all. Oscar's brows raised up. If Abe's words were true, then Emily and perhaps Frederick could be freed from this nightmarish house if he succeeded in reaching the back entrance. Are you certain? Oscar asked. I'm sure, Abe answered confidently. The house will stop if we get out. Okay, hang on tightly to me. We'll be exiting this place. Oscar held the skinny boy with one arm, letting him cling to his neck. Abe was so fragile and thin that he felt like a sheet of paper in his hands. Abe started to tremble, remembering the scary monster, the keeper, that had hunted him for so long. His grip tightened on Oscar, who patted him comfortingly. I'll keep you safe. Abe's scared face loosened as a small smile appeared. Oscar unsummoned his dear anima. His dear anima was not the best choice in such a precise game like this. Slowly, Oscar unlocked the door, letting his head peek through. There were no signs of the abhorrent keeper nearby. Quickly and silently, Oscar returned to the entrance where he had arrived with Emily. There he saw the stool Abe mentioned. Abe pointed with one hand while the other covered his mouth to hide his excitement. Through his muffled voice, Abe said, "That's the stool. Jump on it to start the game." Oscar looked around with caution, eyeing the stool. It was a white stool with engraving carved into its legs. Even the stools in this manor were well decorated. But this was not the time to admire it. Oscar leaped on the stool and looked around. Suddenly, the white marbled floor became black as the void. In contrast, all the other objects, like the stair handles, fences, and lamps, had a white glow around them. Oscar's face tensed up. The game was on. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 128. A Liar Family Mystery. The game's true nature. "Mister," Abe shouted, "the keeper knows you are playing the game. He'll be coming for you." This warning made Oscar's face twist in frustration. He almost yelled at Abe but held back, saying, "Why couldn't you tell me that before? Hurry and jump to the next glowing thing," Abe yelled. Loud footsteps echoed through the halls. The keeper was on the move. Oscar did not know where the keeper was coming from, but he had to move. Oscar leaped off the stool and landed on a nearby table, which began to send a ripple of light that coursed through the floor of darkness. "Cree!" The shrieks of the keeper were loud and agitated, unlike its feral screams before. It sensed the ripples of light and began stomping louder and faster. "Mister, hurry!" Abe dug his head into Oscar's shoulder, not wanting to look. Oscar continued this trek, jumping from one object to the next. Each time sent forth more ripples of light that further agitated the keeper. Oscar managed to make it to a stair handle when the keeper appeared. It shrieked louder and charged across the floor of darkness, swiping at Oscar. Oscar managed to dodge by a hair and land on the other stair handle. The ripples of light coursed through the darkness, reaching the keeper, who began scratching itself, flaying more flesh off of its bones. The keeper leaped and landed on the bottom of the stairs to block Oscar. Oscar cursed the keeper's incredible abilities and jumped forward to combat the keeper. He raised his buckler high and slammed it down with all his strength on the keeper's head. But a similar scene occurred. Oscar was flung back up the stairs. He held and cradled Abe in his arms to prevent the boy from getting hurt by the collisions. The floor returned to normal, and the objects stopped growing the moment Oscar touched the floor. "Coo!" Oscar felt immense pain in his arm. It was broken and bleeding badly. "What the hell is this thing? We need to run, mister. We failed the game, so we need to go." Abe got out of Oscar's arms and started to tug him toward a door. The keeper shrieked louder and ran up the stairs to catch them. But Abe was quick enough to lock the door. Haha, I'm sorry. Oscar bound his arm together to set the fractured bone. His face was grim as he apologized for failing the game. Is there no other way to clear this game? Nope, Abe spoke from within his huddled arms. His back was quivering crazily from the fear of the keeper. It's the only way, I'm sure of that. Oscar groaned as his arm was finally bound by the bandages he had. The power of the keeper was unreal. Somehow, someway, he was still alive and he felt grateful for that. I need to move fast as possible, Oscar talked to Abe. Is there anything I can do to stop the keeper? Is there anything he doesn't like? Even something like this keeper should have a weakness because even the mighty Exalts possessed their own weaknesses. It was against all common sense that something like the keeper could exist. It doesn't like the light from the objects, but that only makes it angrier, not weaker. Abe recovered and stood up to help Oscar. No weaknesses. Oscar got back up and carried Abe on his back because of his arm's condition. He still had one heal elixir but didn't want to use it on just a fracture. I need to keep trying. Oscar bit his lip to forget the fear. He resolved to do this for Emily and Frederick, to get them out and back home together. Abe grabbed tightly on Oscar's back with a nod. Shit! Oscar dodged the keeper's furious attack and landed on an upside-down bucket. He restarted the game from the stool and made his way down the stairs before the keeper caught up. The next subsequent steps were made by barely dodging the keeper's attacks. Its arms were incredibly fast and spewed pus and flesh everywhere. This made various surfaces slippery and more challenging to stay able on. Oscar's eye was mostly focused on his feet to move as quickly as possible. He cursed the fact this keeper was somehow immune to the instinct. This whole game could have been a cakewalk if he could see its future movements. Once again, Oscar failed to land on the next object and fell to the floor. The feeling of the darkness on his skin was like dipping into a deep swamp before it vanished. With this failure, Oscar and Abe quickly ran into one of the rooms and locked it before the keeper could catch up. That was close. We won't get lucky like this forever. Oscar panted and drank some water to refresh himself. Then he noticed the room he was in. It was a big room with many sculptures and portraits blanketing the walls. But sculptures and pictures had something in common. None had any faces. The sculptures were carved to the finest detail on everything. The clothes, hair, fingers, and shoes, except for the face, which was smooth and incomplete. The paintings were the same. The faces were the skin's base color without any features. Simple compared to the rest of the body. Abe, what is this room? Oscar asked the boy. Abe looked around with gaping eyes at the paintings and sculptures. It was like he remembered something. His eyes flashed with a semblance of clarity. This is the gallery. Grandfather hired many great artists to paint and sculpt images of our family. Your grandfather? Oscar looked at one of the paintings, tracing his finger on the absent faces. There was one elderly-looking man with two young boys. Abe must be one of them. Abe, who is the other boy here? Is it your brother? That is, Abe thought as long as he could. But he soon became possessed and started to scratch his head again. No need to push yourself. We can think about your family later. Oscar stopped him. No, I remember. We played the floor is lava all the time together. Just like you and me, mister. The winner was the one who got to the back entrance from the front. Abe was jittery from the memories that were returning. But something happened. I don't know. But my heart feels cold. Cold? Grandpa would tell us to stop and not to fool ourselves with these data delusions? Abe struggled to say the next word. Sounds like a rough grandfather. Oscar held Abe once more. Forget about them for now. Let's get you out of here. He exited the room and sneakily returned to the stool to restart the game. You're doing it, Abe yelled with his hair whipping behind from the intensity of Oscar's speed. Oscar memorized his general course and was faster in getting across those obstacles. He made significant progress before the keeper made its way to him. Hello, you monstrosity. I'll come back here for the chance to destroy you when I'm stronger. Oscar goaded the monster, not sure if it could understand. But the keeper shrieked and continued its assault. Oscar noticed that, no matter how fierce the attack, the house and objects remained unmoving and undamaged. This manor was far too strange. The only reason that made sense was if these objects were high-grade armaments, but he felt no hint of iron from them. Oscar was quick on his feet and managed to make it to a long wide hallway with few objects on the floor. But across it was a large door that had the sign written exit over it. The back entrance. We're almost there, Abe, Oscar told the boy who was getting excited. Oscar. Oscar heard this voice and turned to the side with shock. There was Frederick, bleeding profusely from his stomach, with a large hole through his gut. Help me, Fred. Oscar stared at his friend, who was dying on the floor, with great fear. His body moved out of pure instinct. He had to save him. Don't! Abe screamed out his lungs. But Oscar had already thrown himself onto the floor to save Frederick. However, the moment he did, Fred vanished into thin air as the darkness cleared. Oscar could not process what had happened when the crushing blow of the keeper slammed into his stomach, crushing the bones. Mister! Abe screamed by clinging onto Oscar, who was thrown straight to the back entrance. The back door was unmoving to Abe's efforts to open it, and there were no side doors to escape to. The keeper began a slow trek toward Oscar and Abe, who grew pale at the incoming monstrosity. Illusion? Oscar struggled to keep his eyes open. That was an illusion? Did you see anyone? No, I didn't. You just jumped off on your own. Abe was angry and screamed at Oscar with tears in his eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Oscar apologized through his throat, full of blood. Mister. Oscar looked down at his wound but was bewildered. The keeper's power was so great that he was flung back despite using Shattered Wave. By all means, this blow to his defenseless gut should have killed him instantly. Thinking back, the entire thing was strange. Why did the objects and house react weirdly when the game started? What caused the floor to turn into darkness? How was this keeper alive? Abe, brother, game, grandfather, delusion. Is it? Oscar processed all the key points in his mind and came to one conclusion. He stood up despite the tear in his gut and told Abe to stand back. Play a game. Loser on the floor. Stop with the delusions. Oscar walked slowly to the keeper, who was about to strike down. But Oscar closed his eyes and calmed his heart. This isn't real. The keeper struck down, but instead of Oscar, it slammed on the floor. It shrieked with its horrible half-face, but Oscar was undisturbed. This is all an illusion. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 129. The Illusion of a Liar Manor. Oscar drew in a deep breath and exhaled, letting himself calm down. Even though I'm breathing to calm myself down, it's not like it's real. This body isn't real. None of this is. His words echoed through the spacious hallway. The keeper flailed around, trying to harm Oscar but had to pause. Abe looked at this scene in shock, not knowing what had happened. Why was the keeper not doing anything? How was Mr. Standing all right? Abe. Oscar turned to him with a smile. This is an illusion. We're all dreaming right now. An illusion? Abe stammered in disbelief. How can this be an illusion? Think about it. How many times have you escaped from the keeper? You saw how powerful it can be, but somehow it's unable to catch you. Oscar came closer to the keeper, that slowly backed away in response. Abe thought about it, but countless he was able to escape. If Mr. was hurt badly by it, then how did he get away? The pain we feel from it is what we believe will happen if we get hit, Oscar stated. Likewise, its role isn't to kill us, but rather keep us here forever. It hunts us into doors to lock us in until we come back out. Besides, it can't kill us in here anyway. The keeper struggled but receded from Oscar's fearless eyes. It's nothing but a bluff. Everything about it was convincing. The gruesome appearance, the entrails spilling out, and its shriek that sounds like a woman in pain. Oscar continued to explain to Abe. That made us believe it to be a monster, so it was. The more we try to resist it, the stronger it will push back in response to our thoughts. But look now, I am openly giving myself to it, but it quivers because it can't do anything. Come here, Abe. Oscar gestured for the boy to come forth. Don't be scared. Don't you see how it's afraid now? Abe came forward with a nervous look, but Oscar patted his shoulders reassuringly. Look at it and say you are not scary. You are not scary. Again. You are not scary. Again. You are not scary. Abe shouted at the top of his lungs. The keeper seemed to melt a little from the imposing presence of the two. Mister, how did you figure it out? Abe asked. First clue was my buckler. Oscar held the buckler to Abe, showing the crack. This crack came from a monster weaker than the keeper. But when the keeper hit it, there was no damage. Second clue was when you talked about what your grandfather said. How you and your brother should stop playing games and fooling yourselves with these delusions. Delusions, Abe stammered. Yes, you and I, we were playing the game, and the keeper was trying to stop us. I don't believe you remembered that without reason. You gave me a hint. The entire point was for us to stop playing the game and end this delusion we were stuck in. Oscar patted Abe on the head, who chuckled. Third clue, the creature had no motion in the prinstick. The prinstick should work unless it were vastly stronger than me, but illusions are the same. I cannot foresee if I'm in an illusion that messes with me. Finally, Frederick. I saw my friend here. Oscar pointed to the empty wall. You said you saw nothing, but I did. An illusion made from my memories. That gave me the conclusion that everything around me was an illusion. Then we can't get out? Abe realized that if everything was fake, then the back entrance being an exit should be fake. Are we stuck here? No. There is one other person here. Oscar pointed to the keeper. Isn't that right? Abe's grandfather? Grandpa! Abe staggered. His tiny hands flailed around. Look at him, Abe. Try to remember your grandfather. I know it's hard to remember the face, but do it. Put it on the keeper. Oscar nudged Abe forward. Remember, he is not a monster. You're not a monster. Abe spoke to the keeper. Grandpa. Abe tried hard to remember his grandpa. The old man with gray robes and a long beard that tickled his cheeks. He fought the urgings in his mind to picture more, seeing the old man with droopy eyes and long shaggy white hair. Grandpa. Abe placed his hand on the keeper, who calmed down. The flesh around it pulsed and grew, expelling all the rot and pus. More clean flesh formed around it with clean skin. A set of gray robes clothed the old man. Many strands of white hair flowed down his chin and scalp. The elderly man struggled for a moment before his droopy kind eyes opened, looking at Abe with tender love. Foolish boy, I told you to stop your delusions. Grandpa. Abe ran and hugged his grandfather. The two embraced each other as tears flowed down their cheeks. Abe cried and wailed like a child while the grandfather's beard became stained with it. Thank you, young Exalt. You have saved my grandchild and me from an eternity of suffering. I am Albert, a liar. Albert held Abe in his arms and bowed to Oscar. I am Oscar Ter. Can you tell me what happened here? Why were you and Abe in this state? Oscar asked. Albert sighed in shame and anger. Abe, you have forgotten for so long. It is time for you to remember. He placed his finger, glowing with warm light, on Abe's forehead. The boy began to shudder and shake as he leaped off Albert's arms. He shouted and pounded on the walls in great pain. Oscar tried to help, but Albert put his hand up with a shake of his head. Oscar was worried but soon changed to disbelief. Abe started to glow and grow taller, with a blue robe draped around him. His sickly figure became healthier, and his hair flowed down his hair. Abe? Oscar asked. The figure that was once the child looked at Oscar through a pair of glasses. He stood up and cracked his back. Hey, mister. It was Abe, but he was fully grown up and a handsome man. Abe. Grandfather. I prefer if you called me Grandpa. I'm too old for that. If it weren't for the pressing matters, I would have let you stay in your child form for a little while longer. You were just a cute, kind boy. Excuse me. Oscar interjected this family talk. What is going on? Albert and Abe stared at each other and then at Oscar. The Alire clan was once a prosperous clan a little over 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago? That's before the Blue Ocean Pavilion and the Brilliant Drake Empire, Oscar exclaimed. Brilliant Drake Empire, what is that? That much time had passed. Albert felt a tinge of sadness in the years gone by. How many of the people he knew were now gone? Abe stepped in for his absent-minded grandfather. My older brother Can was one of the best at illusion spells, the specialty of our clan, with his grade 7 Exalisa core. I remember he was always out and about with his friends while I was a sickly child, but we had fond memories of playing together in the house. However, Abe awakened to his talents. A grade 8 Exalsia core and a genius at illusions, Albert added on. Soon, Ken grew jealous of his brother's gifts and more unruly. I thought it was nothing to worry about, but then that incident happened. When I became a Martial Exalt, I was appointed as the next clan head. My brother's jealousy grew so much that he decided to retaliate. He started by putting the rest of the clan members into deep illusions, siphoning out all of their ein and taking it for himself. I remember when I saw those shriveled husks that were still in a deep sleep. There was no helping them, so I let them pass on without pain. Albert gripped his hands, trembling from anger. Then he came for us. We were poisoned badly, but we managed to strike back, killing him before we were sunk into his illusions. Grandfather managed to put in a failsafe, but I was too broken to realize anything. So I regressed into a child in the illusion while my grandfather was corrupted to become the keeper. Ab smiled at Oscar and said, "Thankfully you came. It's been 1,000 years or more. How did you survive for so long?" Oscar was still confused. Upon his dying breath, Ken invoked a final spell to seal the manor, burying it underground and preventing any souls from escaping. Our bodies may have rotted away, but our souls suffered here for so long as more of our ein was slowly taken. Albert grunted. "Taken? How is your ein still being taken? Isn't Ken dead? What can he do?" "Ken is not dead yet. He is now a remnant shade. A wraith," Eb answered. "It has taken him 1,000 years, but he has finally recovered from his incapacitated state, and his broken soul remains to haunt this manor." A wraith? The vengeful shade of the accursed? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 130. Can, the wraith of a liar. Wraiths. They were the remnant wills and desires of a person amalgamated into a singular presence that could influence the outside world. It was similar to the sword intent that Oscar faced, but the sword intents were from the lingering emanations from the sword that carved the true sword peak. On the other hand, wraiths were born of extreme emotions, unwillingness to die, and deep dark hatred. It was unknown what exactly facilitated the birth of a wraith, but these factors had to be present. The downside was wraiths were bound to the person or place that was the cause of their madness. Ken died, but his remnant desires to destroy me and become the head of the clan was so strong they formed a wraith. It is not Ken, but at the same time it is. Ken's wraith is bound to this manor because of his obsession. Abe explained Ken's status as a wraith. Oscar looked around the illusion manor. "Then what illusion is this?" "This was the illusion Ken made to seal our souls and slowly eat us. It was inactive for a time due to the seal. He was only a greater knight Exalt, but he somehow got his hands on a powerful poison that affected us. He has a sadistic nature and did this to torture us," Eb answered. "Can't he attack us in here right now?" Oscar was wary that they were still in Ken's illusion. Albert heartily laughed. "I was the previous clan head. Do not worry. I have made a layered illusion that shows the keeper, child Abe, and you. Ken will not suspect a thing, especially in his depraved state." Oscar felt admiration for this old master, truly an expert in illusions that led an entire clan of illusionists. To erect an illusion within someone else's illusion was a mind-boggling feat. Thankfully, Ken's wraith was too weak to do anything until recently. This manor must have come as a shock, suddenly appearing from the ground. Abe looked around and touched the walls. It was. There was no record of this in any books, so it caught us off guard. "Lord a liar? Can you find my friends?" "Lord a liar?" "Oscar, you can call me Abe as before. Don't mind that I'm a Martial Exalt. Right now, you are my benefactor and a great older brother." Abe smiled similarly to how his child form did. "I have found a girl with orange hair and eyes, but no one else. That must be Emily. Can you take us to her?" Oscar was relieved to find that she was all right. "I can do better." Eb grinned cheekily and focused a mass of purple ein around his hands. The ein fluxed and expanded until he clapped. Then Emily showed up out of nowhere in the middle of them. "What the hell? Where am I?" Emily was confused. "Emily!" Oscar hugged Emily in joy. "Oscar!" Emily was delighted. Her eyes beamed brightly. "I was so worried. You were suddenly flung away and locked behind a door." "Huh? Weren't you the one flung away?" Oscar was confused. "Illusion," Eb stated. "Of course," Oscar sighed. "Were we placed under the illusion from the start?" "The moment you entered the manor," Albert nodded. Oscar filled in everything that happened to Emily, as well as Ken's existence. Her face changed many times from the revelations. It was all an illusion? Emily looked around and felt the floors. The feeling was too real. Even the boy and the monster? How did she see you too? Oscar asked. The illusions are split into individual pockets for each person. We exist in every pocket and act out our roles. It's a way to hasten the absorption. Albert sighed. Illusions are so confusing. Emily's face twitched from the complicated means of illusions. Correct, young lady, which is why they are so much fun. Chuckled. Hold up. What about Fred? Oscar recalled Abe's words. You said you only found Emily. Where's Frederick? Emily did not mind her manners in asking these two martial exalts. Abe pondered for a moment, looking back into the recesses of his memories. It had been so long that shifting through all of it was quite the task. Finally, he found something and opened his eyes in shock. Oscar and Emily grew worried, seeing Abe's intense face. It did not seem good for Frederick. Albert slapped his grandson and yelled, You're scaring the kids. What did you remember? I remember seeing the boy with green hair and yellow eyes. Abe spoke to Oscar's relief, which soon turned to despair with his next words. But Ken dragged him out of this illusion to a completely different one. A different illusion? Oscar was confused why Frederick was singled out. Ken was yelling out in joy. He said he finally found his host. Abe said darkly, This was not good news at all. Oscar cursed out loud against Frederick's misfortune. Emily was confused, so they explained. A wraith was powerful enough to influence the outside world, but they could never leave the place of their haunting unless they had a host. This host should have the same depravity and hatred that the wraith can connect to. The idea was in the Xianxia core state. The Xianxia core not only filled itself with the Ein the Exalt absorbed but also connected to the Exalt's inner emotions. Any whimsical emotions would not fill an Xianxia core. If an Exalt held great hatred down to his soul, the hatred would fill the Xianxia core. A wraith would forcibly enter and take adobe in the Xianxia core of one that carried such dark emotions. Frederick had desired revenge all his life for the one he loved. He cast aside his friends and focused on his vengeance. An Xianxia core filled with such isolation, hatred, and grief was perfect for Ken to possess and inhabit, allowing him to take control of Frederick. Our Exaltia cores work like that? Emily was astonished. The Exaltia carries the anima, which is a representation of ourselves. It's little wonder it's also a mirror of our strongest emotions, Albert lectured. But if what you're saying is true, then your friend is lost. He's most likely already possessed by Kansas. Is there anything we can do to free him? Emily shook Albert, who allowed it due to her distress. There is one way. Abe's words gave Oscar and Emily a ray of hope. But it depends on Frederick himself. He must expel Can with his strength. But if he is full of hate, it's hard to get rid of the wraith who feeds on it. Oscar and Emily fell silent. Can we somehow talk to Frederick inside? Oscar asked for another way, pondered for a moment. Albert suddenly interjected and said, I have a plan. It is risky, but if we pull it off, we can defeat Can and save your friend. Seeing that everyone was paying attention, Albert continued to speak. I can take one person, and we can enter Frederick's Exaltia core and find your friend's locked-up soul. The person inside must convince Frederick to fight back, to expel Kansas. The other must wake up outside with Abe, who will provide support. They will fight Can in Frederick's possessed body and keep it away from the other's unconscious body. What do you think? Albert's suggestion was met with silence. Even Abe looked unfavorably at the chances of success. This plan was too dependent on Frederick. The only thing they could do was nudge him in the correct direction. This is our only chance. If so, I'm in. Oscar stepped forward. Me too. Emily followed along. Good children, you are worthy of being exalts. Abe, get ready. We will break out of this world and confront Can from both sides. Albert turned to Oscar and Emily. Which of you will go to meet your friend? Emily looked at Oscar, knowing it would be him. But Oscar slapped his hand on Emily's shoulder. She will go. Oscar. Emily looked at Oscar strangely. Wasn't this the chance for him to convince Frederick? Oscar could tell what Emily was thinking inside. I already had my chance at the grand gathering. Perhaps he needs to hear it from you. Besides, I think I have the best chance of holding on. I'm more defensive than you. Oscar sounded fine, but Emily saw he was not all right. However, he was firm that he had already given it a shot earlier and failed. Oscar, thank you. I'll make sure that Dolt wakes up, and he'll owe us a large meal at the Azure City. Emily smiled. Albert watched the two with a sad smile. What if Abe and Ken had gone along? Perhaps it was his fault as the one who raised them. Their parents were dead, and he had to raise them while working as the clan head. If he could return to that time, he would choose to retire and focus on the children. Ready? Abe was finished preparing. Ready? Oscar and Emily shouted. Oscar opened his eyes and stood up. He stared around him and saw Emily's body lying on the floor next to him. Oscar, Abe's voice resounded from his head. Abe, where is Ken? Oscar asked in his thoughts. He's approaching. What is this? How did you wake up from my illusion? Oscar heard a familiar voice, but it was filled with arrogance and disdain. Oscar saw Frederick. The same green hair and yellow eyes with a large scar over one of them. The twin-leaf swords were by his hips. But this wasn't Frederick. The face was completely different, twisted by vile cruelty and venomous hate. This was Ken, inhabiting his friend's body. Oscar's brow popped some veins as he strode forward. That's my friend's body you're inhabiting. Get out. Oscar charged ahead and slammed his buckler, which was blocked by Ken's swords. He heard the maniacal laughter of the depraved wraith. I don't know how you got out, but I'll put you back in. Frederick or Ken's eyes became black everywhere as a swirl of iron warped around them. Now! Albert's voice shouted. Oscar's eyes shone with a bright light. Albert and Emily shot out in miniature soul forms and entered Ken's blackened eyes. What? Ken retreated and cried in agony. What the hell is this? Abe and that old devil? What are you doing out of your cells? Finishing what started 1,000 years ago. Abe's voice as his form appeared next to Oscar. It's time for you to pay for your sins, Kansas. Now, get the hell out of my friend. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 131. Oscar versus the Wraith of a Liar. Emily's Weird Journey. Oscar's cold words did little to intimidate Ken, who reacted with Frederick's hearty smile, but it was without Frederick's bright enthusiasm. It was almost mechanical, as though the speech was not used to the voice. Abe, you fool. You should have just stayed in the illusion until your soul dissipated. At least, it would spare you the torment I'll put you through now. Ken spoke to Abe, who was clinging to Oscar's side like a shroud. Abe looked at Ken with derision. A mere wraith talks big. You're not Kansas. You're nothing but a malformed remnant of a madman who could never aspire to greatness but got drunk in the praises of others. Ken stomped on the floor, shaking the manor. His blackened eyes looked chillingly at Abe. Oscar felt cold from the pure hatred that spilled out from Kansas. The green iron that surrounded him was intertwined with a black iron. I never aspired to greatness. Ha ha ha. I had the resolve to kill and destroy the clan for strength. Look at me now. With this body, I will make a great name for myself outside while you decay in this place. Don't worry, brother. I will carry on the Liar name. The Liar name is long gone due to your selfish whims. Oscar spoke up for Abe, who was about to retort. But don't ignore me. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Ah, I see what you're doing. That old devil will try to break my hold from the inside while you hold me down on the outside. Clever. That grandfather of ours was always clever. But he was dumb to choose you as the next clan head. Ken continued his tirade. He dared to. Oscar came in close and summoned his dear anima. They swiped at Ken from both sides with all they had. Ken may be a weakened greater knight Exalt possessing a greater apprentice Exalt, but he was still powerful. He screamed at Oscar, "What are you doing? You talk too much. I don't give a damn about your family problems. But you threaten my friends and me." Oscar did not waste more time and bashed like a savage with his buckler. The dear anima provided support by supplementing Oscar's attacks. Ken defended against Oscar's blows but was shocked at how heavy they were. His hands were already trembling while gripping the twin-leaf swords. What manner of strength was this? Humph! Ken unleashed his iron to the fullest. Oscar's vision began to distort as he saw Ken disappear into nothingness. Abe flowed his purple iron and condensed it into a large gold unbloomed flower. Grade 2 dispelling pollen. The flower bloomed and burst forth a tide of pollen. The air around Oscar distorted again until it calmed down. But Can was now in view. His face expressed clear shock. There's not running away. Can's wraith. I will dispel any illusions you summon forth. Abe spoke as though it was natural for him to defeat Can's illusions. This infuriated Can even further. He looked at his younger brother and thought of the past when he was the genius and Abe was a sickly child with no prospects. But the heavens had betrayed him and made Abe the better one. As the oldest, how could he stand for this? You took everything from me. Can swirled the Ein to his feet as he invoked Frederick's spell. Wind steps, to sidestep Oscar, intent on cutting through Abe. The mix of black and green Ein was intimidating, but Oscar was ready. Flowing mountain. He blocked Can's swords and rotated with more reese, rebounding Can's power and added with more strength. Can was blown back to the wall, but he didn't scream or yell. He didn't feel any pain as a wraith. They could fight until their host bodies were dust. Oscar scanned Frederick's body and inwardly sighed in relief. He didn't want to wound his friend's body too much. However, a drop of sweat dripped down his chin. He felt Can's strength was abnormal. Abe, can we knock him unconscious? I think he's overusing Fred's body, Oscar asked his partner. No, a wraith does not need sleep. They are forever conscious. No amount of pain would knock them down unless you can have a spell to attack the mind. Abe also saw the overexertion on Frederick's body, but he knew Can wouldn't carelessly datery his vessel. I do have one of those. Oscar rushed in to Abe's surprise. The plan was to stay put and defend. They had already claimed the initiative. What was the point of charging in? Can put up his two swords, and they glowed with immense light. Brilliant slash. The ensuing cross attack, composed of 2 slashes, was large. It was 3 times as large as Frederick's output. The supplement of a Can's power had boosted it to incredible powers. Dual awaken. Adamus raise. Shattering wave. Oscar focused the trifecta of attacks with his dear anima, and they broke through the sharp blades of light. He came closer to Can, who was starting to invoke another spell, but Oscar was 1 step ahead. Stone gaze. He formed a link to Can's eyes and froze him in place, halting his Ein as well. Abe, share your Ein with me. Abe understood the spell Oscar used and gladly gave Oscar his Ein. The link between Oscar and Can became stronger. But Can was not just all talk. His mind was incredibly resilient and began to resist Oscar's gaze. Hold on. Oscar needed to hold on. Otherwise, Can would run Frederick's body ragged until he had ground the bones into dust. There was only hope in this deadlock. Counting on you, Emily. Albert led Emily through Can's eyes and traveled into the inner world. Emily saw Frederick's green core but was shocked to find black chains around it. They were spreading a dark color around the parts where they touched. This is your friend's core. Look at his hawk anima. Albert pointed to the hawk anima that was also in chains. It was still green but was slowly being corrupted. It is fortunate that we're here in time. It may have been impossible if the Exaltia core and anima were completely corrupted. But possession is a tricky process. Let's hurry up and save Frederick. Emily beckoned Albert to continue. She could not wait a moment longer. She was going to see Frederick again. I cannot go with you into the Exaltia core. You must go in alone, Albert stated solemnly. Once you are inside, Can will begin his assault inside. I must be outside to prevent most of his influence from trying to kill you. No problem. Give me a short time. I'll drag him out myself. Emily stared at the Exaltia core. Let's begin. Albert waved his hand and threw Emily straight into the Exaltia core. It began to tremble and wail as the chains began to squeeze. But Albert was quick and exerted his Ein to stop the chains. Can, my foolish grandchild, your time is long past. We both made many mistakes in the past, but we must not affect the present time with our problems. The dark inner world trembled as more force was exerted to expel Albert and stop Emily. But Albert shone brightly, forcing Can's will to subside. The rest is up to you. Inside Frederick's Exaltia core, Emily found herself in a strange place. It was a large estate. Many workers worked in various places, from the stables to the gardens. She was confused about what was going on. Why was she in this place? However, she soon placed it out of her mind. Her priority did not change. Where was Frederick? Who are you? A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. Emily turned to find a guard, but the face was blurry. He brandished his spear to ask more. How did you get into these grounds? This is the estate of the Klein family. Emily felt like teaching this guard a lesson but quelled her hostility. She was not sure what would happen if she went on a rampage in this place. Albert kept mentioning that the Xianxia core was a very delicate part of the Exalt and not to act recklessly. How should she deal with this? Emily thought and caught some of the workers working in the garden. A light bulb set off in her head. I'm a new worker here. I just arrived and went in, Emily hastily said before the sharp spear of the guard. A new worker? Were we expecting one today? The guard relaxed his spear. Follow me. He led Emily outside the estate doors, where he ordered her to stay under the other guard's watchful eyes. He went inside, leaving Emily alone. Emily felt awkward standing here, but she stayed put. She also felt something odd about the way these guards were behaving. They behaved very awkwardly. Even the guard that talked to her talked in a very monotone voice, not to mention their vague faces. Then the doors opened, and a middle-aged woman with hair tied in a bun walked out. She wore a long dress made uniform and wore a pair of glasses. You must be the young master's new personal maid. Follow me. The woman spoke in a low tone, but she was more animated than the guards. Emily followed her inside the estate. It wasn't the biggest estate, half the size of the Alire Manor, but the inside was very large and with wide windows. I am the head maid, Roberta Chase. Welcome to the Klein estate. The woman bowed slightly to Emily, who knew to return the bow. We'll need to work on your posture and etiquette. Roberta led Emily into a room. Wear this and come out. In the changing room, Emily stared at the clothing Roberta gave her. Her face flushed slightly, thinking, what the hell am I doing? A few moments later, Emily exited the room. Her orange hair was tied into a ponytail with a black and white ribbon holding it together. She was dressed in a beautiful maid uniform with a white lining along the black cloth. She was embarrassed at the thought of becoming a maid. She didn't look down on them, but as an Exalt, it was still mildly off-putting. Roberta led her to a room, and they entered with Roberta at the helm. Young master, I've brought the new maid, she bowed. Huh? Why do I need her, old lady Robert? There was a young boy with green hair and yellow eyes. Emily's orange eyes glinted. Found you. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 132. Made Emily Navina of the Klein estate. Found him. Emily did not believe her eyes were mistaken. The young boy lounging around on the bed and complaining had the same green hair and topaz yellow eyes as Frederick. She looked around, judging that she was in an illusion world. Girl, do you hear me? Emily heard Albert's voice in his head and replied, I do. I'm in an illusion, right, Elder? It is just like Ken to do this. I was hoping you would find your friend chained up, but this will be trickier to get to him. Albert's voice was laden with a small hint of pride for his wayward grandson, but mostly solemn because of the difficulty of this endeavor. What do you see? I'm in his family home. I found him, but he's a young boy. What is this illusion? Emily looked on as head maid Roberta started to scold the young Frederick, who was forced to sit on the floor, repenting for his actions. Frederick was pouting and trembling at the lips from embarrassment. Albert was silent for a moment before answering. This is an illusion built upon your friend's memories. If my guess is correct, he will travel from different places in his memory related to the hatred that encompasses every part of his soul. This way, your friend will be in perpetual torment and feed more hatred that tightens Ken's grip on him. Emily realized now why the people seemed so odd and weird at times. Frederick must have weak impressions of those people, so their manifestations in the illusion were not as vivid, leading to awkward words and barebone expressions. But this head maid Robert was more animated. By seeing this scene of scolding in front of her, it was plain to understand how Frederick would have a stronger image of her. Why am I taken in as a new maid? Emily was confused about how she was interacting in this world of memories. As I said, it's a world of illusions based on memories and happenings. It should try to reject you, but I'm holding it back. You are now in it and can interact. Introduce yourself. Roberta stepped aside and gestured for Emily to come closer. Emily froze for a moment. She asked Albert, Elder, what do I do? Can I talk to Frederick to end this? I cannot help you because I'm too busy with Ken's assault. He's relentless. Play along with the memories. There must be a moment or several when your friend's consciousness will show. Do you think the boy right now is currently your friend or an image of himself? Emily came close upon seeing Roberta's slight annoyance. She looked at the young boy who had a scowl on his face, with a twitch in her lip, thinking of disciplining this child as she did for Frederick. Hello, young master. I am the new maid, Emily Navina. Her hands were slightly, and her face flushed, but she had to do as Albert said. The Frederick in front of her was not the current Frederick. It was just a part of the illusion. Emily? That's a weird name. Frederick pointed at Emily with a wide smile. Emily's brow popped some veins. She was close to hitting this little brat but managed to stop. However, Robert smacked Frederick for her. Young Master Frederick, shall I inform Madame Ivanka about your behavior? Robert readjusted her glasses. Behind them were narrow eyes that stared at Frederick. Nope, I'll get up. Young Frederick's face paled slightly, but his body sprang out of bed and stood at attention. He was terrified of his young aunt, who often scolded him. It was common for Roberta to use Ivanka's name as a threat to force Frederick to behave. Now then, Emily, take care of our young master's needs. He's going to a banquet later, so he must not do anything drastic, Robert said to Emily. Emily nodded. Frederick heaved a breath of relief after Roberta left and looked at Emily with some interest. You're quite pretty. Oh really? Emily stoked her cheek with a smile. At the very least, this younger version of Frederick was somewhat more proper. It's a shame you're old. Emily clenched her fist, cracking the knuckles. Forget what she thought earlier. She was mistaken about Frederick's good qualities. Anyway, help me dress. Frederick spread his arms to let Emily start dressing him up. This left Emily dumbfounded. Was this what a maid was supposed to do? Can you hurry up? I can't be late for breakfast or father will be mad. Frederick turned to Emily. Why isn't this maid moving? Emily searched around and found some clothes. She quickly clothed Frederick in it while constantly reminding herself that she had to play along. This farce of putting on the clothes was nothing more than an illusion. It wasn't real. How is it, young master? Emily said. It's all crinkled, and you did the buttons slightly off. I'm going to be scolded by father. Frederick tried to fix his clothes with a scared face. Seeing this impertinent brat complain made Emily feel newfound respect for all the maids and servants dealing with such people. Ah, I have to go. Frederick sprinted out of the room. Suddenly the room began to distort. Emily was shocked at what was happening and asked Albert what was happening. It's shifting to the next memory. Be ready. Emily felt like she was swimming through a swamp as the memory swirled, and she found herself in the main hall of the estate. She was beside Frederick, who was fidgeting. Young master, what is happening? Emily decided to ask. She had no idea what was happening. I'm being forced to go to a banquet, Frederick said. Annoyed. You're my maid. How do you not know? You're going with me and attending to the carriage. It must have slipped my mind, young master. Emily kept up her mechanical smile. I'm sure you'll have fun at the banquet. I can't trust the words of someone who forgets her job, Frederick complained. Frederick, a deep, authoritative voice called out for Frederick, who stiffened upon hearing it. It was a tall man with similar features to Frederick, but had an expressionless face. Clarence Klein, Frederick's father. Father, Frederick bowed. Emily realized what to do and bowed. Master, Clarence stared at his son, scrutinizing him. This banquet is important. Do not embarrass the Klein family. I have high expectations of you. Yes, father, Frederick answered like a military soldier, but there were beads of sweat on his forehead, and his small back was quivering. Emily looked at this interaction between father and son, feeling sorry for young Frederick. She thought about how she and her father spoke and acted toward one another. It wasn't as detached or distant as this, but casual and full of endearment. He grew up under these strict rules and this sort of father. Is this what nobles are like? It's no wonder he decided to be like a rogue. Emily recalled Frederick's whimsical actions and unkempt clothes with a smile. Let us depart, Clarence said. The scene distorted again. Next, she was in a grand banquet hall where many nobles dressed in beautiful clothes conversed and danced. However, their faces were very vague. She stood near the walls, looking into the banquet. All the other servants, like maids and butlers, were also lined around the walls, waiting for their masters to finish and go home. Clarence Klein approached Emily and the other man besides her, another servant but not well imagined, and said, "Find my son. We're leaving." Emily and the other servant separated to look for Frederick. She looked around the hallways but found nothing. After returning to the banquet, she noticed the terraces that overlooked a large garden. In one of them, Emily spotted Frederick and moved to call for him but stopped upon seeing another girl. The girl had teal hair and brown eyes. She and Frederick were sharing some treats, smiling and laughing together. Emily had never seen that kind of expression on Frederick before. He smiled on many occasions, but none were as bright and tender as the one before her. It was all done toward this girl beside Teresa. Emily knew for sure. This girl was the one at the center of Frederick's drive for revenge. The one who loved Gilbert so strongly. She never noticed Frederick's love for her. But by then, it was too late, and she threw herself down. This must be the banquet Frederick mentioned. The place where he first met Teresa. The start of the tragedy. Is Frederick conscious here? Emily sneaked closer to take a good look at the young Frederick. But she could not tell. Frederick. Emily barged in their good time, saying Frederick's name to probe for a reaction. But the young Frederick did not show any signs of a shift or change in demeanor. He looked at Emily and scolded, "I am a young master. Also, can you come back later? I want to be with Teresa more." Teresa finished her treats and said, "Frederick, you don't have to say that. Your maid must be here for a reason. Let's play more later." She had a pleasant voice that was uplifted by her enthusiasm and excitement. "Okay, I'll see you later." The young Frederick blushed and nodded. After Teresa left, Frederick turned to Emily with a pout. "Why did you come here?" "I was having fun." Confirming that this wasn't the true Frederick, Emily bowed and said, "Young master, the master wants you to return. It's time to go home." Frederick had a frown. "Did you have fun, young master?" "I did." Frederick recovered with a wide smile. "I'm glad to have come here." His little feet skipped ahead, leaving Emily behind. She looked at Frederick's back sadly, thinking of the pain he would experience later. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 133. The tragedy unfolds. Emily didn't know how much time had passed. The memories kept flowing into the next scene. Each time it was something related to Teresa. Emily watched as Frederick grew brighter, happier, and more comfortable. In all those times, Emily could not find a single hint of Frederick's true self. It was the same as he laughed and talked with Teresa. Although the young Frederick's face was lively and joyful, it was still an illusion. "Where are you, Frederick?" Emily sighed as her hands cleaned the table in Frederick's room. As if answering her voice, the doors flung open to reveal young Frederick, who was humming to himself. "Welcome back, young master," Emily said, still pretending to be a maid. Frederick, now 10 years old, responded to Emily's greeting with a cheerful smile and sat down on a chair. "Emily, I'm going to meet Teresa again today." "Is that so?" Emily spoke as she combed the young Frederick's hair, an action she's done a couple of times in other memories. "What is the occasion today, young master?" "They said a person from the Raven family is coming down here. Everyone's gathered to welcome him," Frederick answered. "But who cares? I can meet Teresa." "Raven family." Emily stopped combing, thinking about Elizabeth Raven, her former instructor. "Where are you, Frederick? We need to return to reality. People are waiting for us outside." "Why did you stop combing?" Frederick bobbed his head, confused. "Sorry, I will continue," Emily resumed, but then the world distorted again, dragging her to the next scene. She opened her eyes to find herself in a grand ballroom. Everyone was blurry or lacking features like their faces. The only clear one was Clarence Klein. The illusion world wasn't perfect. It tried to fill in the details of different places outside where Frederick was currently in. "If I remember," Frederick said he was at the garden when the visitor from the north came. She remembered every word Frederick said before he parted from their group. Emily sprinted out and found herself in the gardens, looking for Frederick. She heard the sounds of laughter and went toward the source. Once there, she found Frederick and Teresa together. Emily stared at the two children, who were having a great time. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she followed the children around. They greeted another boy who was sickly pale, skinny, and coughing, but one could tell he was quite handsome under all that. The blue hair and eyes were a dead giveaway. Teresa called out his name endearingly. Gilbert. Emily narrowed her eyes at the young Gilbert. Slowly her killing intent began to seep out. From her many talks with Celestina, she knew Gilbert was an arrogant prick who did not know about boundaries and was Frederick's hated enemy. Calm down. I can feel your emotions fluctuating, Albert warned. Do not do anything drastic in the illusion world. We don't know what could happen. Emily breathed in and out and looked at Frederick. She saw the sad expression he wore while watching Gilbert and Emily. It was the complete opposite of the joy he expressed earlier. Emily felt like hugging this sad young Frederick but grounded herself to reality, knowing it was all an illusion. Then someone intruded. A boy with blonde hair and yellow eyes like a tiger. It was the younger version of the hateful Samuel Carter, who she gleefully hammered into madness. Frederick slapped Samuel, knocking him senselessly and running him off. Emily smiled at this scene and secretly gave the young Frederick a thumbs up. The two others huddled with Frederick with smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Emily thought about herself, Oscar, and Frederick. I'll make sure to protect you, no matter what. We're friends, Frederick loudly declared. You said that without hesitation. You cared for them so much. What about us? Emily thought about how Frederick so easily left them to pursue his revenge. She didn't want to believe they were that easily discarded. He even saved Oscar back at the floating islands of Eden. So why? Why did you leave? Emily murmured. The scene changed again, but this time, Emily was not hoisted back to the manor but ended up in front of a great palace with an open roof. She saw Teresa and Frederick in the front. They seemed worried, talking about Gilbert and the rumors of his sudden change. Emily realized this was the place where their exalcias were determined. The moment when Frederick and Teresa's descent into hell began while Gilbert ascended. Emily, Frederick spoke, not as enthusiastically as when he was young. The years passed as he matured and had some of his now handsome features. He was under the pressure of his family and worried about Gilbert. Wait for me outside. Yes, young master. Emily bowed, but her shoulders trembled. If she could go back in time, she would stop Frederick and Teresa from going inside. She wondered what sort of sad expression Frederick would make when exiting. Time passed. Emily kicked at the ground, waiting for Frederick to return. Finally, the doors opened, and Emily's heart fell at the sight of Frederick, who was holding back tears. She watched as Frederick bolted to Teresa to reassure and comfort her. But what about you? Emily looked at Frederick, who was barely keeping it together, trying to console the devastated Teresa. Who is there for you? She looked at Clarence Klein with great loathing. He wore a look of disappointment and cold anger directed at Frederick. What kind of father was this? The world changed again. Emily opened her eyes amid a campsite in a forest. It was daytime. It's that day. The day when Gilbert broke Teresa's heart, leading to her death. The day that haunted Frederick forever. Elder, this is the moment, the catalyst of his revenge. Can this be the moment? Emily asked. It's the most probable. If this is the center of all of his darkness, then it stands to reason that he should be here, Albert answered with a strained voice. Girl, you have to hurry. Kansas salt is getting stronger, and I don't think it's going well for your friend on the outside. He's incredible to hold his own, but he needs help. Emily. Frederick's voice got her attention. Emily looked at this version of Frederick. He had his feet on the table with messy clothing and ragged hair. Get me an apple, he said. The previous him who spoke cheerfully was gone. His attitude was also the worst because although he had issues, he was still somewhat respectful of others in the past. Yes, young master. Emily cleaned an apple and passed it to him. Suddenly, Frederick shot to his feet and stomped toward Teresa, who had just arrived. Emily saw the poor state of the girl and felt sad for her. May you be happy in the next life. Emily silently prayed for Teresa's soul. She continued to watch, walking behind Frederick as he brooded in sadness. The interactions with Gilbert and Teresa were no longer as happy or uplifting as before. There was only pain pouring into his heart. Then the world distorted to nighttime. Frederick was gone. She knew this was the moment. Emily ran ahead in the forest. She searched all over for signs of Frederick, but he never mentioned which direction he went. Her eyes surged even in this world of illusions, quickening her steps. She had never used it before because it was unnecessary, but now, she had to traverse through this place. Thankfully, the world was limited, and its edges prevented her from going too far. She scaled across the forest in mere moments until she saw Frederick. Frederick was yelling Teresa's name and looking around in the woods. He was worried and panicked, not caring about the scratches on his hands while rustling across bushes. Frederick! Emily bit her lip and wanted to stop him, but she needed to let this play out. Her hands were clenched, knowing what was going to happen next. Frederick found a piece of gray cloth and ran in that direction, with Emily stealthily following. Finally, the moment was here. Emily saw Teresa standing near the cliff. It was a very dangerous spot. Any misstep would mean falling to their death. The sequence of events began. Emily's hands dug into the tree next to her. She saw Frederick approach slowly, trying to convince Teresa to come back. But Emily saw the look on Teresa's face. Even in Frederick's memories, every single one of Teresa's expressions, especially this one, was so precise. Emily wondered how often Frederick thought about Teresa, feeling sad in her heart. "Teresa!" Frederick screamed, his voice echoing through the ravine. He screamed louder like a madman until suddenly, he fell silent, standing on the cliff's edge, staring straight into the ravine with vacant eyes. Emily shuddered, seeing this. It was the same eyes that had said goodbye to her and Oscar. It was the true Frederick. "Frederick!" Emily leaped out of the forest, her maid uniform floating about her body a little. "Emily?" Frederick turned to see Emily. She stood where Frederick was before and walked slowly toward him. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 134. Emily and Frederick. "Screw off," Ken roared, slashing his swords down at Oscar. Oscar lifted to buckler to block. His knees began to buckle as the cracks like spiderwebs formed on the floor. He changed stances and diverted the two swords, running away from the head-on battle. Oscar's hands were numb and trembling. He could not believe Frederick was capable of this incredible power. It happened so suddenly after Ken forcibly broke off his Abe-empowered, stone gaze. Frederick's body is tearing apart. Oscar was terrified. Frederick's body was bloodied all over with tears and cuts, not from Oscar's attacks. These injuries suddenly occurred each time Ken attacked, but Ken still smiled widely despite the blood dripping all over the ground. He's forcibly inputting more of his Ein into Frederick to force him to be stronger. "We must stop him, or your friend's body won't last," Abe shouted in Oscar's head. Oscar's eyes were bloodshot, and he shot ahead in a powerful dash, but Ken was quick and dodged. "Keek keek," Ken's cold voice echoed through the manor, licking the blood on his arm. "I didn't want to do this. Frederick here is an amazing vessel. I don't want much harm done to him." He recalled the first moment he witnessed Frederick in his illusion. As a wraith, he was very sensitive to depravity and dark emotions, and Frederick was a wellspring of those emotions. His Xianxia core and body would be perfect for him to inhabit. A cloud of dust blew away. Ken had his hand outstretched, shrouded in green and black Ein, placed on Oscar's buckler. He smirked from ear to ear and said, "Your physical power is incredible, but your Ein is lacking compared to mine." Oscar's legs were straining to push forward, but Ken's arm remained unmoving despite his best efforts. It was the culmination of Shattering Wave and Ein Awaken, yet it did nothing. At this moment, a concentration of purple Ein flowed and encompassed the room. Ab stretched his arms and clapped. The Ein distorted, and Ken found himself in a forest with yellow motes of pollen floating everywhere. "Trying to put me to sleep in this illusion?" Ken scoffed and slammed his hand down on the forest grounds. The pollen was sticking to his skin, and roots were growing out of the floor and entangling him. Ken shouted with power, "Burn!" A blazing inferno swallowed the entire forest, the pollen, and him. The scenery changed back to the manor floor. Ken still had his hand on Oscar's buckler, but his Ein exploded out, forcing Oscar's back to slam into the wall. "Gah!" Oscar felt some blood welling up but forcibly held it down. He could not use his steel scales in time to mitigate the damage, but his body was strong enough to endure. Ken looked at Abe's spiritual form, attached to Oscar's shoulder, with his arms crossed. Did you forget that I can do the same things you can? Breaking an illusion is easy. Or perhaps your arrogance led you to believe you were still the mighty martial Exalt that lorded over me. Pathetic. Abe did not respond to Ken but looked at Oscar, who wrenched himself free from the wall. Oscar, he's anxious, Oscar whispered. His eyes were shining with anticipation, and his mouth formed a smile. What? Abe asked. Oscar could not answer as Ken began his furious assault, cleaving through the marbled floors and walls of the manor. Fortunately, Oscar had the prinstic, watching each fluid motion leading to the next. Even though Ken was a greater apprentice Exalt like Robert, he was still moving in Frederick's body. Die for my future. Ken grew anxious, adding more power to his strikes, but he could not catch Oscar. His frustration continued to build as his eye became more erratic and lacked control. Abe was also surprised to see this and understood what was happening. Nervous? I wonder what's happening inside, Oscar goaded. He didn't know what was happening with Albert and Emily, but Ken's sudden change must be related to it. His face broke out into a smile. I only have to dodge for a while until they're done. Shut up. Ken's leg tore up with more blood. In a split second, he was before Oscar, whose eyes widened. This one attack had surpassed his prinstic. Stop messing with my friend's body, Oscar shouted. Frederick, Emily shouted. Emily, Frederick spoke. His voice trembled for a moment. The visage of his younger self distorted and changed into his true appearance. His mature face and large scar over his eye were proof. The night sky suddenly rumbled as dark clouds gathered overhead. Frederick, Emily stopped, taking in Frederick's current appearance with a sad look, and held her hand out. What are you doing? Come with me. Frederick stared at Emily's outstretched hand but turned back to stare at the deep ravine where Teresa's dead body was splattered on the rocks. I can't go with you, Emily. You're possessed by a wraith. Emily stomped forward but not close enough to grab Frederick. She held back a bit and wanted to talk. He's trapped you in this world to feed on you. You'll die in here if you stay long enough. You'll cease to be yourself. I know, Frederick said indifferently. There was not the slightest reaction to Emily's words. Emily staggered back. You knew? I knew the entire time. Emily's eyes widened as her face paled. Then why? Frederick sighed and said, I made a deal. Ken will kill Gilbert while I give him my body and live in this world of illusions to feed him more hate. So there's nothing for you here. Go back. Go back. Go back. Emily screamed. She sprinted ahead, grabbed Frederick's back, and flipped him over her shoulder. He landed squarely on the ground, but his face didn't change as though there was no pain. We came here for you. We ran to the spiraling willow forest and fought our way through to save you. Emily yelled and knelt to grip Frederick tight on his shoulders to force him still. Her orange eyes stared dead into his green eyes. I can't kill Gilbert as I am. Frederick struggled and tried to pry Emily's hands away. I can't forget Teresa. You don't know how much I loved her. I've lived through your memories, and I know how much you care for her. I watched when you met her for the first time and were sad to leave. I listened to you as you never ceased to talk about her. I felt sad for you when you saw her love for Gilbert. But would this be what she wanted? What were her last words to you? Emily argued. She wanted you to live, not to throw your life away like this. Live? How can I live while constantly thinking about what happened here? How can I live knowing the bastard who is responsible is having the time of his life? Frederick stated. You once told Gilbert and Teresa that you would protect them no matter what. What about us, Frederick? Oscar and I are here, waiting and fighting for you. Oscar is putting his life on the line outside while I could die in here. Would you not protect us as well? How is going to throw yourself into death, protecting yourself? Stop. Frederick's face darkened. What you're doing is selfish and uncaring towards us. Do we mean nothing to you? You're no different from Gilbert if you do this, Emily shouted. This statement unnerved Frederick, flaring his nostrils. The most disgusting thing in the world was to be compared to that bastard. Why can't you just leave me alone? Frederick shouted. Just live on without me. Emily struggled to keep Frederick away from the cliff. Frederick was pushing her away to stand up. In this world of illusions, it was hard to keep Frederick down forever. You're right. I did abandon you too like a bastard. So why? Please just go away. I'm just a failure. Why is it worth doing all this for me? But Emily brought her face close to Frederick's and placed her lips on top of his. Frederick froze for a moment. His eyes widened at Emily, who had her eyes closed with drops of tears at the corners of her eyes. Her face seemed so mellow, and Frederick was drawn into it, closing his eyes and losing himself in the soft feeling of her lips. "Ha ha!" Emily let go of Frederick and said with lines of tears on her cheeks, "I love you, you idiot. Why you love me?" Frederick's face broke for the first time. He slumped back to the ground, losing strength in his body. Emily tenderly embraced Frederick, her arms wrapped around him, and whispered into his ear, "I love you. Please come back with me." Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 135. Frederick returns. "I love you." Emily's confession made Frederick tremble. Her words echoed endlessly in his mind. The same heart he tried to kill long ago was now beating wildly and was out of control. Speechless, Emily stroked Frederick's cheek as her eyes lowered. "What about you? Do you love me?" "Why?" Frederick finally spoke. Emily tilted her head. "How can you be in love with me? This isn't another illusion, is it?" Frederick couldn't believe it and shouted. Emily was silent for a moment, still smiling. Suddenly, she slammed her fist into Frederick's face, but held on to him to prevent him from separating from her. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Was that an illusion? You dare take my feelings so cheaply." Frederick recoiled and coughed. His yellow eyes focused on Emily. Her bright orange hair and eyes were like a warm lamp on this stormy night. He couldn't help but ask again, "But why? I left you and Oscar to cut off this relationship. So why are you in love with me?" Emily sighed and hugged Frederick again. This time her face was flushed to the brim to her ear tips. The same occurred for Frederick. "What can I say? Did it start when I helped bandage your wounds during the night raptor mission? Or when we went as a pair to hunt blood baboons while Oscar was in prison? I can't say. But I was so devastated and sad when you just left." Emily's embrace tightened. "Every time your name was brought up, I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. I rushed to find you at the floating islands of Eden but had to leave because of circumstances. I only wanted to see you once in all this time." "Emily," Frederick could feel the arms wrapped around him, trembling. Emily continued, "When I went through your memories, you don't know how happy I was to talk and laugh with you, even when it was just an illusion. How often have I wanted to interfere and comfort you when you were down? You never had anyone do that for you, right?" She pulled away from his embrace and kissed him again. "I'm here for you. You can lean on my shoulders and I'll listen," Frederick cried. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, falling onto the ground. He tried to stop it, but his sleeves were getting wet to the brim. Then a soft pair of hands brought him in close. Emily brought Frederick to her chest, embracing him with tender love, and kissed his head. She could see the 7-year-old Frederick, who lived sadly under the cold gaze of his father, the 10-year-old Frederick, who watched from the sidelines at Teresa, and Gilbert, the 14-year-old Frederick, who lamented as Teresa fell. All their images imposed together on Frederick in her soft embrace. She hugged him tighter, comforting all versions of Frederick. Frederick continued to cry. When has anyone ever comforted him like this? "Geez, if you cry this much, you'll drench this maid uniform. Although it's just an illusion." Emily patted Frederick's head. Her orange eyes relaxed with her smile. "So what about you? Do you love me?" Frederick released himself from Emily's embrace and looked into her eye, noticing her fingers fidgeting around. It was obvious she was nervous about his answer. Frederick looked up at the stormy night sky. He remembered the first time they ran into each other at the mission hall. The brash and obnoxious attitude she had displayed at their first conversation, followed by her caring treatment. The time when they hunted the blood baboons and how he thought she was cute. She even cut her hair in repentance for her actions, but Frederick still thought that was beautiful. He remembered her sad face when he departed. Deep down, he felt guilty for Teresa and sought to chase after ghosts rather than the ones beside him. What sort of person would he be to break a girl's heart twice? Suddenly, more images flowed into his mind. It was everything Emily had done during her time in the illusion. The way she carefully dressed him and combed his hair, and the way she stood silently by his side with a soft expression. "I'm an idiot," Frederick murmured. "An idiot?" Emily chuckled. "Yes, you are. Frederick also laughed, the first time he had laughed in a long while. I'm an idiot for not realizing sooner. I was so overcome by the thought of revenge that you were right. I was like Gilbert, abandoning you and Oscar for my goals. Frederick, but I can't do that anymore. Not when you're here for me. Frederick held Emily's hands and said, I love you. Really? Emily's lips trembled. I do. If you're willing to be with an idiot like me. Frederick smiled. Of course, I know you're a dunce to your core, but I love you all the same. Emily stood up with Frederick, their hands together. This time Frederick brought his lips close and kissed her. The two embraced each other and were lost in their moment of love. The stormy clouds cleared up to reveal the dazzling stars of the night sky. Girl, you need to hurry. Albert interrupted their intimate moment. Oscar, Emily shouted. We need to help, Oscar. Frederick, hurry up and kick Ken out of your body. OS, Frederick exclaimed. No problem. Frederick's eyes surged, sending ripples through this illusion world. The trees bent, and the leaves scattered as the grounds twisted like clay being molded. Ken, the deal's off. Stop hurting my friend. The illusion world rumbled. The trees distorted more and developed faces on their trunks. There were so many faces of various people, from the young to the elderly. No, Frederick, your body is mine. The trees uprooted and charged at Frederick. Emily summoned her staff anima and swung it like a baseball bat, making many home runs with the trees. Elder, do you feel it weakening? Yes, the chains are loosening. Your friend must keep it up, and we'll have driven Ken out, Albert replied. A crash of thunder resounded in the illusion world as the ground quaked. Frederick clenched his teeth and shouted, increasing the output of his Ein. He was forcibly driving Ken out of his Exaltia core. Bastard, I said I would kill Gilbert for you. Ken was not as strong in holding down Frederick because the hatred in the core was being overwritten. As a last-ditch effort, he manifested Teresa in front of Frederick. Fred, Teresa's voice shook Frederick for a moment. Teresa, Frederick, it's not her. Don't be distracted. Emily focused her Ein on her staff and scattered a bunch of animals that now tried to attack them. Don't listen to her. You said you loved me. Was it all a lie? Teresa shouted. The storms raged on as Frederick stared at the specter for a moment. He blinked his eyes to regain his composure. No, it wasn't. The feelings I had for you were real, and I can never forget you, Frederick said. Teresa's face brightened up, but Frederick's next words made her scowl. However, I need to move on. I have people waiting for me. Frederick turned to Emily, who was fighting off the monstrosities. I was the worst of us all, Teresa. I did to them what Gilbert did to us and was about to do what you did to me. But they stood by me and never gave up on me. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for how much I hurt them. Teresa's expression grew more twisted. This was all wrong. Teresa screamed. What about revenge? How can you sit still while Gilbert is out there? I still hate him, Frederick admitted, but I realize now there are far more important things than worrying about that asshole. Teresa cried out, and she became a horrific monster. I know you're not the real Teresa, but I want to say farewell. I will live for myself and Emily and OS now. You can rest now. Frederick stomped his foot. His green Ein washed over the illusion world, cracking the sky and the borders. New! Ken's screams echoed and distorted until the illusion shattered. Emily and Frederick floated about above the green core that was now freed from the chains. Frederick's hawk anima soared freely and screeched loudly. Good, Ken is out. Let us return and finish this once and for all. Albert's soul was cracked in several places, but his excitement was not dampened. Emily, Frederick held onto Emily's hands with an apologetic expression. Let's go to OS. Yes, Emily teared up. We'll fight together. Ha ha. Oscar stood up as his grip loosened on the buckler. It was cracked all over and on the verge of breaking apart. However, he snorted at his weakness and clenched harder. Is that all you got? Bastard. Ken's teeth chattered and ground together. What the hell is this? How do you have the prince stick and the power of Reese? What kind of madman are you to try to learn those at this stage? Even though he possessed the body of a greater apprentice Exalt like Frederick, Kansas was still the remnant of a knight Exalt. The supplement power he provided should have ended Oscar long ago. But the boy's physical power was beyond his expectations, and his attacks were countered or dodged save for those carried out with great effort. I don't need the worries of a wraith. Oscar took up his stance. Come. On the borders of the room were swirling mixes of purple and black iron that constantly tried to destroy each other. Abe and Can were interlocked in a battle of creating and dispelling illusions. Neither was gaining the upper hand. Gah! Can screamed in anguish and staggered around, nearly dropping to the floor. Frederick, you, Fred, Oscar, this is the moment. Ken is being forced out. They're doing it, Abe exclaimed. He's coming back? Damn you! A swirl of black iron released like vapors pouring out of every pore on Frederick's body. Once all the black iron was gone, Emily suddenly woke up with Albert on her shoulder. Oscar, Emily, does that mean Fred is back? Here, Oscar flipped his head at the source of the voice. Frederick was lying on the floor, breathing heavily and groaning at the pain of the grievous wounds on his body. I'm back, oh. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 136. End of a Liar. Fred, Oscar sprinted to Frederick's battered body. Is that really you? Hey, OS, I'm sorry. Frederick wheezed and gasped through his words. He could not move at all. Ken's overuse of his body had rendered him powerless to move. His green eyes trembled and released tears. I am a horrible friend. I'm sorry. Don't say that. Oscar popped open the last vial of heal elixir and brought it to Frederick's mouth. He thanked his past self for not using this earlier. Frederick's torn body patched itself together slightly. His wounds were not completely healed, but his complexion improved. Frederick's breathing calmed down. He was not in immediate danger of dying but still needed help. Frederick. Emily knelt by Frederick's side and held his hand. Thank goodness. Ken is still here. Frederick coughed. He's powerful. We need to get out of here. Frederick, Ken shouted, but his voice was different. It was a mix of all kinds of voices, from male to female, young to old, and low to high. Dark air swirled around in the Alire manor and collected together. Oscar stared up. His blood ran cold as his lips paled. Ken was a swirling mass of many faces of different ages that cried, laughed, screamed, and whispered. They were all clumped up and connected by a black viscous substance dripping onto the floor. You broke our deal. All the faces spoke at once. The combined voices of all the different people were unnerving and sent shivers down all their spines. OS, Emily, we need to run. Frederick forced himself up and tried to drag Oscar and Emily. Don't worry, Fred. Oscar snapped out of his stupor. Ken's form was horrifying, but there was nothing to fear. This battle is already settled. Settled? Frederick asked. Abe, Elder Albert, are you ready? Oscar yelled. We are. Albert and Abe's voices resounded through the manor. They appeared in front of Oscar and the others in their full forms, staring at Ken's form with a frown and hands clenched. After 1,000 years, I never thought I would see our clan again. Albert was in soul form, but small drips of light like stars fell from his eyes as tears. Our beloved clansmen. Abe, let us free them from their agony. Abe stared with longing at the many twisted faces, the poor echoes of their clan that Ken had devoured, and nodded. Let's end this once and for all. Who are they? Frederick was confused. We'll let you know later, but lay down and rest for now. These two may only be souls, but were once martial exalts. Emily forced Frederick back to the floor to lie down. We can leave it to them. Oscar smiled at this scene and slumped to the floor, rubbing his cracked buckler. Their plan worked out in the end, or Abe's plan. The crucial part was to force Ken out of Frederick's body, and once he was exorcised, Albert and Abe would use all of their power to destroy the exposed wraith. Ken's wraith, it's time for your curse to end. Abe's soul seemed to be on fire from the raging iron surging from within. Beside him, Albert was displaying the same behavior. As your brother, I cannot allow your existence any longer. Abe, Ken's wraith screamed and poured out a tidal wave of black goo to swallow them. What can two weakened souls do against me? Albert stepped forward and released a cleansing fire that burned the black goo to nothingness, leaving the manor untouched. The fire spread and concentrated on Ken, who howled in burning pain. We may be weak, but we were still martial exalts, which was why you sealed us to feed over time. Have you forgotten you were only a knight Exalt? Abe inflamed his soul more and sent forth a second inferno combined with Albert's. These two flames merged into a calamity to destroy Can's existence. But Can was not beaten yet. He struggled and released all the black goo to stop the burning. The flames flickered and withdrew for a moment. Seeing this, Albert spread his arms open and gave Abe one final look with a smile. His soul started to be consumed by the flames, starting from the legs and moving up to his face. He closed his eyes with a peaceful face that relaxed his many wrinkles. The bright flames shone brighter when Albert gave up all of his soul to it. This soul fire instantly disintegrated the black goo and burned away at Can's wraith. Abe controlled the flames and struck them like lances into Can's wraith, piercing through all the faces and burning them up. Drops of bright tears dripped down his cheeks. Abe! Can shouted in pain. Abe looked at the last remnants of his older brother's hatred that howled and cried out to survive. He remembered a fond memory he had with his brother from a time long before this grudge began. The times when he and his brother played Floor is Lava together with smiles, and their grandfather scolded them. When did it all go awry? Kansas, I cannot say that you deserve to rest in peace, but I hope you can atone and be a better person if there is a next life. The small bits of Can's wraith finally burned away. The fires disappeared, and Abe's soul was more transparent than before. It was only a matter of time before he would walk through the passage of death. My fellow clansmen of the Alire, may you rest in peace. Abe bowed and turned to Oscar, Frederick, and Emily. I must thank you all for helping us. Abe, thank you. We would never have saved Fred without you. Oscar walked up and extended his hand. Are you leaving now? Yes, I could only be here because of being sealed for so long, but martial exalts cannot exist for 1,000 years. Abe looked at his own soul. It was fading fast. However, I have one final job to do. I want to give you all a reward. Abe's soul shined, glowing up the entire manor and illuminating the nearby forest, forcing away the deep darkness. He smiled at Oscar and said, "This is my last gift to you, mister." He split into 3 motes of light that hummed and pulsed with ripples that washed over the manor. These motes sprang into action and embedded themselves into the 3. I have given you a seed, created from the essence of my soul and the powers lingering in this manor. I can sense you all are close to becoming elite exalts. So this will be a great boon for you when trying to advance to the Knight Exalt realm. Abe's voice echoed. However, for Oscar, he felt something else squirm its way into his third eye, the source of the Prinstict. Abe's voice whispered into his mind. There is a secret technique of our clan that evolves our Prinstict to allow us to see through illusions. I could not use it to free myself from Can's illusion in my weakened state, but I will pass it on to you. Use it wisely, for it cannot break illusions that far surpass your power. Goodbye. Abe's voice flew away with the wind from the windows. After 1,000 years, Elire's tragedy had ended. Oscar stared at the flickering remnants of Abe's soul that faded into nothingness. He bowed down and said, "Rest well, Eb." Frederick. Emily hugged Frederick. "You're okay." Oscar turned and saw that Frederick's wounds had healed. The torn muscles and broken bones were all put back together, and color returned to his face. Abe had also flooded his body with a rejuvenating eye. Emily was hugging him with a bright smile. Oscar blinked at this scene and smiled. "The two of you got together?" Frederick's face flushed red, and he tried to pull away from Emily, but her strength was unbelievable, and her arms tightened. "Emily, OS is right there. So, Oscar is our best friend. There's nothing to be embarrassed about hugging," Emily scolded. "Don't worry, I'm happy for you. I thought things were strange between the two of you sometimes." Oscar stepped forward and grinned at Frederick's red face. "Emily, can you step aside?" "Fine." Emily let go and allowed the boys to have their reunion. Oscar thanked Emily and slammed a big punch on Frederick's stomach, forcing him to his knees and coughing. Emily's mouth was wide open, and her face froze. "That makes it even. Never pull shit like that again, Fred." Oscar rubbed his knuckles and then extended his hand out. "Now, will you accept my hand?" Fred coughed before settling down. He looked at Oscar and at his outstretched hand with a chuckle. He grasped Oscar's hand and was pulled up. "Thank you for never quitting on me. Are you all right?" Emily came over, her eyes tearing up at the sight of both boys. She had longed to see this for over a year. They were finally back together. Frederick pulled Emily and Oscar together in one big hug. I feel the best I've ever been. After a while, they were resting and tidying up the manor. It was the last respect they could pay to the Alire clan by cleaning their manor. Frederick looked at Emily while she was cleaning the table. It reminded him of something. She noticed his gaze and tilted her head in confusion. What is it? Nothing. I was thinking about the illusion world. You were really cute in the maid uniform. Frederick scratched his cheek and nervously laughed. Emily's face flushed red like a tomato down to her neck. Oh, is that so? I remember something as well. I remember vowing to discipline you for all the attitude your younger self gave me. Wait. Oscar came into the room and stared blankly at the scene. Emily was cleaning the table while Frederick was rubbing his cheek. He sighed and thought, well, I didn't miss this. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 137. Return to Artemis City. All clean. Oscar wiped his hands. They finished cleaning the Alire manor of all the cobwebs, and the rooms were tidied and readjusted. After it was over, Oscar, Emily, and Frederick exited through the back entrance into the back garden. Though it was supposed to be a garden, there was not a single bush or a blade of grass, only some roots protruding from the dead soil. There were several silvery veined roots, the largest of all the ones Oscar and Emily had found before. The roots all led and connected to a single small willow tree. The willow tree had white leaves and a black trunk. Sometimes it shimmered like the moon reflected in the ripples of the river. On its branch was a single fruit in the shape of a crescent moon with shining silvery veins, the moon blossom fruit. Take it, Fred. It's your mission. Oscar patted his friend on the back. Once they finish their business here, they can return to the pavilion and rest easy. Fred nodded, walking toward the lonely willow tree in the middle of a barren garden. He plucked the single moon blossom fruit. It was small, but he felt its denseness. It was tens of pounds in weight. The white leaves of the Luna willow flickered and dimmed from the loss of its fruit. The moon blossom fruit was akin to its heart, and it would take a while for a new one to form. Frederick heaved and relaxed his body. Originally, this was a simple solo mission to take the fruit, easily accomplished by sneaking around. He never thought all of this would happen on such a mission. Let's go back. Oscar pulled out his compass. The tip was pointing toward Artemis City. With everything that occurred, he wanted to go back and relax for the night. He's had enough surprises during this mission. Oscar led Frederick, who was holding hands with Emily, through the mansion, toward the back entrance. In the front garden, the gates were wide open. Oscar turned back and bowed toward the manor in one final act of respect and farewell to Abe and Albert. Emily and Frederick did as well. Let's hurry back. I've had enough of this forest. Let's go to Artemis City, Frederick complained with a yawn. I have a lot of catching up to do. Emily smiled. I have to hear about where you've been to all those missions, especially that scar. Where did you get it from? I'll resume our training when we get back to the pavilion. All right. Please go easy on me. Frederick agreed without hesitation. I feel happy for you two lovebirds, but can we please focus on the way back? Oscar scolded the two and laughed. The rest of the journey back was uneventful. Oscar spoke about his experiences to Frederick's surprised and admiring expressions. Emily spoke at length about the missions she had been on. When Frederick spoke about what he had been up to, going on missions without rest, Oscar and Emily listened attentively and with concern. The time passed until Oscar looked up and saw the stars. They were finally out of the spiraling willow forest. You reckless idiot! Emily squeezed Frederick's arm with her powerful grip. You and Oscar both keep being reckless, but I survived and killed the wanderer. This scar is pretty bad, but I think it adds a certain charm. No. Frederick pushed his green hair aside to show the wide scar over his left eye properly. There was a cheeky broad smile across his face. It's not bad. Emily hummed a bit but pulled Frederick's ear. That doesn't excuse your lack of defense. Oscar sighed and smiled while listening. Fred, you're already a henpecked husband. What did you say, OS? I can't hear the words of someone who's single, Frederick teased. The previous cold and detached demeanor almost seemed to be a dream. I'm glad you're back to normal, Fred, but are you really all right? Oscar was skeptical and thought perhaps Frederick was pushing himself to act this way, behaving as normally as possible. Yeah. I never felt so light in my life. Frederick breathed in the fresh air outside the spiraling willow forest. It's like a dense fog cleared up in my mind. What about Gilbert? Oscar narrowed his eyes and uttered Gilbert's name. Emily tensed slightly and tried to act normal, but Frederick could feel her hand tighten in his grip. Frederick sighed, and his eyes drooped, looking tired. I sometimes think about that time when we were children together. I don't know if being a grade 9 somehow changed him or if that was his nature from the start. But the fact remains that he abandoned Teresa and me. Oscar was silent. He thought about Isabella and how she discarded him and her father. She had openly revealed to him that she always wanted out of that life and didn't want to be tied down. Perhaps Gilbert was the same. For that, I can never forgive him. But Frederick locked his fingers with Emily's. There is far more in this life than thinking about Gilbert. I finally realized that now. I mean, look at you, OS. You handled that red-haired witch's abandonment well. Oscar did not respond but shook his head and moved on. Finally, they arrived at the circle of guards overlooking the great elevator up to Artemis City. Their timing could not be more perfect as the great elevator had descended. Let's find a place to rest here. Emily stretched her back. We don't have any money, Oscar groaned. Oh, I got plenty. Frederick raised his hand, holding a bag of coins. Thanks. Oscar and Emily cheered for Frederick's wealth. That night, they hurriedly ran toward the lodging district of Artemis City. To apologize for the trouble he had caused, Frederick rented out 3 rooms in the most luxurious inns. He had a lot of savings thanks to his frugality during his countless missions. In his room, Oscar carefully removed the inhibitor from his ear. There must have been many moments where his affliction should have occurred. He growled and struggled as he felt his body being torn apart by a raging storm. If it weren't for this inhibitor, I would have died. Oscar clutched his missing ear in a cold sweat. His lips were blue. Oscar sat down on his bed in meditation to calm down, using his Aetherstone to funnel pure iron to progress. There was one thing he didn't check on, his third eye. Within the view of his inner world, he saw the third eye, lofty and indifferent as always, staring dead into the deep darkness. This is what Abe put in. Oscar saw a faded purple ring within the third eye, resembling an outline of a large circle, around twice the normal size of a pupil. The purple ring dimmed and brightened constantly. It needs Ein. The Ein flowed from Oscar's core through his body and into the third eye. The purple ring become more distinct and clear. Its circular edges were sharper, and the purple color was deeper. But this session could only last a short time before it dimmed. To see through illusions is great, but I need to train to increase its duration. Oscar grumbled before plopping down on his bed. The labors of today and yesterday's affairs finally caught up with him as his snoring filled the room. The next morning, Oscar scrutinized his cherished obsidian glass buckler. It was barely hanging together despite the large cracks spread over its surface. He patted and traced his fingers along the cracks and sighed. The mutated wendigo was strong enough, but Can's power was too much. Maybe it's time to get a new one. Oscar knew that his buckler would become irrelevant at the elite Exalt realm, but he had hoped it could carry on a bit longer. Can the Fabricators even fix something like this? The damage was so extensive that the buckler resembled scrap metal rather than a shield. As Oscar's opponents were getting stronger, the buckler's defense could not handle it. I'll have to save up a lot of contribution points. Oscar heaved another heavy sigh and exited the room to meet with Frederick and Emily. OS, Frederick called out to him with an energetic hand wave. We already ordered some food. Good morning, Oscar said. Good morning, Emily greeted back. I need a new armament. Mine is damaged beyond repair. Oscar chewed on his food slowly. We're greater apprentice Exalts now. The best bet is to wait for the elite Exalt realm, then get a grade 2 armament. Frederick downed a full glass of juice and wiped his mouth. I want to get back to the pavilion and rest. I haven't gone back to my dorm in a long time. Hang on. I have one business to attend to. Oscar pulled out a black core from his bag. This is the core of the mutated wendigo that Emily and I killed. The last time I had a mutated core, the city lord of Tufal City wanted to have it. Of course, he would want it. A mutated core is a big item among fabricators, alchemists, and other interested parties. Even one from an apprentice Exalt beast can sell for a handsome sum. Frederick swiped the core from Oscar and eyed it with great interest. We need money. I need money, Oscar sighed. We can also sell more materials from the beasts we've killed along the way. But I want to have an amount not to worry about. Being Exalts are expensive. Emily looked at her bag with not a single coin. We can sell the materials to the guilds and get points on our memberships. Frederick still held the black core. But there is one place that can give us the best value for this. Where? Oscar and Emily asked. The auction. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 138. Grand Oak Auction. Great palaces of oak with black tiles adorning the roofs gave off an ancient feeling with their antiquated wooden beams, polished with a shining coat. These structures were large, and mass tides of people went to and from the building's large entrances. These buildings were the great hosts of the Exalt markets built in one of the three inner districts, the Bazaar District. The three inner districts were for Exalts, consisting of the Guild District, which held the Alchemist and Fabricator guilds, the Brawl District, where Exalts could fight in combat and hone their skills, and the Bazaar District, which was the marketplace for Exalts. The one pillar in the center was the Lord District, which was home to the City Lord of Artemos. From the central pillar, the City Lord would watch over Artemos and relay their orders. Oscar's destination was the Bazaar District to find an auction to sell his mutated wendigos core. There's only one auction in the Bazaar District, the Grand Oak Auction, Frederick explained. We can put the core up for bids there, and everyone would surely bid for it. Frederick led the charge into one of the large wooden buildings. An assembly of wooden cubes connected into a non-symmetrical building. There would be places where it should have been a flat wall, yet it was missing a large block or protruding out a block. Oscar compared it to how a baby might assemble some toy blocks into an incoherent shape that would tumble over. But this building stood perfectly firm and had a large sign on its entrance. This strange place was the Grand Oak Auction. Welcome to Grand Oak Auction. May I know the purpose of your visit? The receptionist welcomed Oscar with a bow. She had brown hair with green eyes, wearing a yellow dress. I would like to place something up for auction. May I know what you wish to put up for auction? Please write it so we can upload privacy and safety. The receptionist passed a sheet to Oscar. Oscar wrote down the information and returned the paper to the receptionist, whose eyes brightened after reading. A mutated Exalt beast core. Please follow me. She nodded and turned around. Oscar and the others followed the receptionist into another room. Oscar looked at the ceiling. It was the sky and two suns beating down and illuminating the room with warmth. Oscar focused his third eye and activated the print stick to confirm a suspicion he had. The world distorted around him as if the boundaries between objects were non-existent. His eye flowed in droves to maintain the purple ring's glow on this third eye. Above, the scene of the two suns and clear blue skies started to go away like a burning piece of paper. He saw a wooden ceiling reveal itself under the effects of his print stick. His suspicions were confirmed. The two suns and blue sky were an illusion placed on the ceiling. Sir? The receptionist noticed Oscar had stopped moving and was looking up. Realizing something, she said, "Oh, you must be intrigued by our special ceiling. It puts our clients at ease and helps the rooms have an open feeling." "That's a great idea," Oscar praised. "Our appraiser should be coming in shortly. Please make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the refreshment." The receptionist bowed and exited. The jug of water and small cookies on the table were nice and sweet. Emily ate the cookies with her eyes closed and curled down in satisfaction. Frederick, at her side, rolled his eyes at her actions. Oscar focused on recovering his eye from the use of his print stick. He looked at the purple ring on his third eye, admiring its ability, but he knew it was not wise to maintain it for a long time. Maybe it's because I am still an apprentice Exalt. Perhaps when I become an elite Exalt, it will become easier. The door to their room opened, and an elderly gentleman stepped inside. He had wrinkles that covered every inch of his face and a bald head, and he wore a high-class three-piece black suit with gold embroidery. The elderly gentleman sat down on the couch and bowed. "Welcome to the Grand Oak Auction. I am the appraiser, Aiden Wahlberg. May I see the mutated Exalt beast core that you have with you?" Aiden's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Oscar and the others. Even though he was old, he had an imposing presence. Oscar reached into his bag and pulled out the black core of the mutated wendigo. It was a lustrous black that reflected everyone in the room and glinted under the light of the two false suns. Oh! Aiden put on a pair of glasses and white gloves with a smile and reached for it. He held the black core carefully and brought it before his eyes. His eye flowed through and pulsed into the black core. This is certainly the core of a wendigo, but it is quite unique. See these faint patterns laid on its surface. He showed it to Oscar and the others. The black core had faint white lines intersecting and extending into patterns over its surface. We read these patterns to understand the Exalt beast. It is like a record of its being. This was certainly a mutated wendigo due to how different the pattern is from normal wendigos. Can you tell me about it and its abilities? Oscar and Emily narrated their encounter, describing the wendigo alpha in great detail and the sequence of their battle. Aiden listened with his wrinkled ears, expressing sounds of interest every so often. May I ask why a mutated Exalt beast core is so valued? Oscar asked at the end of their tale. Many reasons. A mutated core can vastly increase the potency of an elixir or provide as much use as several normal cores in refinement. The fabricators love using it for their armaments, increasing their capabilities. Some love to collect it. Aiden got up and placed the black core in a box. He then passed 3 wooden badges with the word Grand Oak carved on them. You can attend the auction as special guests and enjoy the proceedings later tonight. Once the core is sold, we will give you your sales after we take our portion. After Adian departed, Oscar and the others decided to spend their time going to the guilds to sell the other materials they gathered. Oscar looked at his bronze membership tokens for the alchemists and fabricators guilds. He had donated a few to see if he could upgrade, but the materials didn't give him enough points to upgrade them. The night came and Oscar came back to the Grand Oak auction. With their wooden badges, they were led into a private balcony that overlooked a grand stage with vast rows of seats and other balconies. A white sheet allowed them to see clearly in the auction hall but blocked prying eyes from looking through. Although it was a large auction hall, only half of the seats were filled, and the balconies were scarce. Wanderers were Exalts constantly on the move and only sometimes available to attend. Of course, there were always delegates from the alchemist and fabricator guilds. Oscar stared at the 2 guilds. One wore clean white robes and maintained indifferent expressions. On the other side, the fabricators wore black robes and wore their iconic helmets. The 2 sides were silent, emanating hostility toward each other, but maintained their manners in respect of the auction. Welcome! A lady stepped on the stage. She had white hair tied in a bun and yellow eyes and wore a green dress with brown laces. I am Ellie Belhem, the auctioneer for today. Without further ado, let us begin the auction. The auction started with great fanfare. Oscar watched the action unfold between the bidders with great interest. Items like rare elixirs, armaments from a hidden treasure trove, materials from various herbs and Exalt beasts, and strange fruits. Oscar had only sold his materials straight to the guilds or shops, but the ones placed for auctions were rarer than others. The fabricators and alchemists were the main culprits of the fierce bidding wars, trying to pry as many raw materials from each other as possible. A few wanderers won some of the elixirs and armaments and left the auction satisfied after spending their money. Oscar's group didn't bid on anything. It's been a very fruitful auction. I thank everyone here. Now, this next item will surely interest everyone here. Ellie pointed to an open box. Inside was the mutated black core. This is the mutated core of a greater apprentice wendigo. A mutated core. The audience rose in a clamor, trying to look closer at the black core. The auction guards stomped their feet in a show of force. We guarantee this is a mutated core. Now, as for the beast's features, Ellie explained the details of the beast's powers. Hey, cauldron bastards, this one is ours. The qualities of this wendigo are well suited to complement a set of armor and weapons by melding it in. The leading fabricator warned the alchemists, who merely snorted coldly. The expansive strength of the beast and its resilience will be perfect for an amazing strengthening elixir. We may replicate its properties if we can research its intricacies. Though I do not expect hammerheads like you to know about fine research, the strengthening can work for our weapons and armor as well. The arrogance of you herb-smelling liquid brains to believe you're the only ones who can provide such means. Ho! The alchemists were furious. Ho? Ho what? Are you owls or something? Go back and suck on the elixir from your mother's teat. The fabricators were exceedingly foul-mouthed. Please calm down. Ellie maintained her composure, showcasing her professionalism in this pressing moment. The bidding will start at 3,000 gold. 3,000? Oscar choked on his water from the starting amount. But even more shocking was the amounts bid by the two guilds. They screamed and howled at each other as they raised the price higher. Oscar's hands shook as the price reached 40,000 gold. Going once, going twice. Sold. The mutated core will go to the Fabricators Guild. Ellie announced the winner. The Fabricators cheered as the alchemists looked on with grim faces. If it were a core from a stronger Exalt beast, we could have gotten a far better price, Frederick said. But 40,000 is still very good. Hello, we have your gold here. A servant came in and passed them 3 purple cards. These are purple gold cards. If you take them to a location of the platinum reserves, they will give you the amount in them. There are 12,000 gold coins in each. Oscar held the purple gold card with trembling fingers. He had never seen an immense value in a single small object. The rest of the auction was just as bombastic. The next were rare items from Grade 3 Exalt beasts and Grade 3 plants and fruits. Even the core of a Grade 4 Exalt beast was sold for a mind-boggling price that made Oscar go limp. That was fun, Oscar exclaimed. But would it be that expensive when we get into higher realms? That is why you see few wanderers past the elite Exalt realm. Those who manage to become Knight Exalts can find good compensation by coming under the thrall of a power like the Pavilion. If not, then how could they afford their needs? Frederick explained. That's far from today. For now, let's get back to the Pavilion and focus on the elite Exalt realm. Oscar shrugged. About that, Emily looked at the two. Do you mind if we take a detour? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 139. Bringing son-in-law to pay his respects. Oh, it's been a long time since I've been in these mountains. Emily looked around with a beaming smile. Her orange hair whipped from side to side from her ever-changing gaze. There was the familiar smell of the fresh mountain air and the sight of ridges and round green peaks. It's been over 2 years since you were home? Oscar asked as they hiked through the mountain. That's right, Emily answered. So much has happened over the past 2 years. I never thought of coming back. Frederick followed behind them. His shoulders tensed up as his brows scrunched up in brooding. Why is this happening now? Can we return when I've made it all up to you? Emily scoffed and pulled on Frederick's ear. It doesn't matter. You can introduce yourself if you want, but I won't force you. We have many years to think about that. I'm coming here purely for myself. After Emily's somewhat comforting words and actions, Frederick seemed to loosen up. Oscar noticed a house made of logs with a straw roof. Outside was a shed with no walls, just a roof propped up by logs hammered into the ground. Inside the shed were bundles of firewood and a deer that had been strung up and left to bleed. He felt awkward seeing the deer in such a state. Since his anima was a deer, he had a natural inclination to the species. I'm home. Emily's boisterous voice came forth as she opened the door without reservations. Inside was an open fire pit containing fresh black charcoal and 2 beds covered in fur. He's not here? He must be out hunting or gathering herbs. Come in, make yourselves at home. Oscar stepped inside and looked around, recalling his own home. He felt at ease inside, while Frederick was interested in the fur beds. Who goes there? A bellowing voice startled them. Then they felt Ein flowing outside in a burst of power. But the power was only that of a middle apprentice Exalt. Oscar and Frederick were about to respond with their own strength, but Emily stepped ahead and shouted, "Old man, are your senses dulling or what? You can't even sense your daughter in the house." Ha! The Ein calmed down and a large man stepped in. Oscar looked at this man and compared his size to his father, Henry. His father was large, but this man was unbelievably a head taller. He had a scruffy beard and shaggy hair, wearing fur clothing with a bow hung over his shoulder and a quiver on his back. Emily! The man raced forward, his steps somehow not breaking the creaking wood underneath, and hugged her fiercely. You little dolt of a girl. You don't visit at all until 2 years later? Am I nothing but chopped liver? Don't hug me so tightly. Your bare arms are uncomfortable. And stop rubbing your beard. Emily talked as if she were uncomfortable but made no effort to free herself even though she was vastly stronger than her father. Instead, there was a wide smile plastered on her face. The two continued their weird conversation while Oscar and Frederick looked on, smiling and realizing something. That's why she talks so harshly. Their minds had little doubt that she inherited her scathing mouth from her father. Let me introduce you to my friends. Emily got out of her father's embrace and gestured toward the two boys. They are Oscar and Frederick, my best friends. Everyone, this is my father, Edward Navina. Nice to meet you. Edward Navina put his hand out. Thank you for welcoming us inside. Oscar shook Edward's hand. I am Oscar Ter. Good man, Edward said in a deep voice and turned to Frederick. And you? Frederick cleared his throat, stepped up to Edward, and grasped his hand. In one fell swoop, he bowed deeply and said, I am Frederick Klein. I have the fortune of being Emily's partner. Emily tried hard to keep control but blushed scarlet red. She didn't expect Frederick to be that bold. Edward Navina did not respond, as if his mind had exited his body with a dumbfounded look. But it wasn't long before he turned red like Emily, but with bulging veins over his forehead, saying through clenched teeth, What did you say? Oscar stayed silent in this awkward moment, knowing this was between Frederick, Emily, and her father. Frederick lifted his head and said again, I am your daughter's partner. Nice to meet you, Emily? Edward turned to his daughter but felt something caught in his throat at the sight of her blushing in embarrassment. He had seen her embarrassed before, but not to this extent. He spoke on with a shaking voice, Is this true? Emily was silent for a moment before she nodded while staring at Frederick with a smile. Edward staggered on his feet for a little, but he kept a firm grip on Frederick's hand. His chest heaved up and down, trying to catch a breath. With two hands, he firmly grasped Frederick's hands and stared straight into his eyes, making Frederick feel a bit nervous. Take good care of her. Ha! Frederick was taken aback. I said, Please take good care of her. Edward lowered his head. I was shocked and angry at first, but I'm glad my daughter found someone. Come, let's drink. Emily and Oscar watched in confusion as Edward retrieved a large barrel of ale and poured it into several cups. Come here, all of you. Edward put cups in everyone's hands and toasted. To my daughter's return and her coming of spring. Oscar followed Edward and drank, feeling a slight buzz in his head. Although they were exalts, they were still apprentice exalts and still susceptible to normal alcohol. The taste was not as bad as when he had it before. The night ran long as Edward talked with Emily about her time in the pavilion. Together they laughed and had fun while Frederick and Oscar chimed in from time to time. She was not good at holding her alcohol and quickly fell asleep on her bed. Frederick, how is Emily? Edward slurred a bit. Frederick bobbed his head from left to right and slurred his words. She's more than I deserve. Ha 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 ha. Edward patted Frederick's back. That's what I said about her mother. I'm glad that Emily's face took after her mother and not me. But her attitude and speech were always a concern for me. We can tell. Oscar was feeling sleepy, and his eyes flickered from open to close. It was my fault. After all, her mother died when she was a baby. She picked up everything from me. Did you know? She got so nervous talking to the village kids a few days away from here that she made them cry by being rough and abrasive. Edward downed another mug. She spent a week inside and wanting to go out. I worried she would keep up that habit even in the pavilion. But thank God she met you too. Frederick laughed. You're right. She really made me mad the first time we met. But she became more amazing the more I knew her. She still insults me sometimes, but I know she truly cares. Ha ha ha. She can't stop talking rough to me either. The two drank and eventually fell asleep. Oscar, still drowsy, pulled them onto the bed and killed the fires. He took a deep yawn and slumped to a bundle of furs on the floor, falling asleep. My head. Frederick woke up with a splitting headache. What happened? Oscar went out to take a morning walk to relax. Have some stew, my boy. Edward was by the fire and cooking a pot of enticing stew, somehow all right from the heavy drinking. Emily was still fast asleep on her bed. Thank you. The morning passed by. Oscar returned from his morning walk feeling much more refreshed. he noticed Emily and Frederick were already changed into their uniforms. "Ready to head out?" Oscar asked. "No problem from us," Frederick responded. "Farewell, Dad. Make sure not to overdo it." Emily was saying her farewells. "Emily," Edward cried, many tears that soaked his scruffy beard. "Take care of each other. We will." Emily sighed at her father's messy display, but a smile crept on her face. This was her father, after all. With a great farewell hug, Oscar and the others departed to return to the pavilion. "That was nice," Oscar smiled, recalling how it was when he returned to his parents. "We should take the few moments we have to see our parents." "That's right," Emily said. "Just not mine." Fred frowned. He had no wish to see his cold and cruel family except for his aunt, Ivanka Klein. "I should visit my aunt if I can and say my thanks. The two of you would not have come for me if not for her. We all have gratitude for her." "We'll go together," Emily said. If not for Ivanka, she and Frederick would not be together. She had to thank her. The trip back to the pavilion was uneventful and relaxing. After a day, they returned to the pavilion in high spirits. Oscar looked at his two friends, who were holding hands together, with a smile, feeling everything had finally returned to normal. First, they had to return to the mission hall to confirm Frederick's mission completion. However, the judge looked at them oddly after confirming the mission details. "Follow me." The judge led them into a room and said to wait while he went out. Oscar looked around in confusion. Frederick and Emily didn't know what was going on either. Then enforcers came in and surrounded the trio. Their presence was intimidating and made the three pale. "Oscar, you are called in for questioning on the case of Ivanka Klein's infractions. Come with us to the record hall." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 140. The case of Ivanka Klein. "Questioning?" Oscar asked calmly despite the silent pressure that made his lungs feel heavy. These enforcers wore blue armor with a white tunic. Helmets covered their faces with metallic fins on the side. Oscar looked at his friends, Frederick and Emily, who tensed up but prepared to fight. "Report to the record hall and give your statement. The others may stay." An enforcer took a heavy step, his metallic boots cracking the ground. Although they were asking, there was no chance for Oscar to refuse. Their mission was to bring him back by force if necessary. This was a mere formality. "OS is not," Frederick shouted. But Oscar gestured with his hand to stop Frederick from talking because they wanted him and him only, which indicated that Frederick and Emily were in the clear. With that in mind, Oscar responded, "I will go. May I say farewell to my companions first?" The enforcers glanced at each other, their expressions hidden behind their helmets, and nodded. "You have 10 minutes, we will wait outside. Do not worry. You only need to testify and nothing more." Once the enforcers exited the room, Frederick said, "OS, let me go in your place. My aunt broke the rules for my sake. You don't need to put yourself in the hot seat for that." Oscar shook his head at his best friend's suggestion. "I was the one she came to for help, and I accepted her information. I don't know how they found out, but it'll be fine." "But," Frederick tried to say more, but Emily put her hand on his shoulders with a shake of her head. "Emily, you're okay with this? Do you believe Oscar would be so dumb? Besides, they said he only needs to testify." Emily turned to Oscar with a slight smile, but her eyes expressed the worry she was trying to hide. Her hand was slightly trembling on Frederick's shoulder. Frederick noticed and grasped her hand with a sigh. He looked at Oscar and fist-bumped his friend's chest. "Make sure not to get in trouble. No need to tell me that. Worry more about your aunt. She was desperate to save you and is now on trial." Oscar gave another glance over at the two in front of him. "Just wait for me at the commune." Oscar exited the room, leaving the anxious gazes of Frederick and Emily, replaced by the enforcer's empty stares, who escorted Oscar out of the mission hall to the back. Oscar was escorted to the record hall, where the judges worked, and courts were convened for infractions and internal affairs. The enforcers led him past the many desks with piles of scrolls and judges hard at work into a familiar hallway. Oscar recalled the last time he was here was his first year after killing Greg. "I never did find out who wanted me to go to prison. Even Master didn't tell me." Oscar frowned upon thinking about the unknown person that sent him to prison. On the one hand, he was sent off to prison, but he did meet Draven and learn the way of Reese. "I don't know who sent me there. but the greatest revenge would be to smile and thank them for doing so. We have brought the witness, an enforcer announced to the closed doors. Bring him in. A response came from within. The doors opened, and Oscar stepped inside the familiar courtroom. At the main seat was the overseer who presided over the matter, the director of the record hall, Austell Jones. His yellow-brown behind the clear round spectacles stared at Oscar, and he beckoned them to come in. Oscar's back shivered when his eyes met Austell Jones's eyes. He turned his head away and saw Ivanka Klein sitting in the middle of the room, but she had her eyes closed and was undisturbed. In a stand was a man with sleek black hair tied back into a short ponytail and was dressed in a fine suit and half-moon glasses. Austell Jones waved the enforcers to stand down and addressed the relevant parties. Ivanka Klein, you are accused of breaking the sacred duty of a judge. The accuser, Hess Kant, stands here now and may give out his evidence. Hess Kant stood up, looking like a scholar, and fixed his glasses to his face, staring at Ivanka and Oscar with indifferent gold eyes. Thank you, Director, for allowing me to speak. I first noticed Ms. Klein's strange behavior when she repeatedly looked at the same scroll. Then I watched as she wrote something down on a piece of paper and left the record hall. And what was on this piece of paper? Do you know? Austell Jones asked. I do not, but I found out she was looking over the record of her nephew, Frederick Klein, and that she left for the dorm room of the student, Oscar Ter. The same dorm room student Frederick lived in for a year. Oscar prevented himself from making any action, even stopping himself from clenching his hands. Any movement from him would certainly be put under scrutiny. The records say Oscar Ter left for Artemo City, which lies above the spiraling willow forest, the last indicated location on Frederick Klein's record. This is no mere coincidence, Director. Ivanka Klein has leaked the details of one student to another. Hess Kant finished his speech and returned to his stand. Austell Jones took off his glasses and wiped them with his handkerchief. Oscar Ter, did you go to the spiraling willow forest? Oscar answered, yes. We convened this court now because Hess insisted we wait for your potential return for your testimony and put a flag on the mission. The information from the mission hall says you returned with Frederick Klein. Correct. Yes. Then did you rescue Frederick Klein from the spiraling willow forest? Yes. Oscar saw no point in lying and spoke the truth. They already had a good amount of information to make a decision. It was a matter of determining the extent of Ivanka's crime. As students, there might be some leniency for errors and second chances given, but the actions of Ivanka Klein are not tolerable for a judge. They must be wholly neutral and abide by the rules. Hess interjected with a flat tone. May I ask a question? Oscar stepped forward. Austell Jones was silent for a moment and answered, Go ahead. What is the process for finding a missing student for the pavilion? Sometimes it is hard to determine if a student is dead, missing, or taking a long time. The pavilion would have given a grace period of 2 months for a short mission like Frederick Klein's. 2 months. In that time, Frederick might have been lost forever. Oscar kept his outside calm and continued, If that is the case, then wouldn't me saving Frederick be doing a great service to the pavilion and an exemplary behavior worthy of praise? Hess slammed his hand on the stand and said in a cold tone, The results might have been favorable, but in the end you colluded in breaking the rules. Those who disobey, no matter the intent, are, in the end, condemned. Enough. Stop bullying the boy. Just give me my punishment. Ivanka spoke up. Do you confess to the charges brought against you? Austell Jones asked. I admit I leaked my nephew's details to Oscar, and it seems it was well worth it. As long as my nephew is safe. Ivanka let out a small smile. Then you shall be punished according to the severity of your crimes. As for Oscar Ter, you did save your fellow student, but I must remind you to be wary of breaking the rules like the 2 students from your previous case did. An intimidating aura surrounded Austell as he narrowed his eyes at Oscar. However, Oscar shocked Austell with his words. May I take on the punishment instead? If anyone is responsible, it would be me for pushing Ms. Klein over the edge to worry about Frederick all the time. You? Ivanka Klein's eyes widened at Oscar. If that is not doable, then lessen her punishment and put most of the burden on me, Oscar continued. Hess Kant shouted. Do you think the courtroom is a playground? A market where you can haggle? Just be grateful that a rule breaker like yourself isn't being punished. However, Austell Jones stopped Hess from continuing and addressed Oscar. You wish to take her punishment? That sentiment doesn't hold the same weight as a judge's crimes. They have a very important role and she broke that, as do all the elders. Then I will take on more punishment to equate that. Let me go to the Abyss prison. Everyone, including the enforcers, stared at Oscar as though he were crazy. Even Austell Jones was shaken and rechecked the records. You were sent to the Abyss prison for 1 week, and you say you want to go back? Indeed, life was hell over there. But I owe Ivanka Klein and could not have saved Frederick without her help. Samuel's crimes earned him 3 months. I will double that and offer to be locked up for 6 months. You! Ivanka was about to scream, but Austell Jones silenced her with chains. Are you serious? I am serious. Oscar stared right back at Austell Jones with conviction. Ha 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 ha. Austell Jones began to laugh as Ivanka and Hess looked on, shocked. The serious director that made them feel fear was laughing off his rockers. That's quite the conviction, but the law is… Suddenly an enforcer barged in and handed Austell Jones a letter. He unfurled it and read on. His eyes widened slightly, making Hess and Ivanka wonder what was on that letter. Austell turned to Oscar with a pensive look. There were signs of struggle on his face as he contemplated a decision. Very well, Oscar Tur, you shall be sentenced to the Abyss prison for 6 months, and Ivanka Klein will not be severely punished but placed under house arrest. But she will not return to her duties as a judge but be sent under Grand Commander Margaret's command. Director! Hess was about to object, but one look from Austell Jones stumped him. Since this student is determined to fall into the depths for Ivanka Klein, let him do it. Ivanka Klein is still getting a punishment but lighter. Ultimately, they saved a student while the pavilion is too spread out to handle each matter. Austell Jones waved over the enforcers. Take Ivanka Klein and Oscar Tur away. Ivanka was still struggling behind the chains but was dragged away. Her eyes looked apologetically at Oscar, who was still smiling. May I say goodbye to my friends? Oscar asked. Granted. This court is now finished. Austell Jones cleaned up the table and departed, leaving behind the dumbfounded Hess. What the hell is going on? Hess murmured. For the director he knew was a major advocate of the law, to give in was the strangest occurrence. The only reason would be if someone intervened, causing Hess to shudder in fear. Who was powerful enough to force the director's hand? When Austell Jones returned to his private room, he bowed to the figure waiting for him. She was dressed in a fine blue military uniform with a gold cape draped over her shoulders. Margaret Ward turned and said to Austell, You made the right choice. Her purple hair and gray eyes were still charming atop her well-defined face. She was older than her sister, Faye, but held on to her youthful appearance. May I ask the Grand Commander why she decided to intervene in the matters of the record hall? As the director, I must still keep up my image. Austell implored Margaret for an explanation with a dark face. He utterly despised going against the rules but could not ignore Margaret's command. Why send that student to the Abyss prison and put Ivanka under your command? Margaret rubbed her temple with a tired look. A stubborn fool was keeping track and asked me to handle this when it came to pass. A stubborn fool? Austell was confused. That's right. Margaret's eyes were still cold but relaxed ever so slightly. A stubborn idiot. Oscar was led back to the commune, where Frederick and Emily were waiting. They were joyful to see him but stopped upon seeing the enforcer next to him. Oscar asked the enforcer for some privacy. What happened? Frederick asked. Nothing much. Your aunt is pretty much free to go. Oscar smiled with an okay gesture. That's amazing, Emily cheered. Yeah, but I'll be gone to the Abyss prison for 6 months. Oscar dropped a bomb on them. The Abyss prison? Frederick stuttered as he paled, but his eyes suddenly glinted, and he whispered, They don't know about you and the warden? Nope. Frederick struggled to hold back laughter, his face twitching. Emily was going through a similar ordeal. You two can handle yourselves without me, right? Oscar asked. Of course. Frederick and Emily brought Oscar in for a group hug. Let's meet up again in 6 months. We'll be stronger exalts and attack the inner hall exam together, right? They gave a final hurrah. Tell Celestina for me, Oscar said. Who? Frederick didn't know who that was. Later, he nearly suffered a heart attack from Emily telling him the whole story. Oscar walked through the desolate depths of the lake under the guiding light of the trident. With each step, he moved deeper and deeper until a dark spire illuminated by dim lights appeared like a beacon of despair. But for Oscar, this was the opposite. He stepped into the main hall alone and smiled upon seeing the figure dressed in black with a three-pronged tip helmet. His master, Draven. "Why are you back here?" Draven crossed his arms with his back poised, looking like the height of nobility. Oscar bowed down and greeted his master. "I have returned as promised with some tea." He took out a bag of tea swiped from the commune. "I said to bring good tea." Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 141. Within the black depths, Oscar tapped his knees with his fingers while waiting for his master, Draven, to finish drinking the tea. He sat on a luxurious white chair and stared at his reflection on the crystal table. "This is bad tea." Draven finished Oscar's tea and shook his head. "Tell me why you have returned here. Did I not give you a manual to begin your initiation in Adamus Rays?" "I want more training." Oscar bowed his head. "More training? Why should I train you? What happened back then was only for a week, and you were only named a temporary disciple. Why shouldn't I put you to work in the pits for the next 6 months? You'll be quite useful as a Reese user. I can already see the progress you can make in the pits." Draven shrugged his shoulders and crossed his legs, waiting for Oscar's response. Oscar smiled and maneuvered off his seat straight to Draven's side with Adamus Rays clad fingers clenched into a fist. He punched forward, bringing up more Reese to create the shattering wave, to hit Draven with all he had. However, as expected, his fist did not do anything and was caught in the palm of Draven's black-gloved hand. His shattering wave did absolutely nothing, as if all of his power was reduced to null before Draven. "Good punch. You have utilized the shattering wave, and your Adamus Rays is already up to your fingers. That is worthy of praise." Draven praised Oscar, but his hand firmly grasped onto Oscar's fist and clenched, cracking knuckles. "So what was the point of this? You're still so weak." Oscar's knees buckled to the floor in a loud thud, and his face was riddled with veins trying to hold back the throes of pain trying to escape. But he carried a smile and spoke. "Since I'm so weak, isn't that insulting to Master? You are the one who trained me. Should I not be strong?" Oscar felt the grip on his fist tighten, and he groaned. His master's strength was tyrannical. Then, Draven started to laugh and let go of Oscar's fist. He continued to laugh as he smashed his fist down on the crystal table, reducing it to ash before Oscar's stunned gaze. "This is shattering wave. You're still so far from the apex. But you are correct. I cannot abide by you being my disciple and not having the adequate strength to back it up." Then, Oscar stood up. His eyes gleamed even though his fist was purple. "You have officially graduated from a temporary disciple to a permanent one. Now, follow me." Draven gestured in an exaggerated motion. Oscar let out a sigh of relief and followed his master with anticipation. He had finally become Draven's true disciple. As they walked through the dark hallways of the Abyss prison, Draven turned to Oscar and asked about his time after the grand gathering. Although he had been checking up on Oscar's progress from the sidelines, it was always better to ask firsthand. Oscar answered with great detail about the places he had been and what he did. Draven listened in silence as they continued to walk. Suddenly, he stopped when Oscar mentioned the Prince-Dict. "Robert Raven, I don't recall him. If he was in the same generation as that sword idiot, then he must have been a junior. Still, he opened up your Prince-Dict. He's a crazy fool." Draven crossed his arms and scoffed. Oscar had the urge to tell his master that he shouldn't be the one to say that. The Prince-Dict is incredible but nauseating at the same time. Oscar recalled the distortion in the world around him that made his body lurch. Draven pondered for a moment before speaking. "It seems I will have to add Prince-Dict training to the list. It's a waste not to hone it further. If you encounter others with Prince-Dict, chances are you'll be more advanced than them and take control of the fight." "Yes, we're here." Draven opened a small door. Oscar peered inside but was confused that it was very dark. Suddenly, he felt himself being pushed, and he was falling down a long hole. The winds from the fall uplifted his cheeks and squinted his eyes, but he was suddenly caught in Draven's hands. With a snap of Draven's finger, a bright light beamed down from above, illuminating the hole. Oscar looked around and saw that it was a well-paved hole with crystal-smooth black stone as the material. Along the walls, he noticed a few holes. "Master, what is this place?" Oscar looked up to his master, who started floating in the air. Then he learned the clanging of metal and found himself chained to the floor. He stood up but could not lift his arms or legs past the length of the chains. "Reese, awaken!" Oscar tried to pry his hands free, but these chains were incredibly durable. "This is the next step of your training," Draven talked from high above. "When I pull this lever, the waters from outside will begin to flow in and submerge you." "What?" Oscar tried to lift his arms with all his might, but the chains were strongly attached to the floor. "This place emulates the pressure of the deep. Once you are submerged, you will feel the onslaught of the breaking pressure of the depths. At your current strength, survive for 1 minute and you pass." Draven's helmet-covered face was shaking as if chuckling. Oscar was silent and closed his eyes in meditation. His eye was also cut off. "You wanted this training, but don't worry, we'll only be doing this session for 6 hours. Draven teased and pulled the lever. The waters started to flow in from the various holes in the walls. Oscar shuddered as the nail-biting chilly waters slowly climbed up from his feet to his waist. As the water came up to his neck, Oscar huffed and stretched his neck out for one final breath before it covered him. Only bubbles were visible on its dark surface. Oscar could not see anything in the waters as they reflected the dark surfaces and somehow blocked out the light from above. He was flailing, trying to get out of the water when suddenly, he felt an unbearable pressure assaulting every inch of his body. Every part of his muscles tensed and contorted as he let out a voiceless cry. He felt like he was being squeezed like a lemon. "Reese, awaken!" Oscar managed to gather Reese upward and punched it forward to divert the waters, but it only alleviated a small part of the pressure in the area he punched. The rest of his body was still crushed, and his lungs squeezed out all the air, resulting in bubbles on the surface. The small gap in the pressure he created plugged itself back up. Under this ceaseless pressure, Oscar was certain that he would die until the waters suddenly parted, and he dropped to the cold black floor, vomiting. 10 seconds. "You lasted quite long on your first try." Draven stepped onto the floor. "How was the feeling of the pressure?" Oscar was still coughing and gasping for air until he finally regained his calm. "What in the world is this training? If it's for Adamus rays, I cannot even contain the Reese within me while assaulted by the pressure. What application of Reese is this?" Oscar knelt because his legs were trembling from the torn muscles. "You will resume this until 6 hours are up." Draven ignored Oscar's words. Oscar nodded and stood up. He knew well enough that Draven wanted him to figure it out himself. Once more, the waters enveloped him, and Oscar felt the pressure pounding on his body. "Stay calm. What is the correct course of action? What can I do within my current abilities to overcome?" Oscar relaxed his body and allowed the pressure to continue crushing him as he thought hard. His leg kicked out with Reese, and the pressure was lessened in that area but quickly returned. Oscar fell to the floor again as the waters parted. Draven continually kept tabs on Oscar's progress, stopping the waters at the right moments. "It's impressive that you got your Reese awakened to 5 seconds, but that is pointless here." Draven helped Oscar to his feet. "How long did I last?" Oscar asked. 11 seconds. Oscar's training continued until the end of the 6-hour session. His body was pale all over from the chilling cold. Thankfully, Draven gave him a 3-hour break in between each session to rest and eat. This lasted for a week. Every session, Oscar decided to use the Reese Awaken, not to draw up the Reese but to observe his body. How was his body reacting to the constant pressure? And in what ways could he shift to handle the pressure better? Then he realized the constant pressure was a swirling mess of Reese that rampaged through his body. If I divert this Reese, could I lessen the pressure? Oscar shifted every inch of his body by moving his internal organs and controlling his muscles. The Reese from the pressure seeped in, and Oscar drew it all toward his fist and exploded out. This was more powerful and alleviated more pressure at a single spot, but Oscar could not maintain the Reese Awaken for long. He could not keep it up and was swallowed by the pressure. The pressure was too much for him to handle before he could use Reese Awaken again. Damn it, Master was right. My 5 seconds of Reese Awaken is useless unless I can somehow get it to 1 minute. or if I can attack at multiple places in fast succession. But that would overdraw my Reese awaken. Oscar gasped for air during the small respite. Oscar's eyes widened because he realized there was something else he could try. Again, please. Ho, it seems you figured something out. Draven waved his hand, and the waters swallowed Oscar. Within the waters, Oscar gathered the Reese and didn't divert it into a single point but strained to split it. He split it into two halves and unleashed it from both his fists. This time, the pressure lessened from 2 spots. His face broke into a smile even though the pressure was crushing the rest of his body. That's it. Draven sipped some tea from high above. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 142. Pavilion Master. Attack simultaneously. Oscar had always struggled with this concept when trying to coordinate with his dear anima. However, it wasn't an issue if it was his own body. It only required more concentration to split the Reese into different parts of his body. The principle of Reese was to be versatile with the physical power that flowed from anything. Oscar laughed at himself for being so blind not to realize that. There was much more to Reese than his inept assumptions. Nicely done, Draven applauded. During our one-step duel, we only went so far as to fight with a single outlet for the Reese. The Adamus rays only spreads and contains it, but if we can spread the Reese around, then we should be able to expel it from anywhere. But the power is not on par. Oscar clenched his fists that were trembling. The dual punches were weaker than his single punch and did not repel the pressure back as far. Power is unnecessary. What is important is the right use for it. Although it wasn't as powerful, you repelled the pressure in 2 places. This is a good time to rest for a full day. Draven said some unusually kind words. How long had I been in here? Oscar asked. He had lost track of time while in here. 1 week. I got your things from outside. Oscar frowned. 1 week flew by in an instant without him realizing it. He only had 6 months to learn everything he could from Draven. Oscar seemed reluctant to take a long rest with the clock dwindling. Rest. Draven spouted a single word, but it held an authority that would not be opposed. Oscar nodded, sat down, not minding the cold, wet floor, and started meditation. His chains were undone, and Ein returned to invigorate his body. Since Oscar was taking a break from Reese, it was time to train more in Ein. That's not resting, but I'll allow it. Draven was about to say more, but he suddenly turned his head up. He dropped a full day's worth of food and disappeared without saying a word. Oscar remained silent and continued absorbing Ein with the help of the purifying Aterstone. In the numbing darkness of the depths, Draven stood atop the tip of the spire of the Abyss prison. His hands were clasped behind his back as he lifted his chin, exuding arrogance. His voice reverberated through the deep ocean in a powerful shockwave. Is my master so ashamed of me that he can only watch from afar? The waters remained still after the shockwave of Draven's voice that lasted like a single ripple. There was no response, but Draven turned around and saw a crack forming in the waters. The crack continued to enlarge until it splintered into several pieces to reveal a swirling green vortex. Calm down. I thought I had taught you etiquette and manners, but lately, you've become more unhinged. A man stepped forward with faint wrinkles on his brow. He wore simple blue robes without any designs or lining and looked like a normal peasant middle-aged man with a bald head and no facial hair. However, his green eyes held awe-inspiring power, and the waters themselves were moving not to wet his clothes. He floated down to the terrace of the Abyss prison, which had a barrier to keep the waters out, and sat down, massaging his legs. Lately, my legs have been uncomfortable. The man's ancient voice was soft and uplifting, which made one feel at ease. There's a saying among the common populace that it is a sign of coming ordeals. For one as powerful as you, master. That sounds like a load of horseshit. Draven appeared by the table and poured out some tea. Language, the man shouted, then shook his head with a sigh. So why is the pavilion master here to visit the wayward disciple he banished to the Abyss prison? Draven sat down in a hunched position like a predator waiting to pounce. The person in front of Draven was his accursed master, the esteemed pavilion master of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, Remulus Grant. Despite his poor appearance, he was a terrifying King Exalt who commanded respect and awe from everyone except Draven. You know full well this isn't a real banishment. Remulus held the cup between his hands to feel the heat. Each of my disciples has responsibilities to take up. You're the warden, Maggie is the grand commander, Rob is the great elder, and John is the vice pavilion master. Why are you here? Draven relaxed and slumped in his chair. There was not a single hint of the elegance he put up with others. Towards his master, there was no pretense. Yes, I was about to get into that. Remulus took a sip from the tea and choked, spitting it out. Disgusting. What is this tea? That's the tea my new disciple gave me. It's the same tea they have at the communes of the outer hall. Draven laughed. The students are drinking this? I'll have to replace that tea. They need something better. Remulus pushed the tea away. His eyes narrowed as the air around him grew heavy and stuffy. That was what I wanted to discuss with you. Why have you taken a disciple? Oh, I realize something. If Oscar is my disciple, then you are his grandmaster. Master should do something for his grand disciple, or it isn't proper. Draven ignored Remulus's question and drank more of Oscar's tea from Remulus's cup. A black orb floated around by Remulus, and he reached inside, taking out a small bottle. He removed the cork and released a sweet aroma, which filled the air. It would make anyone drunk. But these two were beyond the wine's lull. Wine made from gold shimmer grapes. Want some? Remulus brought out 2 metal goblets and poured the gold wine. Draven took up the goblet and clinked glasses with his master, downing the entire drink in one gulp. You ruin it if you drink that fast. As for your disciple, you are correct. I cannot reject the fact I'm his grandmaster, but let him prove himself in the Ashen Grove. I'm sure he'll give you a surprise. Draven returned to drinking Oscar's tea. I took him in because he's quite interesting, certainly enough to draw the attention of that bastard in the garden. Remulus's face soured at Draven's uncouth words. What kind of deal do you have with him? What could have swayed my great master to allow this unknown foreign power in? Draven continued his line of questioning. The deal we have is one of personal exchange. I can assure you he has no ill will toward our pavilion. Remulus sipped his wine. But what about Oscar? That is a mystery, even to me. He has interacted with other students in the past, but not like this. Part of our deal was that he wanted to be with the students. Perhaps he wants to take in a disciple, and Oscar fits his criteria. Remulus peered into the empty goblet with disappointment. Your influence is outside his plans. Draven laughed and shouted, well, he can die in a ditch. I'm going back? Or are you here to stop me? No, your will is yours. So long as you are loyal and work for the pavilion. Remulus opened a new spatial crack. I had a deal with Elder Saul, but that doesn't include interfering with you. Train your disciple well and watch your manners next time. Remulus vanished into the crack that repaired itself. Draven stood up and cleaned the tea and cups meticulously. He looked into the dark depths and hummed to himself. Master is master, after all. It looks like I don't need to worry about anything. Time passed as Oscar was a month into his imprisonment. He was within the crushing waters, but his face was more relaxed against the pressure. Reese awakened. Oscar took in the Reese from every pore of his body. There was not a single spot where the pressure didn't try to crush him. He guided the swirling mass of Reese into his lower abdomen to concentrate it. Release! He split the concentrated Reese through every fiber of his body and released it all over his body. Unlike a month ago when he only used 2 fists, Oscar was now capable of unleashing the Reese as an all-encompassing shockwave. This clashed against the water pressure and held it at bay. Oscar enjoyed the sensation of being freed from the pressure for a short time until it came crashing back. Oscar smirked and waited until his Reese awakened, was usable again, and restarted the shockwave. This cycle continued from pressure building to release and back. 1 minute is up. Draven's voice resounded in Oscar's head. The black waters drained back into the lake. Oscar fell to his knees and shouted triumphantly, smiling at Draven above and raising his fist high. Cheeky little brat. Draven chuckled at Oscar's display, but deep down, he felt a sense of pride for his disciple. Nicely done. You have learned to split the Reese and release it all over your body. Thank you, Master. Oscar bowed. What you performed was Ripple Shroud. If you master Adamus Rays more to be able to defend with it, this technique will evolve. Draven explained. I understand. Oscar focused his hands, and the Adamus rays spread to half his hands. What is next, master? Draven brought Oscar out of the pit. It's time for you to learn a good skill. Let's make you into a fabricator. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 143. Fabricator Novice Oscar. A fabricator? Oscar rubbed his wrists after being freed from the chains. His eyes stared blankly at Draven. I don't have the talent. My anima is only a beast, not a hammer, anvil, or anything remotely related. True, but you are also a grade 4 and trying your best to keep up with the higher grades, even coming here for training. Why should you be unwilling to try this? Draven brought his face close to Oscar. Oscar shrank before Draven's sudden action but kept his thoughts on Draven's words. Oscar knew Draven was correct in that he trained ceaselessly to keep up with his friends and become a stronger Exalt, but only if he kept training. Training as a fabricator would take time away from everything else. Even so, as a fabricator or alchemist, there may be those with animus most suited for it. That only means they might have an easier time or accomplish things faster. But that doesn't mean they are out of reach. Draven spoke. However, Oscar pondered more. Will it be that useful? Oscar asked. What about my wraith, prinstick, and spell training? It depends on how much work you're willing to put into it. I have put together a nice schedule for you. Draven passed on a paper. Oscar's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His hands trembled as he read the paper. He glanced at Draven, who showed no reaction. Starting at the break of dawn, do 7 hours of wraith training, 4 hours of Ein and spell training, 3 hours of prinstick training, and finally 8 hours of fabricator training. Master, are you leaving me with only 2 hours of sleep? Your progress as a greater apprentice Exalt may be slowed down for a while, but you can pick up the pace later with the Aetherstone and the elixirs. This is good for you to take things more slowly and consolidate your shaky foundation. Forcibly advancing the way you did had left some issues that can be corrected by good slow training. Draven clasped his hands and stared at Oscar. Are you prepared? Oscar chuckled at this situation. He put himself here to receive training but didn't expect it to be so blown out of proportion. However, Oscar remembered Robert's words. You must do everything possible to grasp your goals. There was no way Oscar would give up this opportunity. I'm prepared, Oscar bowed and shouted. Then let's begin. Draven smiled under his helmet. The furnaces roared with flames that visibly distorted the air in a wide area. The flames were a mix of various colors of red and orange but were certainly not the typical flame Oscar was used to. Even the anvil was different from the blacksmith in his home village, being the size of a table. Black soot covered every inch of this workshop. Oscar was sure he would be choking to death if not for the special fabricator helmet with tubes on the side and a black glass front to see through. He was clad in the uniform of a fabricator, with not a single place exposed to the thick, hot air of this room. This is my workshop. Draven lifted a hammer and slammed it onto the large anvil covered in black soot. The metallic collision reverberated through the anvil and knocked off all the soot, revealing a clean silver coat. Come. Oscar's breathing quickened in this smog-infested place. Although the helmet helped secure clean air for his breathing, it was still dry and hot, like in a sauna, burning into his lungs. Question: what is a fabricator? Draven took out a wipe and finally cleaned the hammer. A fabricator is a creator of graded armaments such as weapons or armor that bolsters and exalts capabilities. Oscar spoke quickly to prevent his throat from drying up. Good answer. Draven placed an object on the anvil, and Oscar was surprised to see it there. It was his obsidian glass buckler that Canelier's wraith nearly destroyed. My buckler? Are we going to fix it, master? Oscar looked expectantly at Draven, who simply shrugged like a noble looking down on a commoner. Oscar watched in horror as Draven smashed his hammer on the buckler, the final nail in the coffin to shatter it into pieces. Oscar scrambled to pick up all the pieces that fell on the floor. No, we are not. You will be making a new buckler for yourself, and you will use and improve it. Draven cleared off the anvil and placed a large cube block of metal. It was blue metal with straight gray veins patterned on its surfaces. This is a block of azure iron, the most basic ores used for forging. Oscar bundled up all the pieces of his buckler in a corner and turned his attention to the azure iron. He held it in his hands and felt its hard exterior. The azure iron is a good practice tool for you. Give it here. Draven took up long metal tongs and grabbed the azure iron. He put it into the furnace that roared fiercely with the new addition. Oscar watched in wonder at the azure iron within the flames. The blue exterior did not lessen but deepened in color under the flames like a sapphire. The gray veins on it turned a bright red, as one would expect from metal in a furnace. Here, take it out. You need to be accustomed to the fires. Oscar took the tongs from Draven and reached into the fires of the furnace. Although the tongs provided some distance, the heat traveled up and hissed on Oscar's Fabricator gloves, making him sweat bullets under the helmet. He retrieved the azure iron and put it on the anvil. Take the hammer. Your exercise is to mold and shape the azure iron in a flat plate, the thinnest you can create. Draven sat down on a stool and waited for Oscar to begin. Oscar clenched the hammer and looked at Draven. This is not going to be as easy as it seems. Right, Master? By this point, is that even a question you should have? Draven remained silent after his remark. Oscar nodded, brought the hammer high, and pounded it down onto the azure iron. But it did not budge. Oscar had tested it with a simple pounding without iron or wraith. Metals used for armaments were different. Then, how about with iron? Oscar focused iron on the hammer's head. Sparks flew out from the collision, but Oscar was still frowning because the azure iron had a small dent. Next, he tried again with iron but drew up wraith to compound the power. More sparks were scattered from the powerful pounding of Oscar's hammer. The azure iron had a slightly larger dent, but it was minuscule compared to its size. That hammer is not what they use in forging. The specially made hammers allow fabricators to shape the metals more easily. But you will be using this, Draven said as he watched Oscar continue pounding away at the metal. His disciple wasn't paying attention but focused on the task. It's too slow, and at a certain point it gets harder to make more dents in it. Oscar managed to pound the azure iron down only a tiny bit, about 1 centimeter. His hands were getting numb from the countless hammering. Then what about Dual Awaken? Oscar used Dual Awaken to focus the iron onto a singular point on the hammer and drew up wraith. His face scrunched up from the strain, but he hammered down. The azure iron finally showed more progress. Oscar's shoulders heaved up and down as he drew in lots of air to recover. The Dual Awaken was very stressful and required time before he could try again. He gave it another shot and continued at this slow pace. However, the results were evident because the azure iron's height lowered as its width increased. But the hot red veins were returning to their gray color, and the burning blue was waning. Oscar reheated the azure iron in the furnace to keep its malleable state and continued hammering. But he reached a roadblock once again. The azure iron refused to budge any lower than where it was now. 8 hours are up. Sleep for 2 hours, and we will resume your wraith training. Draven clapped his hands, and the furnace flames died down instantly. I have arranged a small room for you next door. Rest well for the next 2 hours. Oscar coughed after taking off his helmet outside. His face was soaked in sweat, and his hair was stuck to his skin. He entered the room next door to find a plain mattress on the floor and a small bath. Seriously, Oscar submerged himself in the uncomfortable bath and cleaned himself quickly. He dropped to the mattress and fell asleep in an instant. The long periods of time in the crushing cold waters and flaming workshop made Oscar feel sick. Wake up! Oscar awoke in a pale sweat, seeing his master standing above him. It's been 2 hours. Let's resume the training. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 144. The Hammer Strike. Deep in the Abyss prison, the ragged breathing of a young man echoed across a small empty arena. The seats were worn and dirty, and there was no stage but a ground of sand. Oscar was on one knee and bleeding from his lips, and right across from him was the warden, Draven Kieran. What's wrong? You haven't landed a single hit on me. Draven tapped his foot and made a circle in the sand. Your prinstinct is still immature. Oscar wiped the blood from his lips and stood up, cracking his neck with anger in his eyes. He assumed his stance, clenched his fists, and opened his astral third eye to focus on Draven. His foot kicked off in a ferocious dash. Left! Oscar saw Draven's intent to move his right leg and move to block, but the image suddenly switched to the right. Unable to react in time, Oscar's right side was crushed by Draven's hook. He splurted out more blood and fell to the floor, the sand sticking to his cheek. Master, how did you suddenly change the intent? I definitely saw you were going to move your right leg, but it changed to your left hook. Oscar sat on the sand and looked up at Draven with gleaming eyes. Draven up down a mat and sat down to avoid sand. Tell me, have you witnessed a battle between two exalts with Prodigy? Oscar crossed his arms and thought, but only one battle came to mind. I watched the battle between Gilbert and Leon. What did that battle boil down to? Draven asked. They constantly used spells to try to disrupt the other's focus or move them into unfavorable situations. Another aspect was using overwhelming or fast spells that surpassed the Prodigy's foresight. Oscar recalled Gilbert's thunderstrike that moved so fast even Leon could not dodge it properly despite seeing the Ein moving. Spells are a good way. The Prodigy can only see the Ein moving but does not know the spell's scale, speed, or type. But what about between you and me? We're not using spells, so what is the issue here? This question was what Oscar wanted to ask. But Draven had turned it back on him. Draven had purposely lowered his powers and allowed Oscar to view him in the Prodigy, or else there would have been no point to this training. Oscar remained silent but closed his eyes, recalling every part of the battle with Draven. There were some instances when he could block Draven's attack, but more often, he was the one on the back foot. The Prodigy suddenly changes at the moment Oscar cannot do anything to stop the incoming attack. Are you out predicting me? Oscar asked. Good answer. In a battle between Prodigies, there are three main ways to win. First, break their concentration, and the enemy's Prodigy can't maintain itself. Second, use spells and anima to overcome that foresight. Third, read deeper than your enemy so they can't react. Draven stood up and helped Oscar to his feet. So long as I can read your intent better, I win. Oscar nodded and took up a stance. In the end, I just need to outdo you. That is the case. Draven lowered his hands, leaving himself completely open. But Oscar could never get a single blow in. A fierce exchange of blows scattered the sand around them. But no matter how much was blown away, more sand was revealed below. Deeper, they fought into a pit of sand. Oscar blocked one of Draven's punches and grabbed tightly to swing him around. But Draven followed along the swing and rammed his elbow down. I saw that. Oscar let go right before the elbow could land and went for a straight kick upward. In this situation, Draven was in midair and should not be able to dodge the strike easily. Draven twisted his body, changed the trajectory of his elbow, and slammed onto Oscar's leg. Nice try, but it was useless. Goh, Oscar fell to the sand, clutching his leg in pain. Draven's elbow had not broken it, but it still hurt like hell and ached every moment. If we were to determine it in the number of steps, you are reading 2 steps ahead while I'm seeing 4. 3 hours are up. Let's resume your Fabricator training. Draven tugged Oscar up out of the pit of sand that quickly fell into itself. Once more, Oscar was pounding away at the azure iron or to refine it and shape it into the thinnest plate possible. Sweat built under his helmet as the roaring furnace spewed more heat and smoke to make it feel suffocating. In his frustration, Oscar slammed fiercely. The azure iron cracked, and sparks flew out and covered Oscar, who stumbled to the floor in surprise. Oscar patted down the flickering embers on his body and observed the azure iron, seeing it had split down in the middle into 2 pieces. This was the 5th one already. At a certain point, he had to put a lot of power into shaping the azure iron further, but the power was too great and broke the ore. Oscar lifted the pieces of the azure iron with a large shovel and put them into a large crucible to be melted down. Master, Oscar asked as he saw the azure iron melting. What is it? Draven was in the room watching Oscar fail every time. If the azure iron can be melted like this, can't we put it into a mold to be a thin plate? Why do I have to pound it down myself? Oscar held the hammer. Although it was only 2 days, the tip was already worn down. He had also been hot-swapping hammers when they got to this useless state. In the end, you need to hammer down on it to make it stronger. There is the saying, iron gets stronger the more it is struck on. Draven tossed a new hammer to Oscar. Oscar caught it and stared at it intently. For fabricators, the hammer is key. With the hammer, you pound away the impurities and meld everything together strongly. Not some weak bond made by melting it all in a crucible, but true binding through the iron you scatter all over. Draven took the large crucible with large tongs and poured its contents into a mold. Understand? Everything is homogeneous in this boiling crucible, and we cannot discern the good from the bad. Oscar nodded and placed a new azure iron into the furnace. Once it was at the appropriate temperature, Oscar continued his hammering. Each strike was slow and deliberate as his frustration was gone. Draven tilted his head and smiled under his helmet, seeing Oscar's determination and fast understanding. It was a shame that his disciple wasn't a higher grade. But maybe he wouldn't be this way if he did have a higher grade. Meanwhile, Oscar stopped and lowered his hammer. The azure iron was around 3/4 of its original height. It was at this part that he always failed and cracked the ore. What is my hammer lacking? With Reunited, there is enough power to lower it to this point, but now that same power becomes the crutch that prevents me from finishing. Oscar stared at his hammer and fiddled around with it. Suddenly, his hammer was taken from him. Oscar turned to find Draven tossing around his hammer. "Master, watch closely." Oscar nodded and backed away. His eyes locked on the hammer in Draven's hand. Draven came to the anvil, and instead of swinging the hammer, he tapped it around the surface of the hot azure iron. After several taps, Draven paused and swung the hammer down on it with a terrifying force. Oscar thought that the azure iron would be broken, but his eyes widened as the sparks settled. Draven's hammer had formed a dent in the azure iron, which was not cracked. "What did you see?" Draven tossed the hammer back to Oscar. Oscar tensed up, recalling his master's tendency to behave murderously with this question. He racked his brain for an answer, thinking about Draven's previous motions. Why did he tap the azure iron multiple times? Draven stepped forward slowly, frightening Oscar, who fidgeted around and squeezed his head with his hands to urge his brain. As Draven's steps grew closer, Oscar was still thinking. What was so special about the taps? Oscar remembered that his master stopped after tapping but struck the last place he had tapped. "You struck the last place you tapped," Oscar declared. Draven stopped for a moment but posed another question. "Why did I do that? Are you kidding me?" Oscar looked down but could hear Draven's steps resuming. "Ein?" Oscar realized and blurted out the first thing on his mind. "You were using Ein." Indeed, he had seen Draven's hammer have a tiny hint of Ein in each tap. Correct. Azure iron is not just metal. It's more akin to a living thing in how it reacts to the Ein. Draven tapped the hammer again. "I send my Ein inside with each tap to induce a reaction and see the configuration. At this stage, the azure iron requires a more delicate touch. Configuration? It's more accurate to say it's a formation. Give it a try. Pour your Ein in." Oscar nodded and focused a tiny hint of Ein, tapping away at the surface of the azure iron. To his surprise, there was feedback that came back like a response from the azure iron. He could visualize a network of nodes and lines that connected them. "You see it, right? The point is to find the weakest spot to undo the current complication. Which one seems the most likely? Here it is." Oscar slammed his hammer, full of Reunited. The azure iron did not break as his hammer sunk a part of it in. Every material has that fine point where it is safe to hit. It was fine at its original state, but it gets more important as you continue to mold it. Oscar didn't hear Draven's words but tapped and pounded on the azure iron. Draven shook his head and sat down. "This deaf disciple." Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 145. Refinement complete. "The more materials you work with, the more complicated the structure," Draven said to Oscar while sipping some tea. "Ha!" Oscar munched on his day's rations. "The structure. The azure iron you hammered on required you to find the correct points to hit to shape it further. The materials from Exalt beasts and other ores are similar, but some may be quite a puzzle to unravel. As a fabricator, you must hit the correct places to refine it," Draven explained. Oscar nodded. "The azure iron is one of the basic ones, so something like N ore required for grade 2 armaments may be harder to mold and shape." "Exactly. The alchemists have a similar principle. From the outside, it looks like they're mindlessly pouring in Ein, but it's a delicate process in which they are fiddling with the cauldron's contents similarly to our hammering." Oscar listened attentively and asked, "How complicated does it get to unravel the points that need to be hit?" Draven crossed his arms and shrugged. "Think of one like a tangled-up spider web. All kinds of strings intertwining and bundled up. It becomes a matter of hitting certain ways to unravel those strings to expose as many points as possible, then strike the correct one. It's like cat's cradle? Oscar asked. What the hell is cat's cradle? Draven tilted his head. Oscar chuckled and said, Nothing, never mind. Another month passed as Oscar made steady progress in refining the azure iron. The process grew more complicated as it got thinner. The clear points, like stars in the night sky, were not obscured under a small web. The entanglement was not overly complicated, but Oscar had to constantly maintain a clear picture by tapping repeatedly and pondering the correct place to hit. Sometimes he hit wrongly, and the azure iron broke apart, only to be melted later for other purposes. It was a strange process. Oscar felt many lines coursing through the azure iron, tying themselves up or crossing each other. He had to hit one of the intersections to unravel or a line to sever it. If he chose wrongly, the azure iron could be broken and used as scraps. But if he were correct, it would have a domino effect that changed the formation of the lines and possibly revealed spots that Oscar could hit. Oscar noticed as he kept progressing that large sparks would burst out from the azure iron and fall to the ground or anvil. These are the impurities that we hammer out. So the black soot was all the remnants of the impurities. Oscar smiled under his helmet and continued his cycle of delicate tapping and heavy pounding. The azure iron was almost the height of half his thumb. From the reactions and the picture he drew in his mind, Oscar realized there was only one more complication to unravel. He slammed the hammer on the correct spot, and the azure iron was complete. Oscar tapped it all over again to make sure but found that the response was the same all over. Not static or clear, just regular clanging of metal. Well done. Draven eyed the azure iron that was now a thin plate on the anvil. Oscar gripped his hammer happily and was about to cheer when Draven's next words doused his spirit. Make it thinner, thinner. Oscar traced his finger along the azure iron. Doubting himself, he tapped again but found no indications of any good spots. Won't it break if I try? It definitely will, Draven spoke plainly, making Oscar frown. If so, then what can I do to make it thinner? Look at all the black soot that fell off of it. Oscar pointed to the piles of black soot that had built up around him. When fabricators reach this part, they can melt it as is and have a good quality armament, but this is where you can take it a step further. You may not realize, but there are deeply rooted impurities that cannot be seen, so minuscule that one might ask, why bother? However, strive for that perfection. Draven cleaned the black soot off the anvil. Oscar was engrossed in Draven's words, but then he realized that Draven didn't answer his question. Master, you didn't answer my question. TCH, I was hoping you would just go into it and break this one. Please just tell me, Master. Oscar felt his master had too much fun playing pranks on him. Fine, fine. This is where delicate iron control is needed. Focus your iron and hit the azure iron, but not in a powerful strike to one spot. The iron must spread and hit the azure iron evenly across its surface. Surely with Iron Awaken and the control it provides, you can do this simple task. Draven cleaned Oscar's hammer and passed it back to him. Oscar held the hammer softly and faced the plate of azure iron. He tapped it lightly, scraping his hammer against its surface. Spread it out. Oscar lifted his hammer and was about to strike, but Draven stopped him. 8 hours are up. Time for sleep. Draven was very persistent in adhering to the schedule, even if Oscar made great progress. Can't I try one hit? Oscar bowed and requested. Fine, one hit, but don't lose sleep if you break it. Draven held up one finger. Oscar swung it without much power, but it resounded powerfully on the plate. His iron surged and pounded down on the azure iron all over its surface. Oscar was relieved for a moment but jolted up when he heard a crack. Cracks began forming on the azure iron like a web, breaking into many thin, tiny pieces. He could not speak, only leaving his mouth open in the horror of what he had done. Too bad. Draven dragged the lifeless Oscar back to his room. The next day, Oscar pounded fiercely to get the fresh azure iron to the same state as yesterday. Once the ore had reached the same condition, Oscar halted his hammer and sat down on a stool, crossing his arms and staring at the azure iron. The last time my iron was most likely distributed unevenly. The hardest part is the fact my iron will naturally be stronger on the point that is hit. Wait a moment. Oscar looked at the small hammer in his hand and turned to Draven. What is it? Draven was like an immobile statue. Don't we have a bigger hammer? Oscar asked. There's no way professionals use only one tool. If I spread my iron evenly on the surface of a large hammer that covers this plate, then there should be no issues. Nope, there are variances, but none of the size you are referring to. That plate is already stretched out quite big. Also, this is a great exercise for your iron usage. Oscar continued to stare at the azure iron plate, tapping his hammer on the anvil to keep himself busy. His thoughts were stuck on the problem. Reflecting back, he failed even with Ein Awaken, which showed his shortcomings. I focused too much on using Ein Awaken to focus my Ein on finer points rather than this broader stance. I've already spent 2 months here. I have 4 months left. There must be another way. Oscar felt the helmet was very stifling while his head was perplexed by his thoughts. He held the helmet in place as he shook his head around inside. It provided a brief respite as he let out a breath of relief. What if I don't touch it? Oscar cleaned his hammer. Could I stop the hammer right before it strikes and just send the Ein forward like a tide? Oscar stood up and decided to give it a try. He charged a great deal of power and swung the hammer, stopping before it could make contact. His Ein spread and flowed out all over the azure iron and fell onto it. This time, the azure iron did not crack from the Ein imposed on it, but it was unchanged. Not even a single spark came forth. Is there not enough weight? Is the Ein by itself isn't enough to shape it? It requires a physical touch. Oscar sat down again to contemplate. He stared at his master, Draven, and thought that the Ein of a martial Exalt would definitely be enough to pound this azure iron from a distance. Though, he probably needs to use his physical power to facilitate the process for higher-grade materials. Physical power? It was like the gears started working in Oscar's head as he shot up with a glint in his eyes. He gripped the hammer. His hands were shaking from excitement. There was one thing he didn't try, a move that spread out in waves. Shattering wave. Oscar combined his Ein with this scattering technique that blanketed the azure iron. The concept of the shattering wave was that it was a shock wave that flew like a crashing wave. The pressure bore down on the azure iron as Oscar watched nervously. This should be the boost of physical power needed. His theory was correct. The azure iron let out a couple of sparks that fell onto the black soot. It was slight, but its height decreased. Oscar clenched his fists and pumped them in joy. He finally did it. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 146. Refine the Beast. Draven did not move but stared at Oscar, who was celebrating his success. He smiled under his helmet, seeing his disciple's good progress and adaptability. Finally, he moved his feet and flicked Oscar's helmet to cool him down. Calm down. Finish off this plate and we can move to the next step. Good job on layering your Ein over the shattering wave, but never stop trying to accomplish the same feat with Ein alone. Oscar nodded and finished the azure iron, turning it into a thin plate half the height it was before. Before taking more swings, Oscar turned to Draven and asked, "How do I know when it's finished? I don't want to break it past its limits accidentally. From this point on, it's a feeling. As you continue to work with materials and refine them, you'll develop a sense of when it's ready. You can stop right now. It's pretty much finished." Draven took up the azure iron plate with the tongs and dropped it into a new crucible to melt it down. Now it's pure and in the best condition to create an armament. Come here. Oscar came forth and peered into the crucible. The azure iron was melting into a hot, viscous liquid, almost like molasses. Off to the side, Draven passed him the tongs. "We don't have to let this keep melting. Pour it into the mold over there." Draven pointed to a metal plate with an indent of a shape. Oscar did as instructed, feeling the heat travel up the tongs to make his whole body sweat. He poured the entire contents of the crucible into the mold, but some bits were stubborn, and he shook it to get the small bits out. Draven took out a water basket with frost forming on its edges. He took out the hot metal and doused it in this frosty water, spewing smoke everywhere. "This is glacial oil, very cold and useful for quenching the metal." Oscar waved his hand to blow it away, but the smoke persisted. When it settled, he saw Draven drop a small but thick bar of refined azure iron on the table. To the next step, Draven reached into his space pocket and pulled out a large black turtle shell, dropping it on the anvil. "Refine this shell from the Exalt beast, Ashback snapping turtle. It is an apprentice Exalt beast. Is it similar to what I did to the azure iron?" Oscar stared at the buckler fragments in the corner of the workshop. Not entirely. Draven tossed Oscar a new hammer. You'll be using the standard hammer that fabricators use. It allows for easier flow of iron into it to facilitate the refinement process. Oscar held the hammer, swinging it around slowly to get a feel for it. It was a hammer with a black metal handle and a silvery large head. It feels nice. Are there different hammers? Hammers are like armaments, so the higher grades provide better forging. That is why people with a hammer anima are often said to have the talent, because it's more natural for them, and their anima can be a boon when used. Hammers, anvils, and other tool animus were highly regarded by fabricators. The control over the iron in an anima was superior, and their forging would be further elevated if their anima mastery advanced to the meld stage or integration stage. Does Master have a hammer anima? Oscar was curious about his master's power. You can guess as much as you want. Draven declined to answer and waved Oscar to the anvil. Back to the topic. When using the parts of an Exalt beast, there are always traces of its will that retaliates and interferes. Oscar nodded, recalling the night raptor's blood that coursed through his body. That blood went on a rampage until Oscar destroyed the beast's will, the source of the blood's frenzy. But even after the will was gone, the blood was still wild but without motive. Draven placed the shell in the furnace, igniting it on fire. We undergo a similar process to the azure iron, but this time, instead of being idle, it will bite back. Oscar observed closely as the shell reached a red-hot color. Once it was on the anvil, he was instructed by Draven to hit it with the hammer at this spot. He raised the hammer and sweated in anticipation of what would happen. As his hammer fell and collided against the shell, Oscar felt a slight rebound reverberating through his hammer to his hands. In his mind, he heard the furious roar of a creature. It was the Exalt beast's will fighting back. Humph! Oscar exerted his iron and wraith to overpower the rebound and slammed down on the shell. The shell cracked slightly under Oscar's hammer, making Oscar sweat bullets. I screwed up. No, it's fine. Refining the Exalt beast's shell is to destroy its remnant will and reduce the artifact into a fine powder. Higher-grade Exalt beasts require far more heat and effort to break its will and material. Draven gathered the shell fragments into a pile. Tap it and find the formation. Then hit its weak point. Oscar resumed. Tap to find the formation. Thought of the weak spot to unravel the formation. And hit. Breaking through the rebound he felt each time and dispersing more of the beast's will. He thought about the night raptor's blood and paled from thinking of how incredibly risky that was. This Exalt beast is weaker than you and, thus, unable to withstand your power with just a remnant of itself. The more powerful it is, the longer it will take to break its will. Draven explained from the side. Master, how do alchemists achieve the same? Oscar was curious about the other profession. Their methods are unique as well. Some plants and herbs naturally have stable iron, so they need no concern. But for others, the alchemist needs to heat it in a cauldron while using their iron to tame the wild iron. Draven gathered all the powders after Oscar was finished hammering the shell into dust. That can be done while creating an elixir, but a beast's blood must be refined beforehand. The blood is poured through a sieve that drips slowly into a vial. The alchemist concentrates and purifies the building liquid in the vial, dispersing the beast's will every time. Oscar listened and finally finished reducing the shell to a powder. His master poured the powder into a brick kiln that was burning a yellow flame that extended out the top. The flames roared as the opening on the bottom was sealed. Now we wait until the flames start to die. By the way, these flames are special grade 1 yellow flames. You'll need to create better flames from special wood or another source for higher grade beasts. Draven cleaned the anvil. Oscar sat down and waited patiently with his master. Both stared at the roaring flame that still burned through the kiln. In an hour, the yellow flames started to flicker and no longer showed above the kiln's top. Take a basket of glacial oil and pour it down until there is no more light within the kiln, Draven instructed. Oscar took the basket of frosty liquid, feeling a cool sensation that provided much-needed relief. He poured it down the chimney-like opening of the kiln, releasing a large cloud of smoke. But Oscar did not stop pouring until the small sparks of flame he could see were gone. Draven opened the bottom hatch and reached in. He pulled out a large slag of unknown material and placed it on the anvil. This is the result. Oscar held the slag in his hands, feeling its rough surface but was confused by what they had made. It's very weak. Crack it with your hammer without iron or reese. Oscar swung his hammer, and the slag broke apart like a sand castle. There were small pill-sized bits that didn't match the soft material of the slag. Oscar held some between his fingers. First step was to destroy the beast's will and reduce the material into powder. The second step was to burn it in the kiln to make the material rebind into this slag. Finally, we end up with these small pellets, but it is the best form of the shell that exemplifies its toughness. If we tried it with fangs, the pellets would be well suited for a sharp edge. Gather all of them. It was tedious, but Oscar crumbled every bit until he found pellets. He gathered them into a small basket, forming a small mound the size of his fist. He could not believe that the large shell had become this small result in front of him. "What now?" Oscar asked. "Now comes the hardest part." Draven crossed his arms. "It's time to make an armament." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 147. The Binding Formation. Oscar fought against Draven in the sand arena. Their fierce exchange of blows sent waves rippling through the sands as clear sounds resounded from their fists colliding. His bandaged arms and hands were numbing from the constant barrage as his master's, Draven's, attacks grew increased in ferocity. "It's been 4 months since you've come here. Your prinstinct has developed well, and you can match me in this state now." Draven and Oscar were on their knees and clinching each other's necks. "Though, even if our prinstincts are equal, what if I have more power?" Draven tightened his grip. Oscar keeled over with veins popping out of his neck from his attempts to resist but was powerless and ended up in Draven's chokehold, with one arm barely holding back the choke. "You said you would match me on everything but the prinstinct. It's for educational purposes." Draven chuckled and released Oscar. "You are now at the stage where we'll end up in these stalemates. In the last 2 months, overcome my prinstinct and land a clean blow on me." Oscar bowed and shouted, "Yes, it's already time. Disciple, make your way to the forge and start practicing. I need to go somewhere." Draven disappeared in a gust of sand. Oscar redid the bandages on his arms and stretched his back. He changed into the Fabricator uniform and entered the workshop. On the anvil was a ruined mess of material. Oscar gathered the material and placed them inside the crucible to melt. The bubbling of the molten solution and the roaring flames of the furnace echoed as Oscar maintained his silence. He traced his finger across the hammer's head in deep thought. It had been 2 months since he successfully refined the azure iron and the turtle shell, but he could not create an armament properly. The mess of materials he was melting down resulted from his novice ability. He recalled everything Draven had told him but was still stuck. Once the materials properly melted, Oscar took out the crucible and poured it into a mold for a buckler. He dripped a little of the glacial oil to quench and solidify it, but not too much. It was still molten hot but held its shape. Oscar hit it with his hammer, ensuring he was doing it correctly. The process for creating the armament was different from refining raw materials. Oscar pounded hard on the hot product but sent his iron to meld into it. From the resonance of the hammer, a faint node formed in the pre-armament. He swung again, creating another new node. Then he hammered between the nodes and stirred his iron to form a link connecting them. Instead of unraveling a network of webs and releasing clear nodes, Oscar had to create a new network or formation by lodging in the nodes with his iron and connecting them all over the armament. This had to be done while hammering it into the ideal armament shape so the iron could penetrate deep into it and take its place. When it was complete, the materials that made up the armament would finish melding together and have a good foundation. The foundation would also influence the shape of the armament. Oscar's network of nodes continued to build and become more complex. Oscar breathed heavily, releasing a puff of smoke from the tubes on his helmet's side. This was an exhausting process that drained his mind. He had to find the correct place to create a node like a nail that bound the turtle shell and the azure iron together. The last hammer stroke fell as the new buckler formed into its shape, similar to Oscar's old one. He lifted it with tongs and quenched it in the basin of glacial oil. The loud hissing noise came with the spewing smoke and bubbles of heat. Oscar removed the buckler, which was still steaming and releasing smoke, and placed it on the anvil to give it a look over. The buckler was black and reflected the light of the fires well. He could see the faint lines and points adorned its surface, his self-made formation. But Oscar did not cheer in joy at his creation. How many times had he failed in this step? Oscar had lost count over the past months. Without a word, he swung his hammer down, and a loud clanging of metal rang clearly. The buckler seemed fine, but cracks formed on its surfaces, spreading like a web until the buckler broke apart. Another failure. I also need to make a new batch of azure iron and turtle shell pellets. Oscar looked at the fragments, which were smaller than the previous scrap pile, barely usable. It's a shame I can't constantly reuse the materials. But Master said everything has a shelf life. Oscar sighed and restarted his work, refining the azure iron and then shifting to another turtle shell. He felt it was funny that he had become a master in dismantling the raw materials but was horrible at putting it all back together. His hammer was well accustomed to it. After everything was settled, there was a bar of refined azure iron and a pile of turtle shell pellets. He melted them all together in the crucible and resumed his attempts at armament creation. Another failure. Oscar sat down and stared at the shattered buckler. He gripped his hammer and let out a sigh of frustration. After all this trial and error, Oscar felt it was near impossible to find the correct formation. Master mentioned this is the hardest part of a fabricator's job. Are my nodes not correct? Or are the lines not connected as they should be? Oscar tapped his hammer on the anvil, thinking about the possible solutions. He turned to look at the stool his master usually sat on. Where did Master go? In the foundry that continually spewed dark clouds into the air, making the area around it a bleak wasteland, Draven stepped into a large workshop. Inside was a fabricator working on an armament. Each hammer strike resounded clearly through the workshop as a node shone on the armament like a star. It is heartening to see you so enthralled in your craft, Draven said. That's rich, coming from the mad warden of the Abyss prison. How intoxicating are the screams of the prisoners. The fabricator responded but did not face Draven. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt a lady while she's busy? Draven merely grunted. Making a sword? There was a long molten red, unfinished sword on the anvil. The fabricator had been working on this. Indeed, it is a grade 4 armament. Please stop talking and let me finish. This is the most important process. The fabricator continued to swing the hammer. Don't care. Draven refused and continued talking. I need you to give me a hammer, for heaven's sake. The fabricator's tone grew increasingly hostile, but she still asked, what for? You have your own hammer. For my disciple, Draven stated. This news caught the fabricator off guard as she accidentally hit the hammer in the wrong place. She let out a shout of frustration and pointed at Draven. I messed up the formation. You sadistic maniac. What sort of poor soul have you taken as a disciple? Or is he like you? Draven shrugged and sighed like a parent watching their child's tantrum. Just make me a hammer that utilizes Reese to its best. Reese, you taught your disciple Reese as well. The fabricator snorted, dumping the failed sword into the crucible to melt. I would have thought fabricators would be welcome to the idea of Reese. My disciple has used it to some effect in his refinement. Draven sat elegantly on the stool with his legs crossed. That's just you. Fabricators do not need Reese if they can make do with their iron. Why take the risk of your heart exploding and waste a lot of time not forging? For the forge master of the foundry to be so scared, it is truly a sight, Draven joked. It's common sense. I bet your disciple went through hell to acquire it and been through worse to progress. The forge master scoffed. Well, while this failure takes a long time to melt, I'll make you the hammer. Much obliged. Draven nodded. Here we go. Oscar hammered on the buckler, creating a new node. This node was clearer and shone brightly like a star. It was Oscar's new answer. After many observations and reviewing the manuals, Oscar felt something was off about his nodes. They looked stable and linked perfectly by the lines he drew, but they didn't have that spark inside. A singular point. Everything is about being as minuscule as possible. The smaller the node, the stronger the bond. Oscar lifted his hammer and focused, using Ein Awaken to concentrate the Ein to its utmost and even more. He had been using Ein Awaken with each hammer strike before, but he exceeded the limit to concentrate the Ein even further this time. If the way I was doing it before was not enough even to my limits, then I have to go beyond that. Under his helmet, Oscar's nose started to bleed as his eyes strained. He slammed the hammer again, creating another shining node. It wasn't a perfect method because Oscar was slower in each hammer strike and needed to finish before the armament cooled. However, this was his first real step in becoming a fabricator. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 148. Armament Creation. Sounds like you've accomplished something. Oscar turned to Draven, who appeared out of nowhere, holding a hammer with blue swirls on its head and a handle of some kind of oak. Reporting to Master, I have successfully made the nodes as they should be. Draven took a look at Oscar's handiwork on the buckler and nodded. It is good that you realized the singularity of the nodes. I could have told you the answer, but I trusted your intuition. To create the formation is to complete the armament. You must have a good intuition for how it should be, and every single one varies. Oscar was grateful for Draven's praise, bowing before lifting his hammer to resume. Hold on for a moment. Draven held out the hammer in his hand. Try this. Feeling the hammer in his hands, Oscar knew it was lighter than the hammer he was using. He poured his eye into it, and the blue swirl patterns glowed dimly. What kind of hammer is this? That is a good hammer for a one-star fabricator and is specially made for you. I had it designed to make the most use of wraiths. With it, your refinement will be faster. Take this as my gift to you. Draven took Oscar's old hammer and tossed it aside. Oscar tapped the new hammer on the anvil, hearing the clear sound it induced. Next, he flowed wraiths into and slammed it down. The wraiths went through as if the hammer wasn't there, sending a loud shockwave that fanned the flames higher. This is incredible. How does it do that with the wraiths? Specially made. Armaments are meant to be easy conductors of iron, but we can modify it to allow wraiths to flow just as well. It requires a certain finesse to create such an armament. I can teach you much later when you're a better fabricator. Draven returned to his stool and gestured for Oscar to continue with the new hammer. The armament was repeatedly bashed on the anvil as its shape began to take hold. Oscar was sweating bullets and pale, but his eyes stared through the glass visor with great concentration. With a final strike of his hammer, the last node embedded itself. Oscar heaved and wheezed. His fingers trembled from the exertion. He realized this was true forging. Putting all his heart and soul into creating an armament was the hallmark of a fabricator. Gritting his teeth, he soldiered on, hammering to connect the nodes into his formation. As each line formed to connect nodes, Oscar could feel the armament getting tighter as if something clamped onto it. One more, Oscar shouted, bringing his hammer down for one final strike. As he did so, the nodes and the connecting lines crackled, coursing sparks through the armament. The formation was now complete. Oscar quenched the armament in the glacial oil, but instead of smog and smoke, a burst of iron came forth like a font of power. Oscar was nearly blinded by the light, if not for the dark visor helping to diminish its brightness. How is it, Master? Oscar placed the finished buckler on the anvil and sat down to recover. The buckler was black with turtle shell patterns on its surface with blue tinges on its edge. Draven held the buckler, tilting his head as he spun it. Not bad. It can count as a grade 1 armament, but more work can be done to improve it. Bring me the fragments of your old buckler. Oscar retrieved his old buckler scraps from the corner. It had not moved from there since the beginning. Put it in the crucible. Draven scraped his hammer across the new buckler. Oscar tossed the scraps into the crucible and watched as they heated up and slowly began to melt. He felt nostalgia seeing it break down, remembering the first day he got it at the foundry with Emily. The moments when it cracked against the rainbow didus flashed through his mind. It had been his good companion throughout all those endeavors and trials. Draven appeared beside Oscar and grasped his shoulder. To feel for your armament is a good trait of a fabricator, but it had served its purpose. Now it is a supplement for this. For what? Oscar nearly yelped when Draven tossed the finished buckler into the mix. Oscar was horrified to see his formation breaking down and his hard work going down the drain. It is time to rebuild. While this is melting, let me show you the improvement. Draven took out a core. This is the core of the ashback snapping turtle. Inside the cores are an array of lines and patterns akin to formations. To use it, we must extract it. Watch closely. Or else I'll poke your eyes out. Draven spouted such terrifying words so naturally that Oscar felt he would do it. Oscar silently followed his master to the anvil and stood at attention. The core is the idea. The core is the essence. The core is the entirety of being. The formations within it are everything about the Exalt beast. In the case of the snapping turtle, we should care about two parts. One for its tough defense and another for its nasty bite. Draven surged his eye within, showing Oscar the array of formations within like he saw at the Grand Oak auction. Now for the extraction process. Draven placed the core in a pot of boiling water and put in his eye to further cook the core. The heat of the water, compounded by the power of your eye, will lower the resistance of the core. Send forth eye in and fill in every part of it. You will learn about its qualities as your eye travels through the formation. Do appraisers accomplish the same? Oscar asked. Draven shook his head. They have a unique sight to see into the core and extract its information. Not many would have that power. Pay attention. Then a loud cry resounded from the pot of water. But Draven flicked his finger, increasing the eye, inducing more cries. The core is where the Exalt beast will fight back the hardest. But it's nothing to me. The cries died down. Draven took out the docile core and placed it on the anvil. The formation of nodes and lines was visible on the surface of the core, much more pronounced than before. Oscar watched as Draven took a pair of tweezers and pulled on a node. The entire formation was torn from the surface of the core with the node. The core dimmed and lost its luster, becoming stone-like. Behold, the formation of the ashback snapping turtle. Draven spread out the lines and nodes on the anvil. Oscar was amazed at the complex structure, like the blueprint of a building with many twisting corridors. That seemed easier than I thought. It's only the core of an apprentice Exalt beast. What can it do against my power? Be wary of trying it as the realms go up. The cores can bite back like the materials, but much worse. Draven cut out a part of the formation with a sharp eye on his fingers, leaving it aside while throwing away the rest. Oddly enough, Exalt beasts consume these without any issues. Draven strode to the crucible and nodded at the finished result. He poured it into a mold for a flat plate. But before hammering, he took the stripped portion of the formation from the core and placed it on the molten metal. He hammered hard onto it. Build on from this starting formation. As you do this with different kinds of cores, the more complex you may have to make the formation to accommodate it. Bind the core formation with the materials. Oscar was silent, gazing with eyes like a child in a candy store. His eyes locked on the formation now embedded in the center of the armament. He could only think about how amazing it was. A part of his heart stirred and trembled. He smiled, wanting to work on that armament, to create the formation and complete it. It was an instinct to push aside his master and take up the hammer. Draven noticed this change in Oscar but didn't say anything. This was the kind of obsession that all fabricators had. They were all selfish creatures, so enthralled by the work in front of them with no regard for others. They craved nothing but the chance to keep working and fighting over the jobs. This cheeky disciple wants to take over my place. Just wait there. Your time will come in the future. Oscar continued to watch with sparks in his eyes. Draven's hammer strike was beautiful. Each motion was elegant but landed powerfully on the armament. Every node his master made was incredibly deep in color, and the lines formed a beautiful shape like a spiraling flower. Incredible, Oscar murmured. Draven quenched the buckler and presented it to Oscar. It had a turtle shell pattern and was obsidian black with blue edges but shined rainbow-like from the flickering flames. With the formation of defense from the Exalt beast core, its defensive capabilities are increased. With each armament, there is a purpose for its creation. Find a matching core such as sharpness for swords or flexibility for spears. Incompatible elements will not result in a good armament. Oscar lost his breath, holding the new buckler in his hands. He could somehow hear the roar of a beast from within. It is yours now. Oscar gripped the buckler and bowed. Thank you, master. Don't thank me with words first. Prove it with your actions. You have 2 months left here. You can barely qualify as a 1-star fabricator, so let's finish up. Yes. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 149. The End of Training. Oscar growled and punched from the side with all he had, letting out a puff of hot air from his lungs. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared forward like a predator. The moment he had been waiting for was finally here. His fist traveled through the air, knocking away the falling grains of sand. His knuckles clenched harder, and they dug into Draven's exposed side. However, it was stopped and could not proceed. Oscar felt how incredibly sturdy Draven's body was. It was an immovable mountain that nothing could chip away at. Draven remained unmoving, staring at Oscar's fist on his side. He stared at his own outstretched fist, a hair's breadth away from Oscar's face. In the last moment, Oscar had outpredicted Draven. "Is it my win, master?" Oscar smiled, feeling the thrill of victory and battle shiver down his spine. "Your princept was a half-step ahead, leading to this result. But who can say that you won? You haven't pierced past my defenses at all." Draven shook his head. Oscar frowned and sighed. "Aren't you being too stubborn, master?" "No, this is me being stubborn." Draven slammed his fist to finish its course on Oscar's face, blowing his thick-headed student onto the arena walls. "However, good job. You have finished this training." Oscar coughed and spat out a mouthful of sand, but he chuckled despite the pain. It had been 6 long months, but he finally won one over his master, even if it were a handicapped battle. "Shall we go off to armament training?" "No, you are leaving tomorrow. You still cannot meld the core well into the armament, but you have done well in the steps beforehand. That is enough for you to attempt the test to become a 1-star fabricator." Draven took Oscar, and they disappeared and reappeared in a clean room with a big table full of delicious food. All kinds of seafood and meats with vegetables and a large jug of cold juice. Oscar kept his drool from overspilling, but his stomach growled crazily. "Is this for me?" "It is a celebratory feast. In honor of my teaching skills." Draven crossed his arms and looked proud. "Oh, and your training completion." Oscar laughed. "Am I just an afterthought?" He tried to move ahead, but Draven pulled him back. "Don't think you'll eat while in such a dirty state. Take a shower in the room over there and wear fresh clothes. I won't have you staining my dining table." Oscar sprinted for the bathroom and took a refreshing shower. He felt the waters wash away the grime, sand, and sweat from his body with delight. During this time, he took out the inhibitor from Elder Saul. The onslaught of ringing and pain made him lean back on the wall. He had taken this out routinely every day, but he was never used to it. He recalled his master, Draven, suggesting it might not be a physical ailment but something in his mind. What ailed his mind? Oscar rubbed the missing ear with a sigh. Shaking his head, he slapped his cheeks to recollect himself. A grand feast was waiting for him outside, and he couldn't go out all gloomy. "Finally, you're out. It's good to keep oneself clean," Draven said on one end of the table and gestured for Oscar to sit on the other. Oscar lost all reservations and started to go on the food like a ravenous beast. The sauce for the meat was tangy, and the meat itself was juicy and melted in his mouth. The seafood had so many flavors from the mix of spices and lemon drips on it that Oscar felt a festival in his mouth. "I should teach him manners and etiquette. I think I understand what that old bastard thought when teaching me." Draven did not eat but watched Oscar. Oscar burped and let out a loud cry of relief. That was delicious. The entire table was void of food. All of it ended up in Oscar's stomach. "Disciple, some topics to discuss." Draven snapped his fingers. "Yes." Oscar sat firmly in his chair like a soldier. "First, your friends, Frederick and Emily." Oscar's ear perked up, and he leaned forward. "They are doing well. They've been on a few missions together and seem happy together. Romance. I cannot understand it," Draven scoffed. Oscar didn't say anything but smiled brightly at this news. He was glad to hear they were doing well. "Second, I do not want you to attend the grand gathering this year," Draven said. "Excuse me?" Oscar stood from his chair with wide eyes. "How can I not attend the grand gathering? There are rewards for doing well that I might need. I'm not being arrogant, but I believe I can do well or even win." "No, that would be a hollow victory with your princept and adamus rays. Besides, I want you to watch the Foundry's Clash of Metal." "The Clash of Metal? Isn't that the year's end competition for the fabricators? You want me to participate there?" "I want you to watch, not participate. This year's end, you will watch and see the talents of the fabricators. Watch them closely and understand how the others perform. Then next year's end, I want you to participate in it. Draven instructed. Next year as well? Oscar was shocked. That meant missing 2 grand gatherings. You are decent but see your rivals and know how deep the pool is. You don't stand a chance against them as it is right now. Oscar fell silent and sat back in his chair. After a long moment of silence, Oscar nodded. I'll do as you instruct. The loss of the grand gathering rewards pained him, but he trusted in his master. That's my disciple. Don't worry. You've already received so much from here. So what if you miss a few grand gatherings? Now get a good night's sleep. You'll leave in the morning. Oh, and take the 1-star examination before the year's end. Oscar returned to his small room and plopped on the bed. However, he could not calm down. He felt a nagging in his head like an irritating worm had wormed its way in. He put on his Fabricator uniform and went to the workshop next door to continue. Draven's words about him not standing a chance against the others burned a fire in him. He swung his hammer with blue swirl patterns with vigor. Draven was in his office, looking over some papers. He sighed and stared down. That idiot. But I suppose that's just how he is. The next morning, I told you to rest, and you do this. Even though Draven was fine with it, he still scolded Oscar. Oscar bowed like a kid caught making trouble and said, I couldn't rest. Draven shook his head and flicked Oscar's forehead. Oscar staggered back but held his ground, rubbing his red forehead with pain written in his eyes. Have a good time on the surface. Till next we meet. Draven turned and began to walk away. Oscar knelt on the floor and bowed deeply. Thank you. Oscar was led outside. The beaming of the 2 suns blinded him for a moment since it had been half a year since he last saw the sky. With a smile, he ran ahead to the outer hall, excited to see his friends again. Elder Saul. Oscar waved over to the elder, who was tying sturdy sticks to growing saplings to make sure they grew nice and straight. Elder Saul turned and saw Oscar. Oh boy, it's been a while. I heard you went to the Abyss prison. Are you all right? Yes, I cannot thank you enough for the inhibitors. They've worked really well. Oscar was happy to see this elder was the same as always. It'll be better if you didn't rely on those. But the issue is up to you to clear. Elder Saul stood up and fanned his face. OS, Oscar. Oscar turned with a bright smile and ran forward, hugging Frederick and Emily tightly. I'm back. OS, you crazy bastard. You're the only one who makes going to the Abyss prison look like a picnic. Frederick laughed heartily. It's been 6 months. Let's have dinner. Fred still owes us a meal. Emily was tapping her feet with a smile. Here. Elder Saul's voice cut in, and 3 orange fruits landed on their heads. Elder Saul, what are these? Oscar felt how firm the fruit was. A special gift from me, to commemorate the 3 of you together again. Elder Saul leaned on his reclined chair. They all took a bite, and their eyes widened from surprise. After they gulped down, they drooled and took several more bites. Delicious! Oscar couldn't believe its taste. Elder Saul had only given out dry biscuits or sour fruits previously. How sweet! It's so refreshing. Elder, how did you get fruit like this? Frederick asked. Elder Saul looked at Frederick, and his eyes narrowed. Trade secret. But more importantly, you look more balanced, boy. Balanced? Frederick looked at Oscar in confusion. Your true nature is how you are now, and it conflicted with the obsession in your heart. Now that obsession is cleared, you have reached equilibrium. That is good. You are better as you are now. Elder Saul yawned. Frederick looked at Emily with a smile. I've still got an obsession. Emily blushed and munched on her fruit, but her eyes remained on Frederick with a smile. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 150. The Foundry's Welcome. After a great meal at the Azure City, courtesy of Frederick, Oscar returned to the commune in high spirits with Frederick by his side. So, what is going on between you and Princess? Frederick interrogated Oscar in their dorm room. Frederick had reapplied to return to his old room, and the pavilion accommodated his request. We're good friends and like reading books. Oscar didn't know what Frederick was implying. Frederick looked frustrated and said, That's not what I meant. I mean, are you 2 together? Oscar froze for a moment. His brain stopped working for a moment as he stared blankly at Frederick. No, really? Don't you feel anything for her? Not enough thinking that there's a chance. Frederick poked and prodded more like an annoying fly. His eyes shone with interest. Oscar fumbled off his bed and put his book on the shelf. If I say I do, what will you do? Support you. There would be many obstacles to getting together with the princess, but I'm sure you can break through them. The hardest would be that bastard. Frederick's eyes narrowed as a hostile air surrounded him. The scar on his face made him seem more menacing than before. Are you still seeking revenge on Gilbert? Oscar returned to his bed. Frederick sighed. Not anymore. I have to spend more time caring for Emily than thinking about that bastard. However, I wouldn't hesitate to finish the job if he were at death's door near my feet. Oscar stared at his friend, a worried look on his face. Frederick noticed Oscar's strange gaze and chuckled. Don't worry, I am not that fool anymore. I trust your words. Oscar looked at the ceiling. About Celestina. You are daring to call her by name. Frederick jolted a bit. You're right, we're close enough to do that, but I don't want to take that next step. Why not? Frederick asked. Because what we have right now is fine enough for me. If I try to go for it, what if she rejects me, and it makes the whole thing awkward? Besides, Oscar paused. Besides, she is not interested in any relationships like that right now. She wants a book-loving friend. I fulfill that role fine. Oscar turned to the side, wrapping more of the blanket around him. Good night. He didn't want to speak more about this. Fine. Frederick could tell Oscar was feeling awkward and retreated. In the end, whatever happens would be up to them. There was only so much he could do. He only hoped Oscar could have someone like he had Emily. Oscar. Celestina smiled brightly with her silver hair draped down her back. She held several books in her arms, placing them on the table. It's been a while. I've been bored for the past 6 months. It's been a while, Celestina. Oscar smiled and placed his books down. I was shocked when I heard you were going to the Abyss prison. But then I remembered you told me about it. Celestina sat on the chair. Her green eyes dazzled with the joy laden inside. Would you like to know what I did? Oscar opened a book. Oh, do tell. Celestina opened her book. After a long retelling, Oscar coughed and drank some water. That's the end. Have you ever thought about being a storyteller or a writer? You tell things so well. Celestina leaned her cheek on her hand. Were you paying attention? Oscar shrugged. I was. So you are a fabricator now? Celestina stared in great interest. If you enter the foundry, can you tell me what's in the books over there? All the fabricator stuff is in there. I haven't gone there yet, but I need to take the 1-star examination. Oscar flipped a page. The two were quite good at reading and talking at the same. I wonder if I should take a profession. Celestina flipped to another page and looked pensive. You've got enough on your plate. Would you prefer to be locked away in a workshop, spewing out armaments or potions? Or would you rather put your efforts into running the empire? Oscar offered a choice, but he knew which one she would pick. Second one. Oscar smiled with a nod. Then you have no time. Meanwhile, I have all the time to do everything. What a joker. Celestina's eyes glinted dangerously. Anyways, how are things in the inner hall? Oscar nervously changed the topic. Same as always. Gilbert causes a ruckus somewhere. Perhaps he found a treasure or achieved some feat others get jealous or latch onto him. It's all so tiresome being the one trying to avoid all of that. Celestina sighed. Her reading speed increased as she flipped through more pages. I don't want anything to do with him. We just got Frederick back to normal. Oscar gripped the book tighter. I met your friend. He's a good person. I'm happy for Emily. Celestina smiled and said playfully, what about you? Why is everyone talking about me? Oscar was irritated. If it happens, it happens. Celestina seemed disappointed. This book is good, and the climax is amazing. I want to know what happens next. She closed her book and pointed to Oscar's book. The two were reading the same series, but Oscar was 1 book ahead. I'm still reading it, Oscar said. There are other books. I really want to know, but I cannot impose my authority on something like that. Celestina started reading another book. While reading, Oscar could not help but take certain glances at Celestina. He sighed internally, thinking perhaps she didn't see him like that. So your aunt is still uncontactable? Oscar asked. Ivanka Klein was punished alongside Oscar and fired from her role as a judge to be sent under Margaret Ward's command. Yup, My family is furious at her and me for our actions. I've gotten many letters from them, telling me to come back, but I've ignored all of them. Frederick spat on the floor. That's bad manners, Fred. Emily pinched him. But it's not like I don't understand. Some of those letters were very uncalled for. I know Frederick's father from his memories, but that man really is a language. Frederick shook Emily's shoulder. She had spouted a really vulgar word. In any case, my aunt is probably suffering in some boot camp and is not allowed any resources. They're still allowing her to train? Oscar asked. Normally, they would cut her off from Ein, but they didn't. She told me before she was sent away that times called for people to be stronger, but they could not be lax on punishment. This was the compromise. But she's still suffering under the Grand Commander's Spartan training, Frederick explained. Here we are. Emily looked at the foundry, seeing its familiar dark skies of smog and smoke. Good luck, Oscar. Oscar smiled and held out his 2 fists. I'll pass, no problem. Of course, Fred bumped fists, as did Emily. We'll be in the training room. Come after you finish. Oscar waved goodbye and entered the foundry. The smell of smoke and the heat that permeated through the air used to bother him, but he had gotten used to it. He strode straight to the counter and spoke to the fabricator manning it. Hello, I would like to try for the test to become a 1-star fabricator. The fabricator tilted his head oddly and went through some papers. Have you ever been to the foundry? Oscar spoke honestly, only to purchase a weapon and for repairs, but I have never set foot inside the workshops or worked the anvils of the foundry. Ha! The fabricator wore his helmet, but his confusion was evident even through it. Are you serious? To want to be a certified fabricator even without having set foot in tutelage here? Or did you learn from someone outside? Outside, Oscar scratched his head. You could say that. I did learn from someone outside the foundry. The fabricator was still weirded out but did his job efficiently. He took Oscar's information and pavilion badge and filled out a form. He glanced at Oscar and stared at the large bag on his side. Is that your stuff? My uniform and hammer. Oscar nodded. Okay then, everything is in order. Enter this room and get geared up. Someone will fetch you to begin the examination. Understood. Oscar entered the room past the counter and got changed. He sat on the bench in the encapsulating uniform, breathing slowly through the tubes to calm down. His hands held the hammer, gifted from Draven, and tapped their fingers on the oak handle. I should be able to handle the refinement of raw materials and creation of an armament. But if they ask me to strip a core and apply it to my formation, Oscar told Emily and Frederick he would pass, but he only had a 10% success rating with core implementation. Draven often scolded him about his lack of success with the cores. Focus. Oscar closed his eyes under the dark glass visor. There's nothing to do but get the job done. Succeed for master. The door opened. Oscar turned and glanced at the big fabricator that walked in. Oscar. Yes. Oscar stood up straight. Follow me. We will commence your examination. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 151. 1-star fabricator examination. Oscar followed the large fabricator, his proctor, past the large furnace, viewable from the entrance. They passed through a series of gray stone doors that shook dust and residue everywhere. The heat was getting worse as they delved deeper inside the foundry. Oscar noticed that the inside of the foundry was surprisingly well organized despite its outside appearance. The corridors were clear, and there were signs with directions. If only they had cleaned it properly, then it would have been comparable to the Palace of Whirlpools. Here we are. The proctor stopped. In front of Oscar was a small door labeled Forge 46. There were 100 individual forges for use by the 1-star fabricator students, 50 for 2-star fabricator students, and private ones for the elders and masters. It was not a mystery why there was so much smoke spewing out from the foundry. Oscar entered the room, finding the basic setup of a workshop. A furnace, anvil, crucible, kiln, and various tools. He tapped his hammer on the anvil, getting into a rhythm, and nodded with satisfaction. This anvil is good, Oscar praised. You have your hammer? The proctor looked at Oscar's hammer in interest. The blue swirl patterns on its head and oak handle incited his desire to test it out. However, he kept his senses and opened a box on the bench. He pulled a yellow or a sharp bone of an Exalt beast, and a red core. He placed them on a side table for materials. This is amberglass, or used for grade 1 armaments. This is the tusk of a grade 1 razor boar. See how its tusks are not only sharp on the tip but have these sharp edges. This is also its core. Create a grade 1 sword for me. You can retry if you fail at any step, but we only have 3 cores, including this one. We do not try to waste resources since overhunting beasts for cores is less than ideal. As fabricators, we try our best to make the materials shine without the disrespect of failure. Oscar tapped the hammer to his chest in acknowledgement. The proctor nodded in satisfaction. Correct. You have the right spirit. Begin. Oscar grabbed the amberglass ore with tongs and heated it in the furnace. He kept watching over its changing state. The yellow ore heated until it was orange on its surface with red veins. Oscar judged this was the right time and removed the ore. The hot ore hissed when placed on the anvil. Oscar raised his hammer, enveloping it in iron as the blue swirls glowed, flowing reese through its unique structure, and brought it down on the amberglass. Oscar didn't know the exact structure that made the hammer flow the reese so well, but it was like reese traveled through air with no resistance. The amberglass had a large dent in it due to his powerful strike. The proctor was slightly shocked as his shoulders trembled. What kind of power is this? No matter, let's see how he handles the later parts. Oscar slammed his hammer multiple times until the amberglass was half its height. Then he tapped lightly on it, resonating his iron through to get a feel for the formation within. Then his hammer twitched slightly. Here it is. Oscar hit the correct spot on the amberglass, unraveling a node. His hands worked fast, tapping away at the amberglass before going for a large swing. He's good. It's not the fastest of the genius fabricators, but his speed is commendable. He's analyzing the formation and hitting accurately. The proctor watched with a smile. As fabricators, they were always attracted to seeing others at work. With a final blow, Oscar pounded the amberglass into a plate. But to the proctor's shock, Oscar hit it once more. Is he crazy? That's too reckless. It would have been fine as it was. If he had an appropriate anima, it could have worked. Also, his iron isn't moving correctly. Then, adding to the proctor's disbelief, the amberglass did not crack or break but relented before Oscar's hammer and lowered itself. Oscar resumed another time, inducing more sparks of impurities out of the amberglass. The proctor came closer to see what Oscar was doing. His eyes were wide under his helmet and sparkling with wonder. Oscar did not mind the proctor coming so close. It was simple curiosity, and he understood that feeling like when he witnessed Draven's forging. Besides, the fabricator shouldn't be able to know he was using shattering wave to supplement the refinement. His brows perked up, and he halted his hammer, seeing the amberglass was very thin now. This is enough. Oscar placed the amberglass into a large crucible, letting it melt while he moved onto the razor boar's tusk. He traced his hammer against the sharp edge down its length. It was about the size of half his arm and was as sharp as a blade. Interesting. Oscar tossed the tusk into the furnace to heat it up, pulled it out of the flames, and tapped to read its inner formation. Once he found the likely weak spot, Oscar raised his hammer, readying himself for the inevitable backlash. A fierce squeal resounded through Oscar's head. He could feel something sharp trying to fight against his hammer. You're stronger than the turtle, but it's useless. Oscar exerted more force, and the resistance crumbled. His hammer fell on the tusk, cracking it. It was just a remnant will of a lower apprentice Exalt beast and not a threat to Oscar at his top shape. With more hammer strikes, the tusk was littered with cracks before one final blow reduced it into a fine powder. Oscar gathered the powder and poured it into the kiln. The fires within blazed fiercely to welcome the new substance. Then he poured the bucket of glacial oil provided to quell the flames until they died down. Oscar stepped back to let the smoke run itself out. Once it was done, a large slag formed at the bottom of the kiln. Oscar broke it apart, taking out the small pellets of tusk to be used for the armament. His refinement is fast but also keeping to high quality. Even if he fails to make an armament, he would be a valuable asset for refining materials. The proctor peered down on the mound of tusk pellets before Oscar took it away. Oscar dumped the pellets into the crucible to melt with the amberglass. They began bubbling and steaming out smoke. Then he glanced at the core, held it, and gave it a cursory glance before dropping it in a boiling pot of water. He fanned Ein into the pot, closed his eyes, focused, and traced through the core's formation. Inside the pot of water, the beast's core had faint blue lines slowly brightening. It was Oscar's Ein. Every bit of ground his Ein gained was followed by a fierce roar of a beast. Oscar saw an image of a large white boar, touting its snout, with two blade-like tusks and large black cloven hooves stomping around. It charged powerfully at Oscar, but Oscar surged his Ein forward, clashing against this boar within its core. His Ein shot out like stakes that stabbed into the boar, forcing it to retreat. Oscar's Ein flooded in more to take up the newly gained ground in the formation. As his Ein enveloped more of the core's formation, Oscar understood more about the creature. But the beast was not finished. The razor boar brandished its tusks and set out to slice its way through Oscar's Ein. It flailed its head around, swung its tusks like swords, and took slow steps forward, slicing some of Oscar's Ein. "I'm too lax on it," Oscar thought about conserving his Ein, but the beast's will in the core was vastly different from its body parts. Drawing a deep breath, Oscar went for the final blow. His Ein flowed like a raging fire instead of the steady stream it was before. "Be gone!" Squeals and frantic sounds resounded from the red core of Razor Boar. Inside its core, more of its will was attacked and broken apart. It stared straight at Oscar with furious red eyes, but it was no use as the rest of it crumbled into pieces, fading into the void. The last cry of the beast echoed through the fiery workshop, but Oscar and the proctor were deaf to its woes. Its steaming red core was removed and placed on the anvil, glowing brightly with patterns on its surface. Oscar extracted the formation that showed itself on the core's surface, laying it flat on the anvil. Oscar was entranced by how it looked every time. Various points glimmered like stars linked by a bridge of light. Some had 1, 2, 3, or more bridges. Oscar's fingers glowed with his Ein and acted as a scalpel. He carefully cut around the section of the formation he learned was the part on the razor boar's sharp tusks. Phew! Oscar wanted to avoid making a mistake in cutting it, or else the effects could be worsened. The rest should be all melted. The crucible was full of molten material. Oscar poured it into a mold for a flat plate and allowed it to cool to harden slightly. "Now, how will you create it?" The proctor smiled in anticipation. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 152. The Last Hurdle. Oscar sweated profusely under his uniform. He was at the crucial part of the armament refinement, creating a formation to bind the metal, the tusk, and the beast's core formation into a complete armament. His hands shook from the memory of the many failures he had done during his training. "Are you going to start? It's not good if the material begins to cool," the proctor advised. "I understand. I'm thinking about the formation that can make this work." Oscar placed the section of the core's formation he had separated on the material. The formation began to shine, and smoke hissed as it embedded itself into the molten metal. Oscar lifted his hammer, eyeing the formation. It comprised 5 nodes, each connected to the nodes next to them and the node opposite them. Outside, there were lines of Ein that were not connected on the other end, where he had cut it apart. Now the task had fallen on Oscar to reconnect these lines to his new formation in a strong configuration to bind it. But the hardest part was to figure out the new formation. Placing the nodes in the correct places to meld the materials while setting up the connection to the core's formation was mind-boggling. Oscar watched the molten material carefully and analyzed it in his mind. His hammer fell swiftly onto the bottom of the molten plate. Quickly, he rushed to the very top. Swords required a sharp tip but a good base for the hilt. These 2 nodes he placed represented those 2 places. But now came the tricky part of placing the nodes in between. Oscar glanced at the disconnected lines of the nodes he had placed. Images of many different configurations passed through his mind, but he could not decide. He needed to know more. Oscar traced his hammer across the molten material, feeling every single bit of it while plotting a course for his nodes. He opened his eyes and swung his hammer again, creating 4 new nodes to calm the disconnected lines and place them in the spots he deemed appropriate. The furnace continued to burn without care as Oscar's labored breathing fanned the flames. The proctor gazed at Oscar's current configuration, crossing his arms in thought. The hardest part is the initial step of where to bind those straggling lines of the beast's core. If the formation is adequate, then he has succeeded. However, if the formation is too weak, it will break down. Oscar regained control of his breathing and began his next layer of nodes. As he did, the molten plate began to mold into a long shape resembling a sword. Next was the placement of the lines. Each step of the way, Oscar made sure to reanalyze the material's makeup and began lines to connect the nodes. Lines were placed straightforwardly, but others were placed to circle to the other side. Almost there, Oscar was close to reaching the ends of the sword, the first two nodes he had placed earlier. With a final sequence of lines, he connected these 2 points to the rest of the formation. Every single node shone brightly like stars as the lines pulsed. There was one final step to do now. The long slab of metal was quenched into a long bucket of glacial oil. As the cold settled into the blade, the formation began to dim as if withdrawing within the metal. In the middle of all the smoke and vapor from this chemical reaction, Oscar heaved a relieved sigh and lifted the blade. It was a fine long blade with good sharpness, but Oscar's face fell when he held the blade in his hands and poured his ine into it. The ine did not flow well into the blade like a spanning river that was blocked off at each stream. Oscar understood that this meant the formation failed to do its job correctly and that the materials conflicted with one another. It was a close success but a failure nonetheless. Oscar threw the blade back into the large crucible to melt. It was heartening to know the materials could be reused. He cursed in his heart while gripping the hammer as he waited. If the test didn't require integrating the beast core's formation, he would have succeeded. But the test could not be changed. Oscar had only 2 more tries now. He ran over the mistakes in his mind, thinking about the factors involved. "Don't you think you're rushing your disciple too much?" Remulus Grant, the pavilion master, rubbed his clean-shaven bald head. Draven, the warden, was with his master on the same terrace of the Abyss prison where they met earlier. They were drinking tea, courtesy of Remulus, who remembered the horrid tea from last time. This time he made sure to bring the good stuff. Rushing him, Draven downed his tea, and smoke huffed out of his helmet. "What in the world are you saying? Before you talk about how a master treats his disciple, you should correct your own mistakes." Draven poured himself another cup without reservations. Since his master had put this tea out, he would not hesitate or show respect. "This kind of attitude and your madness is why I sent you here," Remulus sighed. "What did you say, you shitty old man?" Draven's voice rang through the dark waters, and a large creature, obscured by the darkness save its one large pale eye, approached. "Calm down." Remulus pushed a plate of cookies over. "You have no one but yourself to blame for your situation. I only did what I did as the pavilion master and kept you from others. But don't worry, the time will come when you be unleashed outside." "Is the situation that bad?" Draven scraped his finger around the rims of his teacup. "At the very least, you should attend the meetings with Robert and the others. As long as you don't come out for too long." Remulus glanced at his wayward disciple with a sigh but a gentle light in his green eyes. "The situation was stewing for many years before my time as the pavilion master. Ever since the discovery of that thing in the Ashen Grove." Draven passed the plate of cookies back to Remulus. "At least we have the so-called grade 9 prodigy in our midst. Speaking of that child, Gilbert, Robert has decided to take him under his wing as a disciple." Remulus smirked teasingly. "Will you two continue your rivalry with your disciples? What an idiotic thing to consider. Robert can do what he wants. I won't let Oscar interact with a single scrap of Robert's influence. He has far better things to do than entangle with some grade 9 pup. Like passing the 1-star examination." Draven scoffed. "That brings us back to our previous question. Why did you rush him into this?" Remulus asked. "He could have practiced more at the foundry." Draven looked up at the vast darkness of the lake's depths. "I want to push him. There is no shame or risk in failing. If he fails, he can understand and grow from it, but if he passes, then his efforts are validated. He's grown well, understands his shortcomings, and continually builds on himself. A good student." Remulus sipped his tea. "Yes, it may be a snail's pace, but he's constantly improving." Draven was still looking up. "He may never make a mark on history or maybe waste away, held back by his limits one day, but I can be proud to say he is my disciple." Draven could almost see Oscar's hammer hitting on the anvil. Remulus crossed his arms. He could tell Draven was smiling under that helmet. "What is this? So he can still make a face like that?" Remulus smiled and stood up. "I'm satisfied. As your master and adoptive father, I'm glad for you." Draven remained silent and nodded slightly. "Then, as your adoptive son's disciple, Oscar deserves something." Remulus laughed heartily. "You always try to take something at every chance. Didn't I say to let him prove himself in the Ashen Grove?" The space cracked in front of him, tearing apart into a vortex. Remulus stepped through and space repaired itself before Draven. That old man. Draven's eyes remained on the spot where Remulus had left. He remembered a scene from long ago, when he, as a young child, sat at the same table as Remulus, eating a good meal together, laughing as Remulus told several jokes. Draven stomped his feet. The tables and tea set shattered into pieces, and the terrace grounds began to crack as he growled. Draven closed his eyes to calm down, and a sudden memory flashed into his mind. It was Oscar eating without reservation at the last feast. Maybe I should have told some jokes. Oscar bashed his hammer down. The node shown after it was stamped on the molten material. This was his third and final try. Oscar refused to let it just end right here. He clenched his teeth, and his eyes went bloodshot as he tried to feel everything, even placing his hand on the molten piece to feel it directly himself, steaming and hissing as the glove started to catch fire. "Are you crazy?" The Fabricator was shocked. However, Oscar was deaf to his screams and finished his formation. After he quenched it, Oscar felt the blade had a different air around it. His fingers tapped on the metal, and it rang like a bell. His Ein flowed easily into it. This was a true Grade 1 armament. Oscar held it out to the Fabricator. "Please check it out." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 153, 1-star Fabricator Oscar Tur. The finished armament in Oscar's hands was a curved saber, white, like the razor boar's tusk, with yellow-amber bracket pattern veins, from the amberglass metal on its surface. Its edge was incredibly sharp that Oscar held it gently, so it didn't accidentally cut him, and the curved tip glowed brightly next to the furnace's flames. The unfinished metal grip required a hilt and more modifications, but that was mere ornaments to this powerful blade. Oscar held it before the proctor and bowed. "Please judge this armament. I am certain it will live up to your expectations." The proctor looked at the beautiful Grade 1 armament. Even without holding it, he could feel its aura, unique to armaments created for Exalts. He stretched his hands out not to grip the sword but Oscar's hand and held it tightly, bringing it closer to his eyes. Oscar's glove was charred and nearly burnt off, but the skin and flesh were not in serious condition. There were blisters and boils, but it was wholly intact and not melted off. It was one thing to use Ein to resist a fire-based spell to some extent, but to touch the molten mixture of Ein materials was tantamount to self-harm. The proctor was shocked and asked, "How the hell is your hand this fine? These boils and blisters are nothing compared to how you could have lost your hand. I won't fail you based on this, but make sure you are not being too reckless." Oscar nodded. "I understand. I had some insurance in that regard." At the crucial last moments of creating the formation, Oscar touched the molten material to feel its heat and the swirling energies within it. Despite that, he came out nearly unharmed because of his new technique that became available thanks to his advancements in Adamus Rays. Edu Riceglad. During his time in Abyss Prison, Oscar progressed significantly to completing his hands, feet, and more up his limbs, thanks to Draven's Spartan training. By focusing the wreath into his hand to invoke Adamus Rays, Oscar hardened the transformed muscles, consolidating the power of Adamus Rays into a protective layer beneath his skin. This was like a touch block of metal that resisted the molten heat of the material long enough for Oscar to figure out the best spots to hit. He was lucky. Any further and his hand would have taken more damage. Oscar lamented that he could not use his steel scales, but that would have rendered him unable to strike. "If you say so," the proctor took the sword out of Oscar's hands, tapped it with his hammer, and poured him his Ein. "It's nice and sharp, but your formation needs work. It's passable as a Grade 1 armament, but a stronger formation to bind it would have made it more durable in the long run." The proctor swung the blade around. It whistled across the air as it sliced through its path. Good balance and a good saber. Congratulations. You have passed your examination. Oscar clenched his fists, reveling in the success. Here you are. The proctor gave Oscar a black badge with the mark of 2 gold-outlined hammers crossing each other. There was a single gold star on one hammer. You are now a 1-star fabricator. You are a part of the Fabricators Guild. Congratulations. Thank you. Oscar smiled under his helmet. He gripped the badge, his fingers trembling from excitement. I have some questions. The proctor laughed. Of course you do. Ask away. You are now one of us. I made a membership with the Fabricator Guild a while ago. Since I am now one of the members, what happens to that? Oscar asked. Show me your membership badge. The proctor held out his hand. Oscar took out the badge from one of the uniform's pockets, passing it to the fabricator. A bronze membership, and you were making progress on it. We can compensate you for the membership fees because you no longer require the badge. But if you have an Alchemist's Guild membership, you should keep that despite how squeamish those idiots are. The proctor gestured for Oscar to exit. What other questions do you have? Oscar followed the proctor outside. What are the rules for accessing the facilities and creating armaments? The proctor explained. I was about to get into that. As a 1-star fabricator and a student, you must create 6 armaments per year for the foundry. You can use your own materials or use the ones the foundry can provide for you. Since you became 1 near the year's end, you can start contributing next year. 6? That doesn't sound too bad. Oscar sighed in relief. Most of our students aren't the best fighters, but they enjoy swinging their hammers, so they are limited in resources. There are a few gems who are gifted and great fighters. They knock out the 6 armaments like nothing and move on honing themselves and gathering materials. The proctor patted Oscar on the shoulder. Is that all? What about practice for refinement of materials or formation creation? Oscar was like a never-ending stream of questions, but the proctor understood. Anyone new here always had questions. We always appreciate students who refine materials for later use. The refinement hall is where you can go to keep refining. As for formation creation, you can go to the library here and read up on past formations used and the general knowledge for it. Hearing of a library, Oscar smiled and was grateful for the new chance to read those books. Thank you. I have no more questions. The proctor laughed and said in a warm voice, No need to be so shy. You are now one of us. Welcome to the foundry. Oscar returned to the room he was initially in and began to change out of his uniform. He was soaked in sweat from top to bottom but found no shower in this place, leaving him aggrieved that he had to walk back in this condition. I can understand the alchemists' hate in some ways. They are the epitome of cleanliness while the fabricators could care less. Oscar pulled back his sweat-drenched hair and let out a huff of air. The next moment, he couldn't stop chuckling to himself. I did it. Master, I didn't fail. Oscar looked in the direction of the large lake with a wide smile. He can picture his insane master giving him a thumbs up. Time to return. My priority for sure is a cold shower. After a long strenuous exam, Oscar returned to his dorm with shaky legs and limped into the bathroom. After a long time, he finally emerged with the face of heavenly relief. Washing off all the sweat worked wonders for his body. Frederick barged into the room. His hair was ragged, and he was breathing heavily. You're back. How was it? Oscar looked down at the floor, his face downcast. Frederick saw this and stammered, trying to figure out what to say. I'm sorry, it's just an examination, OS. You can try again later, but don't be too down. Pass, Oscar murmured. What? Frederick came closer. I passed, Oscar laughed. Did I get you good? Bastard. Frederick punched Oscar in the chest. I was worried, so you're now a fabricator. Tell me about it after I finish washing up. Frederick sprinted into the bathroom and came out in a hurry. So what happened? Oscar explained everything that happened and how close he was to failing. He showed his burnt hand of blisters before he applied some medicine to it and bandaged them. Here, Oscar tossed over his black fabricator badge. I can wear it on my uniform if I want to. It looks good. Frederick scrutinized the badge, turning it over and looking at it from different angles. So my friend is now a 1-star fabricator. Does that mean free armaments? Double the price for friends since friends should show their grateful support, Oscar stated indifferently. How was training with Emily? She put me through the ringer. Frederick rubbed his sore arms. Ever since we came back months ago, she's been much more enthusiastic in training with me. Though I'm the one who bears the brunt of it. Oscar smiled and downed a glass of water. Emily must be really happy. You know she often expresses happiness by fighting or training. You're right about that, Frederick sighed. We'll try for top spots in the next grand gathering in a few months. You said you were going to attend the Clash of Metal? Not attend, but watch, Oscar sighed. Master said he wants me to observe the real talents and prodigies of the foundry. He's not wrong in saying that. After all, they probably have the most suited animus. Oscar plopped onto his bed. My real priority right now is to enter the inner hall. Frederick's eyes narrowed as he wore a serious expression. Greater apprentice exalts can take the test, but can't you wait until you become an elite exalt? Even then, I heard it's harder for lower grades to break through to a major realm. I might require far more to sustain my advancement to the elite exalt realm. I've been taking elixirs at a steady rate to make sure I don't ruin my foundation. But I haven't reached the point of advancement. You can just go on more missions. Frederick sighed. But I understand. We are on that same boat, you and I. Then go for it. I'll see you in the inner hall later. Not now, Oscar chuckled. That's for later. There's somewhere I have to go first. Where? Weeks later? Oscar, Emily, and Frederick hopped off the airship, landing in Greenwich City. Your village is nearby? Emily asked. Yeah, I haven't seen my parents in a while. I should visit them more frequently. Oscar smiled. It's good we found a mission in this region. Frederick looked over the mission details. Oscar led the other two down a dirt road. The city grew farther in the distance until the familiar sight of fields of grains entered into view. The grains swayed as if dancing to welcome them. Oscar didn't see his parents outside and opened the door to his house. I'm back. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 154. A heartening reunion. Oscar stepped inside his home, hoping to see his parents idling by or resting, but no one was inside. He did a double take to ensure he was in the correct house and grew confused at their disappearance. They're not here. They must be out somewhere. So this is your house? Seems nice. Frederick wasn't lying or being nice. He truly felt this house was quite good compared to the large desolate place he called home. There was a soothing air to it that he also felt at Emily's place. Should we wait for them? Emily peeked inside but turned her attention outside to the stables. Her eyes glittered with interest at the two horses munching on hay. Those two horses look nice. I can introduce you to them while we wait for my parents. Oscar brought the two over to the stables. Tucker, Sherry, I'm back. The two horses gathered around Oscar and rubbed their heads affectionately on Oscar's head. He chuckled and petted the two, stroking their manes. These two are my friends. Tucker and Sherry circled Frederick and Emily, sniffing the crown of their heads. Frederick looked slightly annoyed, while Emily was all smiles and patted their heads. They're so cute. Cute? Frederick was in shock. What part of these snot-dripping creatures was cute, right? They're old, though, so I'm worried for them. Oscar fed the horses each an apple, watching with affection as they chewed them off his hands. Who is in our stables? A loud, stern voice made the three jolt, but Oscar soon smiled, recognizing who it was. A large man with burly muscles and black hair and eyes. Dad? You forget your son? Oscar stepped out of the stables and waved to his father, Henry, who brandished a pitchfork as a weapon. Henry looked dumbfounded at his son, Oscar. He noticed noise coming from the stables and hurried over to see if there were any intruders. Tucker and Sherry were horses but also a precious part of the family and farm. Henry did not wish for any harm to come to them. He did not expect to see Oscar smiling and waving like a fool. You dear son of mine, you should have written us a letter before coming here. Henry bolted forward with his large body and entrapped him in a bear hug, but Oscar was unaffected by it. You've gotten taller, but a far cry from me. It seems you do take after your mother. Oscar felt his father tussle and rustle his hair, leaving it in shambles. Where's Mom? As he said that, another voice, full of shock, called out for him. Oscar. A woman ran ahead. Her brown hair whipped around without a care. Her face was full of glee, and tears formed in her eyes. You're back. Oscar gently hugged his mother with a satisfied look. I'm back. And I brought some friends. Oh, Gwen looked behind Oscar and saw Frederick and Emily. Frederick and Emily introduced themselves. They were in the back, watching Oscar hug his parents with smiles on their faces. Oh my, you're so pretty, and you're so handsome. Gwen looked incredulously at the pair. She hadn't seen this level of beauty since Isabella and Clara, Isabella's mother. Is my son treating you two all right? He's a good boy, but can sometimes cause trouble. Mom! Oscar looked embarrassed and face-bombed while Henry laughed hard, holding his stomach. Frederick said, he is the best friend anyone can hope for. If anything, I'm the one who caused the most trouble. Emily nodded in agreement. Gwen looked excited and was about to keep asking more until Henry intervened. I think we should get a meal together and we can talk all we want then. Isn't that better, honey? Henry looked helplessly at his wife, who could spew thousands of words in a minute. Gwen coughed and regained her composure. You're right, this calls for a celebration. Oscar didn't interact with many other children, so this is amazing. On the other side, Oscar felt like crawling into a hole and hiding. This was so embarrassing for him, seeing his mother like this. Listlessly, he followed the group back to the house. The whole group had a great time together around the small table, though Oscar kept dying on the inside from his mother sharing his embarrassing childhood. But the taste of his mother's cooking took his mind off it. How long will you be staying? Henry asked. Less than a day. We have a mission in this region, so we must journey on foot. I wanted to come back home for a little bit, Oscar answered. I see. Gwen looked saddened and asked, is the mission dangerous? Her eyes were full of worry as she clenched her hands together. She knew a mission for Exalts would entail something dangerous. Don't worry, Mrs. Ter. We're right by him. Frederick put his arm over Oscar. Besides, he's pretty strong. I'm glad that Oscar has great friends like you. Gwen was relieved. Before they left, Gwen gave Oscar some new clothes and waved goodbye with tears in her eyes. Henry stood by the side and patted Oscar on the head with a grin. They were nice parents, Emily hummed. Oscar sighed. I just wish they didn't talk too much. Frederick laughed and smacked Oscar on the back. Those were some hilarious stories. I didn't know you accidentally fell into. Oscar gripped Frederick's shoulder and said coldly, don't finish that sentence. Okay, you're far too strong physically now. Frederick rubbed his shoulder. Emily noticed something odd and asked, are we not heading back to Greenwich City? Oscar? Their path was not the same dirt road they had taken from Greenwich City. The location of their mission was on the other side of Greenwich City, so Emily needed clarification about their current path. There's one last stop I want to make. Sorry for my selfishness. Oscar was apologetic. Frederick and Emily didn't speak any further and followed Oscar on this road. As they did, they came upon another farm. Oscar looked at the farm. His face brightened, and his eyes had a tinge of relief and happiness at the fields of grain growing instead of the previous desolate state they were in years ago. Although he had known about Uncle Carlson's progress through his letters, seeing it for himself was the most relieving. Can you two wait outside? I'm visiting Isabella's father, Oscar asked. Frederick had a look of understanding and pulled Emily with him. Take your time. With Frederick and Emily giving him space, Oscar strode forward and knocked on the door. Uncle Carlson, it's Oscar. Are you inside? There was a loud clatter and commotion from inside the house. Hurried footsteps came closer to the door until it opened wide. Oscar. It was Uncle Carlson. He looked healthier than the last time Oscar had seen him. He was no longer the walking corpse he used to be, but a normal middle-aged man with wrinkles forming and a bed of graying hair. You look better, Uncle Carlson. Oscar smiled. Oscar. Carlson laughed, then got into a coughing fit. You should have sent word before you came. I could have prepared. My parents said the same thing. Oscar looked behind Carlson into the small house. It was clean and tidy, and there was no sight of any misplaced bottles on the floor. Oscar relaxed, seeing that Uncle Carlson was living better now. He remembered Elder Saul's words before about telling the truth or not. It resonated true for Uncle Carlson. Telling the truth was devastating and nearly destroyed Uncle Carlson, but Oscar was there to sway him. Telling the truth is one thing, but it's what needs to be done after that can truly make a change. If I had lied to Uncle Carlson, Perhaps he would have come to hate me later and fall into the same state with no one to trust. Oscar said, "I'm glad for you, Uncle Carlson." Carlson nodded with a small smile and rustled Oscar's hair. "You've gotten taller." Oscar laughed. "How are things on the farm?" "Good. The harvest is smaller than I usually bring, but I can't move as well as I did before. Your father comes by to help whenever he has time, and your mother sends meals to me. No matter what, I owe you, Ters." Uncle Carlson bade Oscar to come in, but Oscar shook his head. "I wanted to come by for a short moment to say hello. I have a mission in the area I must attend to, and I can't keep my friends waiting too long," Oscar said. Carlson understood and said, "Then take this." He went inside and pulled out a bottle. He noticed Oscar's nervous look and said, "Don't worry, I don't drink that heavily anymore. This is a celebratory mead. Take it and drink it with your friends. This is the only thanks I can give you." Oscar scratched his head, looking at the bottle of mead. He didn't enjoy the taste of alcohol but took it anyway. Perhaps it would taste better this time. "You know, I still send letters to Isabella," Carlson confessed, making Oscar tense up. Carlson sighed, looking dispirited. "She hasn't responded at all. Uncle, have you had a chance to tell her my words?" Oscar shook his head. "She's in a different place, but I plan to head there soon. When I do, I'll tell her your words. Whether she does anything with that is up to her." Uncle Carlson softly smiled and looked more at peace. "That's good. Good luck, and stay safe." Oscar waved goodbye and returned to Frederick and Emily. His thoughts turned to Isabella, thinking of their time together as children. "I wonder if she will even want to listen." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 155. Inner Hall Promotion Examination. Oscar returned from the mission in high spirits. The mission was brief due to its easy nature, and their trio's strength was quite powerful. He went on it to have some gains while visiting his parents and Uncle Carlson. But that wasn't the only reason Oscar went on the mission. He carried a large bag of materials harvested from Exalt beasts they encountered during the mission. Ever since becoming a fabricator, Oscar needed to have materials for himself, or else he would never catch up to the others. "With that large bag of yours, everyone's eyes are staring." Frederick turned around to see many other students staring at Oscar weirdly. Emily shook her head and sighed. "Let them be. What can a bunch of ignorant idiots know?" So she said, but it was a comical sight with Oscar lugging a large bag around his height on his back. Oscar smiled, ignoring the stares and continuing toward the outer hall. "I'll be keeping these in our room, Fred. Sorry for the mess in advance." "Forget about the mess. Are you sure these won't stink up the room?" Frederick had a scowl on his face. The trio bickered and laughed until they reached the commune, separating toward their dorms. Oscar unpacked everything and lay on his bed with a tired expression. It doesn't matter how long or easy a mission is. It always feels tiring when you return. Frederick was brushing his teeth and cleared his mouth before speaking. "The inner hall promotion exam is at the end of the month. Will you take it then?" "That's only a week away." Oscar cracked his back to relieve the tension. Why does everything have to be on a tight schedule? The inner hall promotion exams were available at the end of every month to the outer hall students. There were two kinds of exams, one for the elite exalts and another for the greater apprentice exalts. Since becoming an elite exalt itself was a great feat in the outer hall, the test was a formality to see if the student was competent enough. But greater apprentice exalts had to endure a more strenuous process for their level to show if they truly were worthy. This test was said to last for 2 weeks. However, passing the test as a greater apprentice exalt was praiseworthy. Many in the outer hall attempted it but failed, which did not deter them from trying again. Ultimately, some would give up and try for the easier test as an elite exalt. Oscar was not interested in being in the outer hall any longer. He had endured the torturous training of the warden and possessed the powers of Reese and Prinsdict as a greater apprentice exalt. His master also told me not to attend this year's grand gathering, so there was no longer a need to stay. The only thing left was to give this test a try. He thought about his friends and Elder Saul. "If I leave, are you two going to be all right? Don't look at me like some pitiful child." Frederick frowned and threw a pillow at Oscar. "Just hurry on to the inner hall. Emily and I will join you soon enough. In the meantime, you can scope out the place for us." Frederick crossed his arms in frustration. He and Oscar were both greater apprentice exalts, yet Oscar was now stronger than him. As his friend, how could he lag behind like this? Don't take too long. Oscar closed his eyes, thinking about what might come next week. Oscar counted down the days to the inner hall promotion exam. He had applied to take it and was confirmed for the next week. He pounded away at refining in the foundry and creating armaments with self-gathered materials. The foundry library was quite extensive with its records of past armaments and the formation incorporated in them. While reading them, Oscar mimed using a hammer as if he were making the formation. Formations can differ based on the current mixture of the materials and the beast core used. Oscar pondered while reading a book on Grade 1 armament formations. If I simply create one without a beast core, the formation isn't as bad to configure because of how pure I refine the ore. Am I just really bad at formations? Oh, you were here? Oscar glanced away from the book to the person who called out for him. It was a teenager with black hair and blue eyes. He had a flat nose, round eyes, and a small face. William, you aren't at the forge like usual. Something must be wrong. In the past few days, Oscar had gotten friendly with this younger student, William Andorra, who recently passed the test to become a one-star fabricator. They became close as fresh new fabricators despite the age difference. However, unlike Oscar, William was not a fighter and was purely focused on his profession. I was waiting for you to come, but of course I found you here. But I also wanted to thank you for the raw materials and beast cores. William laughed. He was a head shorter than Oscar. If that is so, then you should focus on improving your fighting ability. Oscar sighed and closed his book. William looked pale and laughed nervously. I'm doing my best, but it's tough while being a fabricator. Oscar nodded. It was the truth that being a fabricator was hard work that took away from improving as an exalt. If it were not for his master's crazy schedule, Oscar would probably have fallen behind harder. Even now, he barely slept with how rough his training was. Reese, Ein, and armaments all bore down on Oscar to consume as much of his time as possible. He couldn't prefer one over the other because they were all necessary. The only thing was to use up all his time. 7 hours each and sleep for 3 hours. You came at the perfect timing. I wanted to ask you more about formations. Oscar walked with William out of the foundry's library. What about them? William was like a Skippy Jr. that circled around his senior. You explained before that your hammer anima helps you to find the nodes that should be set more easily than regular means, but I can't understand the concept behind it, Oscar asked. William scrunched his brow in deep thought and said, I can't explain it. Think of it like my hammer anima being extremely sensitive when I use it. Everything sort of resonates. It's strange and hard to explain. Seeing Oscar's confused look, William grew flustered and said, I get some kind of feeling. I just think this spot might be good. Seems like having a hammer anima grants you some unique intuition that lets you get a better grasp of where to hit while you use it. Oscar filled in the blanks. Oh, that sounds a lot better. William laughed. Their footsteps grew louder as they crossed the large empty hallways toward a changing room. Oscar thought as he changed into his fabricator uniform. Master said that anima that aids fabrication is merely accelerating the process, but anyone can reach the same height even if it takes way longer. Oscar peered at William, who was having trouble putting on his helmet. William's hammer grants him the intuition that a normal person would certainly gain after countless tries. After a long forging session, Oscar and William unveiled their sweat-soaked faces in the changing room. Oscar gripped his hammer tightly before stowing it away in his bag. William, yes, senior? I won't be able to come for the next 2 weeks. Oscar put on his uniform and tidied himself. Why not? William looked a bit sad. I'll be going for the inner hall promotion exam, Oscar stated. William's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The promotion? Aren't you only a greater apprentice exalt? Isn't it too dangerous? I wanted to let you know. You should not neglect your actual exalt training unless you want to be stuck as a grade 1 fabricator. Oscar reminded William of the fact. Elite exalts used grade 2 armaments, so only elite exalts and above could create them. If William did not take his training to rise and exalt seriously, he would be stuck as a fabricator. It doesn't have to be about fighting. Just keep absorbing Ein and find ways to get more elixirs. I understand. William clenched his hands and looked pumped. Good luck on your exam, senior. Stop calling me senior. You're making me sound old. Oscar packed up his things and exited. I'll be off. His Fabricator training was the last 7-hour session of the day, but the night was only beginning to settle in. This was because he had one other thing to do besides training and sleeping. Couldn't you at least take a shower before coming here? Celestina frowned while keeping a book close to cover her nose. The foundry should install a shower room or washing station. I should file a complaint to the pavilion's elders. Oscar scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Sorry, but I only have so little time to spare. Celestina took out a spray of perfume and sprayed it all over Oscar, who coughed from the sweet aroma. You need to think about resting more. Only 3 hours to sleep, and you're wasting 1 hour here with me, so that's only 2. Well, I enjoy reading books and count that as rest time, Oscar retorted with a cheeky smile. Celestina tilted her head and smiled. Maybe if I knock you out here and let you sleep here all day, that could work. Please don't. I have the inner hall promotion exam tomorrow. Oscar acted all scared. The inner hall? Celestina's radiant emerald eyes shone brightly, and she placed her book down. You're finally making your way up? This calls for a celebration. Don't put too much pressure on me to pass. But I feel like I have a good chance. Oscar nodded. Celestina smiled and teased. If you do come to the inner hall, I wonder if I should do a big show of how you're my close friend. Oscar stared blankly at her and said, Please don't. Gilbert's jealous face appeared in Oscar's mind. He didn't want the burden of nearly every person in the inner hall staring at him like that. The next morning finally came, but Oscar was already awake in a training room, absorbing iron with the help of his Aterstone. It's about time. Oscar stood and cracked his neck. His heart was brimming with anticipation for the coming exam. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 156, The Spire of Ascension. The Inner Hall promotion exam was always held inside Azure City. Everyone gathered inside a place known as the Spire of Ascension. This tall tower reached high in the air and was where the people from the Minor Hall and Outer Hall came for their promotions. As high up as it reached, the Spire of Ascension remained the barrier where students were dragged back down to the dirt. Many people passed through its doors and entered its towering figure only to be met with despair and left with lifeless faces from failure. Only the ones who could overcome would see the sights above. After a shower and a good night's rest, thanks to clearing up his schedule for the exam, Oscar stood before the Spire of Ascension. The spire reached high up in the air, but Oscar could make out the golden top with a large trident. Finally made it here, Oscar stepped inside but was surprised to see no one else in the main hall except a single person in a blue jacket that reached down to his feet, a white shirt, and blue pants. This person wore a strange scaly mask. Oscar approached the strange figure and asked, "Excuse me, where is the inner hall promotion exam held?" The strange masked figure turned to Oscar and pointed down a hallway with a large golden door at the other end. Oscar nodded. Thank you. He didn't expect the Spire of Ascension to be such a weird place. There were no guards outside, and only a single silent figure stood inside. It was underwhelming for a place students viewed with much apprehension and awe. At the end of the hallway was the large golden door with engravings of a large serpent with gills that coiled around and opened its mouth with sharp teeth. This serpent had sapphire eyes that stared at any who approached, and its gaping mouth was in the door's center as if welcoming any into its maw. Oscar pushed open the door, splitting the serpent in half, and entered inside. The large room inside was an empty room with no tables, no benches, or any sort of accommodations. It reminded Oscar of the training rooms, except this place was completely clean and made of crystal material that reflected him from all angles. In this room, Oscar finally saw other students, 10 of them. The other students were not mingling and maintained a good distance from each other. They all stared at Oscar with apprehension and cautiously shifted their bodies. The inner hall promotion exam was not always the same, as they could cycle through different tests or try something new. Thus, none of them if the test would suddenly start and entail them fighting each other. You? Oscar turned toward the person who called out to him, and his brows lifted in curiosity. She had short brown hair and brown eyes, holding a spear that rested on her shoulder. Her petite figure and cute face did not change much since the last time he saw her. Mary Jones, Oscar's opponent from the first grand gathering, stood up and walked toward him. She looked on with great interest and said, I'm shocked that you progressed to be able to come here. Though you did beat me, so I can't say much. Likewise, my friend is about the same as you. But he's taking his time. Oscar was curious why Mary was taking the test now. He remembered she was a grade 5 Exaltia like Frederick, so unless she had some great opportunities, it shouldn't be good for her to try yet. Mary pouted, looking cute as her body swayed in frustration, and said, I have my reasons. If we have to fight, then let me fight you first. Oscar didn't know what to say before this cute girl, who was a head smaller than him but behaved like a fierce warrior. He nodded and said, depends on the exam. But we should take the opportunity if we have to work together. Mary crossed her arms and nodded. That sounds good. Making alliances before the exam starts? That smells fishy, Mary. A clear voice interrupted Oscar and Mary's conversation. A woman stood up. Her red wavy hair with a wing hairpin swayed about as her green eyes stared at the two. She had a tall, slender figure, a beautiful complexion, rosy cheeks, and a sharp chin. Well, if people want to gang up, I want in. Serena Fulger wants to group up? That is strange? Or are you plotting something? Mary Jones's open presence suddenly shot down to a chilling cold as she stared at Serena. Their brown and green eyes locked into a stalemate. It seemed they knew other and not in a good way from the hostility that was spilling out. Serena smirked and took out her one-handed axe. Mary responded by brandishing her spear dangerously. Their ine was surging out and they were about to fight. The other students stepped back, not wishing to get involved, while Oscar watched with interest. Cease this conflict. You can have the time for it during the exam. Two elders came forth, one man and one woman. We are the elders in charge of this month's promotion exam. The male elder said, I am Elder Dustin Freud. He was an old man with a hunched back and looked as if he would fall asleep at any moment. The female elder said, I am Elder Ava Jones. She had curly brown hair and a pair of black eyes. Oscar recognized this female elder. She was the one who oversaw the duel between Gilbert and Leon. But one part caught his attention, her last name. He glanced at Mary Jones, who had a slightly irked expression and was averting her eyes away from Ava, who was staring straight at her. Most likely they are family, but they seem sort of awkward. Oscar sighed and cleared his thoughts. None of this was his concern. The old elder stepped forward and addressed the students. Welcome to all the brave souls who have chosen to take the tumultuous path as a greater apprentice Exalt. This exam will last 2 weeks, so I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Oscar and the others nodded and stood firm. Good. Then let us explain the first part of the exam. Ava Jones stepped forward and put her hand up. The first part will last for a week and a half. She snapped her fingers, and many doors appeared on the crystal walls. Each of you will choose a door and enter at the same time. The first part will take place in a vast labyrinth. A labyrinth? Oscar murmured to himself. This was not what he had expected. Your goal is accumulating points and finding your way out of the labyrinth. The order in which a person leaves the labyrinth will always correlate to the reward of points. There are multiple exits and clues along the way, so you won't be lost forever. Ava Jones smiled mischievously. But be careful of each other because you will all share the labyrinth. Oscar clenched his fist and looked around at the other students doing the same. So, in the end, it came down to fighting each other after all. Hold your horses. Just because you meet in the labyrinth doesn't mean you will have to fight each other. Let me explain the rules further. Ava Jones pulled down a large paper from somewhere before the students. It listed the rules of interaction. If you meet others, a circle will manifest between the two of you and place you in a different room. In this room, you may take one of the following actions. First, if the two agree to fight and bet their points, then you fight, and the loser forfeits their wagered points to the winner. Second, if one wants to fight but the other does not, it becomes an anonymous bidding. Each will place an anonymous bid, and the winner gets the result they want. If you end up fighting, the bids go to the winner. If you do not, the bids go to no one. Third, if both of you do not wish to fight but accumulate points safely in the labyrinth, the duel is cancelled. You are teleported back to the labyrinth at the end of each interaction. As for how you get points, there are many obstacles along the way, and clearing them will gift points. Ava Jones smiled and looked around, but her eyes remained on Mary, who tensed up and looked away. Any questions? Oscar raised his hand and said, "For the second part, what stops a person from bidding 1 point and then immediately forfeiting once it starts? And how are we expected to remain in the labyrinth for a week and a half?" Ava Jones clapped her hands and said cheerfully, "Good questions and quite studious. Safe zones in the labyrinth have accommodations and a resting area, so find them if you are tired. Bidding 1 point is doable, but there is no forfeiting in the fight. We will interfere before it gets worse, and we rapidly heal the loser, but you may be out of commission for a few days if the damage is too great." Some of the students had pale faces when hearing this. 1 point was fine, but time was the issue. Losing a few days that could be precious time to accumulate points and find a way out was detrimental. Oscar pondered over these rules and grew interested. Indeed, this game wasn't only about getting points but also putting others down by stealing points or wasting their time. "If we have no other questions, then let us begin." Ava Jones waved her hand enthusiastically. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 157. The Strange Labyrinth. Once Ava Jones finished with her explanation, the doors around the crystal room began to shine to beckon the students to come forth and enter. She spread her arms wide, gesturing toward the doors with a smile. "Choose the door you want to enter. Only one person is allowed per door. If there are any disagreements, settle them peacefully without fighting. If you choose to break the rules, you can be disqualified." Oscar did not move, as did the other students. They all scrutinized each door, trying to glean any information from it. It wasn't out of the question that the exam was starting now, and choosing a particular door could lead to an unknown advantage. Oscar's eyes narrowed as he activated the purple circle in his prinstick to see if there were any illusions. However, Oscar did not see anything. He concluded that it was either not an illusion or too powerful for him to see through. Seeing nothing else to be done, Oscar walked over to a random door of his choosing and turned back at Ava Jones, who gestured for him to wait. The other students noticed Oscar's movement and clenched their teeth, hurrying over to any of the doors. If there was an advantage to these doors, then they had to rely on their luck. Took everyone some time. "Thank goodness one of you moved before the end of the day." Ava Jones smiled brightly. "By the way, there's nothing special about a particular door. It's simply for the sake of separating you all." Mary Jones looked frustrated as she stared daggers into Ava, who ignored Mary's provocation. Meanwhile, Serena draped her long wavy hair back with a serious face. A hardened look replaced the earlier teasing display. Oscar waited a moment before all the doors flung open, revealing a strange black emptiness. "Oh, right, before you start, take these." Ava Jones threw small scrolls and badges at everyone. Oscar looked at the badge with the number 9 on it, unfurled the small scroll, and saw a list with glowing text that displayed numbers 1 through 10 with a 0 next to each one. "The badge represents your examinee number. The list will record and update the points you accumulate and lose, constantly changing your placings until the end of the labyrinth. That is all. Enter the doors and the exam will start." Ava waved widely to all the students. Oscar brandished his new buckler, made with Draven's finishing touches, and took a moment to catch a deep breath, calming himself. As he stepped into the darkness, his obsidian eyes opened with renewed focus and clarity. He disappeared into the darkness. After everyone had entered inside, the doors shut tight and vanished, leaving the room as clean and enclosed as before. Ava Jones smiled and hummed as she prepared to leave for the monitoring room. Elder Dustin coughed and stared at the spot Mary Jones had vanished in. "That one was a member of your family? She had quite the face when looking at you." Ava Jones lost her smile, looked weary and tired, and rubbed her head as though it was aching. Her black eyes were trembling before she calmed herself down. "She is my niece. Ho ho, I am jealous of the Jones family for fielding many talents like the Ravens. Austell is the director of the Record Hall, and you are a rising elder straight from the Legacy Hall. Now, this young one is trying for the Inner Hall promotion at the Greater Apprentice Exalt realm." Dustin scratched the wrinkles on his brow and coughed. He had been in the pavilion for a while but was stuck at the stage he had been in. At a certain point, advancing had become extremely difficult. He looked at Ava Jones with a hint of envy. She came from the powerful Jones family, one of the most powerful noble families, next to the Ravens. I would have preferred if she did not. Ava Jones was still in her weary state. Some family trouble? Is that girl not up to your standards? Elder Dustin was intrigued like a nosy grandfather and probed for more. Ava Jones stared daggers at Elder Dustin as Mary had done to her. She turned around and made her way to the exit. I don't hate her. She's my niece. But she's too eager to the point it makes one worry. Elder Dustin followed after and smiled with his gums showing. I see. Oscar felt a strange sensation as he continued to walk through this bog of darkness. It was like his skin was being irritated by coarse cloth and was extremely inconvenienced. This uncomfortable situation continued until Oscar finally saw the light in the darkness. He rushed ahead and dove straight in. Where am I? Oscar looked around cautiously, moving with his buckler at the ready to block any incoming attacks. This is the labyrinth? It was different from all the other labyrinths he had read about in the stories. Those labyrinths were made up of large walls that intersected and were placed weirdly into a confounding puzzle. But that convention was twisted in the Spire of Ascension. The labyrinth, if it could be called that, did have walls but also doors and stairs that lead up, down, and sideways. The walls, floors, ceilings, and stairs were made of some kind of limestone with an orange tinge. Oscar's face darkened, seeing this strange view that oddly reminded him of the Alire mansion. It wasn't just the hallways and corners. He had to consider the doors and stairs while keeping a note of where he had been. He recalled how troublesome it was to figure out the mansion's confusing structure for the false floor is lava game. Elder Ava Jones said there would be clues as I make my way through the labyrinth, but how useful would it be? Oscar did not move and continued to ponder, but a light shone from his pocket. What is this? Oscar pulled out the small scroll that was the leaderboard for the exam. It was glowing on and off like a flickering fire. He unfurled it and widened his eyes at the contents. It seems everyone's already getting busy. Oscar watched the numbers going up as points accumulated and places were constantly changing, but his number 9 remained at the bottom. This is no time to be thinking so hard. I just need to keep looking and getting points. Oscar decided to enter the door on his left. Once he entered, he nearly broke out into a burst of laughter at the situation. There was a sign in the room saying to defeat 3 waves of enemies and earn points. What kind of event is this? As he said so, 3 gates opened, allowing 3 unusual figures to enter his room. Oscar's eyes narrowed as his eyes surged out like hot flames in an intimidating manner. The figures did not respond to Oscar's eye. They were strange enemies made entirely of stone. Their hands, feet, and featureless faces were carved out of stone. However, they wore a complete set of gray armor, and their tridents were real and sharp. Seeing these strange stone figures, Oscar felt they resembled the great statues of heroes passed outside the Palace of Receding Tide. Frederick had mentioned them as self-moving statues that would fight if the pavilion ever needed them. As the statues remained still, another banner swooped in from above, saying, "The constructs will be attacking soon." It said soon, but the constructs all turned to face Oscar with their eyeless faces and took up stances with their tridents. Then their stone figures were set ablaze by iron that came from within them. Constructs. I read about them in Art of Automatons and Constructs Volume 1. An artificial core should be inside them, fueling the iron they are displaying now. But Oscar stared at the constructs who were waiting for him to make a move. He knew the artificial core was their weakness, but it was well hidden in their stone bodies and protected by the armor. Tough defense, and there are 3 of them to cover for each other. They haven't even started attacking yet, but are waiting for me to strike. He took a step forward, and the stone constructs shifted their feet to react to sudden movements. Oscar knew he only had a week and a half to get as many points as possible and leave this labyrinth, but it was also the first time he had seen moving constructs. His mouth curled up as his eyes held great interest. In the next moment, Oscar disappeared from where he stood, shocking the stone constructs if they could be shocked, and appeared right in front of one of them. His explosive speed was thanks to the completion of Adamus rays on his feet, amplifying his physical agility. The stone construct tried to react, and its trident slashed forth with a torrent of iron. Oscar was too fast and punched out with his buckler. Shattering wave. The stone construct was blown back and smashed into a wall. Cracks appeared all over its hands, feet, and smooth face, but it was still intact and leaped off the wall with its broken body. Sturdy, Oscar eyed the armor the construct wore. It had protected the construct well, giving these stone constructs grade 1 armaments for defense and attack. How many students would grieve over that? Then the other 2 constructs came swinging down on Oscar in a pincer attack. But Oscar smiled and went to face them. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 158. The 3 waves of constructs. After Oscar had blasted away one of the constructs, the other 2 quickly moved in unison, and they dashed in from both sides with Ein coating their tridents. On the side, Oscar focused his Ein and summoned his blue deer anima. It was bigger than before, and its antlers were longer with more protrusions. It had matured with Oscar and had grown. If just my blow isn't enough to destroy them past the armor, what about with this guy's antlers? Oscar used Shattering Wave again to blow back another construct before focusing on the last one. His deer anima made a noise as it charged ahead with incredible speed, thanks to the boost of Ein focused on its hooves. Oscar was right beside it, keeping up with the Adamus rays on his feet. Their eyes stared ahead at the construct that stabbed ahead with its trident. Shattering Wave. Oscar swung out with his buckler. Ein-coated antlers. His deer anima bowed its head, brandishing its antler, which burned with overwhelming Ein through its branches. With the added boost of Ein Awaken, the Ein on the antlers condensed into a terrifying blow. Their combined attack crashed into the trident, sending reverberations through its shaft to the stone construct. Its hands shattered into pieces, dropping the trident to the floor. But the attack was not over. Oscar and his deer anima continued their singular attack, sending it straight into the stone construct's chest. The stone construct was blown into the air, turning into pieces of gravel that rained down on the room, leaving behind a pile of rock and a damaged piece of armor. Inside the pile of gravel was a strange gold orb with cracks all over it, but then it shattered into dust. It was the artificial core of the construct. Now that it was destroyed, the construct had truly died in a sense. One down, Oscar heaved a sigh and focused on recovering. The Ein Awaken was near its limits, and he had to regain his bearings. As he did, he saw the other 2 battered stone constructs making their way to him, not minding the cracks that spread over their bodies. Constructs are amazing to move despite this amount of damage. Oscar's deer anima charged ahead and bulldozed into the stone constructs without regard. It slammed its antlers with such force and Ein that it shattered the stone constructs into pieces. The artificial cores within the 2 were not destroyed but simply vanished. The room let out a loud ring, and the banner above changed its wording to say, "Congratulations on finishing the first wave. You have earned 50 points. If you want, you can leave this room or continue." A number began counting down from 1 minute, but Oscar remained still and recovered using Ein meditation. His deer anima remained by his side silently. As the timer reached 0, the banner changed to say, "Wave 2 will now start." The gates opened again, but this time, 3 constructs came forth. They were slightly larger than before and had golden armor that included a helmet to cover their faces. But Oscar was not focused on these frontliners. He saw 2 other figures step out. One held a bow and an arrow of Ein at the ready, while the other brandished 2 disc-like weapons, chakrams. Oscar wiped off a drop of sweat on his brow and stared at the current setup. 2 large golden constructs had shields and spears, while the other held a sword. He knew this was to deter him from reaching the ranged fighters, who stood at the far back. This is the second wave? Who came up with the trials? They're overdoing this. Oscar complained but wore a smile as he wanted to see how much stronger he had gotten. He stepped forward with his deer anima. Ava Jones and Elder Dustin were in the monitoring room, watching over the students taking the exam through floating images from an observation spell. Ava Jones's eyes were mainly focused on the figure of Mary Jones, who was currently in an endurance trial. "That idiotic niece," Ava Jones murmured. Elder Dustin pretended not to hear but peered at the other images, looking over the other students fighting, resting, or moving about in the labyrinth without a clear direction. He looked surprised when he saw Oscar slamming his buckler and sending a stone construct flying. This boy is very strong. He doesn't seem to be at the peak of Greater Apprentice Exalt, but his power is astounding, Elder Dustin remarked with surprise. Ava Jones turned away from Mary and looked on with Elder Dustin. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as the stone construct was cracked all over. It wasn't enough to force the construct to submit, but it's pretty much near the point. One more push ought to do it. Elder Dustin nodded and watched in interest as the other two constructs ran ahead. He saw Oscar's dear anima. He's a grade 4, yet this powerful. What is going on? Ava and Dustin were shocked again at Oscar blowing away another stone construct before he and the dear anima ran toward the last one. In horror, their eyes widened as they witnessed Oscar reduce the stone construct to pieces and shatter its artificial core. That's no good, Elder Dustin exclaimed. Why didn't the defense mechanism prop up in time? The artificial core should have been protected at the very least. What is going on? Elder Dustin cried in agony. He was the one who had created the artificial cores for the constructs, so each was like his child and used up a good amount of resources. Seeing his work being destroyed without any plausible theory sent him spiraling into sadness. Ava Jones pondered. Ein awaken? The way his deer's antlers shone and concentrated the Ein looked like the extra focus brought about by Ein awaken, plus some Ein was being absorbed as well. As far as I know, only the great scions of the noble families undergo the brutal endeavor to learn it early. Even I didn't do it. That still doesn't explain how the defense mechanism didn't work. It should be incredibly tough physically, beyond the means of a greater apprentice Exalt, and the mechanism should deflect the Ein. Elder Dustin was red in the face and seemed to grow more wrinkles. Ein awaken was shocking, but something more unsettling destroyed the core. He didn't know that Oscar was a Reese user and progressing in Adam's Reese. The compounded effects of shattering wave, with his enormous physical power, had destroyed the artificial core. Proper measures could have been taken, but no one could have expected Oscar to possess physical power that could overwhelm the artificial core. We can only pull the records and see who this student is. Ava Jones called in one of the attendants and told them to get the information on Oscar. But this is unexpected. I wonder how far this grade 4 student will go. Oscar loosened his grip on the buckler and stared at the constructs. From the small openings in their armor, Oscar could see they weren't made of stone like the first wave but rather some kind of steel. The fabricators truly go all out for their creations, Oscar chuckled. Constructs were a strange blend of fabrication and alchemy. The fabricators built the bodies and weapons, and the alchemists provided the artificial cores, which were unique elixirs in a condensed crystal form. Oscar could tell the constructs were constructed with great care, and as a fabricator, he felt a bit sad to destroy these works of art. Sorry to your creators, but I have to get through. Let's go. His dear anima stood on its hind legs and stomped its front legs on the floor, kicking off the ground in a burst of speed. Its trampling caused the reaction of the steel constructs as they quickly acted to respond. Behind it, Oscar dashed ahead and jumped onto its antlers. Using the momentum from its explosive charge, the deer anima lifted its antlers and flung Oscar up into the air. Then it disappeared because Oscar canceled its summoning before the constructs could surround and stab it. Oscar stared dead ahead at the two ranged constructs, who turned to look up at him in the air. They were about to shoot out their weapons, but Oscar was a step faster and threw out his buckler, holding onto it with the string. The buckler flew in with incredible speed, but the bow construct was quick to respond and sidestepped it. Oscar pulled hard and redirected the buckler to swing in the direction of the bow construct. Like a python, the strings of the buckler wrapped around and bound the construct. The chakram construct changed its target and threw the chakrams at the string, but the strings made from the thousand serpent sinew held strong, repelling the chakrams. Oscar scoffed at the attempt and pulled himself toward the bow construct. If it were a real person, they would have reacted faster and slipped away from the strings. It's a shame you're only a construct with that tough body. Oscar noticed the shields and sword constructs rushing toward him with a smile. He pulled hard on his string and swung the bound bow construct like a makeshift metal ball. He brought it crashing against the chakrams and the melee constructs, forcing them back. Oscar held onto the string, still keeping the bow construct bound, and stretched out his right arm. In mere moments, a steel spiral manifested to form a sharp drill covering his fist. With his powers no longer as unstable and the grueling 6 months of training, his steel drill became much more practical without the 5-second downtime. Oscar dashed ahead and combined his steel drill with shattering wave into a devastating strike toward the chakram construct. His dear anima manifested to cut off its retreat to the side. Oscar's steel drill impaled through the steel construct that could not defend itself, and the powers of shattering wave broke it into pieces, including its artificial core. One down. Somewhere in the monitoring room, a cry came from a crazed elder. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 159. Cleaning up. That little brat! Elder Dustin lost all pretenses and shouted while swiping at the image of Oscar as if he could tear him apart. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The steel construct broke apart before Dustin's teary eyes, but the destruction of the artificial core was the most shocking. That was a spell he used. The artificial core should have activated its failsafe and restricted the Ein of the spell. How was it still destroyed? Elder Dustin stared at Oscar with bloodshot eyes. Ava turned from watching her niece, Mary Jones, sighing at the frenzied state of Elder Dustin. That spell was Steel Drill, a spell with high penetration but is supposed to be heavy. However, he moved quite fast with it. Heavy? Yes. Sharp tip? Yes. But that doesn't explain how the steel construct broke apart in that strange manner. Elder Dustin slammed his wrinkled fists on the table. The cracks that formed over the constructs were certainly not from a sharp attack. Perhaps you made a mistake with the defense setup of the artificial cores, Ava Jones stated. Elder Dustin was about to retort when the doors opened, and an attendant ran inside, accompanied by a judge. His face brightened up as he beckoned the judge forward. Let's see what this brat has been doing so far. Ava Jones stood by the side and read along. Her eyes narrowed when she read the part about Oscar in prison. He's been to the Abyss prison twice? The records say he was punished for minor crimes, but wouldn't the pavilion have done something with multiple infractions? The second time was 6 months. This is strange, he had an estimated 7 months total in the Abyss prison. Yet he's still this strong as a grade 4. Elder Dustin read on but found nothing else noteworthy on the records. Incomprehensible. Ava Jones heaved a sigh and returned the record to the judge. This is highly unusual, but thank you for coming here. The judge nodded and left. Elder Dustin paid close attention to Oscar, fixated on him alone. If he reaches the last wave, he'll have to reveal his tricks. The chakram construct was defeated, and the bow construct was still trying to unfurl out of the thread. Oscar stared down the 3 other constructs. The 2 with shields and spears stomped loudly and slowly advanced while the sword construct was in between. It was a good formation to enclose Oscar, who was by the corner of the room. Oscar breathed in and out to recover during their slow crawl. These were constructs, and they didn't notice his current state. The use of Adamus Rays and Steel Drill consisted of him utilizing the Dual Awaken to perfect the attack even further. However, this left him somewhat weakened and unable to use either Awaken, so he could not draw up Reese. If they attacked fast, they would gain the advantage since Oscar's strength wasn't just his Ein but the combination of Ein and Reese. Thankfully, they continued their slow trek with a hint of cautiousness. With this, Oscar regained the use of his Awaken. Oscar smiled and used Reese to tug the bow construct. His thread spun and untangled, letting the bow construct free, but it was above the shield construct. The bow construct had no expression, but it fell hard on the shield construct that caught it. This move proved fatal to both as Oscar rushed with his dear anima. He moved very close to the shield construct and swung his buckler upward in a ferocious uppercut. His dear anima did the same with its antlers. The bow construct was helplessly flung in the air again, but this time with its shield construct companion. It's your turn. Oscar readied another steel drill and stabbed at the sword construct but didn't forget the shield construct. His dear anima locked onto it with its wide antlers and refused to back down despite being stabbed with the spear. Oscar felt pangs of pain from his anima's injuries, but it didn't disturb his spell and Adamus Rays. Shattering Wave X Steel Drill. The sword construct tried to dodge, but Oscar was too fast for it. Oscar sent his drill through its head, obliterating it into dust. The sword construct broke apart as its sword clattered to the floor. But there was no respite from this victory as Oscar felt more pain in his chest. A slight trickle of blood ran down his mouth. His dear anima was holding on despite the stabs. The shield construct was a nuisance. Oscar stared coldly at the construct and focused a lot of Ein on his dear anima's hooves. This provided an immense boost, and the deer anima kicked off in a devastating charge with the shield construct still locked by its antlers. The wall crashed as the shield construct was slammed into it. At this moment, the two other constructs crashed to the ground. The shield construct that was pinned down began to lose luster and went still, as did the bow construct. Oscar looked confused. They turn off like that? Why did I have to waste so much effort in destroying them? I wonder what the elders were thinking. Under the bow construct, the last shield construct forced itself up and stared at Oscar. It was a construct, but Oscar felt as if it was staring hatefully at him. Then let's do this. Oscar unsummoned his deer anima. There was no further need for it to help against this lone shield construct. I always wanted to fight against someone else with a shield. Philip mentioned it before, but he said he ended the fight too fast. The shield construct kept its stance with the broad shield covering its body and the spear looming from above with its long arm. Adamus raised. In response, Oscar empowered his hands and feet. The shattering wave was not strong enough to burst through the shield to get to the construct. This one would be a battle of smashing metal. But he held faith in the buckler that Draven had crafted for him. Oscar bolted ahead and bashed his buckler against the shield construct's shield. His immense physical power forced the shield construct backward as his deer anima did. It was on a crash collision with the wall and would suffer the same fate. But then, the looming shadow of the spear came closer to Oscar, but he was unfazed and let out a final burst of reese in his feet, accelerating the crash course. While his momentum carried him forward, Oscar invoked one last spell, Steel Scales. The spear could not pierce through Oscar's tough skin, and the shield construct crashed into the wall, losing its energy and freezing up. It had a strong front, but the back was very lacking. Maybe that was the point of this wave. Oscar looked at the ruins of what he had caused. He had grown stronger to the point of defeating these mindless constructs, but what about a person? The banner changed its wording, snapping Oscar out of his thoughts. Third wave will start in 1 minute. You can leave the room if you wish to stop. Oscar sat down and meditated to recover. The scroll in his hands reflected that his points were now at 250. This second wave had given him 200 points. I wonder what the last wave will give. Elder Dustin wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness he realized he could beat them into submission. I would have made a complaint if we kept losing the cores. Ava Jones sighed, thinking why she was paired with this elder from the Palace of Whirlpools, the home of alchemy in the pavilion. I wonder why the weakness was the back. Ask those idiots at the foundry. They said since this was a trial of waves and groups, there should be some weaknesses that the constructs would cover for each other. The ranged ones were supposed to deter attacks to the back. But this young Exalt went straight for the ranged ones. He's only a grade 4, but he's already using his anima well and in conjunction with himself. Ava Jones praised Oscar but didn't forget to give one last remark to Elder Dustin. He's also a 1-star fabricator. No wonder he's so insensitive and unruly. Elder Dustin cursed, but his gummy smile appeared. But what will he do about the last one? The third wave was about to start. Oscar stood up, having recovered a bit from the damages of the second wave. However, he was confused when the 3 gates didn't open. Instead, a 4th gate appeared. It was larger, and Oscar felt a more ominous aura spilling from it. The gate slowly opened. Oscar's eyes narrowed as the construct stepped out. This last wave wasn't a group but one enemy. However, this construct differed from all the others and Oscar tensed up. This would be a harder fight. The lone construct had 2 short swords and a more defined face with a nose, eyes, and mouth. Unlike the other constructs, it hopped around and swung its swords with agility and flexibility. It was gold in color with silver armor. Its eyes shone with blue light and did not wait for Oscar to come. It dashed out on its own and slashed its swords. The last enemy had come. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 160. The Golden Dual Wielder. The final construct vanished from sight and reappeared right before Oscar with its 2 glimmering golden swords swinging at him from above. It intended to chop off Oscar's arms. Of course, it couldn't do it. It was machine perfect in knowing how to cut without causing the worst damage. If it did enough damage to Oscar, the challenge would end, and Oscar would be ejected. However, despite the incredible speed displayed by the golden construct, Oscar did not flinch, nor was he caught off guard. Everything was already within sight of his prince-stick. He remained calm in the face of its imposing presence when it first arrived and activated his prince-stick since he realized it was alone. It wasn't that useful when it came down to a group battle unless he could lock onto more than just one person. But it was ideal for this one-on-one battle. The motions of its dual strike were already in view. The air trembled, and the loud clash of metal echoed in the empty room. Oscar's buckler had stopped one sword, inducing sparks as they ground against each other. He was covered in steel, and his other hand, now heavily fortified, had stopped the other sword. However, this wasn't the only defense. Oscar felt the extreme sharpness behind these swords and used edge-riceglad. This defensive technique of Adamus Rays layered the stored wreaths into a thin, tough layer with the outer muscles under his skin. That, combined with steel scales on the skin, brought his defense to impressive levels. Oscar was relieved that the golden construct was only at the power of the greater apprentice Exalt realm, or else his defense would have been for naught. Oscar still had his prince-stick active and saw the rippling intents of the golden construct. It was moving to change its attack. He internally laughed at how easy it was to see it when it was quite the task against his master, Draven. Here it is. Oscar took a decisive step forward when the golden construct's arms were too in their motions to react properly. He was right in its chest, past its swords, and rammed his shoulder into it. A powerful amount of wreaths flowed in from the ground, and the stored power in his Adamus Rays joined the torrent. Shattering wave shoulder form. The shoulder was a powerful body part where all the weight could easily be transmitted. It was one of the most stable physical attacks, but only practical if one could get extremely close. Thanks to the prince-sit, Oscar could find the timing to get close without worrying about retaliation. The golden construct was blown back and sent flying in the air. However, it quickly turned, slammed its feet on the wall to avoid crashing, and leaped softly to the ground. It's a simple construct that doesn't use spells but only ein coat on its weapons and parts of its body. However, it is quite agile, unlike the other ones. Oscar raised his buckler and charged ahead. Since it got the first strike before, Oscar should return the favor in kind. The golden construct did not shy away and brandished its two swords with violent intent. The ein around the blades spiked to a ferocious level. The room remained still, but the sounds of their battle reverberated endlessly through its empty space. Oscar dodged and parried most of the golden construct's strikes with frightening precision and countered its exposed weaknesses. After a repeated onslaught, the golden construct started to crack in several places. Sensing its impending loss, the golden construct stepped back to retreat, but a powerful set of antlers rammed into it from the side. It's dangerous to forget one's anima. Oscar brought his buckler in from the other end, and cracks began to cover all of its body. He was about to use one final blow, but the room suddenly shook as a loud bell rang. The golden construct fell to the floor like a puppet without strings. It was Oscar's victory. Oscar peered up at the larger banner, which announced its congratulations to him. Congratulations on clearing the last and final wave. You have been awarded 500 points. Here is a clue to the exit. Follow the flowers. Oscar raised one eye in confusion. Flowers? What sort of clue is that? When I arrived, it was an empty, white place with no defining features. Suddenly, a loud creaking noise caught his attention. Oscar turned with his buckler at the ready but was shocked to see a new door appear. It had a sign on it saying it was the exit. If that's the exit, then what about the way I came from? Oscar looked back at the door he came from, but it was gone. On top of giving me a strange clue, it leads to me a different place. That is quite interesting. Oscar packed his buckler on his back and opened the strange door to see where the room was taking him. It was the same view as before. The strange array of doors, stairs, and hallways made one's mind confused. Oscar peered around for something related to flowers that the clue suggested. Then he saw a small flower mark on the wall. He put his hand on the small flower mark, but nothing happened. Oscar looked around the corner in the hallway the flower was leading him to. There was another small flower mark on the right side. Oscar ignored the various doors and stairways on the sides, not wanting to divert away from his clue, and turned to the right. He checked the leaderboard list to see if he was lagging behind, but surprisingly, He was in first place after dealing with the 3 waves at 750 points. The second place was at 450. The many events and trials of the labyrinth had varying degrees of difficulty and options to keep going or quit. Oscar had picked one of the more rewarding trials and completed it to its end, leading to his impressive lead. However, soon the numbers flashed again, and the others were quickly catching up. After a short while of following the flower marks, Oscar finally found a door with the flower mark on the front. Finally, I'm in danger of losing my first place. Oscar cracked his shoulders and prepared himself by wielding his buckler. He opened the door with caution and entered inside. But the sight inside had completely caught him off guard. Something strange, Elder Dustin said while reviewing the recording of Oscar defeating the final golden construct. He had played it back many times to the point he had memorized everything that took place. But his face was still scrunched up in confusion. Ava Jones sighed and crossed her arms. You're too obsessed with this particular student. I can understand being intrigued by how he bypassed the artificial core's defense against Ein. But this final fight didn't seem out of the ordinary. Elder Dustin scoffed and mumbled, "This is why the younger generation is just so." Ava Jones frowned and smiled, but her eyes didn't match the smile. Please tell this ignorant younger elder exactly what she is missing. Elder Dustin pointed at the footage from Oscar's spar against the golden construct. He did not take a single hit during this fierce exchange. He remained in control of the fight the entire time. All of it was done with precision and timing, whether it was blocking, dodging, or countering. So, that means he's a good fighter. Perhaps the pavilion needs to re-review the effectiveness of Grade 4 Xianxia core. Ava Jones did not understand Elder Dustin's obsessive interest. In the battle against the groups, he fought fast and did wild tactics to get ahead. But he still took some damage. Ava Jones rubbed her temple and paid attention back to her niece, Mary Jones. People can have different fighting styles when against a group or one. You're overthinking it. Elder Dustin remained silent but continued to watch Oscar's battle against the golden construct. He wasn't the most talented Exalt evident of his position at his age, but the many years of experience had made his intuition quite good. Right now, he could not shake off the feeling. Something was extremely off about this student. He looked at Oscar's current progress as he was tracking the flowers. Well, the next room isn't combat-oriented. Let's see how he deals with this. Oscar could not believe what he was seeing. It was a dense forest. Oscar smelled the fresh scent of the trees, and the humid air dampened his sleeves. How is there a forest in here? Then a sign came out of the ground. Find your way through this forest to the exit, but be careful not to be caught up in any traps. Haha, Oscar's eye twitched. Who the hell makes these banners? He looked around. There was not a single semblance of a path to follow. Oscar crossed his arms and pondered. His eyes widened as a realization struck him. An illusion? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 161. The Eliran Breaker. Oscar looked carefully at the leaves, branches, blades of grass, and flowers. He sniffed the air multiple times, but only the smell of the forest remained. Everything was telling him it was real, but Oscar had already experienced a frightening illusion back at Eliar Mansion. The Ein flowed into his astral third eye and gathered into the purple ring overlaid on its pupilless blue surface. The purple ring that he had received from Abe a while ago allowed him to see through the true nature of illusions, but he had few opportunities to use it. Come to think of it, Abe never told me the technique's name. Oscar wondered as a small purple glint shone as a ring in his obsidian black eyes. Oscar did not know, but the reason Abe did not divulge the name of the Eliar's secret technique was that he felt the Eliar were no longer worthy of passing their name down. They were a proud family, but that all went to ruin at the hands of one of their own. Abe wished for a clean slate for this technique, so he passed it to Oscar without its name. He wanted Oscar to forge a new path for this technique. Oscar observed the forest, but none of the scenery shifted or dispersed. The trees, grass, flowers, and others all remained the same. Either they placed an incredibly powerful illusion beyond his means to see through, or they grew an entire forest inside the spire of ascension. The constructs before and how this forest. The pavilion goes all out for the promotion exam. Oscar sighed and was about to turn off his print stick, but then he caught a hint of something strange. His eyes shot straight toward a small dark circle in the distance. Oscar walked ahead, kept his eye on the dark circle, and squatted to see it closely. It was a dark swirl, but the strangeness was the small patch of barren land around it. Can it be? The purple ring faded from his eyes due to Oscar stopping its effect. This ability also used a fair amount of iron, so Oscar was relieved for the break. His eyes narrowed at the spot where the dark circle was. The dark circle was gone and replaced by a thick patch of grass that was the same as all the other greenery across the forest, but with a slight difference that one wouldn't notice unless they had a very keen sight. Oscar activated the purple ring again, and the grass vanished like a puff of smoke, revealing the dark swirl and barren land once more. These must be the traps the sign mentioned. If I didn't know any better and stepped on it, I would have gotten caught in something unnecessary. Oscar laughed cheerfully. They really did grow a forest in here. There are all kinds of wonders I have yet to see. Oscar stood and patted the dirt off his knees. Then let's go find the exit. The purple ring shone as Oscar infused more iron into it. He strode carefully deeper into the dense forest. There was little chance of him being trumped up, but Oscar did not neglect the idea that they could have set well-hidden traps without illusions. He was growing tired as his purple ring continued to pulse, and he was scrutinizing each part to make sure there weren't any tricks. However, Oscar was gratified by the opportunity to experience using his purple ring more. What use was the power if he rarely used it? I should name it, Oscar thought as he continued walking through the forest. His hair was sleek with sweat from the humidity, and his breathing grew more ragged. Every so often, he used Ein Awaken to try to recover while moving, but it only delayed the consumption of his Ein for some moments. Abe gave me this gift. I should name it something to respect him. Oscar recalled the time he was with Abe in the illusion. The memory of the constant shouts of Mr. and the game of the floor is lava made him smile. The Alire mansion was a terrifying place, but it was also a place of fortune that returned his friend and granted them a boon. Oh, Oscar's eyes perked up. I got it. How about I name it the Eliran Breaker? It's a technique to see through illusions and originates from the Alire family. That has a nice ring to it. Contrary to Abe's self-deprecating wishes, Oscar remained steadfast in his attempt to show respect to Abe and the Alire name. With this new name, the technique still paid homage to its origins. With the Eliran Breaker in his arsenal, Oscar navigated through the forest without tripping up any traps. All the traps seemed to be placed in a concealing illusion, making the journey a cakewalk for Oscar. However, the sheer amount had befuddled Oscar. He came across a place with many dark swirls that were an arm's length away from each other. If anyone went through this place, they would have been severely screwed by the sheer amount of traps they would activate. Seriously, who made this room? Oscar stepped awkwardly around the dark swirls, made his way through the vast area, and shook his head. I am curious, though. What is in one of these traps? Oscar thought about using his dear anima to spring a trap and see what happens, but he shook away that thought. There was no reason to go out of his way to inconvenience himself intentionally. He needed to find the exit as soon as possible to continue accumulating points. Elder Dustin stared blankly at Oscar, watching the young Exalt navigate through the forest while avoiding all the traps. After all the huss and fuss he made about Oscar's strange fighting style, he couldn't muster a word at how easily Oscar could bypass everything. Ava Jones stood beside him, passing a freshly brewed cup of tea, but her eyes were also fixed on Oscar's footage. She couldn't believe what she was seeing and tried to remember what the judge had relayed to them. But she hadn't paid mind to the smaller details as she couldn't recall anything else other than the part about Oscar being sent to Abyss Prison. Thankfully, Elder Dustin was an astute old man who was also an alchemist. Accumulating knowledge and remembering sequences were his entire life. Also, his frenzied interest in Oscar made him want to remember everything about this strange student. I won't tell you specific details, but the boy has no illusion-breaking spells or a natural disposition to illusions. Elder Dustin spoke carefully. That is why I am astonished at this. Somehow he is picking up on the traps, hidden behind the illusions and avoiding them. Ava Jones began to treat this seriously and was in deep thought. The traps weren't that harsh, but it was a huge time waster if students kept getting caught. This place tested a student's observational skills and ability to deal with sudden events. However, Oscar had broken that motive and tore it to shreds. In the image, he was sidestepping and hopping like a bunny over everything. Even the traps that were incredibly well hidden and had no way to spot them were avoided. Ava Jones looked at the image that showed Mary Jones, and her eyes widened as she looked at Oscar and back to Mary. This is not good. Please take the other hallway, Mary. Oscar finally found a door that was outlined by the branches and limbs of the trees around it. They were like wooden arches that led to a safe haven. He scanned the ground and found no dark swirls. Feeling relieved, Oscar canceled the Eliron breaker to conserve his Ein. However, he did not immediately exit the forest but sat on the floor in Ein meditation. He didn't want to leave the room without being at his peak condition. Suddenly, a new sign popped out of the ground like a weasel. Sounds of bells resounded through the forest to call for the end of the trial. Congratulations on making your way out of the forest. Here are 600 points for your trouble. Oscar's scroll glowed again, and he checked his current score at 1350 points, an incredible score that still maintained his status as first place. He scanned the other rankings and found the second was at 1100. This goes on for a week and a half? Oscar checked the time and found it was getting late. Do I find a safe spot and rest or continue through the night? Another sign popped out, interrupting his thoughts. The next clue is to go down. Oscar stood up with a bright expression. The clues were a great addition. He exited the forest and returned to the labyrinth. On the left, he spotted a set of stairs that led downstairs. However, as soon as he walked, another door opened and someone came out. Mary, Oscar. Suddenly, a bright circle formed underneath the two. The duel was about to begin. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 162. The one-on-one duel, their choices. Oscar locked eyes with Mary Jones and immediately brandished his buckler, to which Mary responded by taking a stance with her spear. There was no telling when their duel would begin. Oscar was about to say something when a circle of green light formed around them. This must be the teleportation the elders mentioned. Oscar relaxed his stance and observed the glowing green circle with interest. It was strange, but he felt it was somewhat familiar. The points scattered around with interlocking lines that outlined and crossed over each other were similar to the formations for armament crafting. Before he could see more of it, he felt his body squeezed like a wet towel, and his vision faded for a split second before it returned. Oscar came to and saw that he was in a stone-tiled room with torches around the walls. A sense of grogginess overcame him as he rested to catch his breath. It was a similar feeling to when he drank the ale with his friends and Emily's father. Ugh, my head. Teleportation is weird, Mary Jones said from the other end of the room. She clung to her spear like a crutch and rubbed her head, suffering from a bad headache. I remember throwing up the first time I went through teleportation, Oscar chuckled. The first time was during the entrance trial where he met Frederick. He also teleported before with his master, Draven, but that was a different type and not as bad as this. As they took a few seconds to recover, someone else appeared in the room, floating above them. It was a woman in the blue uniform of a pavilion elder, one of the proctors for the inner hall promotion exam. She looked down at the two students, Oscar and Mary, and said, "The two of you now have to decide." She threw down 2 coins each at Oscar and Mary, 1 blue and 1 red. Oscar held the blue and red coins in his hand, looking over them, and immediately understood what they were for. The blue coin signifies peace and represents the choice of not fighting. The red coin means conflict, and choosing it means you want to fight. Wrap your hand around the coin you choose and hold it out. When I say to reveal them, reveal the coin you chose, the proctor explained. You have a minute to deliberate or discuss a course of action with the other. Oscar and Mary looked at each other once again, gripping the coins in their coins. Oscar sighed. At the start, we agreed to work together if it was something that required a combined effort. But since this is a duel, what do you think? Mary Jones tapped the bottom of her spear on the stone-tiled floor and said with a determined look, "I want to fight. Sorry, but I need the chance to get more points. I have to pass no matter what." Oscar did not think it was out of the ordinary for Mary to want to fight. He saw the number 5 on her badge, unfurled the leaderboard scroll, and spotted her place. She was currently in 7th with 700 points. Mary had done the same, but her eyes widened at Oscar's score. She stared at him with astonishment. "Your first place? How did you achieve this?" The fact a grade 4 like Oscar was first place in this exam was shocking, especially when there were others like Serena, her hated enemy, in the group. By all conventions, a grade 4 should not have gotten this ahead. I can say the same about you. You're a grade 5 Exaltia, but you're keeping pace at 7th place out of 10. Oscar brought up his fists with his buckler. So now that we know our standings, what do you want to do? Do I even have a choice? You have a severe point advantage, so you can outbid me if you choose to fight, and I choose not to fight, Mary retorted. Her grip on her spear tightened. Oscar, however, thought about it and said, rather than using up the time to fight each other, I can agree not to fight. I can safely accumulate more points as I go. The trials within the rooms seemed more autonomous and adhered to a base ceiling of difficulty, but a fight against another was unpredictable. Even with Oscar's prinstick to see their movements, it was a matter of knocking them out. Oscar knew all too well how a person can fight when desperate. He was a prime example of it. This fight may bring more trouble than it's worth unless Oscar can get all of Mary's points, which he was sure there would be some restrictions. As if knowing his thoughts, the proctor said, "You have 20 seconds to finish making your decision. A final piece of information. Due to the points you both have, the minimum amount you can agree on is 200, and the maximum is 400. That declaration made Mary's face darken. If anything, this fight could cost her more than half her points. However, she soon recovered and stared intensely at Oscar. I want to fight. I need to prove myself. And retreating here would only bring shame to my family name. Oscar thought about persuading her otherwise, but one look into her round brown eyes filled with resolve throughout those meaningless thoughts. He nodded silently, took out the red coin, and wrapped it in his fist. His arm stretched out forward. Mary did the same. Then, the proctor clasped her hands together. The minute is up, and you two don't have to reveal. Both have selected red coins. What is the amount of points you wish to put up? Oscar replied, 250. Mary Jones looked confused and asked, 250? I was willing to put up 350. 250 is enough. Not too big of a loss or gain for either of us, but enough to get a better advantage. Oscar unleashed his Ein. The blue Ein was like a shroud of fire that made him seem godly. Mary released her Ein in response, twirling her spear around. The proctor stared at the two young Exalts with a smile at their decisiveness and readiness. Then the match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Ava Jones crossed her arms, staring at her niece, Mary, in the image showing her and Oscar discussing their options. Don't fight him, Ava Jones pleaded, but her voice would not be heard, and trying to interfere would be tantamount to her own downfall. But she grew more worried for her niece because Mary was persistent in trying to fight. Elder Dustin sipped his tea, being the calmer one this time, and said, the young Jones is quite hot-blooded, but unfortunately, she's making the wrong choice this time. The young man's battle prowess has already been shown against the constructs. I do not see this girl having a chance. You never know that. Ava Jones was in denial. He might be good against constructs with their limited abilities, but spells and anima add a new dimension to the battle. Mary isn't that weak either. You just mumbled earlier that you didn't want her to fight. Elder Dustin noted the inconsistency in Ava's behavior. He could tell she was very caring for her niece. She defended Mary when others talked badly about her, and she wished for her to be safe against tough opponents. However, Ava's face fell when Mary and Oscar agreed to fight. That idiotic niece. Apparently, the two fought before in their first grand gathering. Oscar was the winner, so perhaps she wants revenge. Elder Dustin stroked his beard. No, Ava shook her head. This isn't the face of someone wanting revenge or payback. Mary just wants to fight and show that she is strong. Is there anything wrong with that? Elder Dustin asked. Ava Jones did not reply. Her eyes were fixed on Mary, who had her arm extended with the red coin in her fist. She was always too eager and bursting at the chance to prove herself. Despite my and her mother's advice that mindset was detrimental, she belongs to the famous Jones family but has a grade 5 Exaltia core. Compared to you and the other members of the Jones family, such an inferiority complex is natural, Elder Dustin advised. Ava Jones fell on her chair and sighed. She could only hope that her beloved niece would mature out of this experience. 7, 6. A bead of sweat dripped down Mary's face. She recalled everything Oscar had done in their previous battle. The impeccable timing of his stone gaze, the devastating raw power of his fist, and the quick reactions to her spear were felt as if it was yesterday. So what if he beat me before? I've grown stronger since then, and I can't be swamped down here. Images of her aunt and mother flashed across her mind. Her teeth clenched, her hands gripped tighter, and her face tensed up, making her cute look change into something fierce. 5. 4. Oscar also thought about the previous battle with Mary. Her spear technique was at a high level, and the lightning spell provided an extra layer to her offense. However, that was all in the past. He had no idea about the current Mary, so he relaxed his stance slightly to react faster to any unforeseen events. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 163. Mary of the Jones family. At the proctor's words, Oscar, who had his prinstick active, foresaw the movement of Mary's eye onto her feet and a big movement forward. Movement spell. She's aiming to dash in. Oscar reacted in an instant and stepped to the side. In the very next moment, he looked at Mary, who suddenly appeared with her spear stabbing toward where he previously stood. She had shock and puzzlement across her face as she turned slightly to Oscar. He was standing on the side, barely away from her spear. Oscar already had his buckler on its destructive path toward Mary's exposed side. However, there was a small tension in his expression as Mary's movement spell was extremely fast, and he dodged it by a hair. When he fought with prinstick against Draven, it was in terms of martial combat rather than Ein and spells. Spells can truly trip up the prinstick. If it were me before the Abyss prison training, I would have been forced to block rather than dodge, but her lightning spear would have been bad. Oscar saw the sparks of lightning on the spear's tip. He didn't wish to take any unnecessary damage. Oscar's buckler was about to make contact and demolish Mary. Mary's feet shuffled with the added boost from her lightning movement spell. Grade 1 electric steps. Electricity crackled under the soles of her shoes as an energizing boost. Her feet moved like the crack of lightning as she repositioned in an awkward position with her body hunched over. She gripped her spear from below and masterfully did a heavy thrust from her odd position. The spear flowed with massive Ein that fed into her lightning edge spell, coating the tip in more lightning than before. The sound of the claps of thunder and crackling lightning reverberated across the room. Oscar charged toward her. He quickly stepped diagonally under the fast, devastating spear and brought the buckler close to him. Oscar moved like a large boulder to crash against her. Mary's Ein flowed, and a large bear manifested at her side. It was fast and brought its large claws to deter Oscar from hurting its master. There it is. Oscar changed targets to the large bear anima. Behind him, his deer anima came forth and locked its antlers on the spear. Mary had flashbacks to the moment she lost in their previous bout. This was similar to when he changed targets to her bear anima and left his deer anima to deter her. That time, you caught me off guard with your insane power, but not this time. Mary's eyes flashed with intent, and her bear anima roared as it dissipated, leaving Oscar with no target. Oscar cursed inwardly for a moment. He had hoped to end it there, but Mary was far more cautious than before. A person's anima could not be foreseen in the prinstick, so Oscar could not have seen its forced departure. But this means you can't summon it for a few moments. He turned to lock his prinstick on Mary, but she had already retreated some distance away with her fast speed. She needed to buy time until her anima was ready. Mary had eluded Oscar's blows, but her face was grim. The entire time, Oscar had not used any of his spells and only summoned his anima right after she summoned hers. In terms of Ein, she was already at a loss. She didn't know Oscar had also sporadically employed Einaweka and had already recovered some of the used Ein. The true gap in their tanks was already out of Mary's guesses. How is he this strong? My attacks can't reach him, and I'm the one being pressured despite trying to take the initiative. Mary couldn't believe the difference between them. I try my best to catch up to the others for the Jones name. I can't falter here. Oscar rushed forward with his steel drill encasing his arm. His burst of speed shocked Mary, who was slow to bring her spear up. She didn't see a single hint of a spell, nothing but his usual shroud of Ein. Oscar's steel drill and shattering wave sent ripples through the air, emanating terrifying pressure that sent shivers down Mary's spine. Mary resummoned her bear anima, which charged straight ahead in a frontal class with a mighty roar. She followed along with a final burst of thunder that encased her entire body. Grade 1 Thunderclad. Her entire body was covered in thunder that made every single one of her attacks release a burst of lightning and protect her body. However, this spell used too much Ein, thus her reluctance to use it so early. Oddly, the thunder coursed from her and linked up with the bear anima. The bear anima was coated in thunder, and its claws rang like thunder as lightning coursed through its sharp weapons. Lightning Edge. Her spear doubled up with the Thunderclad and Lightning Edge similar to Oscar's attack. Oscar smiled at her powerful display and continued on with his attack. His deer anima also joined in the mix with its antlers clad in Ein. The hard metal of the drill and deer's antlers clashed against the lightning-clad spear and bear's claws. A fury of lightning coursed all over Mary's side while a fierce storm kicked up on Oscar's. The stone tiles underneath them shattered and blew away into dust. Oscar felt tinges of electricity trying to make its way through the steel drill to him, but his Ein was enough to deter it while the bulk of Mary's attack was clashing against his. His eyes relaxed as cracks formed on the bear's claws. Mary clenched her teeth and had bloodshot eyes as she exerted more, but her spear was being pushed back. She used more Ein to form the lightning steps to push back. However, Oscar's physical power and incredibly stable footing were undeterred. The shattering wave coursed through Mary's spear, making her arms tremble as blood splurted out from various cuts that formed. The bear anima pushed Mary aside and took the whole brunt of Oscar's attack. The antler stabbed and pushed away the claws. Oscar's steel drill stabbed directly through the bear anima, tearing a huge hole in its chest and cracking it apart into nothingness. Mary splurted blood from her mouth, and her legs were about to give out. She had used a lot of her Ein, and her bear anima was destroyed, leaving her a mess. Her vision dimmed, and her body began to sway before falling powerlessly. The only thought in her mind was her family. Aunt Ava, Mother, am I just an embarrassment? Am I not fit to be a member of the Jones family? The Jones family was one of the foremost noble families that helped the Dragner royal family from the brilliant Drake Empire with the Raven family. Because the Raven family chose to stay in their northern regions by True Sword Peak, the Jones family was given the richest and largest place in the eastern region. For the next hundreds of years, they became the wealthiest family in the empire. Their vast wealth that came from the prominent lumber industry and various resources from the forest surpassed even the Dragnars. Yet, despite this, they never showed a single hint of dissent or arrogance, being one of the stalwart defenders of the law. Austell Jones, the director of the Record Hall and one of the key figures of the Jones family, was the embodiment of the Jones ideal. Having been born into the Jones family, Mary had a smooth childhood. The rigorous training of the family and long lessons on the law did not inconvenience her. She rather enjoyed the lessons and made her parents and relatives proud of her efforts and progress. However, she soon fell into despair with the reveal of her Xianxia. The moment she found out she had grade 5, she slumped on the floor with a blank stare at the crystal that locked in her fate. Some of the stares of the relatives changed to indifference, but they did not make a fuss. Her father and mother were not disappointed but made sure to care more for her. However, the increased affection from her parents only made her realize more that it was because she didn't have a higher grade. She would normally have been happy, but the lingering thought that it was all out of pity angered her. Grade 5 isn't that terrible, and you can progress at your own pace. Even if you fall behind, you can still be a good minister of the law. Our family is strong, and you don't need to worry about the stares of others. That was what her parents told her. True to the law and their responsibilities, the Jones family wasn't hateful toward Mary, but their expectations lowered. Her martial training was cut to a shorter time while her lessons in law increased significantly. This was all a result of her designation as a grade 5. Noble families always strove to have grade 6 or above. Her family had become more inclined to grade 6 and above, with hers being an oddity. My family is powerful, but why am I like this? I enjoy the law, but I want to become a true Jones, a powerful Exalt who wields Ein on one hand and the law on the other. Mary's dimming sight darted around the room until it locked on Oscar. He's grade 4, yet he's this powerful. What sort of training had you been through? Mary saw Oscar's powerful obsidian eyes that stared at her without a hint of laughter or arrogance. There was only respect. Mary changed her footing and stomped her feet to stop her fall. Her breathing was ragged, and her hands clung to her spear. There was no pity, indifference, or worry, only respect from Oscar, which uplifted her. I wonder how I can be like you. You caught me by surprise last time, but this time you have completely outclassed me. Mary slowly stood up straight, wiping the blood off her lips. She pointed her spear at Oscar and shouted, I am Mary of the Jones family. We carry the law in our hearts and enforce it with our eints. I cannot bring shame to my blood. Oscar smiled and tightened the grip on his buckler. I admire your resolve. I am Oscar Ternice to meet you. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 164. Finding a Safe Zone. After their reintroduction, Oscar and Mary charged at each other. Oscar left his dear Anima behind to settle this himself. He saw that Mary's condition was terrible, and this would be her last stand. He saw Mary pour out the last of her ein into a lightning edge around her spear and thrust it as fast as possible. However, the prince-stick had read through her intent. Oscar dodged and punched his buckler right onto Mary's stomach. Mary's face was twisted in pain, and the remaining blood in her throat splurted out. But her brown eyes locked onto Oscar. A kick flew toward Oscar, but he blocked it with an elbow. Sorry, but I'm ending this. Oscar tightened his fist and punched upward. With the incoming uppercut, Mary sighed as her eyes lowered with a small smile. It can't be helped. Oscar's powerful fist banged against her chin, knocking her head backward, sending her eyes spinning around and numbing her brain. Good fight, Mary murmured as her vision finally blacked out, and her body fell to the rubble of stone tiles. Oscar stared at Mary for a moment. She was as strong as Frederick, who went on a rampage of missions during his isolation and trained with Emily. It was the product of intense training beyond what one would normally do. It was a shame that she ran into him. Examinee number 9 is the winner. You win 250 points from your opponent. The woman elder flickered her wrist, and Oscar's scroll shone with the changes. His score was now at 1,600 points. Mary's points were down to 450. It made her drop all the way to last place. This, coupled with the time needed to gain consciousness and heal, might have ruined her chances. With that, you shall be teleported back to where you were, so you can continue to follow clues. Mary Jones will be teleported elsewhere when she awakens. That was the other negative of losing. The forceful relocation from their original positions also ruined the flow of the clues they were following. The losers had to make a fresh start in their new places. If someone kept running into someone and constantly losing, they would never make it out of the labyrinth. May I take a short break to recover? Oscar asked the woman elder. He felt he was only 50% ready. The woman elder nodded. You may. Oscar sat down and closed his eyes in ein meditation. Steel Drill was a harsh spell that drained a lot from him like Mary's Thunderclad. He used it sparingly against the wave trial for that reason. After a session, Oscar was about 80% recovered. He stood up and stared at Mary, who was still knocked out, before looking up. Please take me back. A teleportation formation formed in the corner of the room. It shone brightly, making Oscar squint his eyes. Please step on the formation. Oscar moved onto the formation, and the light began to swirl. He felt the same nauseating feeling as he suddenly found himself back in the part of the labyrinth he came from. His face was pale with sweat. Do people just get used to it? Oscar sighed and looked around. The previous clue he received told him to go downstairs. There was the room Mary had come from, which meant it was certainly a trial. However, Oscar's eyes locked on another door at the end of the hallway. This door was gilded gold and had a sign saying, Safe Zone. Oscar felt a wash of relief, and he checked the time, seeing that it was approaching nighttime. The scroll also put him in first place with 1,600 points, with the second place having 1,200 points. Should I go to sleep and sprint in a rush tomorrow or do as many as possible right now? Oscar weighed his options. He soon reached an answer and walked toward the safe zone. I have done a wave trial, an illusion trial, and fought against a fellow student. Even if my body is ready, I must be wary of burning out. There was also the inhibitor in his ear, and overdoing it too much might make the release of it worse. With the opening of the golden doors, a large meadow revealed itself. There was a small house in a grassy field with a pond and river. They really overdid it. Oscar chuckled and was thankful for this little break. Looking around, he saw other houses and other entrances. Seems like numerous others could make their way in. But there's no way they would allow for a fight in here or a duel to trigger, though with the eccentricity of the pavilion, Oscar thought it might be the opposite case. He went inside the closest house and checked out the room. The house was quite simple, with a bathroom, a small bed, a table, and a food supply. Oscar sat by the table and gorged down the food. The use of Adamus rays made him ravenous for sustenance. In a short time, the large mound of food was wiped clean. Oscar patted his stomach in satisfaction. The lights of the wide meadow room were dimming to represent the night settling in. Oscar decided to step outside with a chair and a book and sat down by the pond, humming as he read. Occasionally, the scroll in his pocket would light up with the updates on the examinees' scores. Oscar seldom checked it to see if his placement would change. His original placement was in first place with 1,600 points, but now he had been pushed down to second by someone with 1,700 points. That's to be expected, but would they be able to maintain this pace? Oscar pondered at the other scores and saw that Mary's number 5 had moved to 600 points. It's been a few hours, and she's already back. Perhaps I should fight harder to knock out the next opponent for a longer time. During the battle with Mary Jones, his fist was simple and not as destructive as he usually did. Mary's unyielding and desperate display had struck a chord with him, and he decided to give her a better chance to climb back up. I don't know her that well, but I can tell what she was going through. It was a good fight, isn't that, partner? Oscar looked at his dear Anima that was prancing around the meadows. He had let it out to get some air outside his stuffy inner world. The dear Anima groaned in response. He's just resting, not a bad choice. He's gained quite an advantage at the start with his easy passing of the illusion and 3 waves. Elder Dustin stroked his beard. He understands there is a whole week and a half to gather points. The other students seemed too eager and could tire themselves out too much. The other images showed the other students fighting in their respective trials. Some were progressing slowly with deliberation, while others went wild in a rush to finish. Most haven't even found safe zones yet. If they don't get the proper rest and food, their performance will surely drop, Ava Jones said while looking at Mary, kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily. But Mary was smiling while there was wreckage behind her. In that fight against number 5, Oscar, you fought well, but you were not his match. Yet, why did you smile despite losing? I haven't seen you smile like that toward your parents or me in a while. So what happened? Ava Jones watched her niece with her brows scrunched up. She felt discouraged that her beloved niece was more accepting of a stranger rather than her own family. She refuses to talk to me and worries us constantly. What was the difference? In her eyes, Mary seemed more talkative and energetic when talking with Oscar. Ava Jones felt a tinge of jealousy as she frowned at Oscar, who was relaxing by the pond. Then she caught sight of something interesting. Her lips curved up in a smile, and she thought this was perfect. Oh ho, this will be interesting. Elder Dustin noticed the same thing as Ava Jones. What were the rules for the safe zone? It's a place with no trials and provides housing and food. It's a haven where people can rest, Ava Jones said with a hint of interest. However, if the examinees come to the same safe zone, and certain conditions are met, the event will begin. Oscar was resting on the chair, flipping through a book. He couldn't let Celestina get ahead of him in the series while he was busy with the exams. The safe zone's light was getting dimmer, making it harder to read. Seems I have to call it here. And right at the climax as well, but I should get some sleep. I need to remove this inhibitor as well. Oscar was excited to go to sleep because he had been through grueling training with very little sleeping time. Suddenly, one of the entrances to the safe zone opened, invoking Oscar's cautiousness. His eyes turned toward the entrance and narrowed when a slender figure came through. She had wavy red hair, not as red as Isabella's, with a wing hairpin on the side. Her arms lifted high with fingers locked together as she stretched her back, showing her alluring figure. When she finished with a hum of relief, Her green eyes widened in shock when she saw Oscar staring at her. You! The girl was Serena Fulger, who initially argued with Mary Jones. Her face flushed red, and she gazed at Oscar hatefully for staring unwarranted. Oscar took out his buckler, which he placed at the side, and stood up. He said, "Wanna fight?" Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 165. The Secret of the Safe Zone. Earlier, before entering the safe zone, Serena was humming to herself with a smile. She noticed that she was now in first place with 1,700 points. For some reason, the person with the overwhelming advantage stopped gaining points, allowing her to get past. Maybe they've gotten stuck somewhere. Too bad for them. Serena looked around and found a golden door with the words, "Safe Zone," on it. Her green eyes shone, and she sprinted ahead with her light feet. A safe zone. I can't wait to get on a nice bed and take a good bath. Every door so far was full of grueling and tiresome trials like the harsh beating of a stick, making the safe zones a place like a sweet carrot for the examinees at the height of their exhaustion. Serena swung the golden doors wide open and stepped in, closing her eyes to immerse in the cool and refreshing air. The sounds of the nice artificial breeze and the water flowing down the creek rejuvenated her. Her skin glowed with a wide smile, and she stretched out fully to release the tension. However, once she was done, Serena couldn't believe someone was already in the meadow, staring at her. A flush of embarrassment filled her face. This person was staring at her without reservation. Serena recognized the boy with an average face, black hair, and black eyes. It was the man who was chatting with Mary Jones earlier. "You!" Serena shouted while covering her chest with a flush. She knew her stretching must have emphasized her chest for this man to see without reservation. She cursed the pavilion for making these safe zones shareable and not even informing them of that fact. If she had known, she wouldn't have put on such a shameless display for others to see, and she felt some anger toward Oscar. Her indignations about Oscar's supposed leering were completely wrong, but she had already pegged the crime on him. Her eyes stared daggers into the man with an aggrieved face. Oscar stood up and asked, "Wanna fight? Did you get a good look?" Serena had veins across her forehead as she clenched her one-handed axe. She knew well about her beauty and that it attracted many stares, but it never made her comfortable. She was ready to beat Oscar down as a lesson. Good look at what? Oscar looked confused, but then realized what Serena was thinking. He sighed and said, "I was more cautious of a fight happening in this supposed safe zone rather than your physical features. Don't label me as some unruly pervert. I'm not interested in you." Not interested? Serena had a crack in her expression. One of her eyebrows trembled. She took another long look at Oscar and found that Oscar truly had no ulterior motive or perverted notions due to his serious face and straightforward eyes. However, she felt her pride was damaged. Was he not the slightest bit affected by her beauty? She began to think that perhaps she was in some weary look. It wasn't due to any shortcomings of her own. Oscar grew up with Isabella and was used to seeing Emily and Celestina, all incredibly beautiful women, so the usual effect of a woman's beauty did influence him. Serena was about to say more, but was interrupted by the loud sound of a bell. Oscar and Serena looked down to find that a circle had formed under their feet. It was the teleportation formation, but it was not rippling with Ein to start the teleportation. Two people have met in the safe zone. Oscar looked up and saw another elder of the pavilion floating in the air. The elder looked from Serena to Oscar with a smile and said, "A safe zone is a place for rest, but when two students meet, an exception can occur. That is what I am here for." "Exception?" Oscar asked. It was as he had suspected earlier. There was no way the pavilion wouldn't miss a chance at adding some form of conflict or surprise in the safe zone. The elder nodded and snapped his fingers, lighting up the circles under Oscar and Serena's feet. If two or more students happen upon the safe zone, they can enter a special trial. But only if they agree to do so. It is a special opportunity for the two of you. Serena pondered for a moment before staring at Oscar. This man was an acquaintance of Mary and didn't seem strong, so if they were to compete, then she would win. "I agree to go to the special trial." Oscar, however, was hesitant and asked, "What is the trial? And what are the rewards?" The elder shook his head and said, "You can only know if you agree to go. Examinee number 2 has agreed to undertake the trial. If you say yes, the trials will begin. If not, the two of you can stay idle in the safe zone. Oscar closed his eyes and crossed his arms in thought. Well, are you afraid? Serena smirked. I would like this chance to get more points, so don't ruin this for me. She goaded Oscar to get him to agree. She didn't want to miss this chance to get more points and win against someone. I suppose you're right. Oscar cracked his knuckles and neck. I wanted to rest after a long day, but if there's a gift on my table, I shouldn't be too shy to unwrap it. Examinee number 9 has agreed to enter the special trial. The elder smiled, and the teleportation formations began to swirl with bright eyes. Serena was delighted by Oscar's consent. She had him fall hook, line, and slinker, but after she listened to the elder's words, she was astonished and shouted, "You're the one in second place?" Her eyes darted toward Oscar's chest and could make out the badge with the number 9 on it. At the moment, she had no idea about Oscar's grade 4 Exaltia and thought that with his points, he had to be someone of a high grade. If she knew, then her shock would have been greater. Oscar smiled and nodded. Yup, I'm surprised you're the one who overtook me on the rankings. Well then, best regards, may the stronger one win. Serena's red hair fluttered in the air from the bursts of wind that blew upward from the teleportation formation. She scoffed confidently and declared, that winner will be me. You may be the former first place, but you will lose. Don't feel too bad. Likewise, don't feel too bad when I win, Oscar responded. Internally, he was slightly wary because Serena was currently in first place, meaning she had prowess and wasn't an easy opponent. The teleportation formations flashed with pillars of light, engulfing the two, and the two disappeared from the safe zone. The elder chuckled and smacked his knee in the throes of laughter. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said, "They're in for one hell of a shock when they arrive at the special trial." Oscar felt slightly nauseous from the teleportation, despite preparing himself for it since the formation wasn't instantly activated this time. He was getting better adjusted to it. Several more times, and Oscar believed he'd be used to it. Next to him, Serena was coughing and breathing slowly to calm herself down. However, she remembered what was happening and quickly took a stance against Oscar. Her blue one-handed axe shone with iron as her eyes darted around their location. Oscar was also observing the place. They were in some underground cavern with crystals embedded in the cavern walls that illuminated the tunnels. This place is weird. I can't believe this is all in the Spire of Ascension. The Spire of Ascension was vast and tall, created by the efforts of many powerful elders and past pavilion masters. Many rooms could be adjusted and changed for the different types of exams. One of the best features was the creation of certain environments in the rooms. The safe zone was a meadow. The illusion trap trial was in a real mini-forest. It was not out of the question for there to be a cavern. So, do we fight here? Serena kept up her hostile stance, treading carefully and maintaining a certain distance from Oscar. The reveal of Oscar as examinee number 9 made him a very real threat to her, and she stopped looking down on him. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a large stone tablet appeared. Welcome to the Great Caverns Trial of the Exam. This is a special trial created for those who meet in the safe zone. The students have agreed to come here, and now the details shall be revealed. The stone tablet grew upward, revealing more words that were hidden in the ground. Find the exit of this cavern. The trial is completed when everyone gets through the exit. Oscar's eyes narrowed. Everyone? Meaning we both have to get to the end? Serena was also puzzled. The stone tablet extended up again. This trial is a team trial. The students must fight as a team, work together, and make sure to protect each other. The reward is 8,000 points for each student. Oscar and Serena didn't focus on the rewards but were fixed on a single word. Team, Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 166. Tag Team, Oscar Tur and Serena Fulger. The stone tablet fell apart, and another new golden tablet was revealed underneath with large engraved words saying, "Fight as a team." The letters shone and glimmered from the crystal's light, emphasizing their message. But to Oscar and Serena, the letters of gold were like a big taunt, teasing and annoying them. Oscar furrowed his brow at the letters. Everything this month's inner hall promotion exam had driven in was the fact the students would compete against each other. The point system, the placement in exiting the labyrinth, and fighting duels were laced with that intent. Suddenly throwing in a cooperation trial like this in the safe zone was out of the ordinary. Oscar could not help but smile, acknowledging whoever came up with this labyrinth. Whether it was the trials, the rules for duels, or this strange trial, it showed quite the eccentric character behind it. Oscar's face relaxed, and he turned to Serena. "We'll be working together for this one. I'll be in your care." Serena faced Oscar with an awkward smile with a hint of embarrassment. First was her absolute confidence before being struck with the realization of Oscar's placing. The second was this sudden shift to a team-oriented objective after she declared her future victory against Oscar. Who wouldn't be full of embarrassment after making bold statements twice before being shot down? Serena was not unfamiliar with working in groups, but she didn't know if the pavilion may suddenly change something midway through the trial. But an idea crossed her mind, and she smiled with her hand outstretched. "Likewise, I hope we can work well for the next 3 days. Let's hold nothing back and earn those 8,000 points." Oscar looked at Serena's open hand and gazed right into her green eyes. Serena tensed up a bit. She didn't know why, but his deep obsidian eyes stared as if they were looking through her. Her arms stretched out further. Oscar grabbed her hand and shook it once before letting go. "Then let's head out." He walked past the golden tablet, leaving his back exposed to Serena, but he didn't care because the rules said to work together. Behind him, Serena followed with a smile. Her eyes narrowed, gazing at Oscar's back in deep thought. "I'm confident in myself, but since this person was number 1 for a while, he may have some things worth noting. Since this is a teamwork trial, I can leave the bulk of the work to him, see how he fights, and push him to show all his abilities. Even if we don't fight in these caverns, we may fight each other later." Serena hummed slightly, practically skipping along the way with an upbeat expression. If she could gain the information, she could formulate a plan to defeat Oscar. "We are the top rankers so far in this exam. This trial shouldn't be that bad. 8,000 points and information on arrival I may have to defeat are great rewards." Oscar didn't turn back but stared straight ahead. However, he had a slight grin. He knew what Serena was planning when she opened her hand to cooperate. There was no shame in her line of thinking, and Oscar even admired her wily nature despite her prideful attitude. "But do you think it'll be that easy?" Oscar heard the small hums from Serena's mouth. The sound was soothing and pleasant to hear, but Oscar knew it was a product of her delight in her plan. "You can watch all you want, but would you be able to tell what I'm doing?" Oscar's prinstict was something that greater apprentice exalts were not supposed to have unless in very specific circumstances, such as his training with Robert. Even the 2 elders, Dustin and Ava, didn't consider if Oscar had prinstick during the battle with the golden construct because that was too absurd to think of. Finally, his wraith was a power that a few knew of, and barely anyone could recognize it. If anyone were to try judging Oscar based on his ein and spells, then they would be in for one bludgeoning shock. Feeling that there was no issue with following along with Serena's plan, Oscar decided to create an amicable relationship. He turned his head slightly and said, "I am Oscar, nice to meet you." Serena stopped her humming and said, "I am Serena Fulger, though you already know that from earlier, thanks to Mary." Her smile turned upside down after mentioning Mary. It wasn't just her smile. Her whole demeanor changed as her hands tightened on her axe. Oscar stared back and asked, "Do the 2 of you have some quarrel?" Serena scoffed and draped her out-of-place wavy hair behind her shoulders. "We were on a mission together a while ago. She was such a disagreeable person. We fought and argued, and she screwed up her role, causing us to fail and go back empty-handed. For the students of the pavilion, failing a mission was shameful and a red mark on their records. For their pride as exalts, that could not be allowed." Oscar could tell Serena was very prideful, so this must have felt worse for her. "So, did you retaliate?" Oscar asked. "Mary also seems to hold something against you." Serena chuckled as if that was a joke. "She believes it was my fault we failed the mission. We nearly fought each several times, arguing over whose fault it was. Do you want me to tell you what happened?" "Nope," Oscar said. "That business is between the 2 of you, and I don't feel like you would give an unbiased retelling." "What?" Serena snapped. "Did Mary tell you already? Are the 2 of you close?" "Wrong again. I simply don't want to get involved in your squabble. I only knew Mary from the one time at the grand gathering. In any case, It's good to see the both of you had the sense not to try anything drastic against each other. Oscar recalled when Samuel and his group ambushed Frederick, Emily, and himself on their first mission. That event was years ago, but Oscar remembered the battle like it was yesterday. During the years, Oscar still could not comprehend Samuel's excessive hatred and behavior. Well, the fact he lost his mind after losing to Emily meant he was never mentally stable from the start. Serena made a funny face at Oscar's words. What sort of person do you think I am? I don't know. And didn't I just say it's good that both of you didn't take things too far? Oscar ignored Serena and looked down at the floor. They had been walking for some time now, but there was not a single thing noteworthy in this trial. By now, Oscar expected something to happen. Serena refocused after Oscar fell silent and looked around warily with her axe at the ready. Same as Oscar, she found it odd that nothing happened. The eerie calm of the unending cavern made her frown. Finally, they came upon a stone door. They had been walking with caution the entire time, only to find there was nothing but a door. With an angered look, Serena grumbled. What the hell was the point? If we knew, we could have just sprinted away. Oscar observed the stone door and walked carefully toward it. He placed his hand on its stone, feeling the vast heaviness of the door. He noticed a groove on one end that looked like the outline of a hand. Do you place your hand here? Serena was checking the door after Oscar confirmed it was safe. Her hand was on another outline on the other end of the door. Looks like you have one as well. Hurry up and place your hand. We don't have to waste. Oscar nodded and placed his hand inside the outline. He and Serena quickly retreated after hearing a loud click. Oscar had his buckler in hand while Serena was ready with her axe. The two hand outlines began to sink into the door, and the sound of gears moving echoed through the tunnel. The large stone door lifted up into the ceiling, allowing Oscar and Serena to pass. Serena didn't move but said, "Since you have a buckler, you are most suited for the vanguard. If there are any traps, you can block them, can't you?" She didn't let up on her plan for Oscar to do the bulk of the work. His wielding of a buckler made it a perfect excuse for her. Her axe twirled around in her hand as she stared at Oscar with an innocent look. Oscar remained silent and stepped through the open entrance. His eyes widened as they gazed into the large room. Behind him, Serena followed in, and her face turned to a daze from the sight she was seeing. There were many stone platforms scattered about a hot ocean of lava. Smoke and bubbles spewed from the lava, but the stone platforms were quite clear to see. There was nothing atop the stone platforms. Just how far does this place go? Oscar looked in the distance but could still make out more stone platforms. It's hot. Serena wiped the sweat from her brow and began circulating her eye to combat the heat. However, pressure bore down on her. Her knees fell to the ground, dirted by the dirt, and her breathing grew ragged. Oscar also felt immense pressure but managed to stay on his feet. Suddenly, a burst of lava spewed up from the side, and a red, molten metal tablet fell to the floor. The only way to relieve the pressure is to combine your eints and hop from one platform to the other. You have one full day to reach the end, or else your trial ends short. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 167. The Grueling Lava Platformer. Combine our eints? Oscar felt the pressure continue boring down on him. It was not as bad as the pressure from his training in the dark waters in the Abyss prison. However, the issue was he had to consistently hop between platforms rather than last a certain amount of time. He looked behind him to see Serena had gotten up. Her wavy red hair was messy, and sweat flowed down her neck. "Are you all right?" Serena licked her dry lips. "I can handle. But what does this mean to combine our eints?" Oscar stretched his hand out. "Give me your hand. I have an idea of what it means." Serena backed off a little from the sudden request, but she quickly regained her sense and held Oscar's hand with a hint of a blush on her cheeks, feeling slightly frustrated. Her hands gripped tightly in a way to try crushing Oscar's fingers. It was fine when she initiated, but she didn't like others taking the lead. "Now circulate our eints." Oscar ignored Serena's little tantrum and sent his ein flowing outward. There was a minuscule difference in pressure from before. Next, he exploded his ein to the fullest, feeling the pressure alleviate more. Oscar entertained using his wraith to add more resistance but looked at Serena. The trial's rules were specific in that both needed to get through the exit. Even if his wraiths could help him get through, he couldn't leave Serena alone. The pressure built to the point where a single greater apprentice Exalt could not overcome it with their Ein. "Hurry up," Oscar shouted. Serena focused, and her yellow Ein burst out to the max. Her flaming yellow Ein combined with Oscar's in a torrent of yellow and blue with green streaks in between that expanded to an area around them. But the pressure was still bearing down on them heavily. "Pour more. We need to go all out." Oscar unleashed everything he had. Serena followed suit. Her eyes widened as the pressure was lifted to the point where she felt almost normal again. "Let's jump," she shouted with a wide smile. Her hand dragged Oscar, who was surprised by her initiative, but he focused and sprinted with her. Their eyes locked onto the stone platform. Right by the edge of the entrance, Oscar and Serena leaped toward with their Eins in full blast. The intense heat from the rivers of lava under them did not have too severe an effect due to their overwhelming Ein. Together, they landed on the stone platform and ceased their Ein. Oscar sat on the floor, covered in sweat. Serena struggled to stay standing but also gave in. The pressure was still bearing down on them, so they fell flat on their backs. "Good job," Oscar said. Serena turned her head toward Oscar and said, "To you as well." The bubbling and steaming of the underground lava cavern were drowned out by the labored breathing of Oscar and Serena. The stone platform on their back was surprisingly cool despite the hot lava surrounding it, providing much-needed relief from the stress. The pressure still made it uncomfortable for them to breathe properly, but it was fine while lying down. Oscar closed his eyes to concentrate and recover his breathing. He entered Ein meditation to recover as much Ein as possible. His body and Ein would have been in a worse state if not for his Ein Awaken. With Ein Awaken, his Ein slightly recovered during the vast output he did. He urged Serena to hurry up earlier because he suffered from the side effects of keeping Ein Awaken running. However, this wasn't a golden ticket to victory because his Ein was around 10% rather than 0. Next to him, Serena was still breathing heavily with a red face from exhaustion. She had overdone her Ein to near depletion and felt her body run cold. "Focus," Oscar noticed her uneasy condition. "Close your eyes." Serena didn't respond. Her green eyes closed shut. "Breathe together with me. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oscar repeated himself, breathing in and out with each number. Oscar's words were like a breeze of relief that helped Serena regain control. With each controlled breath, her complexion grew better. She quickly entered Ein meditation to recover her Ein. A vast torrent flowed into her, and Oscar, in his Ein meditation, could see it was on par with Philip's. There was no doubt in his mind that Serena was a grade 7 Xianxia. With this realization, Oscar frowned a bit, thinking about how he should deal with her in a potential fight. With his insane training schedule, he couldn't find the time to go to the free duels, so he hadn't fought a grade 7 Xianxia since Philip. Meanwhile, Serena was surprised at seeing Oscar's vortex of Ein that fed into his core. He's a grade 5 or 4 Exalsia. He maintained first place for a while with that Exalsia. No, in the first place, it's wild that he's taking the exam at all. How tricky. How can I deal with him when the time comes? Time passed and the two fully recovered. Oscar felt the heat getting to him and took off his blue jacket, throwing it aside but keeping the badge on his white long-sleeve shirt. "What are you doing?" Serena shouted. "It's hot. What's the use of having the jacket on? I'm sure the pavilion would provide a new one for me." Hearing that, Serena looked at her blue jacket that was dirted by the dirt and slightly soaked in sweat. She considered taking it off as well but glanced at Oscar for a moment before turning her eyes away. She would not take off her clothing. Oscar looked in the distance with a grim look, making Serena stare as well. "We need to hurry up. There's only a day, and we already spent quite some time here." Above them was a banner that constantly changed, showing time ticking down. It was saying they only had 23 hours and 34 minutes. Serena sighed and nodded, her hand stretched out toward him. "Guess we have no choice." Hours passed as Oscar and Serena continued to jump from one stone platform to the next. Their bodies were getting run ragged. The mental and physical drain of constantly running their Ein to the max and then near depletion was taking its toll on them. On the platform they had just arrived on, a stone tablet said this was the halfway point. Oscar looked up and saw there were only 14 hours left. "Let's rest here for some time. We need some sleep." At this point, Oscar had been awake and undergoing the inner hall promotion exam for over 24 hours without sleep. His plan to sleep in the safe zone was ruined because of this sudden trial. At the very least, he needed to sleep a little. So tired, Serena felt her jacket was incredibly heavy and quickly removed it without hesitation. Her white long-sleeve shirt was heavily soaked, showing the outline of her pink underwear. Realizing what she had done, Serena quickly covered her chest and shouted, "Don't look!" However, her flustered and angered expression broke when she saw Oscar lying asleep. His eyes were closed shut, and soft snoring came from him. She stared blankly at Oscar for a moment before sighing in relief that he didn't see through her wet clothes. Tired, Serena also fell down, using her jacket as a pillow. This trial is such a pain. Oscar woke up and rubbed his eyes to wipe away the drowsiness. He looked up and saw the remaining time was 12 hours. 12 hours were cutting it short. To his side, Serena was sleeping peacefully. Oscar glanced at her and hastily turned away. He could see some forbidden clothing through her wet shirt. With no choice, he shouted, "Wake up! Herc!" Serena's breathing cut short as she sat upright. Her eyes were droopy, and her bed hair was wild. "What time is it?" "We have 12 hours to go," Oscar said. "Oh," Serena groaned, but then her eyes popped open. "Oh," she got up and put on her jacket, buttoning it up. "We need to hurry." Oscar and Serena continued their combined leaps through the stone platforms. On a particular platform, they recovered and got up. The lava began to churn, and the ground quaked. "Look," Serena pointed. Her green eyes glinted with excitement. In that direction was another large stone door that appeared. Unlike the entrance, this one was wide open, attracting their eyes. After such a grueling journey, they were finally near the end. Oscar looked at the 3 platforms ahead of them. These were the last 3 platforms. However, the time showed they had 10 minutes left. 10 minutes was not enough to clear the 3 platforms in time because it took everything they had to get on one. If they could leap from one platform to the other quickly, it was possible, but if they ran out, there was no chance. Oscar's face darkened, as did Serena's. "Damn it!" Serena stomped her foot on the ground in anger. "Are we going to lose just like that?" Oscar checked the 3 platforms, measuring the distance they needed to cross. He clenched his hands and said, "I might have a way." Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 168. Heat blooming in the lava. "I might have a way," Oscar uttered. His words rang clear, distinct from the bubbling lava and the hisses of the hot vents of steam and ash. However, despite the clarity of his voice, his face was dark, and his frown did little to help ease the tension. Serena perked up and glanced at Oscar, only to be met with his grave demeanor and hesitated momentarily. Whatever Oscar was planning, she knew it had to be risky and a potential ticket to losing this trial. Her red lips fell into a frown. "What is your plan?" There was very little time remaining in this trial, and they had 3 platforms left. "No matter how bad it may get, there's no way the pavilion will allow us to die in this lava. However, we may lose or be out of commission for some time after doing this." Oscar moved toward Serena, who was staring at the molten lava in concern. Oscar's assertion was not without merit, so Serena nodded. Her confidence grew with Oscar's determination to see it through, and her green eyes focused on him. "Explain." "I have a special technique that can grant me incredible power. That, together with our combined ein, may be enough for me to jump in succession multiple times." Oscar slowly entered Reese Awakened to adjust his body to its optimal condition while talking. "But we will need to rouse our eints beyond our limit." The banner above them changed, showing 8 minutes were left in this part of the trial. "So what do you say?" Oscar reached his hand out to Serena. Serena stared at Oscar's coarse hand full of calluses. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on top of his. She had gotten used to the roughness of Oscar's hand a while ago. With her slender hand gripped tight, Serena sighed and said, "Guess it can't be helped." However, she was soon taken aback as Oscar suddenly pulled her in. Her vision suddenly shifted to staring at the rocky ceiling and Oscar's face from above. She could feel his hands holding her tightly on her back and legs. It was the so-called Princess Carrie. "What are you doing?" Serena stammered with a beet-red face, trying to push herself off Oscar. "What is the meaning of this?" Oscar was also slightly flushed. Although he was used to seeing beautiful girls, holding one in his arms was still an awkward experience for him. Despite Serena's attempts to get off, he maintained his hold on Serena. "Sorry, but it'll be easier to do this if I hold you close." His innocent obsidian eyes looked at Serena without a hint of a lie. To move as fast as possible with Serena in tow, he could not drag her by the arm, or else she would get hurt. There was not a single intent to take advantage of the situation. Even though his intentions were pure or not, Oscar did end up with a small reward from this. The only other time he was close to a girl was when talking to Celestina or Emily, but nothing too close like this. His slightly flushed face became a dull red. Serena was surprisingly light, and the flowery smell of her hair reached Oscar's nose like an enticing fruit. He held his hands respectfully to avoid misunderstandings, but he couldn't stop thinking about the soft feeling in his arms. She was soft but also firm underneath. He couldn't describe it, but it was pleasing to the point he understood why Frederick and Emily, like his mom and dad, loved to hold each other. It was an entirely different feeling from holding a friend. Serena was still red as a tomato to her thin neck. She wanted to keep retaliating but stopped after hearing Oscar's explanation. Instead, she cursed slowly, saying each word slowly. "This better work? Or else, I'm sorry, but just match your eye to mine. It'll be over in a matter of moments." Oscar held her tighter, making Serena yelp as her head rested on his chest. Serena saw Oscar's face was serious, and he was staring dead ahead at the exit. With a pout, she reined in her complaints since there was no time for that. Adamus rays. Oscar gathered the wreaths to form the adamus rays on his hands and feet. Ha! Serena couldn't see wreaths nor feel any eye, but she could tell something was different. Her back and legs felt Oscar's hands, which were trying their best not to be disrespectful, suddenly have a different feeling. It was like they were the hands of a diamond statue. Dual awaken. Oscar unleashed his eye to the max and conducted more wreaths to surpass his limits. Now! At Oscar's instruction, Serena also surged her eye to the utmost, no even more than before, to the point where blood started to drip down her nose. Their blue and yellow eyes mixed much more than before, becoming a light mellow green. Without hesitation, Oscar kicked off the stone platform with tremendous force. His shoes tore apart due to the shattering wave being expelled out of his feet. This was made caused the rocket-like propulsion. Serena's eyes widened at how high up they were, but then some blood spilled over her forehead. It wasn't from her nosebleed but from Oscar, who was holding her. His eyes, nose, and mouth were dripping blood. Is he going to be all right? Serena grew worried. On their descent, Oscar roared and landed on the stone platform, causing it to shake a little. Then he propelled up again in another great leap. Serena continued to flow her eye to alleviate as much pressure as possible. Whatever technique Oscar had done held tremendous power, but he would succumb to this pressure unless she aided in any way she could. They landed on the second platform and then the third. Oscar was fast approaching the limits of both his awaken. His heart and core were hurting badly. However, he refused to back down and diverted all he had into his feet. He trusted Serena to provide some relief on top while he brute forced his way through the pressure. "One more," they shouted. In a final leap, Oscar felt himself losing consciousness. He noticed Serena's eyes were dimming as well, so he quickly held her in a protective hug. He tumbled on the ground, past the door, feeling his body being bruised all over by the rocky terrain. Serena was unharmed. "We did it," Oscar coughed, lying flat on his back, and blacked out. The two lost consciousness as the sound of a bell dinged, proclaiming the end of this part of the trial. Hours later, my head, Serena opened her eyes in a daze but winced. Ugh! The overuse of her eye brought sporadic surges of pain to her core. She struggled to get up and rubbed her temple. What happened? When her mind became clearer and more aware of her surroundings, Serena couldn't help but stare blankly below her. She had been lying on top of Oscar for the entire time without knowing. "Why am I on top of you?" Serena screamed and tried to move, but her legs were weak, and she fell back onto his chest. She didn't realize it earlier, but Oscar's chest was incredibly well-toned. Soon, her face was red again as heavy breathing resounded. Serena's hands gripped tightly on Oscar, and her eyes were in a daze. How muscular, she softly voiced sweetly. Her hands felt how muscular and firm Oscar was underneath his clothes despite his normal frame. For all the appearances she kept up as a prideful and proper lady, she had one flaw, an infatuation that she could not get rid of: muscles. The one thing she was fascinated with was muscles. Not overly grown muscles, but well-toned, dense muscles. She couldn't help but be entranced, feeling the amazing muscles under her face and hands. No, no! Serena quickly lifted herself. Her hands were still on Oscar's chest. The solid feeling under them made her blush more, but she shook her head. What is wrong with me? She stared down at Oscar's unconscious face with a shy and irritated face. Her lips scrunched up in a pout. Serena recalled the last moments when they were falling from the air, when Oscar held her tight in his muscular arms and took the brunt of the fall. Ah, your arms were so sturdy yet gentle. Serena smiled and swayed her shoulders like a flower in a breeze, but soon slapped herself. Stop it. He's a rival and a competitor. So what if he has muscles? He's not that handsome. She closed her eyes and arrogantly crossed her arms, still sitting atop Oscar, but took a peek at Oscar's face. Her eyes slowly softened as they continued gazing at his countenance. He's not handsome, but it's not bad. Oscar was not a handsome person, but he wasn't ugly either. His face was average, but was something that a person could stare at for a while without getting sick of it. Serena was caught in her moment of captivation, humming while looking at Oscar's face. After all that, he sleeps quite peacefully. She opened his eyelids to see if he was awake, but only a soft snore came in response, inducing her giggling. She was the type who had no patience for people who caused her trouble and impeded her progress, like Mary Jones. But she respected people like Oscar, who had given his all and succeeded with her. This respect grew with the memories of working together with Oscar protecting her, and his incredible muscles into something more. Her heart felt like it was about to burst. It was the blooming of love for the young maiden. With a flush on her cheeks and lowered eyes from delight, Serena poked Oscar's cheek with a grin. But then she frowned when she saw the side with no ear. It must have been painful. What's this? There was a small object in Oscar's ear. Serena was puzzled and removed it. Ah! Oscar was forced awake by the tremendous pain. The inhibitor had been removed. Serena was knocked off. Her eyes were full of shock and worry, seeing Oscar in agony. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 169. Strangest Phenomenon, Maiden in Love. What's going on? Oscar! Serena shouted, but Oscar couldn't hear her. She stared at the inhibitor in her hand and pondered. It all started when I pulled this thing out. Maybe I have to put it back in. Meanwhile, Oscar felt like he was being torn apart. Due to befuddlement from being forcibly woken and the weak feeling in his core and heart, Oscar was losing control. His mind was in shambles, and he couldn't produce a rational thought, lashing around like a beast. What is going on? It hurts. The accumulation of everything he had been doing for the past 2 days had been unleashed. It would not have been this severe, but the inhibitor was removed without his knowledge and while he was unconscious. This double lack of preparation made the pain worse on his unsuspecting body and mind. Oscar punched the nearby wall, breaking it slightly, but blood flowed out of his fist. Serena's expression was grave, and she resolved to fix her mistake. Wait for me. I'll put this back in your ear. Without hesitation, she sprinted ahead. Her body was drained and she was short on iron, but so was Oscar. You may have incredible muscles, but your movements are too wide. She sidestepped Oscar's wild arms and approached his ear. But as she was closing in, Oscar's legs slammed into her stomach. A mouthful of blood escaped her mouth, splattering on the cavern floor. He countered. It wasn't a conscious decision on Oscar's part, but in the throes of pain, his body was reacting to the fullest on instinct, an instinct that had been honed by many fights, especially the spars against his master, Draven. Oscar reacted to an encroaching danger. Bastard! You're making this hard on me. Serena wiped the blood from his lips. She took in a deep breath and charged in again. Oscar reacted again and swung around, but Serena disappeared. With a few moments of rest, she recovered some mind. but she used all of it on her feet for a final burst of strength. With pinpoint accuracy, her fingers snapped and shot the inhibitor back into Oscar's earhole on the side with no ear. Serena could not keep her balance and fell to the floor, with some pain on her face. Oscar became like a puppet with its strings cut off. He fell to the floor, breathing heavily. His eyes regained clarity, and his reason returned. What happened? You went berserk. Oh, it's you. Oscar groaned while trying to get up. Berserk. Serena sighed and leaned against the rocky wall. Sorry, it was my fault. I saw something odd in your head and removed it. But then you started screaming and hitting all around you. My head. Oscar rubbed the inhibitor that was in its original spot. You put it back in? At the expense of being hit. Sorry, Oscar bowed. But thank you for stopping it. Serena. What? Oscar blinked. All this time, we never called each other by our names. You can call me Serena. That seems normal, right, Oscar? Serena smiled brightly, despite the pain in her stomach. Okay then. Serena, are you all right? Oscar asked. It's nothing. Serena seemed to be glowing. I won't ask you about your little object, but you should be more careful with that. I know. I never expected this to happen. Oscar grumbled. The pair started Ein meditation to recover their Eints and fill their drained cores. Oscar heaved a sigh of relief and stood up, feeling refreshed. Are you finished? Yes, but there is a problem, Serena said while twirling a part of her hair. I can't move my legs. Your legs? Oscar came closer, making Serena blush a bit. My legs are very shaky. Can you carry me to the next place? We have a short amount of time, so we need to hurry. Serena looked pleadingly at Oscar with her green eyes. Carry you? Oscar's eyes twitched. Serena looked saddened and said, What? You can't do that for your partner in this trial. She emphasized partner strongly. Oscar was conflicted but ultimately sighed and lifted Serena as before in a princess carry. The soft feeling under his arms made him flustered again, but he held himself together and walked. So good, Serena murmured. What? Nothing. Serena placed her red face closer to Oscar's robust chest with a smile. She quite liked this. Her heart was pounding with joy that she could hear it. She hoped Oscar could feel her heart as well. After some time, Serena was sleeping soundly in Oscar's arms. Oscar could not believe it and wanted to wake her up, but thinking about their time together, he decided to let her be for the time being. Finally, they came upon a resting area. Oscar and Serena, who was still in his arms, were shocked to find a table of food and drink waiting for them. A sign said, Congratulations on getting through the lava cavern. Here is a small token of appreciation. Oscar, can you place me on a chair? Serena no longer had her prideful tone or demeanor when talking to him. In fact, she behaved more like a spoiled child. Oscar said nothing but placed Serena carefully on one of the chairs. He didn't know Serena was looking at him with eyes that practically had hearts in them while he wasn't looking. When he was done, he tried to move away, but Serena's hand tugged on his jacket. Serena acted awkwardly and retracted her hand with weak laughter. Sorry, I guess I'm still jumpy. Why don't you take the seat next to me? No thanks. I'll be going to the seat opposite. Oscar rejected her idea. While his back was turned, Serena pouted and decided to do something bold. She had always hated the men who looked at her lecherously, but she wanted to take the initiative this time. She took off her blue jacket, revealing the white shirt that was still somewhat wet, showing some of her pink underwear. What are you doing? Oscar looked away. This action made Serena even more delighted to see Oscar was not some pervert, but at the same time, she felt indignant that he wasn't attracted enough to take a peek. My jacket is all ripped up, and it's uneasy now. You removed your jacket earlier, didn't you? That has nothing to do with this. Do you realize what you're showing? Oscar continued to face away from her. Internally he was thinking, what the hell was going on with Serena? Before, she would ask him to look away, but she was acting so brazen and without care now. Serena took a cup of tea and swirled the spoon in the cup with a mischievous smile. What am I showing? Can you tell me? What is happening here? It's almost like a complete 180 from before. What can explain this kind of behavior? Oscar perused through all the knowledge he had collected from books while Serena brought herself closer to the table and leaned forward to reach for the bread, trying to give Oscar a closer look. Wait a minute. Where have I seen this before? A person who was quite loud and detached in the past suddenly became cute and acted pampered. There was only one person like that in his memory, Emily, when she and Frederick became a couple. "Are you in love with me?" Oscar asked with a very confused look as if in disbelief. This time he decided to look at Serena while hyper-focused on her face. The unexpected question made Serena choke on her tea and the cup shattered against the floor. The warm tea spilled over her white linen shirt, revealing more underneath it. Oscar looked straight upward to avoid looking, but Serena's response shocked him. "I am in love with you. Are you so hateful of me that you don't want to see?" Oscar nearly fell off his chair in shock. Love? This woman loved him? He had never had anyone be in love with him or confess, so he didn't know how to react. So his mind turned to her question as a distraction. I don't hate you, but I don't feel it's right to stare." Oscar stammered a bit, biting his tongue to calm down. However, Serena got up from her chair and came right beside Oscar. "It's okay if it's you." Oscar looked at Serena in shock, seeing the hot gaze she was giving him. His mouth felt like it instantly ran dry, and he gulped while his eyes trembled. "Why?" Serena tilted her head adorably and pinched Oscar's cheek, sending his mind reeling into an endless storm. A confession of love combined with such brazen, straightforward behavior was too stimulating for the inexperienced Oscar. The same could be said for Serena, who was red like a strawberry, but her resolve carried her onward. "At the start, I planned to use you and find your strengths. But as we continued going through the long trial, you supported me. Whenever I was frustrated, you knew what to do. Your eyes were clear, and you respected my boundaries, even while holding hands or carrying me. In the end, you went through so much risk, much more than me, to carry us through, even protecting me at the end of it." Oscar felt the heat from Serena's hand. Either that or his head was overheating. Plus, Serena looked embarrassed. "Plus, you have a killer body." "What?" Oscar didn't know how to respond to that statement. "A killer body? Thanks to Reese training and Fabricator work, my body is well trained and toned. But I didn't think this would be a result. So, I'll say it again." Serena leaned forward. Her green eyes looked straight into Oscar's. "I fell in love with you. What about you?" Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 170. Oscar's answer? Oscar didn't speak. He didn't move. He only stared blankly with wide eyes. Serena's full confession had blown a fuse in his mind, and he was currently like a construct that was not powered on. His cheek that she pinched felt like a hot chisel had stamped itself on it. He received such acts from his mother, but never from a girl his age. As a young teenager, he was still inexperienced and unsure about love and attraction. "Oscar." Serena leaned closer to Oscar with a smile. The sweet scent of her wavy red hair overwhelmed Oscar's nose, but also brought him back to reality. Seeing that Oscar was out of his stupor, Serena continued her pursuit. "You haven't given me an answer yet." The most shocked was Serena herself, who couldn't believe how bold she was behaving. She didn't plan on confessing her feelings and only wanted to tease Oscar with her slightly wet shirt. But it quickly spiraled out of her control, and the next thing she knew, she was right in front of him, confessing and bringing herself closer. "You know, I'm the daughter of a wealthy merchant family." Serena wrapped her arms around Oscar and dove straight into a tight hug. The feeling of his toned chest and muscular back made her lose some more reason. Her breathing quickly became erratic, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were wet and entranced with infatuation. "I'm quite greedy." Oscar was speechless and tried to regain composure before Serena's smell and soft, enticing body overwhelmed his rational thought. His mind went to the one place where there was no such notion, the Abyss Prison. The memories of his master, Draven, torturing him in the name of training cooled the heat of lust in him. "Sorry?" Oscar slowly got out of Serena's hold. His obsidian eyes looked straight into her to convey his words without any doubts. "I don't know you that much. Not to mention this is too much for me at the moment." It was too much for him. His training was already consuming so much of his time that he was tired with little time to interact with others, save Frederick and Emily when they trained together in Celestina, but that was cutting into his own sleeping time. The other reason was that they had only just gotten acquainted with each other. Oscar's mother and father knew each other for many years before marriage. He felt a physical attraction to Serena, but he couldn't decide from a day's partnership. But the most important reason was what Oscar said next. Additionally, I think I'm in love with someone else. Oscar wasn't sure about his feelings for Celestina, but he knew he felt something more toward her, so he could only say he might be in love. On account of his confused emotions, Oscar could not accept Serena's feelings. Why you are? Serena looked sad and bit her lips. After a moment, with an unwilling gaze, she said, but you said think. Then, can we start as friends? Friends? Oscar's serious look softened. That's fine with me. Now can you please go back to your seat? This is highly uncomfortable. Serena scoffed and got up back to her seat. I will give you a warning in advance. A warning? As I said, I'm very greedy and won't stop until I get what I want. Serena smiled. I won't give up my pursuit, and I'll make you fall in love with me. Her declaration of a successful romance was similar to how she declared her victory before the trial began. Oscar began to understand that this was one confident and stubborn woman. He heaved a heavy sigh and felt a storm brewing inside him from the uncertain future she would bring to him. The rest of the meal was spent in peace as Oscar and Serena talked with each other like friends. Serena was particularly enthusiastic and listened to Oscar's words with focus and a loving gaze. Oscar mainly ignored it but was glad that things had somewhat calmed down. Over the meal, he learned many things about Serena, who said she was a year younger than Oscar. The Fulger family she hailed from was a wealthy merchant family that ran auctions and businesses in the southern region. They had accumulated immense wealth and trust by handling the affairs and goods of Exalts with neutrality and good deals. With the vast wealth, they could entice Exalts to work for them and even marry into the family. Thanks to their efforts, the Fulger family was on a smooth track to earning a nobility title and finally entering the upper echelons of the empire. They already had sway and wealth, so they needed a title to cement their legitimacy and protection. The family's biggest and most welcome shock was Serena's grade 7 Xianxia. With a grade 7, vast wealth and influence, the Fulger family was sure to keep rising and gather more power. Her father's ambition was for the family to become a duchy, and so all the hopes were placed on Serena to be the linchpin. Serena was delighted at the chance and motivated to fulfill those expectations. So, Oscar, what do you want to do in the future? Serena asked. Oscar pondered for a bit before answering, I want to travel. For so long, I've read about amazing places and people's journeys. When I became an Exalt, I finally had that chance to see those same views, and it was more than I could describe. I would like to travel around the world. Traveling sounds fun. Serena washed down the meal with a cup of juice, licking her lips seductively to entice Oscar. Maybe I should think about it as well. You're welcome to travel on your own. Oscar knew Serena's intent and quickly suggested the alternative notion. Knowing Oscar's meaning, Serena stood up with a scoff. I'm finished eating. Let's go. They were now well rested and left the table of empty plates. Serena stared in wonder at Oscar after seeing how much he had eaten. Thankfully, I have a lot of money. I can feed him a lot in the future. Oh, maybe I can treat him to some gourmet dishes. While she was formulating a plan to get her grasp on Oscar through his stomach, her eyes brightened after seeing a sign that read, showers. After all the ordeals they went through together, they desperately needed a cleansing. On the side were numerous stacks of the pavilion's uniforms. Serena picked up a clean uniform with a wide smile. The clean fabric in her hands was absolutely heavenly. Then she thought of something and boldly asked, Oscar, do you want to shower together? Oscar nearly lost his balance from her audacious suggestion. No, sorry, but I'll be going on ahead. He grabbed a uniform, marched into one of the showers, and locked the door. Oomph! Serena gripped her clean uniform, but she smiled. Ah well, if he weren't like this, I wouldn't have fallen in love. But it's a shame. I really want to see his muscles. Oscar finished his shower, letting the cooling off period calm him and dampen the heat he was feeling. After drying himself off, he put on the clean uniform and returned to the main cavern. She's not here yet? Surprise! Two soft hands covered Oscar's eyes. He groaned and quickly grabbed her hands away. My, you're quite assertive. Serena loved the feeling of Oscar's rough hands. With that, Oscar quickly let go and said, were you hiding or something? Who knows? Maybe we got out right after each other. Serena chuckled. She put her hand to drape her hair behind, and her green eyes looked upward at Oscar, who was a bit taller. What do you think? She was referring to herself. Her red hair was now clean of sweat and dirt, leaving a lustrous red shine that was unique to her wavy hair, and paired with a white wing ribbon that added to her charm. Her long, thick eyelashes added to her beautiful green eyes, and her face was mesmerizing. Her uniform was standard, but the blue jacket fit her well and asserted her front, while the blue dress and knee-high socks showed a small section of her soft thighs. However, asking Oscar to judge based on her looks was not the way. Oscar simply said, "Whatever, let's continue." Serena staggered back from Oscar's indifferent reaction, but a frown appeared on her face, and she quickly hugged his arm like a lover, bringing it close to her chest. This time, Oscar did show a reaction and quickly escaped from Serena's grasp. "That's weird. You don't show any reaction to a girl's appearance. However, it's good to know you're not a rock," Serena teased. Oscar felt his mind being drained while close to her. He turned and said, "Are we friends or not?" Serena was confused. "Of course we are." "Then please don't act like this. This isn't appropriate for friends." "Fine." Serena saw how serious Oscar was and retreated. She didn't want to be hated, but I'll find other ways. After another long walk, Oscar and Serena entered a chamber, but unlike the rest of the caverns, this place was not of rock. It was like the grand halls of a palace with great marble pillars and engravings on the clean white walls. "What is that?" Serena saw a large figure in the distance. The large figure was large, about the size of a house, with 8 large arms, 6 large legs, and 2 heads. His body was black and spherical. The 6 legs protruded out and curved like ant legs, but the 8 arms were pairs of left and right arms that faced 4 directions. The head was also spherical, with 1 large crystal shaped like an eye. The crystal began to shine, and a burst of iron exploded. Its legs began to move, and the arms cracked their knuckles. The crystal focused, and Oscar foresaw something dangerous with his prinsect. Watch out! Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 171. The Crystal Guardian. "He's finally made it!" Elder Dustin was laughing off his rockers. Every one of his wrinkles flapped and creased with delight, forming an unpleasant appearance of a withered old man. He pointed his wrinkled finger at Oscar and Serena, who entered the great hall of the cavern, housing the large spherical monstrosity. "Brat, it's time for you to get your just desserts." All the frustration and stress built up from Oscar's mindless destruction of the precious artificial cores, and from being unable to see through Oscar's mysterious power, compounded into Elder Dustin's crazed state. Ava Jones face-bombed while seeing this fellow elder, several decades older than her, act so immaturely. "Elder Dustin, stop yourself before you accidentally drool over the table. I would recommend you get an attitude adjustment under Grand Commander Margaret." Elder Dustin scoffed at Ava's words. "You don't understand how it feels to see your precious creations destroyed unexpectedly. As alchemists, we love all our works as if they were our children." His frenzied gaze focused on Oscar with glee. "Now, this boy will face off against one of my finer creations. There's no way he can destroy this one. Destroying it is not the point." Ava Jones wished she didn't have to undertake this job because Elder Dustin was too much. The only reason she came here was because of Mary. She had been keeping track of Mary's progress but never interfering or aiding without just cause unless she wanted to incur the wrath of the Grand Commander and her enforcers. So she knew Mary was coming to this exam. The whole point is to work together to fight the construct and meet the conditions to defeat it. "Oh, but he will try." Elder Dustin smirked and drank some calming tea before the show began. "We've seen his recklessness and bull-headed attitude, true to his nature as a fabricator. He'll certainly try his mysterious powers to destroy the construct, but he's in for a shock. I can't even..." Ava Jones was about finished with this elder. She made up her mind. After this, she was going to report him to enter forced seclusion or retraining as an elder. This sort of behavior was beyond what she could consider proper, and as a member of the Jones family, she could not let this elder be. "Don't you dare tweak the construct somehow from your end. This is a completely impartial trial." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Elder Dustin said. Ava Jones wanted to say yes but kept her thoughts to herself. She remained silent and stared at Elder Dustin with an indifferent gaze. "Then why don't the esteemed lady of the Jones family tell me what she expects from this fight?" Elder Dustin had had enough of her disapproving tone and demeanor. He wanted to see what she thought and would pick her words apart. Is this bastard really an elder? Or did his brain get addled from the many herbs he's been in contact with? Ava Jones sighed inwardly, not letting a ripple show on her face. She smiled and said, I don't expect them to finish it today, but it all depends on their coordination. What I'm more interested in is something else. Something else? Elder Dustin was curious. What is that? Something an old bag of bones, with nothing but cauldrons in his brain, would never understand. Ava Jones looked at Serena and Oscar with great interest, wondering about their relationship. She kept track and watched them as they crossed through the lava chamber, hand in hand and finishing off with that Princess Carrie. The enjoyment in seeing a new love bloom was amazing, and she couldn't wait to see more. Her gossipy inner self demanded more. Ava Jones almost erupted from overflowing delight when Oscar hugged Serena tightly and covered their fall, just like a prince in a story. Afterward, she watched with enjoyment as Serena attempted to seduce Oscar, even blushing at some of her daring means. Geez, just get a room. You too. Wait a minute. What does my niece feel about this person? She seems to have a favorable impression of him, so it's not out of the question. Ava Jones thought about how her niece seemed different after fighting Oscar, so what in the world should she do? She couldn't talk to her niece about love when they were somewhat estranged. Ava Jones's changing expressions made Elder Dustin twitch his eye. He didn't want to know what was going on in her head. The strange transitions from heavy breathing to frenzied eyes to blushing to contemplative made him think about her mental stability. Both of them thought the other was crazy. Watch out! Oscar summoned his dear anima in an instant. It tugged on Serena's jacket, moving her out of the way while he leaped away in the other direction. The crystal eye of the spherical construct released a large beam of light that reached incredible speeds, sending a devastating sonic boom through the white hall. The beam of light barely missed Oscar and Serena, thanks to Oscar's quick reaction and instinct. The light exploded at the closed entrance but left no marks on the doors. Are they trying to kill us? Serena shouted as she clung to Oscar's dear anima. Isn't that light beam too much? Oscar was sweating at the sheer speed and power of the unleashed light beam. His eyes narrowed at the crystal eye on the spherical head. It was still glowing, but not as brightly as before. Using his instinct, he saw the construct wasn't gathering more for another shot. It must be a one-time use, or it's charging up. Our best bet is to attack it now. Serena nodded, and her yellow eye surged forth like a bright flame. The eye condensed into an axe with yellow edges. She brandished her two axes with a powerful glow in her eyes. Ready, Oscar? As they were about to charge, a new banner appeared overhead. Subdue the Crystal Guardian. The Crystal Guardian stood up from its resting position. The 6 legs on the bottom lifted its joints, supporting the weight of the Hulk. As it did, it transformed. The knees and elbows glowed, and large white crystals protruded like jagged spikes. Hard crystals, smooth like diamonds, coated all of its knuckles. Its feet also transfigured into sharp crystals with a fine point, making clinking sounds as they stepped around. Oscar didn't wait for it to attack. The transformation made shivers run down his spine, and he poured all of his power into his steel drill and shattering wave. The powerful blow he had great confidence in collided against one of its legs, creating sparks. Oscar's mouth was agape. The drill in his arm was stopped, unable to pierce through. He could feel how dense and hard the shell of the Crystal Guardian was. Serena nimbly leaped into the air and poured a large amount of iron into her axes. Fierce waters began to surge on its head like tidal waves pouring out from the edge. Grade 1 Tidal Edge. This spell was the lesser version of the Grade 2 Maelstrom Spike that Leon often used during his fight against Gilbert. It worked by using the waters to form tidal waves from a weapon's edge or blunt head. The tidal waves aided in parting through defenses and strengthening the damage. Serena threw the 2 axes at the Crystal Guardian. The tidal waves of the axes formed circles of torrential waters from the axes spinning. These circles intertwined with each other into a crisscross of waves, Serena's own take on using the spell. The axes and the torrential crisscrossing waters attacked the Crystal Guardian, but the waters could not do anything, splashing helplessly, and the axes bounced off its spherical body. Serena cursed, controlled her axe anima to return to her side. shooting back to her hand, and use grade 1 water whip to grab her axe armament. Her face darkened, seeing as the crystal guardian wasn't affected. She turned to Oscar, who had come to her side. This enemy is tough. I can't believe its defenses are this hard. Who the hell decided to pit this against us? Oscar nodded. Its defenses are harder than anything an apprentice Exalt can break through. Maybe the objective isn't to destroy it. It's not, Serena asked. Oscar was about to explain when the arms of the crystal guardian contracted and punched out. With no time, Oscar held Serena and dodged the arms. The arms looked to have one joint at the start, but that was a deception. There were multiple joints in the arms, and each joint could extend out to further its range. It was similar to how the wendigos in the spiraling willow forest had unique attack patterns with their flexible arms. Serena enjoyed being in Oscar's arms, but there was no time to indulge in the delight. Sorry, but it's easier to dodge like this, so I don't have to worry about you. I can see through its movements. Oscar continued to dodge the fists from different angles, but even he was sweating because the enemy had 8 arms. It was hard to dodge continually as the arms worked together to draw Oscar into an unfavorable situation. Anyway, as I tried to say earlier, the banner only said to subdue it, Oscar said. The objective isn't to pound this thing into dust but to find a way to win. But what can that be? Serena asked, but her eyes widened. Be careful. Oscar cursed as a fist right near him, about to slam into both of them. The crystal knuckles glimmered, showing many reflections of himself. It was ready to bash Oscar into a pulp. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 172. The Guardian's Impossible Task. The fist came crashing in with the presence of impending doom. Oscar could see the air being torn and forced away in powerful winds from its knuckles. With nothing else he could do, Oscar held his buckler and put all his iron into it along with using edgericegladd and steel scales. Suddenly, water wrapped around him and pulled him out of the destructive path of the crystal guardian's fist. Oscar canceled his abilities and stared at Serena, who was breathing in relief and smiling at him. They were saved by her quick use of water whip to wrap around one of the marble pillars to pull them out. But they weren't out of danger yet. The other fists were incoming and sought to crush them like flies. Serena focused and maneuvered her water whip to wrap around the pillar, taking them behind it for cover. The crystal guardian's fists slammed against the wide pillar but could not put a single dent. Like I thought, Serena's chest was heaving up and down from exertion. I thought it was strange the light beam didn't destroy the door. This entire room is sturdy and built to endure. That's good to know. Oscar's eyes shone with faint hope. We can do something by using the pillars as covers. But it's time to keep moving. Serena let out a cry as Oscar moved fast. Several fists rammed into where they were. The crystal guardian used its extending joints to punch around the pillar. It turned with its spiky legs and moved toward the retreating Oscar and Serena. Any other plans? Serena asked while clinging to Oscar to avoid falling from his fast, erratic movements. Observe it. There must be a clue or indication of what we need to do. Observe it closely. Oscar continued to dash from pillar to pillar, but his feet were getting tired. He was almost at his limits for Adamus rays and needed to slow down to recover. With a final release from using up the stored res, Oscar went over the crystal guardian and got a nice distance away. He summoned his blue deer anima and got on it with Serena sitting in front. A vast amount of iron poured into its hooves, and the chase continued. The blue deer anima darted with its 4 legs like an expert. With Oscar's Prinstick and Serena's timely uses of water whip, they were evading the attacks. But soon, their iron and stamina would be gone. Atop the blue deer anima, Serena and Oscar continued to observe, scrutinizing every detail, but nothing was out of the ordinary. Oscar clenched his teeth, knowing something had to be there. There was no way the pavilion put an impossible task in front of them. Serena also started looking around the room, but only white marble was all over the place. Nothing else was distinct for her to pick up on. She shook her head in frustration and said, "Oscar, I can't find anything." Oscar didn't reply as his eyes locked onto the crystal guardian. He thought of many different ideas in his head and settled on one. Maybe it's not a waiting game. Pardon? Serena was confused. Use your water whip and hold onto one of the pillars from high up, Oscar instructed. I'll attack it and see if it invokes a reaction. Keep an eye out. Wait, what? Serena was shocked, but before she could say anything else, she was thrown high up into the air with a scream. She had slight tears in her eyes from the rush of air and dust. You actually threw me? Oscar smiled and said, watch closely. He also leaped off his deer anima and created another steel drill to attack the crystal guardian. He weaved, dodged past the flurry of fists, and tried to plunge his steel drill into the crystal guardian. However, like before, his piercing blow could not even nick the crystal guardian. This material is too hard. It's far beyond the mutated wendigo and the thousand serpent. But it's not on the same level as masters. Oscar remembered the invincible feeling from his master when he landed his punch on Draven. He felt like all the sharpest weapons in the world could not pierce through Draven's skin. The spherical head of the crystal guardian rotated like an owl and stared at Oscar. Its fists opened as if it intended to slam Oscar with its palms. Oscar leaped away and far from the crystal guardian. Even though its toughness was out of this world, its speed wasn't that fast. A water whip wrapped around his arm, and he tugged, pulling Serena off the pillar towards him. Serena smiled and wrapped her arms around Oscar in a hug. Oscar had no time to stop her as the crystal guardian skittered toward them with its spiky legs. He recovered and focused Adamus rays in his legs to bolt away. Did you see anything? Oscar carried Serena around. I did. Serena was delighted. When you attacked it, 2 crystals on its legs reacted. The crystals? Oscar was dumbfounded. Serena nodded. For a moment, they shone a different color. They were the first leg on its right and the last leg on its left. What do you think? Oscar was silent and continued to dodge with Serena's water whip as support. He smiled and said, that sounds like a weakness. I would like to say we should try it, but I'm running low and so are you. Indeed. It's hard to keep moving around with the water whip. But what can we do? Serena's face darkened. The entrance has a zone around it. Oscar pointed to the entrance that had an outline drawn in an area around it. This outline wasn't there before, but it appeared and had the word retreat written in the area. Oscar retreated with all he had and landed in the retreat zone. Once they were in the area, the crystal guardian made a humming noise like a bee buzzing. It transformed, returning to its inactive form and hiding the crystals over its body, and became motionless. Serena looked relieved and tired. Okay, you can let go now. Oscar put Serena down and took her arms off him. Ah, can't you carry me back? Serena looked like her favorite toy had been stolen. No way, if anything, I should be the one asking to be carried back. I was the only one moving around. Oscar sighed. Okay, I'll gladly do that. Serena was excited with sparkles in her eye. That was a joke. Elder Dustin stroked his beard with a smug smile. He couldn't contain his laughter, which sounded more like the cackling of a witch. That boy finally got the comeuppance he deserved. His attacks can't do anything to the Crystal Guardian. Ava Jones sipped some tea, looking at Elder Dustin as if he were garbage. I don't get how you have so much pride in a construct built to the level of a Knight Exalt not being damaged by a student. If anything, I say it's shameless of you to think of this as some kind of victory. Pish posh, Elder Dustin shouted. Any victory against someone who disrespects others' hard work and is a fabricator is a good victory no matter how it was achieved. Ava Jones grew tired of arguing with this stubborn elder. No matter what, he was so set in his ways that there was no convincing him of anything he didn't agree with, even coming up with such an outlandish reason for enjoying a victory against a greater apprentice Exalt. Though for herself, she couldn't stop the pounding of her heart. Looking at Serena and Oscar. Oscar had Serena in his arms to dodge the entire time while Serena provided support. She stared on like a nosy mother at their little interactions with great enthusiasm. How nice! I wonder if I'll ever meet someone. My sister is married and has a cute niece, but what am I doing? Meanwhile, these two are so ambiguous it's killing me. Are they going to get together or not? Ah, but what about my niece? Ava Jones realized that she felt lonely. Maybe I should ask the family if there are any prospects for marriage. Maybe I should have been more involved when I was a student. Oscar and Serena returned to the resting area and bolted for the showers. In the showers, Oscar sat down, breathed in, and removed his inhibitor. The onslaught of pain flooded his body, But because he was prepared this time, Oscar managed to pull through. The shower waters flooded out his heavy breathing. After regaining his composure, Oscar dried himself and wore a fresh uniform. He exited the shower to find Serena waiting for him at the dining table, which had refilled on food. "Oscar, are you all right? You took a while in the shower," Serena asked. "It's nothing," Oscar sat down. "Why didn't you start eating?" "Waited for you," Serena said cheerfully. Oscar smiled weakly at Serena's attempts to sway him. He took a piece of bread and began his meal. After finishing the meal, Oscar noticed two thin, foldable mattresses with pillows and a blanket. "It's already night time?" Oscar didn't notice that much time had passed. "Then tomorrow will be the third day. Let's rest up and gather our energy for tomorrow." Serena smiled and took a set. For some reason, Oscar felt a cold chill and looked at Serena. Her green eyes turned to Oscar with a teasing look. "Want to sleep together?" Somewhere, a female elder choked on her tea. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 173. Oscar comforts Serena. Ava Jones choked on her tea and took out a handkerchief to cover her coughs. Her breathing was erratic as she stared with blushed cheeks at Serena in the image. She knew Serena was bold from their earlier interactions but didn't expect this bombshell move. Elder Dustin was also shocked at the two students in the image. His eyes were near bulging out of their sockets. He tried to say something, but his lips could only stay open in shock. "This is quite unusual." Ava Jones's blush spread to her entire face. "What's the policy if two students decide to? Her eyes were trembling, and her lips quivered. Although she was an elder, she was also inexperienced in this area. "If they actually decide to do it, what's our policy?" She enjoyed seeing the budding romance and adored it, but if it went beyond a certain point, she didn't know how to react. Ava Jones couldn't help but feel the room had gotten hotter, and she was cooling herself down with wine. One could almost see smoke floating out of her head. Elder Dustin stammered in incoherent sounds as if he had lost his mind. This situation was unprecedented. "Well, I suppose we have to turn off the image if it comes to that." "How do we turn off the image again?" Oscar was again struck speechless by Serena's boldness regarding her efforts to seduce him. He was getting used to it and was calmer in dealing with her, but this one request from her sent him back to the throes of confusion. Serena stepped forward while hugging a pillow and wearing an enticing smile. She took off her wing ribbon, letting the rest of her hair flow down. "So, what do you say?" "Stop right there." Oscar put his hand up and said, "I don't understand. Before all this, you were repulsed by the times we had to interact together. How can you suddenly be so okay with all of this?" "Because," Serena said with a bit of hesitation, "you are different. You were a random person before this, and I disliked those strangers and people with ulterior motives. I told you before, didn't I? It's okay if it's you because I'm in love with you." Her green eyes glistened, reflecting Oscar in their pupils. She stepped closer again. "Besides, shouldn't you take responsibility?" "Responsibility?" Oscar raised his eye in confusion. What was her ploy this time? "Humph, you touch a woman and carry her around for a long time in your arms, even seeing her underwear. You probably also saw while you threw me in the air." Serena pouted. "What's the proper course of action for this? You've already done much to me. I'm sorry for holding you without permission and for any accidents, but that's not something to take responsibility for. We acted as Exalts working together, not as lovers." Oscar rejected Serena's logic with his own. Serena clicked her tongue. "Guess I can't get you with that reason." To Serena's surprise, Oscar stepped ahead and grabbed her shoulders. Her face instantly flushed red like a ripe tomato, and her eyes shook. She fidgeted while under Oscar's hands. What? Do you agree with this?" "Let me get ready." Oscar shook his head and stared at her with his clear obsidian eyes. There was not a hint of lust or attraction in them. He said, "Please have more respect for yourself." "Ha!" Serena was taken aback. "You don't have to push yourself to this extent. I can tell you're also uncomfortable going this far, but you don't know how to stop. Just be yourself. You're a nice and strong girl, so there's no reason for this. You have enough charm not to do these things." Serena pursed her lips and looked down, not wanting to look Oscar in the eye. "But you're not charmed by my other attempts. What else can I do?" "I don't know," Oscar shook his head. Who knows what the future will turn out to be? But I'll tell you for certain that giving yourself up isn't the way. Be confident in yourself. Oscar himself didn't know how things might turn out with Celestina. Perhaps he would run out of love and find a new love, or get rejected and be heartbroken for a while, or perhaps they would go beyond mere book buddies into lovers. But he knew for certain that Serena's current actions had no future. Serena could see how serious Oscar was about this and nodded with slightly flushed cheeks and a sincere smile. Quickly, she ran ahead and hugged him, rubbing against his sturdy chest with a seductive sigh. This is still okay? No, Oscar separated from Serena, but I suppose it's better than you asking to sleep with me. However, I'm still rejecting this every time you do it, so it's still within your limits? Serena smiled. Not really. Oscar sighed and took his bedding, laying it down on the floor. I'm going to sleep. As he lay down and closed his eyes, the sound of something dropping next to him drew his attention. He turned his head to see that Serena had set up her bed right next to his, with a tiny bit of ground separating the two beds. His eyes twitched in disbelief. What are you doing? What? I'm not sleeping with you. I'm sleeping next to my trial partner as a fellow Exalt. Serena smiled on the bed with a hand lifting her head by the cheek, looking at Oscar lovingly. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything. You're right. I should have more respect for myself. My charms should be enough to sway you eventually without trying to force it. Oscar felt a headache coming in and got up. He picked up his bed and placed it elsewhere. However, Serena was right behind him and placed her bed beside his. Really? Serena teased. We should get sleep. Otherwise, we might do a merry-go-round of beds in this place all night. Oscar let out a huge sigh and dropped to his bed. The feeling of the soft blanket over him and the pillow encasing the back of his head lulled him to sleep. He snored softly into his dreams. Serena was on her bed but not in the middle. She chose to lie down on the side closest to Oscar. Her eyes looked softly at Oscar's sleeping side profile as a loving sigh fell from her lips. Face me. Turn to me. Come on. I want to see you. As if answering her wishes, Oscar turned in his sleep, facing her directly. Serena smiled and reached her hand out, stroking Oscar's cheek. She hummed. Your face isn't bad. She shuffled closer until she was almost off the edge of the bed. Serena felt Oscar's black hair and poked his nose with a giggle. She smiled sweetly at him with a watery pair of green eyes. You really are a strange person, telling me to respect and have confidence in myself when many others would jump at the opportunity. But that means you do think well about me enough to tell me. Oscar shuffled slightly and turned to the other side, making Serena frown. She wanted to get into his bed and hug that amazing body, but she held herself back. I wonder what I can do to make you mine. Be prepared, Oscar told Serena. Move sparingly to conserve our stamina and iron. Aren't you going to be carrying me all the while? Serena looked at her ex. I had some time to think about it. Oscar took out his buckler and summoned his dear anima. The crystals lit up in two places. This is also a team trial, so it should require a joint effort from us. Just like in the lava chamber. We need to attack the crystals at the same time? Serena frowned. If that was the case, then Oscar had no reason to carry her. Oscar could tell right away from Serena's expression. He facepalmed and said, You can move around with your water whip, and you still have other spells in your arsenal, right? I do. It's the Grade 1 tidal surge. I create a large wave that overwhelms an enemy. I didn't have any chances to use it last time. Then let's move quickly and get to those two legs. Once we take those legs out, you move up and watch while I hit him to reveal the next targets. Oscar said. Got it. Serena moved up and hugged Oscar from behind. Getting a confidence boost, Oscar broke free of her grasp and said, Let's get going. They entered the grand hall and faced the Crystal Guardian. It immediately awoke to their presence, transformed, and began moving. Oscar and Serena moved separately and fast. Serena used her water whip to move by the pillars while Oscar dashed around with his Reese-empowered feet. The Crystal Guardian split its arms, for on each side, to face them. The fists extended out like before. Oscar dodged well using his prinstick and dodged the fists as they hammered down on him. Serena was high up on the pillars when the fists came roaring upwards. She smirked and canceled her spell to freefall down the air before the fists could reach her. She put another water whip around the first leg on the right. She propelled herself toward it and brandished her axes with her powerful double tidal edge axes. Together, Oscar was also right by his target and he timed it with Serena. They attacked the leg at the same time. Oscar and his deer anima, Serena and her axe anima. Both struck with all their might. The crystals on those two legs shattered, and the crystal guardian groaned. Oscar and Serena smiled like warriors on a battlefield. They could see the path to victory. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 174. Crystal Guardian to the knee. The crystal guardian lurched and swayed like a bumbling toddler. The large crystal protrusions on the knees of its first right leg and last left leg caved in from Oscar and Serena's coordinated blitz. It started with small cracks that spread and enlarged all across the crystals before they burst apart and fell to the white marble floor in pieces. Once the crystals shattered, the inflicted legs could no longer stand on its spiky feet and lagged behind the others. Oscar retreated with a burst of wind in his trail, eyed Serena, currently moving up a pillar with her spell, and stomped his foot for another attack straight to its black spherical body. He clenched his fist and struck with the force of his shattering wave. The waves of power could not ripple through the crystal guardian to inflict damage, but it was enough to induce the reaction. Got it! Serena whipped around from pillar to dodge the wild attacks of the crystal guardian, appearing like an aerial silk dancer floating about in the air while hanging onto blue silk with red hair whipping around. Anyone who saw this would be amazed by her flexibility and graceful movements in the air, and even Oscar thought it was a wonderful scene. While dodging, Serena winked at Oscar, seeing his attention was on her. The last right leg and the first left leg. They're the next ones. A fierce onslaught of twisting crystal fists came from the crystal guardian's lashing. The grand hall trembled from the weight of its mighty fists punching the floor, ceiling, and pillars. Any single hit from these would spell immense trouble for anyone. However, its opponents were Oscar and Serena, two very fast and agile exalts with several tricks up their sleeves. Serena continued her acrobatics with her water whip and used the pillars to block some fists and go through the gaps. Oscar used his prinstick to see the movements of the crystal guardian, which were easier to grasp thanks to Serena diverting half of its arms. I'll take the last right leg. You handle the first left leg. Oscar shouted and charged while riding his deer anima because he needed to turn off Adamus rays for a bit. The deer anima trampled with its blue hooves clad in iron, weaving past the incoming fists. It can't move as well as before. As long as we take down another pair of legs, its mobility should be near gone. Oscar saw the crystal guardian no longer skittering around as much as it did before. Whenever the crystal guardian moved, the damaged legs lagged behind it like a sack of potatoes, scraping against the floor. The crystal guardian suddenly retracted its fists and let out a low hum. The ripples of its next move became clear in Oscar's prinstick. He forced his deer anima to stop and warned Serena. Stop. Serena pulled on her water whip to force herself to stop. Her face strained from the exertion. Oscar's warning had come in time as the fists rammed down like a rain of meteorites, a powerful deterrent, a wall of fists to stop Oscar and Serena. Serena was relieved as the fists had come down right by the tip of her nose. It's not stopping. Serena glanced at Oscar. What shall we do? Oscar observed the crystal guardian that didn't let up its barrage of meteor punches. If it kept this up, they would have no chance of getting through with their current power. With nothing else to do, Oscar relaxed. This is a great chance for us to recover. Focus on recovering as much iron as possible until this wall of fists ends. If not, we can explore options once we're fully recovered. Serena leaned on a pillar and wiped the sweat from her brow. Dodging the overpowering fists were mentally draining and tiring. Her hands trembled from the constant use of water whip, and her legs were shaky. She calmed her breathing according to how Oscar taught her in the lava cavern and began restoring her iron. The grand hall quaked under the non-stop thunderous blows of the crystal guardian. But the two youths remained calm as their iron grew. So they reached this phase. Elder Dustin clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied with the current outlook of the trial. Damn the limitations. Why does the crystal guardian need to exhibit such odd behavior that would only be a waste? Ava Jones was on a break from watching Oscar and Serena. Her interest was currently on her niece, Mary Jones, who was steadily collecting points and making her way up. She could not help but roll her eyes at Elder Dustin's complaints and scoffed. The Crystal Guardian is a well-made construct, but we limited it only to attack and move far below its usual capabilities. If not for those restrictions, it would be impossible for aspiring students to get through it. They'd be squashed flat in a fraction of a second. As for its current strange pattern, that's what you put in as a command in its artificial core. Her eyes contained some contempt for Elder Dustin's complaints. She tapped the table, waiting for his response. That's because the damned higher-ups wanted me to put that in for this exam. Elder Dustin clenched his remaining teeth at Ava Jones's attitude. There's gotta be mechanisms for the students to figure out and overcome. Putting crystals as weak points on its joints? No competent person would think of such an idiotic design. Elder Dustin frowned. The Crystal Guardian was his prized creation that could fight against Knight Exalts, but it was severely limited in this trial. As its creator, he could not stand to witness it being held back to such a pathetic state. Again, what kind of school would we be if we pitted its full power against students? Be grateful they didn't ask for the hard exterior shell to be removed. Oscar would probably reduce your precious artificial core to dust. Ava Jones smirked. I do have to hand it to them. Oscar and Serena move quite well and are on perfect timing. They're already quite in sync with each other. Suddenly, someone opened the door, interrupting their conversation. Ava Jones and Elder Dustin stared with a powerful glint in their eyes at the sudden intruder. To suddenly barge into the control room of the inner hall promotion exon unannounced was disrespectful and against proper protocol. However, their eyes shifted to surprise and fear when they saw who came to join them in their room. It was an elderly man with a long beard and long white hair. His eyes were closed, but anyone still felt they couldn't hide anything from their sight. He was dressed in elder robes and placed his hands behind his back as he slowly walked inside. Great Elder Robert. Ava Jones sprang out of her seat and bowed with sweat covering her face. Great Elder Robert. Elder Dustin did the same. His old wrinkled fingers trembled on the floor. Robert chuckled heartily like an old grandpa. He held out his hand. There's no need to be so nervous. I have come here to watch the festivities myself. You wish to see the proceedings? Ava Jones lifted her head with her mouth agape. She never thought the Great Elder would come here personally. As the Great Elder, Robert Levitt was responsible for the procedures of enrollment, promotion, and other student details. The record hall was also under his thrall, but he delegated the responsibility to her uncle, Austell Jones. He was also an eccentric who sometimes would see the freshly enrolled students, but she had never heard of him watching the inner hall promotions. I heard something about some grievances against our decisions. Robert's eyes remained closed, but a pressure emanated from their shut lids. Elder Dustin felt sweat covering his back and hurriedly bowed. I dare not go against or badmouth the decisions of the pavilion, especially yours, Great Elder. Ho ho ho, I was merely joking. No need to take it so seriously. Robert sat down and turned to Oscar and Serena's image. I'll be staying here for a while. Yes. Ava Jones and Elder Dustin lost their previous attitude and became meek sheep before Robert. Draven's disciple. It's been a while since I saw you. Robert frowned a bit. That crazed bastard wouldn't stop bombarding me with letters saying I should see you pass the exam with a mocking tone. I wonder what gives him this confidence. Show me. He was annoyed with Draven, but he couldn't help but wonder what Draven had taught Oscar. It stopped. Oscar took up his buckler and rode with his dear Anima. The time is now. Serena pulled herself forward with water whip. The Crystal Guardian's arms stopped moving and went rigid as if they had turned to stone. It tried to move away from Oscar and Serena, but they were hot on its tail. Take this, Serena shouted. A tremendous amount of water collected on her axes and released as a crashing wave on her target. Oscar had his steel drill stabbed into his crystal. Both shattered, and the Crystal Guardian dropped in height, barely about to hand on with its two remaining legs. However, Oscar and Serena were not finished. They immediately coordinated and moved to assault the last pair of legs in the middle. Serena rode the tides of her tidal surge and used tidal edge on her axes to finish the last crystal. At the same time, Oscar used his buckler to wrap around the last leg and pulled himself toward it. His steel drill was still good for one more use. The last pair of legs went limp. The crystal guardian fell to the floor with a loud thud. Tried to move, but it was stuck where it was. Oscar and Serena were delighted and retreated to catch a breather. But their eyes trembled as the crystal guardian let out a loud burst of iron. All of its arms extended out longer than it was able to before. The arms and hands also shifted as the plates moved and extended. They were now twice as thick and large. The ominous hands of the crystal guardian grabbed and wrapped around the thick pillar. The hands appeared like the divine palms of heaven, coming to smite the arrogant mortals. The crystal guardian still has many tricks up its sleeves. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 175. Deactivate the arms. Oscar's face darkened at the sight of the gigantic hands of the crystal guardian. They were 2 or 3 times larger than before and easily grabbed around the pillar like it was grabbing a stick. What the hell is this sudden spike in difficulty? Its range is also twice as long as before. As more doubts and distracting thoughts invaded Oscar's mind, he bit his lip, using pain to clear away his mind. He took several breaths and looked at the imposing crystal guardian, moving his eyes around to analyze it. If it falls within the same rules as the legs, then the most probable method would be to destroy the pairs of arms one at a time. As he was deep in thought, the crystal guardian brought 2 of its titanic hands, blowing fierce gales of wind from their movement, to envelop Oscar and Serena and squeeze them into a pulp. The large hands clapped together, unleashing a sonic shockwave that shook the grand hall. However, Oscar and Serena were not there when it opened its palms. Its large crystal eye darted around until it spotted the 2 students in the air. Oscar carried Serena while she tied a water whip to a pillar. Their combined efforts allowed for a speedy escape from the clutches of metal death. Serena was trembling from the danger she felt from those hands. The building pressure of the air as it tried to enclose her was terrifying. But she managed to keep her wits together to use her spell. I know, Oscar's feet were trembling from the large burst of power. He drew toward it to leap as high as possible. This construct is absurd. Same as before, observe it and find something. Follow my instructions on where to dodge. His prinstick worked to the fullest to find every intent and maneuver around the encroaching hands. Then his eyes caught sight of something. New crystals appeared on the spherical body of the crystal guardian. These crystals were embedded in the middle of each pair of arms. Oscar's eyes glinted with understanding after seeing the numbers inside each crystal. Serena, there are 4 crystals on its body containing the numbers 1 to 4. Do you see them? I do. Are they the new weak points? Serena's eyes narrowed. If so, then it'll be hard to get through. Not exactly. Can't move its legs, is stuck, and cannot turn around. All we have to do is get past its arms. Oscar's hair blew as his face scrunched up from the powerful gusts of wind from one of its hands moving close by. It's easier said than done, but I can see through it. If we do it right, I can bring us close, and you need to break the crystal. Serena clung tightly to Oscar as the winds kept blowing around them. She stared at the 4 crystals with a chilling gaze and smiled. Let's do this. I enjoy being held like this, but not with all this annoying wind ruining the moment. Oscar's face didn't change as he ignored Serena's passing comment. His eyes were bloodshot and contained a hint of ferocity. His legs tightened, and his muscles were bursting and nearly ripping through his pants. Oscar displayed a shocking increase in speed, hopping on a hand, running up the arm of another, and weaving through the gaps between fingers. The crystal guardian's desperate attempts to stop him were unfruitful because Oscar's speed made him akin to an annoying fly that was hard to catch. Get ready! Serena felt Oscar's hands loosen slightly and stared at Oscar with a scowl as she realized his intentions. But she could not muster a word of complaint in this trying time. The only thing she could do was face straight ahead and prepare. Finally, Oscar got past more erratic arms, but the first crystal was still some distance away. But he smiled and threw Serena in the open path through the air on a crash collision with the first crystal. The crystal guardian can't turn. That crystal won't be moving anywhere, and the closest arms are too far and extended to do anything. Serena cursed inside her heart, swearing to force Oscar somehow to make up for this. The winds blowing past her forced her red hair back, making her look wild, but her eyes were undisturbed and fixed on the crystal. Serena focused on her 2 axes but didn't throw them. She spun the axes in her hands and recreated the crisscross of tidal edge with her as the centerpiece. With the crystal right in front of her, she swung her axes with a shout of power. The raging tides acted like thousands of tiny blades that wore down the crystal, and then her axes tore into them. The first crystal couldn't withstand her power and shattered into fragments. When it broke, the two arms by it lost their power. The grand hall trembled more from the gigantic hands and arms falling to the floor. Serena was breathing hard because that one strike that taken up much of her eye. She was grabbed by Oscar, who had been watching with anticipation earlier. Focus. Recover your eye, Oscar said. With its fewer arms, I can move more freely. I need you to destroy at least one more crystal, and I can handle the rest. Okay, Serena said affectionately. Robert stared in silence at Oscar. His eyes trembled and opened slightly, revealing his red and blue eyes. Prinstict? Did he undergo that agonizing process with little chance of success? A greater apprentice Exalt with Prinstict and Reese. It's little wonder he's been doing well in the exam. Meanwhile, Ava Jones and Elder Dustin remained silent by the side. Reese alone was a risk, but putting all the effort into Prinstict as well could have been a fruitless endeavor. That bastard, Draven, is insane. Robert shook his head and thought it was time to visit his old friend. He stared at Oscar with a pensive look. You may break down one day. Oscar moved about as Serena continued to recover. The one set of hands being out of commission was a big boon. Since nothing was actively covering that side, the other arms would take longer to get to him. He didn't need Serena's water whip to keep dodging anymore. He alone was enough to handle it. I'm good to go. Serena opened her eyes and held her axes. The second crystal is which one? The one on the opposite side of the first. At least the elders had the sense to make it somewhat easier. Oscar stomped and sped up again. His highly focused Adamus rays propelled him past the swooping arms and hands and straight toward the second crystal. As before, Oscar did not hesitate to throw Serena, making her feel irritated that Oscar didn't know how to treat a lady properly. She transferred that frustration into her axes and destroyed the second crystal, rendering the arms connected to it powerless. That's the second one. Serena was tired, more than usual. Oscar brought her out of the incoming palms. Get on my back and hold tight. I'll finish this myself. Oscar landed on the floor. Serena got off Oscar's arms and put her arms around his neck, lying blissfully on his strong back. She closed her eyes with a smile. I'll leave it to you. With Serena firmly secure on his back, Oscar exploded his eye. The blue eye was soothing to Serena, who had experienced it many times in the lava caverns. Oscar strode forward with his buckler, eyeing the last four arms that stood in his way. However, they were no longer as imposing as before, as their strength was in their large size and numbers. In an instant, Oscar dodged one hand. Two more came to slap him down, but his feet shuffled to avoid them. 2, 3 foot. The final hand was too far away. Oscar jumped straight at the third. His arm encased in steel drill reduced the crystal to ash with shattering wave. Two more arms fell helplessly to the floor. Oscar continued the streak and continued his assault. The remaining hands maneuvered around the last crystal, waiting for Oscar to come forth. Nice plan, but your focus is to react. If I move a certain way, you must think about it. Oscar drew closer to the crystal, causing the crystal guardian to slam its hands together, but Oscar had already dropped to the floor to evade it. It's over. Oscar moved before the crystal guardian moved its arms. His final steel drill destroyed the fourth and last crystal. The arms of the crystal guardian were all disabled like limp noodles. It could not move or attack, but its head and crystal I moved to follow Oscar. Is it not over? Serena asked. I don't think so. There's still that large crystal in its eye. Oscar got Serena off his back. Then let's destroy it. Oscar held Serena back and said, wait, something is wrong. The entire time it never used the light beam that it showed when we first entered. Serena was shocked and stared cautiously at the large crystal eye on its head. Suddenly, the banner above changed. The Crystal Guardian's last attack is a large enveloping attack of light from its eye that will fill half the room. Anima alone will not be able to finish the job. Decide how to handle it. Oscar and Serena were frustrated and nearly cursed out at the banner. Half the room. Serena was stunned. That means we need to draw its attack and dodge somehow. But the speed of its light before makes me think that's not doable. Oscar frowned. Serena also frowned. If we attack together, then we'll both be fried. But if one of us draws the attack while the other moves in to destroy it after its attack ends, then it's our victory. But who will do it? Serena bit her lip, already knowing the answer. Looks like it's up to me, Oscar sighed. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 176. Defeating the Crystal Guardian. Go to the opposite side. I'll charge ahead and draw its attack. Oscar gripped his buckler and moved ahead. His eyes met against the indifferent crystal eye of the Crystal Guardian as if it were goading him to give it a try. His feet stomped as though Oscar was carrying a mountain. Are you going to be all right? Serena's hands were trembling while gripping her axes, and her eyes reflected her worry. We can face it together. I'm sure it can work. Oscar stopped and turned to Serena with a powerful gaze that made her trembling stop. He let out a light sigh. What if we both get put out of commission? The most surefire way to win right now is for one of us to handle the final blow while the other moves in for the kill. And the one with the greatest odds of withstanding it is me. You don't have any defensive abilities. Serena looked down, ashamed of her weakness, and clenched her teeth in frustration. She didn't like to leave it all to Oscar because she didn't want to be some helpless person that was carried through, and she didn't want him to get hurt badly. However, that single look in Oscar's eyes showed he wouldn't let her be in that position and to leave it to him. Why are you so? Serena mumbled as she stepped away from Oscar and went around the room. The Crystal Guardian had paid her no heed as it stared down at Oscar, who stared back. Her green eyes never left Oscar's figure the entire way around to the opposite side of the Grand Hall. Protecting me in the lava chambers, dodging with me in your arms, and now taking on this Hulk alone. You're such an idiot. Serena could feel her heart beating so fast she could barely breathe. Her cheeks flushed red and hot. She raised her hand and shouted, "You can count on me, but don't get too hurt." Oscar nodded and drew in a deep breath. He closed his eyes and focused every fiber of his being in Ein. His blue Ein burst all over him in a raging inferno swirling around him. The Adamus rays covered his hands and feet. Oscar had brought forth all the wraiths and Ein he could muster. Blood spilled down his nose, but he paid no heed, only letting out a war cry in a last charge against the imposing Crystal Guardian. The blue deer anima also came out and lifted Oscar on its back. The Crystal Guardian reacted with a low hum that filled the Grand Hall. It wasn't loud, but the noise was immutable. Its crystal eye began to glow with rays of light that centered and focused on it. The Ein building in it was increasing to incredible levels. Serena's eyes twitched as she desperately tried to keep calm and maintain her composure, but her fingers were pale from gripping her axes too hard, and her lips bled from how hard she bit them. Her shoulders trembled, but her feet remained still. Believe in him. Don't ruin the opportunity he's working so hard to give. Wait, she could not afford to be reckless during this final moment. The deer anima stomped and bolted into the air with a mighty push from its hooves. Oscar's face was still like a statue, waiting for the Crystal Guardian's retaliation. The crystal eye let out a blinding radiant light because it reached its maximum output. An immense and powerful shockwave of light spewed out of the crystal eye like an explosion. This light was the final attack of the Crystal Guardian, a modified version of its light beam that spread across everything in its sight. Oscar roared as the light was right before him. Ripple Shroud. The technique he learned from Draven after a cruel training session in the deep waters finally revealed itself. The technique spread the wraiths all over Oscar before releasing it in a shockwave all over Oscar. This mini shockwave of wraiths clashed against the Crystal Guardian's burst of light. The light waned back for a tiny fraction of a moment but soon overcame the Ripple Shroud to swallow Oscar. However, Oscar expected all of this. The Ripple Shroud was only to alleviate a bit of the light's power so the rest of his defenses could have a better chance. Ein awaken, steel scales. Oscar placed as much of his body behind his small buckler, scrunched up like a ball. His skin became clad in steel created from Ein and further refined by the use of Ein awaken. The buckler glowed like the azure iron in the hot furnace with the immense amount of Ein poured into it. Edu Riceglad. Reese settled under his steel scales in a thick layer on his hands and feet. This defensive technique of Adam's wreath had done well to help Oscar withstand the heat of molten armaments, and now it would be put to the test here. The light engulfed the steeled Oscar. Oscar didn't let out any shouts of pain to not distract Serena. He needed to preserve through this. He felt the overwhelming light act like countless molten needles that tried to shave and stab away at him. His steel scales began to crack, but Oscar kept pouring his iron in to repair it. However, his struggle ended as the steel scales broke apart, and he was blown back by the powerful blast of light. "You damned construct!" Serena was seething, and her face was like a hungry tiger ready to pounce on its prey. The crystal guardian turned to face her, but no light came from its eye, which was dimming fast. "You're out of iron. You dare do that to Oscar." Tidal surge. Tidal edge. A large torrent of water covered Serena as two crisscrossing streams flowed around it. She swung her spinning axes on the damnable crystal guardian with all her might, creating a shock wave and sound blasting all over the grand hall. The eye was harder than the other crystals, but Serena's attack was immensely powerful, and the waters broke apart the crystal, spewing and flooding into the crystal guardian's head. The crystal guardian made creaking and sounds of gears stopping as its head slumped down like a defeated boxer. Water flowed out of the eye hole in its head as if it was crying about its defeat. Serena didn't care about the defeated crystal guardian, not even smiling or putting up her fist in triumph. She quickly ran past the construct to Oscar. Oscar was breathing out of control. He was on his back with his head supported by leaning against the pillar. "You did it, Oscar." Serena ran ahead and was aghast at his wounds. There were several burn marks over Oscar, and his clothes were nearly torn to shreds. "Are you okay?" "Just fine. My defenses held on long enough so there's not too much damage. But I can't move because I used up too much. I'll need to recover." Oscar was struggling to stay awake. Then a large door appeared at the other end of the grand hall. It opened with a bright light shining, not allowing any to see through it. "That should be the exit. Let's go." Oscar tried to move but lost balance and felt something soft under his head. "Rest." Serena caught Oscar and let him lie down, placing his head on her lap. She smiled and put her cool hands on his face, cooling him down. "There's no rush. We still have some time. Don't wreck yourself anymore." Oscar tried to move to no avail. He was too tired, but Serena's soft lap acted as an alluring pillow, allowing his head to sink in. Her cold hands were like a refreshing cold towel on a hot summer day, and the flowery scent from her body was soothing and hypnotic. His eyes slowly closed as he fell into sleep. Serena smiled. Her fingers carefully tidied up Oscar's hair, giving him a clean look. She took her wing hairpin and put it on his hair to keep it from scattering around. Her mouth trembled before giggling uncontrollably at Oscar's current look with her hairpin. She looked at Oscar's nearly torn body and blushed at the abs showing along with the toned muscles on his arms and chest. She nearly had a nosebleed from seeing such an exciting sight, but she frowned at the horrible scar on his left side. "What have you been through to get something like that?" Serena looked down at Oscar with a sad face, thinking that it was weird he was a grade 4 and yet this powerful. Of course, he had to have been through a lot to get to this stage. She sighed and took out a handkerchief to clean his face. Later, Oscar finally woke up. "What is this?" Oscar felt his hair was weird and placed his hand to feel it. He felt something and pulled it out to see Serena's wing hairpin. "Were you playing around with my hair during my sleep?" Serena chuckled and took back her hairpin, putting on her wavy red hair. She winked at him and said, "I made your hair look better for a moment. Here's a clean uniform. I got it from the previous area." Oscar rubbed his temple in stress and quickly hid to change without Serena seeing. He went through the shining door with Serena, and they found themselves in the safe zone they had been in before. The houses, the meadows, the pond, and the streams were the same as before. Oscar checked his scroll and found that he was at 9,600 points while Serena was at 9,700. They had done it. It was a complete victory. Serena was shivering in delight but kept a cool face as if to say it was only natural. Oscar looked around and saw that it was around mid-afternoon. It was time to leave the safe zone. "I'll be leaving the safe zone, so I guess this is goodbye." Serena turned to Oscar with an unwilling gaze. "Can't we go the same way?" Oscar laughed and said, "Do you want to fight?" Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 177. End of the labyrinth. Do you want to fight? Oscar smiled and took out his buckler and pointed at one exit. If we go out there together, we'll trigger the duel and be teleported. I'll gladly fight you for first place. Serena's shoulders trembled as she burst into laughter while covering her mouth with her hand. She calmed from the hysterics and wiped a tear from her eye. No way. Why not? I thought you wanted to spend more time together, Oscar asked rhetorically. You already know the answer to that. I saw your current strength, and frankly, I don't think I have a chance. Especially not with the strange way you seem to predict movements. Serena crossed her arms and sighed. She tucked her hair behind her ear and hummed. I love you, but I said I'm greedy. I'm not willing to surrender my #1 position to you because of my feelings. I'll take first place and also win you over. Oscar was taken aback by Serena's response but understood that this was how she was. She had no qualms about being cute and very open to him, but when it came to competition and her interests, she was stubborn and unyielding. If she could have it all, she would take it. Oh, Serena clapped her hands. But if you want to spend some time here, I'll happily stay with you. There's a pond to soak our feet in and a meadow to walk through. No, thank you. I'm grateful for the offer, but no. Oscar flatly refused. Then it's farewell. Ah, wait. Serena went behind Oscar, grabbing his attention. Oscar turned around with a puzzled face, but a soft pair of lips pecked on his right cheek. He quickly backed away with his hand on the affected cheek, his face flushing terribly. In front of him, Serena blushed and licked her lips with her pink tongue as though she tasted something sweet, and her eyes curled in amusement. Couldn't predict that, could you? Oscar was about to speak when Serena cut him off. Don't say that friends don't do this kind of thing. There's an act called the kiss hello. People kiss each other's cheeks to say hello. This was a kiss goodbye, just a mere act between friends. Serena's eyes looked innocently at Oscar as though she had no ulterior motives behind that action. Oscar's face returned to normal, and he had a frown. No matter what, he could not understand the logic behind Serena's actions as though she were an anomaly. Suddenly a bold idea popped into his head like the whispers of a devil or perhaps an angel who came to smote this succubus. He stepped toward Serena, who was still smiling because she had gotten Oscar to stay a little longer. But she was not prepared for his next words. So you say it's a kiss goodbye. Then doesn't that mean I have to kiss your cheek too? Oscar stated boldly. Serena felt like fireworks had exploded in her mind, overloading her brain. She stammered and became red down to her neck. Why you? Calm down. This is what I wanted. For Oscar to respond to my charms. Yes. But she could not calm down as this was highly out of character for Oscar, who was normally reserved and easily flustered. The contrast and sudden shift was an ambush to the back that sent her mind reeling. Oscar also thought perhaps he was getting out of hand. I don't like doing this, but I need to get some payback against this minx. He was incredibly stubborn and didn't like to lose, so he continued walking forward. Serena trembled, and her body squeezed closer, wanting to become smaller and hide. She looked completely different from her confident and outgoing self. She was more meek and timid, with a shy look in her eyes. Oscar stood before her and leaned forward to be at her eye level. He saw how nervous she was. Slowly he moved toward her right cheek. Is this happening? Serena's heart was pounding, and Oscar was so close that she closed her eyes in embarrassment. However, she was confused. She didn't feel anything tap on her cheek. She opened her eyes and was stunned to find Oscar walking back to the exit. Her timid look quickly changed to fury and shame. You bastard! Oscar looked back and said, do your best. I'm going out here. The door opened, and Oscar stepped out into the labyrinth. As the doors closed, Serena's hands balled into a fist. Her shoulders were trembling now, not from excitement or anxiousness but from her flowing anger. At least I finish what I start. Whether it's a hug or kiss, who the hell backs down at the last second? Despite her furious outburst, Serena's face had a wide grin, and her eyes were full of glee. She believed that Oscar would take that last step with a little more push from her. I should leave too. I can't let him overtake me. Not knowing that Serena was not dampened but empowered by his trick, Oscar continued through the labyrinth without a hint of worry. The strange sequence of stairs and doors made him frown as there were no more flowers, the previous clue to follow. With nothing else, Oscar chose an random door and entered. I'll have to find new clues. The following days were a breeze for Oscar, who had advantages a greater apprentice Exalt did not normally have. After the team trial with Serena, Oscar's 9,600 points put him in second place, with the third having 8,200 points. He finished the trials on the fourth day, so he had only 6 days to accumulate more points. The labyrinth was designed so students would inevitably meet each other in some areas and be forced to make choices. Oscar watched as some numbers decreased on the leaderboard while others went up in droves. But he was keeping pace and surpassed Serena in the first place. He looked at her examinee number 2 and saw her in second place while picturing her mad face. The other one that surprised him was Mary's number 5. Mary Jones managed to claw her way up from last place and stayed at 6th with a comfortable lead. More days passed. After a long winding trail through the labyrinth, Oscar finally found the exit. The sapphire gates opened slowly to welcome him. Should I go through? Oscar looked at the door with some hesitation. There was 1 day left in the time limit of the labyrinth, so Oscar thought of squeezing in more points. But he soon shook his head. What's the guarantee I would end up back here? The rooms are so strange, and I can't see any familiar landmarks or places no matter where I go. The exit was right before him. There was only one correct course of action. Oscar steeled himself and went through the sapphire gates, ready for what may hit him. But the scene was different from his expectations. The room was small, clean, and contained a round blue table with 10 chairs and paintings of many things like landscapes, people, beasts, and more. Above was a small crystal light that lit up the room. Congratulations! Ava Jones appeared with Elder Dustin. She applauded while Elder Dustin had a scowl, staring at Oscar with hostility, making Oscar confused. Did I do something to this elder? Oscar tried to remember, but there was nothing of that sort. He was sure he didn't know this elder beforehand. Ahem! Ava Jones coughed to get Elder Dustin's attention, staring at him scoldingly. Back to the topic. You are the first one to exit the labyrinth. Let's see your points. A large banner was plastered across the wall. It was blank, but words soon occupied its empty sheet. Oscar Tur, examinee number 9, first place, 27,000 points. What an incredible score. You gain an additional 15,000 points for exiting the labyrinth first. Ava Jones snapped her fingers. The banner changed to reflect Oscar's current score of 42,000 points. This is an amazing feat. Are there any questions? What's the next stage? Oscar was curious. That is confidential. All will be revealed after the labyrinth ends. Elder Dustin interjected, but his eyes stared coldly at Oscar, who was still shocked by the elder's hostility. Is there a resting place? Oscar ignored it for now and wanted to rest after a long day. He couldn't also help but feel that Ava Jones was staring at him weirdly. He wanted to get out of this place immediately. Here, Ava Jones opened a new door on the side that led into a collection of houses on an island. This is a safe zone for the exit. You can rest in one of these houses until the labyrinth ends. Thank you. Oscar went into a house and lay down to rest. Hours passed, and the time was ticking down to the end of the labyrinth. Oscar rested on a chair by the island's shore with a book. Oscar. Oscar's brow twitched from the voice calling out. He knew it would happen but wanted a few more moments of peace. Hello, Serena. I see you also made it through. Serena sprinted forward and stared at Oscar in his chair with a bright smile. Oscar sighed and was confused by the weird looks that Elder Dustin and Ava Jones gave him. Ava Jones scratched her cheek with helpless laughter and came forth. In the future, you two should act more reserved. Serena was confused, while Oscar was shocked. We monitor all students, you know. Ava Jones blushed. The gears in Serena's head suddenly stopped as her eyes widened and her mouth slowly separated. Her face paled in the realization of what the elder meant. She ran inside a house, screaming like a banshee. "No." Ava Jones let out a dry laugh. "Sorry about that. It's all right. I'm relieved. I wanted to read my book in peace." Oscar returned to reading while Serena was curled up in a bed in shame. After a while, more people came by and occupied the houses. Including Oscar, there were a total of 5 people. Then the last person came into the safe zone. It was Mary Jones, who looked like she had gone through a marathon. "Are you all right?" Oscar asked. I'm fine. Mary plopped on the soft grass. It was a difficult run, but I finished it. Oscar flipped through his book. Congratulations. Thank you. Oscar, what are you doing with Mary Jones? Serena walked out of the house after letting out all of her embarrassment. She stared coldly at Mary Jones, who stared back with hostility. I guess we're friends now? Oscar tilted his head and pondered. Yes, we are friends. Oscar, don't get entangled with this wench. She's bad news. Mary warned and stared at Serena with caution. What are you doing with Oscar? Nothing much. Serena looked at Mary with a mocking smile. They were about to fight when the elders came forth. Ava Jones looked scoldingly at her niece but continued her duty. The first part of the exam has ended. All the students assemble in the small room. It's time to unveil the second and last part. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 178. The Great Tundra Awaits. Everyone fell silent at Ava Jones's statement. Slowly, they made their way to the small room with heavy steps and a sinking feeling in their stomachs. Most of them, even Oscar, knew that the labyrinth wasn't a breeze to get through, and it was only the first part of the exam. The second and final part of the exam was sure to be worse than any of the trials they had encountered during the labyrinth. Oscar strode ahead and sat at the round table with a straight back. The other students started to file in and keep some distance from each other, but Serena went ahead to sit next to Oscar, invoking Mary's caution. What is that greedy merchant thinking? Mary's eyes narrowed at Serena, and she thought about what Serena was planning to do with Oscar. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought this prideful, stubborn, and wily girl was in love with Oscar and wasn't planning anything nefarious. Serena looked at Mary with a smirk to goad her. She thinks I'm playing some kind of angle. It's funny seeing her face like that. Though it doesn't seem like you're interested in Oscar romantically. What's the fuss about? Once everyone sat down around the round table, Ava Jones and Elder Dustin poured in their Ein, activating a formation around the round table. It was another teleportation formation. Oscar immediately reacted by taking out his buckler. Serena, Mary, and the other students reacted similarly to be prepared for sudden attacks. With how unpredictable the entire inner hall promotion exams were, the second part of the exam could have already begun. The light of formation flooded the room, swallowing everyone, including the elders, and dispersed into nothing. The room was empty and devoid of people. Oscar felt his stomach feel uncomfortable but held it in. He was getting more used to the discomfort of the teleportation. The others around him were also pale but holding on. However, they soon forgot about the pain as they observed the place they teleported to. It was a vast tundra wasteland with a cloudy sky that snowed down slowly. Fierce winds blew, kicking up a snowstorm that encased Oscar and the others. However, the snow could not go past a certain distance from them due to a barrier the elders had set up. Oscar cursed inwardly and thought that the inner hall promotion exam was taking things too far. Ava Jones ignored the howling winds and pounding snow that tried to cover them and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. She gestured to the snowy, unstable landscape and said, "This is where the second and last part of the exam will take place. This is a small realm of snow and ice that we discovered near the pavilion. By setting up a teleportation formation here, we can go in and out of the small realm with ease." Small realm. Serena rubbed her arms to warm herself. You've all heard about the Ashen Grove that will open up in the coming years. It's the same thing. This tundra is a realm within a different pocket of space. It's not a part of our world, yet it's intrinsically tied to it. Tunnels to small realms can appear, and we can stabilize that opening to ease access. Elder Dustin stepped forward to explain, to which Ava reacted with a scowl. Consider it a very small world. Now for the rules. This tundra contains different Exalt beasts, ranging from apprentice to even a few night Exalt beasts. Ava Jones noticed the looks of fear on the students and quickly spoke. Don't worry. We have closed off the part with only apprentice Exalt beasts. Any other Exalt beasts will be forced away. But they are not the objective. Ava Jones waited a moment to build up the suspense before continuing. There are 3 things you must gather from this place and make your way to that mountain up there. At the very top, you will present the 3 items to us. The students who complete this will be promoted to the inner hall, and there are special rewards, but this trial is a little different from the others. Some who have gone through the secret trial of the safe zones would understand. This is a team trial. You will be split into pairs. Ava Jones smiled like a jester while dropping the bomb. Oscar felt a shudder again, recalling everything he had to endure during his trial with Serena. At the same time, Serena's eyes were sparkling, and they glanced at Oscar. Another team effort. Oscar furrowed his brow. They seem to love throwing unexpected team endeavors on us. He sighed after noticing Ava Jones's eyes were full of laughter at him and Serena. You may be wondering how we divide the teams. First, let's put up the scoreboard. Ava Jones waved her hand, and a large scroll appeared and unfurled. The scores were recorded on it. First place, Oscar T. Number 9, 42,000 points. Second place, Serena F. Number 2, 38,000 points. Third place, Edward C. Number 1, 34,500 points. Fourth place, Lucy M. Number 4, 30,000 points. Fifth place, Adam E. Number 7, 24,000 points. Sixth place, Mary J. Number 5, 23,000 points. Oscar Tur has an overwhelming lead in first. Step forward, Ava Jones said. Oscar took a step forward and bowed. Since you are first, you can choose your partner first. But you cannot choose anyone from the second or third place. Ava Jones's words made Serena frown with a soft click of her tongue. Who will you choose? Oscar turned back, looking at the others in fourth, fifth, and sixth place. He pondered and then said, Mary Jones in sixth place. Ha! Ava Jones was stunned and stared at Oscar with a funny expression. The other students were also confused that Oscar, who had the precious right of the first pick, would choose the one at the bottom. Serena sighed as if she knew this was going to happen. She understood a bit of Oscar to know that he preferred to work with those he knew rather than choose a stranger. On the other end, Mary was stunned like her aunt, unable to muster a reaction. Oscar turned to Ava Jones. Is there a problem with my selection? I do have that right, don't I? You do. Ava Jones shook her head and looked at her niece, who was still stunned. You're lucky to have him as a partner in this trial. Don't squander this chance and make your way to the inner hall. Then next, Serena Fulger. Select one of the remaining two. She continued the selection process. In the end, Serena took Lucy Main, the fourth place, as her partner. In a way, she felt grateful to Oscar for leaving Lucy open as an option. Lucy's points were 6,000 more than the next person, meaning she had some skill. Finally, Edward Calpto was left with Adam Ario. Now that everyone has settled into their pairs, let me explain further about the rules. You have 4 days to find the 3 items and make your way up the mountain. 3 sets of the 3 items are scattered around, so every team can potentially pass. Ava Jones looked at the relieved faces of the students with a smirk. However, you can fight each other. If a team fails to pass, their rewards are split and given to the remaining teams. One team can reap all the rewards if all the others are put out of commission. That makes things worse. A team can go around and fight the others first and look for the items. Not to mention, beating a team down and preventing them from completing the task means they would lose their chance to be promoted. Oscar felt this Tundra trial would be a bloodbath. Anyone would leap at the chance to have fewer rivals around them. Don't worry too much about it, Ava Jones said. You will all be teleported to different start points. You have some leeway at the start, and there's a chance you may never run into anyone. Suddenly, 3 small circles of light formed on the snowy ground under them. These circles will teleport you to your respective starting points. Ava Jones took out small scrolls and gave them out to the teams. The first place also has a special clue written in their scroll as to the precise locations of one item type. Everyone eyed the scroll in Oscar's hand with a hint of desire, but Oscar quickly stowed it away in his chest pocket. The explanation finally ended, and Oscar went toward one circle with Mary. After all the students were positioned, the circles lit up again, and the teleportation began. Ava Jones let out a tired breath and stretched her back. That was a long explanation. Elder Dustin looked at the mountain. We should make our way there and wait. Oscar and Mary appeared in the middle of a snowy ravine. The high cliffs of snow and ice provided some cover from the raging winds above. Long icicles were covering the cliffs and seemed very sharp. Oscar, Why did you choose me? Mary asked while letting out puffs of white breath. I much prefer not working with strangers. Besides, you're not that weak, Oscar answered while looking around the ravine. Mary lowered her round eyes with a grateful look. I? Roar. An echoing roar interrupted her words. Oscar and Mary turned to the source of the noise. Looks like we have to save the talking for later. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 179. The Encroaching Frost. The boisterous roar echoed across the ravine and was followed by the fall of the icicles around Oscar and Mary, shattering loudly against the icy ground. In the distance down the ravine, Oscar spotted a large cloud of snow that was getting larger. No, it's getting closer. Oscar was about to move when Mary held her spear out to stop him. He looked confused and glanced at Mary, who stared ahead with fierce eyes. The silver spear glimmered from the snow-reflected light. I will handle this. Mary twirled her spear and sprinted ahead. You look over the scroll and think of our next course of action. Her short brown hair fluttered, glistening with the snowflakes that held to it, and her small back shook around from her sprint. However, her small figure at this moment looked large and mighty in Oscar's eyes. The air around her differed from the slightly rushed and impatient one she had emanated in the past. Each of her steps was deliberate and well-paced. Since her loss, she had bounced back with renewed flames in her heart. Her heart wasn't heavy with the burden of her bloodline, and her mind wasn't bogged by their looks and words of pity and indifference. Her brown eyes were clear without the lost feeling they held before. Mary flowed her eye into her spear, transforming it into crackling lightning that singed away the snow under her feet. Her bear anima manifested itself, kicking up snow clouds and roaring in rivalry against the enemy. The snow blew away to reveal a large bear-like creature, but instead of fur, it was covered in a hard shell-like armor that looked like pristine ice, reflecting Mary's figure. It stood twice as tall as Mary's large bear anima and stared with red bloodshot eyes full of ravenous intent. In an instant, it swiped its large icy claw, blasting away the snow and ice in front of it. Electric steps. Thanks to her increased speed, Mary sidestepped the incoming strike and circled behind the hulking ice behemoth. She closed in, gripping her spear close to her chest and pointing ahead. Lightning focused on its sharp tip. The bear anima rushed ahead against the ice bear despite the size difference, but it was faster and under Mary's control. With a tremendous leap, the bear anima came before the ice bear's face, which opened to show rows of sharp icicle-like teeth. A powerful swipe from its claw on the ice bear's nose induced frantic howling. The ice bear stepped back while swiping madly at the bear anima, but it forgot about Mary. Mary appeared from the clouds of snow kicked up in the commotion. Her spear stabbed halfway into the ice bear's back, piercing through the ice armor, causing it to stampede widely, trying to get her off. She retreated before the ice bear could slam her against the ravine's walls. The ravine shook a little, and mounds of snow fell from the top. Something's wrong. Mary felt her lungs were not properly taking in air as she gasped and wheezed as though she were sick. She looked at her hands, shocked at the slowly encroaching bluish tinge on her fingertips. It was numbing and cold. She clenched her hands and shouted, "Oscar, there's something wrong about this place." Oscar stared at the blue tinge forming around his hands. It wasn't only his fingers, as Oscar felt a numbing sensation on his face. It reminded him of when he fell into an icy pond, and his father had to constantly rub the bluish parts on his arm to warm him up. He quickly surged his eye to form heat around him, and the blue colors began to recede. Keep your eye in use all over your body at all times, or else the frostbite will take you, Oscar shouted. A part of the ravine's wall came crashing down in a mess of rubble and ice. The ice bear roared more and trampled its way toward Mary. The red blood had already frozen into blue ice that stuck to the ice bear's ice armor. Mary's eye wrapped around her body to hold back the strange, encroaching cold. She charged with her bear, and they attacked together as one. Her lightning-charged spear came together with the bear anima's claws in a devastating blow. The ice bear was forced to the side, spewing out a ton of blood, and a chunk of its ice armor was shattered, revealing the white fur underneath. The Exalt beast let out a bellowing roar as it slammed its two claws on the ground, causing it to quake. Mary lost some of her footing from the sudden unsteady ground. The ice bear took advantage and reached out with its gaping maw to gnaw on her. Thunderclad, Mary unleashed her strongest spell. The icicle teeth of the ice bear sparked with lightning, causing the adversary to yelp from the shock. Her brown eyes stared indifferently at the ice bear's woes and cleaved its head straight off with another combination strike with her bear anima. "That's my victory." Despite her declaration, Mary was in no condition to celebrate. She used quite a bit of Ein in that battle, and the blue frost slowly spread over her body. Her Ein flowed more to combat the affliction, but Mary knew this would not last forever. Oscar came forward and cut apart the ice bear with his Ein-sharpened buckler. He took off the white fur below its shattered ice armor, wrapping himself in it. He tossed another part of white fur to Mary. "Cover yourself in this. It can help for a little. But we need to keep circulating our Ein to combat this frost." "What is this place?" Mary felt a slight relief from the white fur around her, but she still needed to use Ein to combat the chill. "This is no ordinary cold. Frostbite shouldn't be this fast." "I don't think it's frostbite. It looks similar, but there is a hint of Ein mixed in, almost like a cold poison." Oscar looked at his hand where the blue tinges dissipated to his Ein. Suddenly they heard a loud rumbling above as snow started to drop. A large clump of snow fell right by Mary, covering her in snow. More clumps fell and were quickly covering the ravine. "We need to get out of here." Oscar summoned his dear anima. "You used too much Ein. Hop on my dear." Mary got on Oscar's dear anima, and they quickly exited the ravine as the snow collapsed into it. If they had stayed, they would have been buried in the snow and likely lost this trial. What awaited them out of the ravine was a forest of evergreen trees. But these trees also have many spiky branches covering their trunks, looking like it could impale anyone. Oscar charged in with his dear anima, weaving through the dangerous branches. "Hang on. I'm looking for shelter." He could feel how cold Mary Jones was behind him. She used a chunk of her Ein in the battle earlier and was covered by the falling snow. Oscar felt her Ein was continually working to lessen the blue frost, but it was slowly waning. Mary felt a chill in her heart, but a soothing warm feeling soon embraced her. She opened her eyes to find Oscar's blue Ein wrapped around her, helping keep the blue frost at bay. She sighed in relief at the aid and quickly meditated to recover. "It's good that I went through the lava cavern with Serena. It helps to know how to use Ein around another person." Oscar looked around and smiled when he saw a cave. Without missing a beat, he changed directions to head into the cavern. It wasn't a large cavern, but it provided some relief from the snow and cold. Oscar got off the deer anima and laid down a bundle of sharp branches he collected on the way. With Ein to provide some heat, he lit up the branches and fed the flames until they lit up the entire cavern. "We made it." Oscar was relieved, sitting down near the fire to warm up. "Thanks for the save." Mary had blotches of blue frost over her face, but with her Ein and the heat of the flames, it slowly faded away. "I underestimated this place. It would have been better if we took down the ice bear together. Sorry for making you suffer from my selfishness. No one told us that the cold would be this bad and strange. If it were a normal tundra, we could have made do." Oscar rubbed his cheeks to warm them. "Besides, you took down the ice bear nicely. What happened after I beat you?" Mary Jones chuckled and hugged herself tighter. "After my loss to you, I felt refreshed. It felt like my head was light and clear." Oscar nodded, seeing she was relaxed, unlike her demeanor before. The agitation and anxiety in her heart were gone, allowing her to fight more freely and confidently. "Well, did you read through the scroll?" Mary's face was glowing with a red flush from the fire's warmth. She was feeling better. "I did." Oscar took out the scroll and unfurled it, showing a map with 3 X marks and some text. "Listen carefully, and I'll explain our next plan." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 180. The Objectives of the Frost World. Oscar showed the map to Mary, who held it gently as her brown eyes moved across the contents, stopping at the text in the bottom right corner. "This is a map of the place we're in. The text says we must collect the frost orb, Arctic feather, and snowbell fruit." Oscar rubbed his hands to keep warm. "There is an X mark next to the frost orb, meaning the 3 X marks on the map are the 3 frost orbs on the map." Mary laid the map down. The 3 X marks were scattered at an equal distance around the large mountain depicted on the map. The large mountain was their goal and their compass in this place, so knowing this was a great advantage. I say we make a run for it to get our frost orb. Then we can leisurely think about the other 2 items. Oscar pointed to a landmark of a ravine. We teleported here and made our way into this forest. His finger tapped on a spread of tiny tree drawings. Oscar waited for Mary to respond as she pondered while staring at the map. The flickering flames reflected off her brown eyes, giving them a fiery gleam. Mary pointed at the other 2 X marks. What if we go for all the frost orbs and prevent the other 2 teams from passing? We can reap all their rewards. I thought about that, but we'd be inviting a battle if we did that. Plus, I don't trust the pavilion's claims that it's over when we reach the top. They put a special trial in a safe zone without telling us. For example, Elder Ava Jones didn't say what would happen to the extra items brought over. What if we are allowed to fight for the extra items? Oscar explained. Also, the map says the mountain is locked until the last few hours. I'd agree if we could climb the mountain on the first day, but that's not feasible. We have to survive in this place for 3 days. I would prefer not to do that with enemies on our heels. Mary nodded. Makes sense. Though I would have loved to see that merchant witch cry. Maybe we can do that later, near the end. By the way, she seemed quite friendly to you. Don't be tricked by her. She's scheming, and there's no telling what she wants with you. Oscar kept his expression still, not to alert Mary. I know what she wants from me. Besides, one of the reasons to avoid fighting is that I don't want to ruin Serena's chances, and I don't want to make any unnecessary enemies. To Oscar, having fewer enemies was better. He would prefer no enemies, but an Exalt's life was not free of conflict. He entered conflict if it was for something he desperately needed or a friend who needed help. Although the rewards sounded enticing, it wasn't something Oscar would risk creating more enemies over. He had time. As an Exalt, he had a lot of time to recoup minor losses. His biggest goal was to enter the inner hall, not some tag-along reward. However, if anyone came wanting to block him from doing so, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. I'm all warmed up. Mary stood up. Her small face beside the heavy white fur around her made her look like a rabbit with overgrown fur. Shall we go? Oscar killed the flames and stepped out of the cave. Looking up, he found it was around mid-afternoon, so they had time until nightfall. He traced his eyes around the forest of trees, recalling the direction they came from. The ravine was over there and the mountain there. Oscar pointed for Mary. With those 2 places in mind, we're probably around here. Oscar tapped on a section of the forest. Let's head toward the mountain. The closest X is to the right after we reach its base. Mary read the map. Then her eyes narrowed at the slowly encroaching blue frost that reappeared. She let out her Ein in a smooth, small shroud around her. We need to hurry. Maintaining our Ein like this won't be good in the long run. Oscar was also shrouded in his Ein. Don't overuse your Ein. Recovering it in this cold won't do us any good. The pair didn't summon their Animus either to save on Ein. They sprinted ahead against the constantly falling snow. Serena sneezed on top of a small hill. She shivered under her black fur blanket as she gazed around the area. Only a bunch of hills were in their vicinity. This cold is unusual. This world has a strange property to its snow, or the pavilion made it like this on purpose. Lucy Main came up the hill to join Serena, admiring the view of snowy hills and also looking at Serena with a hint of admiration. The grade 7 Xianxia and stunning appearance made her speechless. Lucy was also beautiful, but not to the devastating extent of people like Serena, Celestina, Aurora, and others. She had short blonde hair in a bob-cut style with a pair of dull black eyes, not as lustrous as Oscar's. She had a balanced face with a pointed nose and eyes of a hawk. This place irks me. Serena frowned. Let's head our way to find the 3 items. Make sure to keep your Ein flowing. I don't think that will be an issue. Lucy smiled. I'm grade 6 and you're grade 7. We can recoup the losses with a bit of a break. But it'll be a different issue if we have to fight. Lucy's eyes were full of caution at the landscape and the mountain. The sudden appearance of the blue frost while they fought made her wary. Winning the fight could mean losing the war against nature. Meanwhile, Serena sighed. If only I could have teamed up with Oscar. We could share a piece of fur, snuggle near a fireplace, and warm up together. What a missed opportunity. Her face blushed. Whether it was from the cold or the thoughts of Oscar was unknown. The two girls continued their trek across the hills. Seems the teams are settling in. Robert Levitt sat on a throne on the mountain's peak. Next to him were Ava Jones and Elder Dustin, bowing like attendants. You two don't need to stand on ceremony. Take a seat and watch the show. Ava Jones looked at the image of Oscar and Mary making their way through the forest. That child is of the Jones family, too, isn't she? I sense some anxiety from you. Robert noticed Ava's unusual interest and made the connection. She is my niece, Great Elder, Ava Jones answered. But in recent years, she's been quite distanced. Robert stroked his beard and slightly opened his blue and red eyes, making Ava sweat despite the chill around them. Distanced by who? Herself or your family? Ava Jones bit her lip, and her hands trembled. Great Elder, our family isn't like the lower noble families who easily abandon or displace their progeny. After her grade 5 Xianxia was shown, we showed her more support. But despite that, she's been rather cold and unwilling to talk. Robert's loud sigh resounded in her ears. She felt like she was being scolded. Show her support? Sometimes that is hard to do. What if the support you think you've shown wasn't supporting her at all? You may think it was good for her, but it may not have been. Robert looked sternly at Ava, who bowed her head. Tell me, have you ever tried to hear her words? Or did your family just do what they thought was best for her? Ava Jones felt like she was struck by lightning and her eyes trembled. She thought back to when her niece was down after the Exaltia unveiling. Did we try to listen to her words at all? Were we isolating her somehow? Simply distancing from one another isn't the only way to be distanced. Sometimes showing the wrong kind of support can also make people distanced. Robert rested on his throne. I'm not involved, but I can only offer you this wisdom. Do right by your family. Ava Jones bowed. Thank you, Great Elder. I will hold your advice close. Robert nodded and thought about his wayward equal, Draven. Master is your adopted father who raised you, yet you continually cause him to worry and disrespect him at every turn. I wonder when you will begin to reject this disciple of yours. A lone wolf is just that, a lone wolf. The winds continued to howl around the peak hidden in the obscuring snowstorm. Oscar and Mary finally made it out of the evergreen forest. Oscar checked the map again and pointed a little to the right with his pale finger. See that big rock that looks like a pillar? The frost orb should be there. Mary breathed slowly as her body shivered. The continuous use of Ein was sapping her stamina every second. We should find a place to rest up before heading inside. The place before them was a flat tundra. The ground was very bright from reflecting the light of the suns. Oscar paused, looking visibly annoyed at the large expanse before them. It was a vast distance to the other side. They walked ahead, taking light and quick steps to traverse through. But suddenly, the ground quaked as beads of snow shook up and down. Tremors ran through Oscar and Mary as they struggled to hold their footing. Oscar heard something right below him and shouted, "Jump away now!" As they leaped, the ground under them broke apart, erupting with water. A long, scaly creature showed itself from the ground with a hungering maw that chomped on a large chunk of ice, grinding it into pieces. Oscar was stunned when he heard more rumbling below them. More are coming. Dodge!